3 years ago, something indescribable happened in this world. Everything changed beyond recognition, all the fauna and flora of the world. Many new and strong animals began to dominate the land, cities were devastated, and many people died. However, the part of humanity that managed to survive had a great chance of saving people. The most gifted of those who remained began to call coaches, but it is not yet known for what reason. We are introduced to our main character. His name is unknown at the moment, but he is a high school student who, due to all the events, was left an orphan. We are shown a very beautiful girl with a charming face. Our protagonist introduces her as a beautiful sister. She calls our hero Pan. Our hero talks about how he has become the owner of a system that gives him the ability to identify various animals. Our hero decides to gain trainer status. He also shows us his determination because another of his goals is to find his grandfather, who disappeared during the disaster. He is even willing to face death to fulfill his goals. Also, our hero decides to become the strongest coach, for which he needs experience, because according to him, the strongest coach is not the one who have great power, but the one who realizes that everything that happens in the world is just the beginning. However, the peaceful life in a way was still going on, so the events of the manga bring us to one of the local schools, which is still operating, however, with a new program. A high school teacher, Murong Chiwe, tells the children at the beginning of the school season that life changed completely a couple of years ago and entered into new rules. The teacher announces that the coaches will have an exam tomorrow, and those who want to see it for themselves can come with their parents. Our protagonist, Gao Peng, an 18-year-old boy who dreams of becoming a coach, has discovered an amazing ability. He sees system windows with information, but doesn't understand what to do with them or how to interact with them. Our hero Pan decides that it's all just the effects of stress, and you just need to not think about it at all. Walking home, he sees a spider on the ceiling. A window appears with information about it, which interests our hero. Our hero realizes that it's not like glitches at all anymore, and it's worth thinking about how it works, because now everything is possible in the world. Our hero remembers that he has seen this granny before. He remembers Granny Chen stroking him in the park and also calling him cute and handsome. However, this spider abruptly jumps on our hero, trying to grab him, and before Pan immediately comes the realization that the spider is not cute and kind at all. Peng runs from the spider up the stairs, yelling that Grandma Chen's spider has escaped and wants to eat people. Following this, the spider starts spitting webs and almost hits our hero Pan. Pan is shocked by the approaching spider, quickly thinking of possible actions, realizing the urgency of the situation. Pan notices that the spider's system information window said it was afraid of fire, so Pan decides to attack it with fire. Realizing this, Pan pulls out his lighter, and after swinging it sharply sends it straight at the spider. On impact, it explodes. Panic grips Pan. The spider is only covered in fire. The lighter is not enough to defeat the giant. Pan starts to run further, trying to save, and realizes that there is only one floor left in front of him, and soon enough, he will be completely safe. Our hero has already approached the door. He is almost next to it, however, and the spider is already behind his back, jumping up. Opening the door to his apartment, our hero sharply shouts, "Datsu!" as if he's summoning someone. Immediately afterward, some obscure creature climbs out of Pan's apartment and attacks the spider with a direct attack, throwing it off to another part of the hallway. Immediately after this attack, our hero notices that this spider starts running away from him along the ceiling of the building, and very quickly, Pan memorizes this feature. The creature that attacked the spider, now small and cute, cries out for food. Pan, able to communicate telepathically with animals, answers him. Pan explains that animals have two forms, combat and non-combat, to conserve energy and heal wounds. Our hero Peng promises to cook something delicious for his pet Tsu today as a thank you. Pan also uses his pet as a helper. Having given him a bag from school, he asks him to carry it back to his place, to which the pet agrees. Walking into the kitchen and wearing an apron, our hero decides to demonstrate his true skills by starting to swing a knife. Swinging his knife around, he begins to professionally slice and crumble the meat. A few actions later, our hero presents us with a cooked, delicious soup with meat in a plate. The animal tastes the food that our hero Pan has just prepared and immediately praises it, calling it very tasty, and rejoices. Pan reprimands him for eating very fast. Pan asks him to be slower so that he doesn't choke on his food. Pan, looking at his beast, notices a system window that opened a nice feature, shocking him pleasantly. He notices that his beast has the ability to evolve and pump up to an advanced class. Pan explains that monsters have 3 classes: general, advanced, and perfect, with their strength, defense, and qualities improving as their class increases. Pan rejoices at the possibility of pumping his beast and decides that if he can achieve an advanced class, then a perfect class is possible. Peng shares his joy with the Dazi beast, saying that he will definitely pump it up in the future to reach the rank of captain. Pan opens the pumping menu and explores what it takes to improve his pet. To improve the beast, Pan will need 10 thorny grass, 1 lightning strike wood, and 1 thunder monster core. Pan realizes that the hardest part is getting the rare core, priced at over 10 credits, while the rest is pretty cheap. After the creation of the New World Alliance, the currency became coins and credits. Credits are premium currency. 1 credit is equal to 10,000 coins. Pan remembers that he only has 11 credits left on his balance sheet because he received a payment of 20 credits from the Alliance after his parents died. It's barely enough for materials to raise Dazi's beast level. Ping realizes that, in that case, he won't have any money left to live on. Even now, Pan is dealing with this. While he was thinking it over, his beast had already eaten a full meal. However, he reports that he is hungry and wants more food. The beast cutely tries to scare Peng by growling at him, but he only gives the appearance of being frightened and promises to feed Dazi some more. Peng also brings another bowl of food for Dazi's beast and hands it to him, talking about how his stomach is like a black hole. Pan, watching his pet gobble, realizes that there is nothing more frustrating than knowing what you need to improve it, but not having the money to buy it. However, Pan realizes that if all the information he sees in the system windows is correct, that's pretty cool for him. Pan realizes that with the help of her and his skills, he can become a cool coach, because it will help him a lot in his tasks and endeavors. Pan explains that the requirements to level up the beast have always been a mystery, but he'll be able to speed up the process thanks to system windows. Pan laughs and says this feature is just fine, because with it, he will become a better coach, and this way he can become ultra-rich. All these thoughts helped Pan remember that tomorrow was the coach's exam, which many would be taking part in. Remembering this, Pan hurriedly pulls out his phone and opens the local school's website. Pan decides to register, but notices that there are 3 minutes until the end of accepting registrations. Peng manages to press the Yes button, confirming the application. The notification informs him that he has successfully registered for the exam. The next morning, Peng went to someone's house from early morning. He knocks on one of the doors and afterwards opens it, and he is greeted by a cute neighbor named Tan Tan, with a pretty face and figure in a single nightie. Our protagonist Pan blushes at the mere sight of her and also apologizes for bothering her so earlier. Tang Tang wonders to Peng why he had to wake her up so early, but she does so kindly, without aggression. He informs this nice girl that he is going to go to the coach's exam. After his words, Peng points to his pet Dazi, who was with him at that moment, and asks him to look after him while he's at the exams. Tang Tang smiles, and laying her hand on herself says that Peng can go to the exam, and don't worry about anything, she will look after Dazi. Peng thanks Tang Tang very much for her help, and also mentions that he will now be able to take the test with peace of mind and not worry about anything. Tan Tan wishes Peng good luck in the exam, and he in turn promises to cook a delicious dinner for her as a thank you for her help. After closing the door, Tang Tang is tense and a little angry. She looks at Beast Peng and says, "Why is he doing Da-Z type trivia?" However, Tang Tang's face and mood changes again. She strokes Dazi's head, saying that the old man will probably be upset when he finds out all this. She fed Dazi and sat on the couch, calling the old man and telling him about Peng's pet purple millipede general class, asking not to be disturbed. However, the old man started shouting into the tube about how this was nonsense, and it was very difficult to breed beasts of this class, and Tang Tang should explain this to Peng. She begins to explain to the old man about how it's useless to explain things here, because this is your grandson, and he's just as stubborn, though seemingly carefree, she said. Looking out from behind the window and talking to the old man on the phone, Tantan wonders if the man has done his part. He says they have to remove all the naughty and unnecessary people, asking her not to worry about Pan, because as long as he's by her side, he'll be fine. Immediately after these words, she ends the call with an incomprehensible mood afterward. The events of the manga take us to an unknown location of a large office, where an old man stands near the window, who called his secretary, and himself further watched through the window. The old man gives orders to the secretary: experimental squad, 5 months Lu E, 7 months to solve the branch's problems. The old man sees a picture of himself with little Pan and promises that within a year he will settle matters and take him away, ensuring his safety. The events of the manga bring us back to Pan, who by this point has already arrived at the city center where the exam itself was taking place. Peng often turns around and notices the sheer number of people. His thoughts that coaching is now the most desirable profession are confirmed. Pan's name is heard from the crowd, some chubby guy calling out his name. Peng greets the guy who beckoned him, who turns out to be Peng's friend Li Zigong, as well as his mother Zhang Hong and sister Li Hongdo. His friend's mother asks why Peng came here. Did he really decide to take the coaching test alone? A friend starts to tell him about his mom's exam, but his sister interrupts him under the back of his head from behind. A friend asks his sister not to hit him, believing that hitting him reduces his IQ. His sister denies the effect on IQ. However, Pan replies to them all that he is here to take an exam, which shocks them. His friend's mom puts her hand on Pan's shoulder and says, "That's great, and maybe the youngest coach in town will be born today." Delighted at the praise, Pan says that they've misunderstood him a bit and he'll just try his luck. He has no huge, ambitious plans. However, a certain unpleasant voice interrupts the dialogue between Pan's friend's mom and Pan himself. This voice immediately asks at what point the rating for the exam became so low. A short, slightly wiry man with long yellow hair asks this while standing beside his 2 guards. He points to Pan and again asks why the criteria is so low that every mutt allows himself to sit for the exam. Pan's friend starts to get angry and point his fists, asking who he called that. However, his sister stops him. The man with the yellow hair speaks again about how he is not happy to see any rabble here, in his opinion. However, Pan responds to him interestingly, saying that if it took money and not brains to give up, he would have been a coach a long time ago. That short guy with yellow hair yells at Pan again to keep his head down, but Pan's friend doesn't realize what's going on at all. Pan's friend's mom starts explaining to him about how he's the son of the owner of the van group, and this is the 3rd time he's failed the monster control test, so at the sight of young Pan, he probably became jealous. The doors of one of the buildings opened, and men in protective uniforms, helmets, and batons came out of there. Feng Shu, the chief examiner as well as the chief scholar of the city, also came out from there. Gradually, everyone entered the building. On the stage, Feng Shu welcomed everyone and announced the 2 stages of the exam, written and practical. He announced the first phase, where videos of animals will appear on the screen and candidates will have to describe them. The examiner says that enough talking, it's time to start the exam. The one who passes this part will be admitted to the 2nd stage. The first video showed the animal barely visible underwater, indicating its marine origins. The video is immediately cut short on this one, just a few seconds, after which the examiner announces that this is it, and candidates have 2 minutes to describe the animal they saw. Many of the candidates began to complain that the video was too short, nothing happened, and were already resigned to coming again next year. This talk made the examiner angry. He immediately said that those who would open their mouths inappropriately would be expelled right now from the exam. The yellow-haired shorty immediately mentioned that today's exam was harder than before, but he managed to get all the answers, even before the exam. However, he notices Pan, who is sitting with a smile on his face and looking intently at the screen. This annoys him. He thinks that Pan is once again just squinting a smart look. However, Peng had already looked up all the information about this particular animal with his abilities. Afterward, Peng immediately wrote down all the information in his worksheet, everything he managed to review. Afterwards, he repeated his actions on another video clip, identifying and recording everything. History repeated itself with the concluding third video. Pan immediately identified everything and easily recorded all the information. The written examination was then finished, and the assistant examiners collected all the information forms that the candidates had filled in. Afterward, the examiner called out that many passed the exam and listed all the names of those who passed with a good score, but Pan was not among the names. The short man with yellow hair began to laugh from Pan because his last name was not there. Pan could not believe that the data from the system windows was fake. However, after a few seconds, the chief examiner asked the audience who Gao Ping was, to which Ping himself was surprised. Pan raised his hand, though he was surprised, but holding back his emotions, he introduced himself. The examiner began to praise Pan, saying that he was very surprised at the fact that such a young candidate had passed the test with the highest score. People around began to insult Pan as a schoolboy, envious and shouting how such a young schoolboy in general was able to score any score and even the highest. Peng looked at the blonde-haired runt and, calling his name, repeated that he was the one who scored the highest in this test, thus gloating over the blonde-haired runt. Immediately afterward, they were all asked to go to the second floor where the practical phase of the coaching test would take place. There was a spacious room on the floor made up of some colored blocks. Everyone in the room cheered loudly at the second stage of this miracle of a coaching exam. Among everyone was Pan. Chief Examiner, everyone has the same task: to make monsters evolve, provided resources from the association. However, the examiner also added that if they fail to pass the second stage of the exam, they will cover the cost of the pet during the exam from their personal pocket. The chief examiner introduced Liu Jin. Watching the exam, he handed out tickets with room numbers to the participants. All participants began to take turns approaching the tracker and taking their tickets out of the box and later going to their rooms. Pan realizes that there is no telling at all what room he will get and who will be there. Not for nothing, they say that the coaching certificate is one of the hardest to get in the whole world. Standing a couple positions away from Pan, the blonde-haired short man still hasn't given up on the idea of getting revenge on Pan for his sharp mind. The turn reaches Pan as well, whereupon he reaches into the box and pulls out his number. Seeing what number Pan had gotten, the assistant examiner smiles evilly. Pan's friend's mom smiles and brags about her 6th ticket and asks Pan what number he got. Pan is also happy to announce that he has been assigned number 10. The chief examiner orders everyone to go to their rooms and that the second stage of the exam is officially declared open. Zhou Yuan, the room watcher, appears in front of Peng. He says that Peng can go to him for help or advice in case of problems. Upon opening the doors to his room, Pan gets a huge shock at what he sees there. In front of him sits a wild monster with red eyes and a huge dark aura, sitting behind thick iron bars in a cage. Looking through the system windows, Pan notices that the monster's condition is weakened and that he himself is sick. Pan starts asking the tracker about what happened to this animal, why it's in such a terrible state. The observer explains that the monster is dangerous, previously used in experiments, and has become a painful answer to Pan's question, "There are no other monsters. He was sent for an exam." The observer recalls a conversation with the chief monitor and Mr. Wang about the smart kid not passing the practical part of the exam. The observer explained that the monkey survived through persistence, and there is little chance of evolution. He agrees to help Pan keep his oral exam results. Pan thanks the observer for his kindness, but informs him that he has decided to help this monkey, so he will do so, and will stay for the exam. The observer wishes Pan good luck, while Pan himself heads closer to the cage and begins to look at the monkey he will soon have to work with. At the sight of a human, the ape begins to remember how everyone who has passed the test before failed it and regretted that the ape did not evolve. All these memories and thoughts reminded the monkey of the pain she had gone through, and thus Pan's appearance made her aggressive again. However, Pan only strokes the monkey in response and promises that he will be able to help and cure it. With the help of system windows, Pan begins to go over what he will need to begin the evolution of this ape. He notices that there are 2 whole evolutions available to him this time. However, one is riskier. Pan begins to look up what it takes for him to go through the evolution and compares the 2 options. He notices that the riskier way of evolution requires far less material, and Pan doesn't even have enough resources for the normal way. Pan collects the entire list of what he needs to evolve the ape, and later gives it to the observer who is supposed to bring it all to him. The observer is greatly surprised. He asks Pan if he is planning to kill this monkey in this way rather than cure it. Peng states that her horrible and powerful disease requires the same drastic treatment. He asks the observer not to worry, stating that he understands exactly what he is doing now. The observer remembers that Pan has the highest score on the oral exam and thinks that this is just another guy who is only smart on paper. After the 3 days that Pan spent with the monkey, screams could be heard from the hallway. One of the test participants was carried out by the doctors on a cot. With huge burns, he was screaming for another try at least. A girl could be heard screaming that she had almost succeeded in producing an evolution. She didn't realize what was wrong or where she had gone wrong. Another old man cried out with the same problem, not realizing where or how he could have made a mistake in evolution. Pan, on the other hand, was doing well. After 3 days of taking the herb, the monkey's condition had reached its physical peak, which couldn't help but feel good. Peng also points out that the crystal core of the rare monster played a huge role. The last task for evolution is to take a bath. The only one left, the monkey will need to take a bath with acid and various sulfur additives. Pan recalls the key the Watcher gave him, explaining that most monsters are harmless, but the red monkey has survived many trials. Pan is well aware of the danger, and is aware of the dangers that may lie ahead for him upon the release of the monkey. Pan realizes that he has gone too far, and now there is only one way out for him, to believe in his strength and rightness. He's trying to explain to the red monkey that he's going to let it out now, and after that it's worth being obedient. The monkey is hesitant to attack. She jumps on Pan and hugs him. He strokes her in return and tells her that it's time to evolve. Pan shows the monkey a stinky tub of acid and talks about getting in there, after which it will begin to evolve. But this doesn't motivate the monkey much. Tearing a piece of hair off her ass, the monkey crumpled it up and threw it in the tub for a test, and she was not happy with the result. The monkey immediately started wagging his head and talking about how he didn't want to jump in there at all. However, Pan assures her that everything will be fine and strokes her, whereupon she trusts him. After sticking one foot in the tub, the monkey decides to go completely deep, and Pan notices and realizes just how smart she really is. The monkey is completely submerged in the bathtub but begins to notice a strange smoke coming from the tub. Pan notices that the smoke is getting too much. He tries to run away from the bathtub. The fire alarm goes off and sirens are going off all over the room. The manager urgently reported the fire in room 10 and called for the source to be extinguished before it spread through the lab. The men with fire extinguishers headed towards room 10, where Pan, the blonde-haired short man, smirked, believing that the money had not been wasted. Several people, including the room manager, burst into the room, kicking the door with their foot. However, they were surprised to see only thick smoke, but not fire and flames. Pan himself is surprised that they broke in here and asks what brought the room watcher here. The observer points to the alarm light at the top of the room, which reported that there was a fire in the room. Pan apologizes and talks about how sorry he is. He got so caught up in the experiment, so much so that he didn't even pay attention to such a small thing. The supervisor reports to the superintendent that there is no fire and asks them to turn off the alarm. The chief examiner and the observer arrive in room 10 to see for themselves what has happened, as they are in charge of everything here. The observer informs the chief examiner that the smoke was caused in connection with an experiment on the monster in an attempt to get it to evolve. The other candidates began to mock, saying that Peng was too young to do such things, he didn't belong here, and the monster himself wasn't even in the room. The envious short man with blonde hair was already here, and was also mocking, thinking about how Pan would try to get out of it this time. However, at this moment, a hand that was covered in a purple aura appeared from the bathtub. The monkey itself looked out of the bathtub, but its appearance was already completely different. Its long black body was covered by a powerful purple aura. Just touching it was enough to break a piece of the bathtub. Many people, including the envious blonde-haired runt, were shocked and frightened at the sight of this monster. Peng was also surprised at the sight of what the monkey had turned into. However, he didn't give the appearance of being scared. The chief examiner, the chief observer, and the room watcher were surprised. The room watcher even took back what he had said about Pan on the first day and admitted that there was more than just words here. Pan was pleasantly surprised and smiled, for the system gave out that everything was successful, and it was now a bone monkey. This made Pan very happy. Pan rejoices greatly and believes that if his first experience was so successful, then, with his powers and system, he will be able to help absolutely all monsters. Everyone around him began to feel the monkey and marveled at how much it had grown, becoming strong and powerful. Pan's results shocked everyone. The chief observer informs the chief examiner that it is most likely a new monster that has not been learned before, as well as a rare type. This truly pleases the chief examiner. He is shocked at such a high result, however, coy what he is interested in. The chief examiner reports that the most valuable thing in this situation is not the monster, but the person who was able to raise it from a sick ape. Peng brags to the chief examiner about what he managed to do with the sick red monkey. The chief examiner also rejoices and agrees with Peng, saying that he justified the result he showed in the written exam. Afterward, the dragon takes Pan by his jacket and also tries to say something. However, it comes out weakly, and he only succeeds, "Oh." Pan tells the monkey that he has evolved and is now much cooler and stronger, and has conquered all his diseases. The main observer remembers in his thoughts that usually the monster that someone from the trainers has raised is given to them. However, in this case, he decides to take the monkey away from Pan, as it is a very marvelous and expensive specimen. However, the chief examiner says he notices that the monkey has become attached to Pan, and now this monkey belongs to him. This news comes as a great shock to the main observer and the observer behind the camera. Also shocked is Peng himself, who out of shock decided to ask again if he was definitely his, and if the chief examiner was wrong about what he had just said. The chief examiner confirms the monkey's transfer to Pan, but notes that there is no data on its characteristics, so Pan has to find them out for himself. The chief examiner also adds that he has clearly evolved well and accurately, so Pan should not be paid for the resources he has expended. However, Pan realizes in his thoughts that everything is not just like that, and he has not just evolved and also reached the perfect level. Peng also points out that if he's at that level right away now, at level 20, he'll already be a captain rank, and on top of all that, the ape has a rare species, the undead. A camera tracker appears behind Pan and says that this monkey has become very attached to Pan. However, if he wants, he can have it for himself. However, all their conversations are interrupted by the chief observer, who says that this is not according to the rules, addressing the chief examiner. The main tracker, with a sweaty face, says that the rules say that the monkey should be returned to the association and questions whether to give it to Pan. Blondie says that it's not right at all, and the monkey is threatening everyone's life here and needs to be destroyed immediately. He is also supported by the chief observer, who says that the average high school student could not have achieved such a result. With great anger on his face, the blonde-haired short man pokes his fingers at Pan and yells about how he's fooled us all and should be expelled. However, this whole scene does not inspire confidence in the chief examiner. He says that he does not understand at what point this schoolboy could have tricked them and pulled such a trick. The main observer, as always, once again beats his forehead against one thing, saying that this guy is too young for such accomplishments. The chief observer pointed at Pan, speaking, and suggested that he had used a secret method, but he had no real knowledge. The chief examiner is unimpressed by the observer's stories, considering them to be bizarre nonsense. He thinks it is foolish to invalidate Pan's results. The main observer is completely blown away. He says that everything is so, and the certificate should be issued only to true professionals. However, all the chief observer's words elicited only a single laugh from the chief examiner. The chief examiner could not hold back his laughter, thinking the story is silly. The observer says that Peng should show his ability. Peng talks about how he came here to get his coaching certification, not to prove anything to anyone here. Pan mocks the arguments of the chief observer and the blonde-haired short man, which causes him to become extremely angry. He is addressing the observer and saying that just because he got a miracle that others didn't, doesn't mean he is a liar and a fraud. Tracy Peng makes the point that if anyone here lacks skills, they'd better keep their mouths shut and not try to slander anyone. Trailing off, Pan adds that if he suspects someone of cheating when he himself has failed, he's just pathetic. Pan explained that the name monkey and has the word river in it. It doesn't mean they have anything to do with water, they just lived near a river as a child. Tracy Pan adds that whoever decided that because of the word river in the name, the monkey has the attributes of water, then he is just an idiot. He also adds that the idiots are all those who previously gave him a bunch of resources filled with water, which caused the monkey to get sick. The blonde-haired short man also jumps into the dialogue, saying that the monkey's weakness is in materials made of wood. The chief examiner interrupts the blonde-haired short man, saying that he is right, of course, but recent studies have revealed that the truly harmful attribute to them is a different attribute altogether. Peng also talks about how this horrible attribute wasn't just in her, but quickly developed through her body, reaching as far as her bone marrow, causing him to have to use specific treatment on the monkey. Trailing off, Pan recounts a lot of information from his experiments and the process of treating the dog, which truly surprises everyone present. This dialogue and Pan's story surprises the chief examiner even more, and in return for such experiments and Pan's intelligence, he decides to give him an intermediate-level certificate instead of an elementary one. The examiner says that, of course, he cannot issue a certificate, but he will refer Pan to a lab where he can get a certificate. The chief examiner addresses the dwarf and the chief observer, saying that they seem to think he is incapable of identifying a liar. The chief examiner wants to know who suggested destroying the monkey and why the monster remains if it is impractical to breed it. The candidates notice the lies in the words of the watcher and the short man, suspecting that they are leaking Pan on purpose. The tracker raises his hand, ready to witness he knows how the monkey got to the exam. The camera tracker tells us that the head watcher was bribed by the blonde short guy's father, so he brought in a monkey and spoofed Pan's number to a 10th. The chief examiner intends to disqualify the blonde-haired runt from taking the exam for 10 years, and the chief monitor is set to be fired today. The rest of the candidates began to agree with the chief examiner's decision. They are afraid that someday it will be used against them as well. Following this, the chief examiner suggests that Pan go to his office and sit down to talk over a cup of tea. Next, the chief examiner says he'd like to ask Pan for a favor, which surprises him. The events of the manga take us outside, with a satisfied Pan standing in the city and looking at the intermediate-level certificate and being very happy to receive it. Peng named the monkey Bu-chan. Appreciating its strange appearance, he realizes that the certificate will give him a bonus when applying to college. He also keeps in mind that with such talent and ability, he can start going down the road of coaching and get an elite monster and lots of money. Presenting the ID card on the bus, Peng realizes that with it, he has access to the best universities. In addition, he has established a good relationship with the examiner. The events of our manga take us back to the day of the observer controversy, the day the chief examiner called Pan into his office and offered to be the person to represent their city in the world tournament. The chief examiner reports that their town has not taken prizes at the tournament in several years, much to the dismay of the association. Therefore, the chief examiner wishes Pan to try out for this tournament because there are no age restrictions and so on that would prevent him from participating. The chief examiner also says that from his point of view, a young and talented person like Peng has many chances to win. However, Pan does not immediately express his desire to participate in the tournament, which upsets the chief examiner, and the latter says that it is a pity that the reward of 10,000 credits does not motivate Pan to participate. Upon hearing the reward of 10,000 credits, Peng jumped up from his seat and even interrupted the examiner who only wanted to say something. Peng dispels all thoughts of the examiner's bad thoughts and says that he is happy to participate. Our hero and his new pet, Bu Chan, are going somewhere on public transportation. He thinks about the difficulties of the tournament. Driving around town, locals on public transportation discuss Pan's pet with bones showing. One passerby even decides to touch Bu Chan right on public transportation, for he has become interested in the type of undead. Suddenly, a red web released by Bu Chan wrapped around the man, freezing him captive while Peng pondered the 10,000 credits. Peng explains to Bu Chan that they should go to the tournament to make money, especially with having a second pet and needing more food. Pan decides that he is young and ready to make an effort for future well-being, confident in his attractiveness and optimistic. The locals on public transportation were discussing the fact that this monster listens to the guy even when he didn't sign a bloody contract with him, and in general, they were shocked to see how their town got such a talent. On the way, Peng decides to go with Bu Chan first to Tang Tang's place. Since he left his first pet there, he should go get it. However, in the moment, Bu Chan pushes his owner in the person of Peng right into the bushes with a sharp arm punch. In this way, Bu Chang protected Peng from a sudden attack from behind, which Bu Chang noticed. This caused Peng to feel a pleasant sense of joy, because just now, Bu Chang had tried to protect him from a surprise attack that could be from the back. However, right after that, Pan shows his hand to stop and tells him not to worry. Peng walks over to the one who almost launched an attack on him and shows Bu Chan, calling out the name and saying it's Da Zi. However, immediately afterward, Pan is overwhelmed with shock. He doesn't understand how his pet became so fat. As he follows, he notices Tang Tang coming from behind, who greets Peng and talks about how they decided to meet him early. However, right after the greeting, Peng starts pointing at Da Zi and talks about what happened to him. However, Tang Tang reports with a cute smile in his eyes that he now looks satiated, as he ate absolutely everything Tang Tang gave him. Tan Tan states that he looked very thin and weak and she decided to fatten him up. However, at the sight of Dazi, Bu Chang got into a beautiful stance and chortled caustically. Tang Tang strokes Peng and talks about how he'd rather talk to him about the exam and how it went. Peng tells the lovely Tang Tang how his exam went, giving all the details about the sick Bu Chan and how he commandeered the intermediate level certificate. Peng also talks about how he got Bu Chang and that he is very grateful to the chief examiner for that. However, what shocked Tang Tang the most was the fact that Peng had taken possession of an intermediate level certificate. Tan Tan is happy for Peng and talks about how he is growing up very fast before her eyes, and it's nothing short of heartwarming. Trailing off, Tang Tang asks Peng if he knows why the coaching profession is so highly regarded, and afterward talks about how the whole point is to control extraterrestrial beings. Later, Tang Tang also narrated a secret technique that can transfer all the damage received by the owner to his pet. At home, Pan learns that as the pet is pumped, its strength and energy grows, which the owner can use in symbiosis with it. Peng shared that after learning this technique, he felt as if he and Da Zi were connected by an invisible thread. Afterward, Peng also shares that Sister Tang Tang, after their dialogue, handed him a very valuable and interesting thing. Peng is still surprised by the fatness of his pet Da Zi and thinks about nicknaming him Purple Piggy, but the latter isn't thrilled with the idea. Peng has also trained Bu Chan in household chores, and now asks him for various things as needed, such as now, to fetch a mirror. Peng puts a mirror in front of Da Zi and points it out to him, saying how very fat he is, and the latter really notices it. Datsu pretends to be dead, but Peng insists on exercising so he can start pumping him up in a few days. Peng, in his head, is already imagining how he's going to ride the pumped-up Da-Zi. However, the latter is fat, even in his thoughts, which also pisses Peng off. The next day, somewhere in the city, Peng holds a meeting with Tang Tang, arriving immediately apologizing if he was delayed. She also talks about how since Peng got an intermediate-level certificate, he can help Tang Tang with something. Tang Tang shared that not too long ago she invested in a monster-related company and started working, but she was cheated by her partner, and after that he cheated Tang Tang and took all the money and trainers and walked off into the sunset. Pan immediately begins to analyze the area, noticing that this is the center of the city, and real estate here is worth a lot of money. Tan says things used to be going well and they could afford such rentals, but when the money was stolen and the coaches left, things went downhill. Tang Tang asks Peng to hurry up, and he in turn notices that she is acting very strange. Tan says the company is on the 3rd floor, and she is willing to offer Peng the best terms in the market, and 20 shares in the company. While they go to the 3rd floor where the company is located, Tan explains to Peng that the job is not difficult and it will not affect his studies. He can come when he is free. She explains that she chose Pan consciously, valuing quality more than quantity of trainers, despite being able to take 2. Peng is surprised at the huge amount of different similarities that are happening. First the secret techniques and things, now the workplace. If there was someone else in Tang Tang's place, Peng would suspect something amiss. He also mentions that ever since losing his parents, Tang Tang is the only one who cares for Peng, so he has no thoughts of her betraying him. Peng decides that if anyone in this life can be trusted, it's Tang Tang. Even if it doesn't work out to fulfill everything, he will definitely do his best to make it succeed. Tang Tang turns to Peng and talks about how he will definitely like it in their office. Tang Tang will reflect in her thoughts that Peng is not very attentive. She was worried that he would notice something. Coming out of the elevator, a girl with purple curls and a cute face runs to meet her. She greets Tang Tang. Tang Tang introduces this girl, calling her Xuan, and also saying that she works here as a secretary. Tang Tang leaves the situation to Xuan and says that it's up to her to show Peng the rest of what's available, and Tang Tang leaves. Wan keeps his wits about him, and with a smile on his face, he offers to let Peng fill in his information about him. Huan reached the point about his certificate, and seeing the intermediate level, thought that he was just another Mojore who had bought it for himself with a bribe. Peng himself pondered how he could help Tang Tang Company. His unique and precise methods of animal evolution would help develop the company. Also, Peng is also thinking about the salary. His knowledge is much higher and more efficient. Then the salary should also be 3 times higher than ordinary coaches. While Peng was in contemplation, Xuan had already prepared and filled out all of his documents and later returned them to him. However, Xuan stopped at the point of Peng's bet and asks if he is confident in such a high bet, because he is still young and has very little experience. However, Pan doesn't understand at all what she means by saying such words to Pan. Right during their dialogue, the room opens abruptly and a certain man appears from there, who starts shouting from the get-go that if Peng is demanding that kind of money for his work, he should prove himself worth the money. The man runs up to Pan and pointing his finger at him, he talks about how if Pan cures his beast, he will pay not 3 times, but 10 times as much. A man offers to pay 3 times what he should pay for his pet's treatment. Pan states that this is his first job, and he is willing to do everything quickly, well, and base price. When asked by the manly man's client if he can cure his beast, Pan replies that he needs to see what condition his pet is in. Holding the box in his hands, the man declares that he is ready to trust Pan and informs him that his baby girl is already here. Opening the box, he reveals a small animal that is bleeding, which causes Zhuan to be shocked. Thanks to his abilities, Peng had already seen what the problem was. These were just ordinary base wounds. However then, in the system windows, Pan notices the information that the beast urgently needs evolution. It's important at the life level. Pan screams and asks her owner what she ate before she got so sick. The man claims that he fed her a bloody jade mushroom, as he wanted to speed up her evolution in this way. A man begs Pan to cure his pet, and by his analysis, we can tell that the mouse is already at the evolutionary stage, but internal conflicts are getting in the way. Pan uses the system windows to identify everything he needs for treatment and asks for it to be brought here urgently for treatment. Pang tells the client that the entire treatment plan and the treatment itself is, of course, his responsibility, but that he will have to pay for the treatment materials himself. Pan looks at this little beast and tells him that he will be okay with him and can evolve with him. After getting the critter, all the necessary materials, and everyone into the operating room, Pan puts on cool gloves and goggles and creates the image of a super doctor. However, Xuan and the customer look at Peng very much surprised. They are shocked and asks if this is his unique way of treatment. Meanwhile, Pan himself took the animal in his hands, laid it on a plank, and in his other hand took a knife and held it close to him. In front of the owner, he took his animal in his hands and threw it into a small pot of soup. By such actions, he caused the shock and anger of the owner, who rushed with all his might to save his animal. However, the one in all likelihood felt great, and Pan was only spooning it into the pot, creating turnovers. Showing the beast owner the spectacle of Pan sending his beast to bathe in soup, it shocked the owner and created an aura of death around him. However, what was his intense surprise when he saw his beastie getting high and enjoying himself while lying in the soup. However, even this fact does not make the owner happy. He still suspects that something wrong is going on, but Pan reassures him and asks him to wait another 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the customer asks when everything will be ready. In his opinion, the monster is already dead, but Pan informs that it will be ready soon. Exactly 10 minutes later, the lid comes off. The customer and Pan look into the pot, where there is no soup, but only the customer's whole and healthy animal sleeping. In just a second, this beast began to move at lightning speed across the room and wreck everything. But the customer was very happy that his beast was not just intact, but also evolved. Pan informs the client that his beast is now the perfect type, and if trained, he can reach the rank of captain. The client apologizes to Pan for previously doubting his treatment options, thanking Pan for helping him treat his pet. However, Peng declares that no thanks are needed and the client should just pay the bill, and afterward, Peng holds out the entire score for his services. Peng then hands Xuan another list and asks that these materials be sent to his home and the cost deducted from his paycheck, to which she willingly agrees. The client states that he has another pet, and if he can make an appointment with Pan tomorrow, but Pan himself doesn't make any effort to willingly answer that. The customer is immediately reminded again that price is not a problem for him, and if anything, he is willing to pay triple the price. Pan states that it's not about money. The problem is that he has a class tomorrow. This shocks the client. He asks if Pan is studying in some association or if he already teaches his courses. However, Pan pathetically throws his jacket behind his back with his hand and talks about being a regular high school student, a third grader in high school, and then walks out the door. The client and Xuan were shocked with Pan's behavior and wondered what kind of schoolboys went to their time, and also Xuan tells that Tame asked her to fire all the coaches and appoint him at a huge price, and also asked her to keep it all a secret from himself. Meanwhile, Tang was sitting on a sofa in an unknown location, and while sipping her wine, she was twirling a quality rare core in her hands. She then asked her pet if it knew where to take it, but without waiting for an answer, she threw it right out the window. From her window, it flew straight into the open window of Peng's apartment and flew into one of the rooms where Dazi was. Dazi immediately notices this cannonball that fell right in front of him on the floor. Dazi, without any thoughts, as always, grabs it with his mouth and starts to eat it, and Bachan's monkey has no time to stop him in front of such a delicious target. Going home, Peng bought food on the way, and going home, he analyzed his budget, figuring out that he would be able to live on the amount of 15 credits he had for about a month. The client and Xuan are shocked by Peng's behavior, who makes unexpected decisions as a young man, and Tang offers him a high-paying position. However, in a moment he hears a loud voice and sees smoke from behind the window of his apartment approaching it. He realizes it's Bu Chan's voice. With all his legs, he heads straight for his apartment, running as if at the speed of light. Running home, abruptly opening the door. After his entrance into the apartment, he notices Dazi rolling around on the floor in pain with tears. Pan immediately views what is happening, and it comes as a shock to him that the process of evolution itself has begun. However, how is a mystery to our hero. Pan, meanwhile, just stands there and watches it all as he realizes that the process of evolution has begun and there is little he can do to help. A passing Tang walked into the apartment as well, and all of Peng's questions immediately fell away. He directly asked her if she had accidentally given Dazi the core. Upon receiving a positive response from her, he immediately began to half cry, asking her what she had gotten in for, where she got the core from, and in general, why. She immediately explained her actions by saying that she really wanted to help, but such an expensive gift Peng wouldn't accept, so she acted differently. In fact, Tan admitted that she came by to give back the bags of food that Peng had dropped on the street on her way home. Walking away towards the door, she said that he had worked long hours to buy those groceries, and you can't just throw money away like that. However, without waiting for a reply, she said something about having to go, having a lot to do, and generally being ultra busy, and immediately closed the door and went. After she leaves, Peng immediately starts cursing at Dazi because he has started eating everything again, and he is generally very insatiable. Peng decides that he needs to finish with Dazi's evolution and starts looking through the packets for one of the flowers to use in this evolution. Peng decides to shatter the flower, believing it will help in Dazi's evolution and free him from his suffering based on the information from the system. However, after Dazi drank what Peng made from this flower, his body began to glow, and his condition either improved or worsened. A huge bright light made the entire apartment abruptly light up, and Dazi appeared in a new appearance, strong, handsome, big, and powerful. Peng looks through the system to see what happened. His hunch confirmed, Dazi had a successful evolution and became a superior class. However, right after that, the huge Dazi spat on the floor and collapsed without strength. Buchan's face expressed fear after Dazi, but Peng reassured him, saying that everything was fine. Only the pet was tired after using his powers. Peng said he didn't expect a monkey in that guise to be so kind, and afterward gave Bachan a bowl of soup and offered to taste it, saying he had cooked it. Bachan drank the soup that Peng held out to him, and it was obvious from his facial expression that he even liked it. Peng explains to Bachan about how he, like Datsu, has recently undergone evolution, and now they both need energy and to eat often to become very strong for further development. Dazi woke up after a while, but by the time he was awake, Bachang and Peng were already lying down and finishing their third dream. Dazi took a blanket and climbed up to Peng and covered himself with it, but from the kitchen window, Tang could see him looking at this and thinking that he should rest well now, because Tang had decided to do everything to make him grow up quickly. The events of the manga throws us into some principal's office at a school, where some older man is yelling at another man, saying there will never be monsters in his school. Direct yells at the man, stating that there will be no prep or training here, and this is a school. The safety of the children here comes first. A certain man begins to tell the director that in peacetime they are just children, but now it is quite possible that they may need to take up arms and defend their country in the future. The director is shocked that the situation is so dire, and the man opposite states that even though technology around the world is advancing very quickly, it's still not enough. The man tells the director that it may come at a time when their weapons will not be able to withstand the rapid evolution of aggressive animals, and then there will be no more time to prepare. Coming to his school, our hero immediately faced with the fact that now he is asked everywhere if he really got a certificate of this level. His classmates with sparks in their eyes show him the newspaper, where it is printed about how a schoolboy from their town achieved such rapid success. Everyone gathers around Pan, and he himself blushes at such strong and harsh attention to himself. One of Pan's classmates approaches him and states that he has one presumptuous request. He shocks his classmate by telling him that if his request is indeed presumptuous, he'd better keep it to himself. However, their dialogues are taken up by a teacher who comes up from behind and interrupts their communication. The teacher interrupts everyone, calling attention to herself. She says that their lives will change from this moment on. Now all students will take lessons related to monsters, and learning how to use them has become part of the program. The teacher also continues by reporting the fact that this will now be everywhere. The state recently made such a decision due to the possible danger of an attack. The teacher also immediately informs that students can now choose their own areas of study war with monsters and start learning tomorrow additionally. For this, they need to apply after class. Such a feeling expectedly raised a huge fuss. No one could have expected such a thing at all. All the students started discussing a possible war. Immediately after his announcements, the teacher calls out to Pan, saying they need to step back and talk in person. The teacher says that Peng has reached great heights, visible to everyone in the city, and asks him to speak to the students of the 7th school presenting tomorrow. Pan tries to shrug it off, saying he doesn't really like being the center of attention, and asks the teacher to look for someone more suitable for the position. Trailing off, without hearing an answer from the teacher, he interrupted her and immediately asked her if he could start training to become a specialty combat trainer. However, the teacher tries to discourage Pan a bit, saying that his eagerness is commendable, but he is in a big hurry. The teacher explains to Pan that he has a good certificate, as well as a high academic record. Meanwhile, outside, security is bringing in a monster behind the chains for an anticipated performance in front of the students today. Peng, meanwhile, thanks his teacher for taking care of him, but he also says that despite her pleas and excuses, he really wants to become a martial arts trainer. Peng explains his decision, that it is by becoming a real combat trainer that he will be able to become stronger and smarter, and theory alone will not help him in this. The teacher did not discourage Peng again, but accepted his decision and wished him success. Peng thanked the teacher for understanding and bowed. In the afternoon, all those who want to qualify for the military coach gathered together in one place near the school. In the local crowd, Peng hears a welcoming voice and notices his friend Tang Qian waving hello to him. Tang Qian tries to pester Peng, marveling at his high grades, but gets the same question in response. Tang Qian explains to Peng that his favorite anime as a child was Pokemon, so now becoming a combat trainer he wants to feel like an anime hero. However, Pan ignores his story and advises him to go to the nearest gym on the next street if he wants to get strong so badly. Huge armored tanks drive by nearby, and the crowd that came to the screening takes notice, greatly surprised at how huge they are. A cute girl standing at the podium where the selection is taking place calls out to some man and also calls him Colonel. He is a huge man with a great physical shape and a military cap. One look from this colonel instructor was enough to make Peng's friend Tang Qian almost faint. Without any cheers, the colonel begins his speech by praising everyone here, saying that they are good for having the strength to come here. However, he also says that it is not enough to be a coach. Raising his fist, he screams and begins to explain to everyone around him that they are just cowardly macaroni who will shit themselves the moment they see a serious beast. Such harsh statements of the colonel provoke the anger of the crowd. They begin to shout back that according to the colonel they have never seen monsters, and this is a mistake. They are not afraid of anything. Grinning at the words the colonel heard in response, he called his aides over and urged them to release the monster they had brought with them for demonstration. The colonel takes the leash of a huge monster that his aides have brought in. Following this, the aide informs the colonel that the 10-centimeter wall with armor has been put up. After setting up the wall, the assistant releases the large evil monster and tells it to run straight ahead, where there is a huge armored wall in front of it. The monster sprints to the wall in a couple seconds, and using only one swipe of his paw, he rips and punches through that wall. This causes a huge shock to the crowd, which is what the colonel was counting on, coming up with such an idea to scare everyone. Pan is also in shock. He can't believe that such a thick piece of metal can be broken with a single paw strike. The colonel asks everyone to watch carefully and tells them that the beasts they will have to fight will be as great a force, if not greater. The colonel insists this is the last chance for many, urging those who want to leave to do so immediately, for there is little time left. Pan sadly notices a lot of people leaving the place, causing him to feel sad. He didn't expect such a massive leak. The colonel tells all those who are leaving to raise their heads and walk proudly. He says that there is nothing wrong with it, they have done nothing wrong, and study is a great way out in their case. He also adds that they are not deserters, but those who made a rational choice to study rather than go to war. The colonel, changing his facial expression to evil, declares that the remaining have forfeited the right to retreat and must go through all the trials. He does not tolerate weaklings. Next, they say what they have understood, but the colonel immediately begins to shout for them to speak louder and clearer, which makes them shout once again that they have understood. Coming home, Pan falls on the couch that he is mentally exhausted. He no longer has the strength, although he was prepared for this, but did not know that it would be so serious. However, all of Pan's thoughts are interrupted by his monster pets, who say that they are very hungry in Pan's absence and want to eat. While preparing the food, Peng ponders the words of the colonel, who said about only 1,200 students from all over the city remaining at the end of the month. Pan realizes that this is a huge seat reduction factor, and he should try harder. After opening the food crates in order to feed Dazi and Buchan, Peng is shocked to find that his crate has run out of food. Pan also starts trudging through the fridge and everything he sees. He doesn't realize where his pet food has gone. Peng runs into the room and talks about who ate it, but Dazi immediately declares confidently that it was all Buchan's shenanigans and points at him. Peng promises Buchan to provide food if necessary, realizing his underestimation of the pet's appetite. Afterward, Peng uses the system to see how much more Buchan needs to eat, and sees that they've almost gone over the limit. Peng realizes that it costs 1,500 coins a day to feed Buchan, which will help him evolve soon, but he is frightened by the possibility of food shortages. After Peng also analyzes the condition of Dazi, who in turn requires 200 coins worth of food per day. After a while walking down the street, Pan notices something strange across the street from him. This is an oddity in that several people's pets went out of normal control at once and started clinging to each other, and one even climbed a tree. Trailing off, Pan notices a huge pig at the main entrance by the school, as well as a girl standing nervously nearby, looking at it all. Pan sweetly asks her what's going on and asks if she needs help, but she is only more frightened and falls into shock in due time. She tells Pan that her pet has changed from a little piggy to a huge animal that devours food by the mountains. Here, another man in uniform approaches them, and Pan addresses him as a coach. Afterward, rather nervously, Pan and this girl explain the situation to the man, talking about how this huge, cute piggy blocked the entrance by lying here. A dog is standing next to him, and apparently he addresses it, calling it Yin, and saying that he is leaving this task to her. The dog that the uniformed man had summoned began barking at the huge pig and emitting a dark aura around him. This gave the piggy a shock, and she began to back away trembling. The man in uniform says that apparently the play is over and suggests that we start practicing right away. The humans are lined up in rows on the grass, and the man who is training them starts talking about how they may have whole squads of beasts in the future, so they should train to control the monsters. The teacher began to talk about how the beast can be very strong, but if it does not obey you, it becomes completely useless, and vice versa, it can only hinder you. The teacher recalled the case of the huge pig on the road, warning of the potential danger to all. The teacher says that it is required to establish a relationship with the monster, then it is worth understanding the preferences in order to establish a relationship with the monster in the future. The teacher talked about his moonwolf, how he cared for him, fed him, played and slept next to him to strengthen the bond. The teacher shocked everyone by explaining that the moonwolf was not born with the ability to punch through walls, but had achieved it as a result of many training sessions. The teacher explains to everyone that the correct methods of training an animal develops new qualities in it. For example, the wolf has grown extra teeth. Afterward, the teacher asks his assistant in the person of Old Man Lee to help him, and ask his beast to demonstrate its abilities. He asks all students to pay attention and talks about how all training affects the beast individually. After Old Lee throws a stone into the air, and in a second his beast grabs that stone right in flight and splits it with its teeth. The teacher also explains that there are 5 types in total: attacking, defending, supporting, healing, and controlling. Sometimes it happens that a monster allows itself to belong to 2 types at once. He gives the example of the vine monster and says that there is at once a defensive and controlling type, but the cool trainers allow themselves to develop in it an attacking type. Afterwards, the teacher says that this theory is enough for the moment, adding that now we can move on to practice. Also, the teacher says that there is no need to worry about the educational literature, they have prepared it a long time ago. The teacher allows the students to take materials to develop their monsters, and Peng ponders what type of development to choose for Da Zi. Peng decides that since he has already learned steam techniques from Tang Tang, then he had better train Da Zi into a protective type. However, Peng does not yet understand exactly how. Peng also points out that the study literature is moved by monkeys quite small. Most likely a power type is developed in them. Pan immediately recalls reading about different monsters in libraries earlier and remembers that there was even mention of their species. Peng recalls that monkeys are trained to attack trees to move to rocks in the future and create wounds to make their skin stronger. Peng realizes that such monkeys won't even break from falling off the cliff because their entire body is terrifyingly strong. Peng decides to develop a protective type of similar structure in Da Zi, and so Peng goes and gets the right materials to create the protective type. Interrupting Da Zi's rest, who was lounging in the sun, Peng informs him that he has found a good way for Da Zi to train, but he will also have to try hard. Peng brings an iron tool and shows it to Da Zi. However, Peng decides to finish Da Zi off by telling him that if you bleed sweat, you won't have to bleed later. This all scares Da Zi. He starts running away, and Peng with a huge hammer starts running after him, catching up and asking why he's even leaving. Peng eventually gets to Da Zi, who is very tired. However, the iron caused Peng's fingers to hurt a bit. A week later, from that moment, at 7 in the morning sharp, the alarm clock in Pan's house goes off, but Pan himself turns it off with his hand. As there is no training today, he decides to take his time and sleep some more. However, this does not happen. Da Zi, using the ball, throws it at Peng's door, wakes him up, and when he comes out, he asks him to urgently feed him. Sleepy Pan cooks pancakes, flipping them, and ponders why it helps in evolution that he helps them while he suffers the most. Following this, Peng rejoices as the system windows show that thanks to the good nutrition, both beasts have reached a new level, with Da Zi reaching level 10. Peng is both happy and crying at the same time, because half of his salary went to buy food for Buchan, and in training with Da Tzu, he almost broke all the bones in his hands. Buchang slips the phone to Peng. Liu Sunlin from Blue Shield calls, offering him something important. He suggests that Pan discuss some very lucrative business he says he has, but at this point only scares Pan with his words. The manga takes us to an office where Peng meets Liu Sunlin, who greets him by extending his hand. The man in question offers Pan a position as a coaching consultant at their firm, and asks Pan to sit down to discuss the details. However, Pan is in no hurry to agree. He starts questioning the director about why, from all over the city, such a great company came to Pan. However, the principal in turn says that Mr. Peng is too modest and underestimates his real knowledge. The director explains that there are few good craftsmen employed by top firms in town, and Pan fits perfectly because of his time and skills. The director decides to choose Pan because of his young age and great prospects among everyone at the intermediate level. Pan agrees, but puts conditions on it. Being in school Monday through Friday, he will only be able to set aside time for urgent cases. Without listening to all the reasons, The director pulls out the contract and tells Pan that he agrees to all his terms, handing the contract with a pen into Pan's hands. As Pan begins to read the contract, he realizes that this is real gold because there is a lot of money involved for basic treatment. Pan does not hesitate to sign this contract because it is very favorable and, most importantly, very beneficial financially to Pan. During their dialogue and the signing of the contract, a secretary enters the office and says that a certain Mr. has already arrived here. The director decides to bow out and informs them that the contract has gone well and he has great faith in a successful collaboration between the two. The principal confirmed the contract, but is surprised by the school's choice of a high schooler and the high pay compared to other coaches. However, Ping is still working with Tang Tang and is now fulfilling an order with her company, where he is reviewing the second animal of his first client. This animal turns out to be a flower fairy, which Pan scrutinizes and is shocked at how beautiful and cute she is. Pan begins to clarify with the client if he is sure he wants to start developing this particular fairy because she is very cute and beautiful right now. The customer mentions the upcoming King of Flowers contest, but Pan is confused because he remembers that it's just a flower contest. Pan marvels at the client's great good fortune, for not all of the plant mutated during the disaster, and to have such flowers is rare. Afterwards, the receptionist, worried, asks the client about the beauty contest, but he talks about the flower contest, expressing his desire to participate with his flower. He talks about how this flower is going to be his girlfriend in this competition, and he wants to improve it as much as he can by this point. Afterward, the client assures Pan that he is willing to pay any money for his flower to win first place in this contest. Pan, in turn, putting his hand on his heart, declares that everything will be taken care of and there is no reason to worry. After Pan reminds the client of the triple price rules, the receptionist is already here with a terminal in hand to greet the client. Pan calls up the secretary, lists the materials needed and asks her to bring them. She assures her that everything will be quick as the materials are already in stock. Quite quickly, all the necessary materials were on Pan's desk, which pleased him very much because it was indeed very fast. Following this, Peng chased the secretary out of the office, saying they were interfering with his work and needed to leave the office. However, the receptionist was shocked when she saw the client start peeping at Pan and his work and began to discourage him. Pan, with a look of horror on his face, prepared a syringe and brought it up to the flower, promising it wouldn't hurt, just one shot. The receptionist stopped the customer, explaining that it would be good for his pet sprout. After a while, Pan informed that they could enter the office. With apprehension and shock, they still opened the door and entered the office. The receptionist was thrilled to see a sprout that was 10 times larger and more beautiful, as was the client, who was shocked at how well it turned out. The customer began immediately hugging Pan and thanking him, and apologizing again for his strange behavior. But the events of the manga take us to some location in front of a girl and a huge monster wolf, and a girl who says she has failed again. There are also 3 guys standing there not too far away, complaining that nothing is working out, and coaching jobs are hard to find, and they'd rather give it all up. However, the girl had no such thoughts. She only thought about becoming the best at everything, and thought to herself that she would soon reach Gao Peng. Again, after this dialogue, the events of the manga are taken to a new location, most likely on the outskirts of some city, some obscure entities kicking a small animal. As it turns out, it's a horde of powerful spiders that grab all the critters in their path and turn them into their prey. Following this, we are shown an army of these same spiders running somewhere along the road in a pack in an unknown direction. Once again, the events of the manga are interrupted and we are taken to our hero Gao Peng, who has come to the store to buy more materials. However, what was Pan's surprise when the old man salesman answered him that the material he needed had run out. But Pan interrupted him by saying that this material was produced right near the city. How could it run out? The old man salesman gives Pan a clipboard with a message that due to a gang of spiders, supplies have been cut off and the army has been sent there. The old man tells us that there is another problem going on besides this. He heard that the spiders even killed a farmer who didn't manage to escape. Trailing off, the old man interrupts his dialogue with Pan, saying that more customers have come to see him and he has business to attend to. Pan begins to notice a strange sequence. First the military at the school, then the strange contract, now this. Afterward, Pan receives a call from the director of the firm where he works, and the latter tells the same news that the old man has just told him. Walk out of the store, a man runs to meet Peng, who addresses him Gao Peng and runs to meet him. This is rendered by the director of the branch office of the company where Pan works. He calls him into the office and shows him their small army of mantises. The director asks Pan to help pump these mantises, and if he succeeds, the reward will be very generous. Trailing off, Pan assures him that he will of course succeed and the director has nothing to worry about. The director sends Pan to inspect all the mantises. He in turn follows orders and does so. One of the assistants asks the headmaster if he can trust such a young schoolboy with the future of their army, and with his question, he angers the headmaster because he himself is not completely sure. The principal is watching all this from above. He ponders whether Gao Peng is definitely as capable as everyone describes him. Pan in turn calls for the assistants and the director, tells them which mantises to leave him, and lists a huge list of medicines and resources to bring to him urgently. The director urgently calls everyone to help Pan and bring all the things he just demanded. After a while, the headmaster was still watching Peng's actions with those mantises and concluded that Peng was very capable, for in 10 minutes he had prepared several warriors in the face of those mantises. The director of the company is pleased with such a quick result. He is pleasantly shocked at how young Gao Peng can make such successful evolutions, even though he is not even 20 years old. Pan is still working very fast all this time and in very short order to get it all done. Everyone is shocked at what kind of monsters Gao Peng creates from ordinary mantises. The production workers tell the director that Gao Peng has managed to make a superior class out of ordinary mantises. The director is also watching everything that is going on and rejoicing in the fact that he is not wrong about Gao Peng, and he can be trusted with a lot of things. After some time and help from companies, our hero is back to his goals and objectives. He is training Daji. Pan had a speed race for him today, and for a good score in the classics fed him the goodies he loves so much. Pan turns his attention to the other trainees talking about the park instead of training, causing him to look puzzled. Peng observes that in a coach training camp, the teacher only values productivity, sees the upside as it highlights those worthy of defending the country. However, in the moment, Pan is approached by a very tall, cute girl named Mu Taiying, who is surprised to see Pan here and asks if he trains his pet here too. At the sight of her, Pan realizes that if she were a man instead of a woman, she would clearly be in great demand among the opposite sex. Trailing off, this girl suggests that Pan team up with him, which makes him even more shocked and wonders what they're in it for. Mutin suggests that Pan pair up in future stages of training, as she hasn't found a suitable partner herself. Peng thinks that she looks like a normal student, but her speech is much more mature, and then Peng asks her where her pet is that she is training with. However, this answer confuses her greatly, and she asks Pan to wait a second. After snapping his fingers twice, Mu Tin summons his pet, a huge, unusual rhinoceros that is several times their size. Afterward, she introduces it in front of Pan, calling it Baby and talking about it being an iron rhinoceros. Peng and Dazi are shocked by what they just saw, and a little confused about her calling him Baby. However, Taiyin talks about how before she starts the collaboration, she wants to share the fact that her pet Lianzi, in the form of this rhino, is very timid. Tien complains that Lianzi is strong but morally weak and afraid to offend, so she focuses on defense. Pan realizes that teaming up with Taiyin is advantageous. Her beast is the perfect defender, and his is a strong attacker, creating a sword and shield combination. However, while Peng was thinking it over, Taiying began to think that nothing would work out in their alliance. She began to underestimate her strength, thinking that her Lianzi was not fit to be a protector. Already before Tien was about to leave, Pan stopped her and said that of course he would agree to an alliance with her and her pet Lianzi. Peng smiles and holds out his hand, announcing that they are now in an alliance. He's convinced that Lianzi would be better off with Taiying than the others on the team. This event makes Taiyin very happy. She is prohibitively happy that she was able to team up with Pan. The events of the manga take us to some dark forest, right into a war zone. In the forest, the director of the company and an unknown blonde woman are having a conversation. She expresses her joy at the director's arrival, to which he is surprised. The director tells her that in light of recent experiments, it has been revealed that these spiders are very afraid of fire. However, she in turn says that she has no way of defeating the spiders, as she is confident that the mantis squad from the director can handle everything. Meanwhile, near that spot in the battlefield, a certain general greets a few more military personnel. The general tells the military the spiders act in groups, collect food, and take it to the bases where it is eaten by the mother to give birth to new spiders. The general also says that all military personnel should realize that the mission is very serious and they will all be rewarded for it. The director and the girl and the military discuss the need to cooperate to avoid internal conflicts for the reward. However, the general reports over the device that the military should start the mission and the rear will cover them, and after the military gives the order to start firing for 3 hours. Fully charged tanks began shelling and firing according to coordinates from the commander. The results paid off, and the army managed to wound the spiders, who were once again on their way for prey. However, the director doesn't understand what the pathos speech was for if they still keep firing at targets. The fire did damage to the spiders, increasing the chances of mission success for the director and his squad, which pleased him. The girl does not understand why the general is talking about the risk. Their squad with the director has 8 captain-class mantis fighters, while the others have a maximum of 3. The director claims that his company is honest, but implies that others are hiding a lot of captain-class monsters from the public as well. However, at one point, the assistant directors begin to inform him that the mantises are acting very strangely, as if they are afraid of something, but at this point it is unknown what exactly is scaring them. The cause of their panic is a huge monkey that appeared on the path. It was as tall as a huge building, much taller than the trees. The principal immediately recognized the monster and shouted that everyone should run away. It was a level lord monster. According to the same principle, the lord of the dark forest in question is in front of them. The overlord shows clear aggression, shouting so loudly that the sound spreads through the forest as if signaling to the entire planet. A lot of people start screaming. The general gives the order to shoot, but there is no one to shoot because everyone panics and starts running away from the scene. The general realizes that it is useless to shout. His wars have previously fought with ordinary spiders. In front of them is the lord of the entire forest. He will not be defeated so easily. There is hope, however, as the protector of this county, a huge phoenix bird, appears in the sky. They start shouting joyfully, and the phoenix bird pounces on the monkey lord and starts attacking him. The huge monkey lord of the forest decides to retreat at the sight of the phoenix bird and its fiery attacks. The director reports nearing exhaustion of resources, but the general urges completion of the mission, emphasizing the limited assistance. There is also an elite detachment of troops. The general is not very happy about it. He says he doesn't understand why they came. They could have handled it themselves. The situation is critical. Urgent unification of efforts of all military units is required to prevent the threat. General calls for co-opting military units, detachments, government, and volunteers to gain the upper hand in the fight against spiders. The girls of the scout troop search for a lair of spiders, burning their webs with the help of their pets. A squad member expresses concern that the captain is wasting the monster's strength, saying that their energy will be depleted sooner than the spiders. The captain listens to and accepts the opinions of the squad members and rotates his groups to reduce the amount of energy they expend on all of this. The beautiful girls in the squad start using their pets and using their abilities and different techniques to attack the spiders. The main one in the squad, the captainess, has a cool pet that controls fire, making it easy to solve all issues with their enemies. With their new combined tactics, they achieved a high score and were able to burn 4 spiders at a time with a single attack, saving energy many times over. Immediately after that, the girls heard a sound like someone approaching. They start to think about it being another horde of spiders. The captain immediately runs in a straight line and tells his subordinates from the squad to run after him. They notice some squads still with shields fighting against the monster. It was an attack of spiders trying to break through the defenses made by the other squad. The spider's mother's strength does not match her class, which is surprising, and means she may have some weaknesses or vulnerabilities. The director encourages teaming up and attacking the mate spiders together, offering equal rewards to all for their combined efforts. Splitting into squads, they launched strong attacks, but the armor in front of her eyes was very strong. The headmaster shouted that it was worth increasing the attack force. One of the girl squad asks her captain that they should join the attack, thus helping in the attack on the main mother spiders. The captainess realizes that she and her squad should help in the attack and win. However, the captainess does not immediately decide to take such an action and risk. Also, the captainess talks about how she has some sort of bad feeling about it, like this spider has tremendous power. However, the director shouts that the defense near the eyes has been breached, you should press on and continue attacking. The captainess decides to help after all, and she decides to finish it off by launching her beast right into the spider. However, the attack goes very poorly. The girl realizes this and hesitates to jump onto the other units. A second after that, the huge spider starts screaming throughout the cave and even moaning. It savagely affects the ears of all those who were there. It's like it breaks a person's eardrums and destroys them from the inside out with ordinary sound. Holding his head, the director is shocked and wants to curse the cretin who said that this spider has no attacking abilities. However, the director becomes shocked. He notices right underneath the huge mother spiders a haloed ruler. The director realizes that this monster is at the peak of its captain rank capabilities. The director decides to retreat by jumping on the mantis. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers upstairs start discussing the fact that the operation is delayed, but they assure each other that the size of the operation is 5 hours, and it's only been 3, so everything is still super. The people left above begin to wonder and scream, for they notice an unidentified object above them. The general starts yelling for the military to urgently open fire on the target above as it is getting closer. However, it turns out to be the director on the mantis, who immediately started yelling to hold his fire because it's only him here. He landed, after which he immediately got dozens of questions from everyone about where everyone else was now. The principal, grabbing everyone around him, blurts out the question, "Why the hell did the government send us to a place where a captain-ranked spider-mate lived?" The general asks him to calm down and explain in more detail what is happening now in general. The director warns that the spider-mate became a lord and easily defeated everyone, even the strongest monsters of the army. The people from the government center were astonished and blushed in shame after learning about the spider womb's combat abilities that they had not been informed about. Another guy who was barely walking appeared from the bushes. He immediately got everyone else's attention. The guy tells the army man that after the spider-mate attacked, they tried to run away, the other spiders started chasing, and everyone scattered, hiding in the woods. The military begins to discuss their mistakes, deciding that they will need a huge amount of weapons and monsters for the next attack. However, the military decides that the prophets are definitely there. They prevented the womb from evolving to Lord, and even so, the main Lord and Lord of the Forest will not be able to tolerate the competition and destroy it himself. In the meantime, however, we are brought back to Peng and Datsu training to learn how to attack. Other pet owners notice Peng's tremendous progress and start pointing out Datsu to their pets and telling them that they should try to do the same. Pan, meanwhile, is already aware of the situation in the cave. From the company director, he also knows what happened and that there was an attempt to evolve to the Lord stage. Pan decides to accelerate the evolution of his pets to reach Lord status and have an advantage in the wilderness against monsters. Peng is sent to a neighboring city to take an additional test and become a highly qualified coach. Peng realized that without new material, Buchan's development was limited, causing problems for his further development. However, in the meantime, Dazi is doing well. He was able to reach level 13 and is actively developing further. This is also where Pan's partner, with whom they had previously agreed to work together, comes in. She brought a notebook with all the notes that Pan had told her. Using the notes, Pan plans to learn more about his partner's pet to come up with more effective techniques and ways to attack. Pan is amazed at how detailed she has described her pet, while she is amazed at his surprise at this detail. Pan tells her that she has nothing to worry about, as he was just surprised at her good approach to the case. Sirens in the park began broadcasting the message that all participants should report to the podium. There would be no open classes today. The head teacher announces that the first phase of training has been completed and is ready to move on to the next phase, after which they collect the results of the phase. Following this, the teacher at the podium starts calling out names one by one and talking about how they will be disqualified from teaching. Immediately afterward, there was an outcry from the crowd as to why exactly they were disqualified from training. The military strictly announced the disqualification of the participants, emphasizing that it had observed them and made the final decision. They started reprimanding one by one everyone who was there, and mentioning that, for example, one of them was on his phone instead of practicing. The military expelled the girl who slept through training, arguing that if she wanted to sleep, let her do it at her desk at school. The chief military officer warns that if they show laziness already in the first stage, there is no point in continuing. Expulsion awaits them. Also, the chief military officer informs that now the second stage begins, and the real battles begin, where practically knowledge will have to be applied in real combat against monsters. The military reminds participants that lives are on the line. You must train seriously, or else leave the place. However, it was not a disappointment for everyone. Some began to say that their beasts were the strongest, and they would definitely beat everyone. They began to fight and argue whose pet was stronger and would defeat the others, while those who were scared of the second stage were almost crying on the sidelines. The military man talks about everyone being broken into groups of 5, and each group will be followed by one instructor who will be with them the whole time. Several people immediately ran up to Pan and his partner and started talking about being on his team with him now. They all started fighting amongst themselves again and deciding who was tougher and definitely worthy of being on a team with Pan, who at one time wouldn't say who he'd take. Immediately after that, the chief martial artist ran up to Gao Peng and began to tell him, with a smile on his face, that he was already here. The head teacher introduces himself to Gao Peng and says that he will be an instructor in their private group and will help them with everything. Right after that, the head teacher pointed at the huge monster that was caged behind him and asked about someone wanting to be the first. Immediately afterward, the head teacher introduced a huge, strong bull of an opponent. Several people began to shake with fear, asking the head teacher to change the enemy monster because they had become too frightened. Next, the teacher points to a regular-sized dog, a large wolf-like dog, and says they can swap their opponent for him. Pan sees with the help of the system that it is a hyena and it is of a superior class posing a danger higher than a boar. To this, it is immune to all poisons. Peng realizes that you can't let their teacher replace the enemy monster, because that one will become more difficult. He decides to be the first to go to battle against the bull. The huge wild bull was immediately released against one Peng, and the latter ran at him with red eyes on his face. However, Peng stood still and only quietly said that Dazi could start the attack with his attack. The wild bull attacks Dazi, but he dodges the attack in response and quickly makes his way closer to the belly of the huge bull. Abruptly pushing himself off the ground, Dazi leaps up and with great speed flies his teeth right into the skin of this bull, thus biting it hard. This causes great pain to the wild bull. He screams and stomps his feet on the floor in pain, creating a huge ripple. Such a huge bite causes damage to the bull. The bull in turn becomes angry, unleashing a huge aura, and very much intimidates Dazi in this way. Several of Peng's group members have already started to run away, thus avoiding further, for they think that Dazi Peng has already lost to this huge bull. Analyzing their fight, Peng realizes that Dazi is not in a good position. However, there is one, but that Peng knows about. Peng notices with the system that the injury the bull got in the battle with him has gone from mild to severe. The bull is getting much worse. Peng talks about launching the poison into the bull through dazi, and the more the bull moves, the more the poison disperses through its body. Trailing off, Peng notices that the stage of his wounds has progressed to a severe wound, and the bull himself has taken pity on the small size and fallen to the ground without strength. Everyone standing there went into shock. They couldn't even imagine a battle like this. After all, Dazi was still holding Dazi up just a few seconds ago. The head teacher turns to everyone, explaining to them that the bull was defeated using the poison that Dazi had put in him by biting him. It was clear. Pan's teacher notes his progress, but advises him to familiarize himself with other attack options, as the same actions are not enough. Peng feeds Dazi, saying he did a good job, and the head teacher is startled by this and notices that Peng's centipede looks more like a dog. Later, the teacher and instructor of Pan's group informs that the bull can fight. Hence, he is waiting for someone who wants to be second in this stage. One of Pan's friends is confident that his pet will defeat the bull, but another objects, believing that only a slouching dog can defeat him. They start arguing with each other. The teacher interrupts their argument and says that they should stop because practice isn't over yet. Coming up against the bull is the Scorpion King, which is what one of the contestants named his pet who went to fight the bull. The guy who owns it yells to his pet to finish off this huge bull with one venomous attack. His owner starts laughing at the others and assures them that his Scorpion King is not the equal of this bull. He is much stronger. However, the pet owner's face becomes very shocked, for in a moment he notices his scorpion lying on the ground. Pan immediately interrupts everyone by saying that the scorpion was poisoned, thus causing its owner to be even more shocked. Pan's partner comes up to him and tells him that it's true, and his pet was indeed poisoned in the battle with the bull. She explains that the poison that Dazi injected into the bull is still traveling through his body. Hence, by biting the bull, he got that poison. Plus, she adds that not all pets that can inflict poison have protection against it. Though the scorpion's owner is embarrassed, he interjects to ask if he correctly understands that his pet has poisoned itself. The fat man who argued with him earlier starts laughing it off and bantering with the scorpion's owner. However, the latter in turn offers the fat man to show his pet in battle and prove his point with words. However, without waiting for an order, his dog runs straight at the bull and tries to attack him. His dog thought it was huge meat and starts running at him in an attempt to bite him, but the owner stops him. Meanwhile, Scorpion's owner tries to bring him to his senses, and Pan's partner approaches him with questions. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief is shocked that he's gotten exactly the kind of team he has to work with. The events of the manga return to Pan's house, where Bu-chan discovers an empty refrigerator in search of food. Peng turns to Bu-chan, explaining that he won't see the food if he pulls the refrigerator and the shelves of the house non-stop. Peng, while chatting with Bu-chan, hears a call. Maybe it's the association reporting that the right material is on sale. So it works out, Pan guesses, and the materials for Pan's order do arrive. On the phone, Pan is asked to pick them up and afterwards to check and make sure everything is correct. Peng, delighted with the arrival of the materials, shoes up to go to the store, the lack of which has slowed Bu-chan's evolution, disrupting Peng's plans. Pan leaves the house, and there he is already met by a certain pet, but it looks more like a delivery robot. Although it does not change the essence, Pan runs to him and greets him. Two disgruntled guys in the corner discuss that Pan buys expensive materials and is probably rich. They're watching him from the van. One of them tells the other that the time has come, and it must be done right today, however. What exactly it is, they don't mention. There's another guy who shows up asking these two if they're going to be burned. He also has some sort of small-sized pet sitting on his shoulder. One of the older guys beats him up and tells him to shut up, for there is nothing here. He keeps hitting him and screaming about how he is a lowlife. Only the strongest survive in this world, and if he can't handle it now, he will definitely die next. The main one of the guys says they'll try to negotiate with Pan or else give up the scheme. The older one backs him up by calling him the boss. In the evening, they wander the dingy city, discussing the poor condition of the neighborhood. and the need to hurry. The main one yells at the younger one about how the change in Pan's condition can help them, but he doesn't understand. The three stand at Pan's door, looking around to see if anyone is watching them, while the main man tries to break down the door. However, their attention is caught by Tang, who opened the door from behind and sleepily began to wonder what the three guys would do in the middle of the night. Two of them make excuses, talking about the darkness in the entryway preventing them from opening the door, while the third keeps trying to break down Pan's door. Tan is very sleepy and apparently believes their tall tales and starts to leave, covering her mouth with her hand and closing the door. However, one of them, the most important one, breaks away from breaking the door and grabs the door that Tang was closing. He stops her. He starts to ask Tan if she happens to have a glass of water because while they were trying to get into the apartment and her throat was dry. Tang also smiles strangely and interjects the question, "Drink?" Trailing off, folding her arms just below her chest, she tells them to come in. Why not give water to their neighbors? The two of them look around and grin achidically, eyeing each other like they're up to something. They begin to question Tan. Calling her sister, they ask how they can afford to repay Tan for her kindness. All three of them walk into Tan's apartment. Meanwhile, she heads to her room, still very sleepy. However, in a moment, one of these guys abruptly closes the door and cranks the security slot in the door so that it is closed. Tang, meanwhile, is very surprised by this. Bewildered, she starts to ask why he started to close the door to her apartment. However, one of them starts shaking their hands and talking about how it's very late and they don't want to disturb the neighbors at all. However, Tang interrupts him and says with a smile on her face that they shouldn't worry about it at all. She has already thought of everything. Smiling and leaning on her arm, she reassures them, telling them that the walls are covered with a special noise-absorbing material, so they need not worry. Staring at her, all three guys catch a huge shock and are scared out of their wits. They notice right behind Tang's back a huge monster protecting her, while she herself stands nicely and smiles. The chief among these guys starts yelling at Tang, calling her scum, and pulls a knife out of his pants and starts running at her, swinging the knife at Tang. However, Tang's hand is covered in a red aura, and she herself fends off that thief's attack, throwing his knife out of his hands. As a consequence of this sharp blow, the knife fell sharply out of the main guy's hand, thereby striking him himself and cutting his hand in the palm area. The second guy yells to the boss and gets scared, and the youngest guy pulls out his pet in the form of a porcupine and starts yelling for him to rush to the boss's aid. The porcupine jumps straight to the boss to help. However, right in the air, he is grabbed by the tongue of the huge pet Tan. Right after that, Tang's huge pet swallows this little beast who just a second ago wanted to help these guys' boss. Tang starts stroking his pet and asking him about the fact that he is once again eating everything indiscriminately without even looking to see what it is he is swallowing, and also laughing. But a certain creature, another one, appears in Tang's room and begins to immediately emit huge currents of air from its mere appearance, though it is quite small itself. Apparently, the chief thief took out a trump card from his sleeve, and it was this little beast, which the chief thief thought would be able to save them, and the beast itself looked more like a small dog. However, after a second, the thief's face changes to a shocked one. He doesn't understand how it is and shouts, "What?" The dog in question attacks Tan. However, the attack fails. This shocks the thief. There is nothing left on Tan herself, not even a scratch. All that happened was the strap on the shoulder of Tan's nightie ripped. Tang is about to explain to them what she just did, but says that they're too dumb to understand it, and she'd better show them everything in practice now because they have plenty of time. The events of the manga speed up, and all these thieves are already tied up sitting in Tan's apartment, and she reports it over the phone. The events of the manga take us forward. Our protagonist Pan and his group are once again in training. They are training against a certain small animal, and he causes a shock to all of them because he is very strong. This animal turns out to be a small, silent walker, Pan, with the help of the system, immediately discovers the fact that it has features, and he is surprised by the fact that this animal has a feature line, because before Pan has not seen anyone with such a line. Pan contemplates making this beast his third, because he is surprised by the factor that it has peculiarities, especially those related to speed and defense. Peng also talks about how the larvae of the Quiet Walker have the ability to survive in almost all conditions, from abnormal cold to equally abnormal heat. Pan also shared the fact that after the disaster, their abilities became even stronger, and they are immune to many attributes of other monsters. But Peng is stopped by the thought that such a beast will not be able to work as a team with Dazi and Bu-chan at all, because they have two different abilities, and he will not be able to help them in attack or defense, but only himself, and Peng needs a team player. Next, Pan watches the battle of his partner, whose huge rhinoceros monster destroys his opponent in a single blow of its horn on his nose. From what Lianzi shouts to her pet, Pan deduces that she's gotten many times stronger while she's been training with Pan here. However, while Peng was sitting in contemplation, he received a call from a manager from the director's company that he is contracted and working with. The director suggests Pan to come to their some kind of dinner where he and his friends will be. The director really wants to introduce Pan to his co-workers. Pan isn't immediately enticed by the offer. He doesn't see any strong pluses, but only realizes that the principal is some unusual kindness today. For Pan, it makes him more suspicious. Pan immediately realizes that it is likely that they are once again in great need of his services to create a new squad, for Pan is aware of all the news that has been going around and realizes that many squads have suffered heavy losses, if not critical. Pan starts to get a clue as to what is going on and tells the principal that he agrees to meet him at the school gate in an hour. The scene shifts to a car where the principal, Pan, and his daughter are driving somewhere. Pan apologizes for disturbing them, but the principal assures them that everything is fine. However, his daughter breaks his lie a bit and talks about how this is the second time this year that her dad, in the person of the principal, has come to pick her up at school. Before that, he only came for the 1st of September. The director in the car turns to Pan and says that he could help a certain Zhao Yu with her pet. Pan, meanwhile, watches the cat held by the principal's daughter. He is interested in such an unusual kind of pet. It's a catnip cat, familial type. It's very rare, as Pan says. Pan approaches this girl and talks about how she can approach Pan anytime during the weekend. These days, he is always in the workshop. The car stops, and the principal turns to his daughter, saying that she can get out and go home, but the principal himself still has things to do, as does Pan. Pan watches the girl, the principal's daughter, saying goodbye to him, wondering about the real purpose of their meeting, since they are just going to see friends. Trailing off, Pan begins to ask about his suspicions, but goes in from afar, wondering about who the principal's friends even are. However, the director gives a strange and ambiguous answer, saying that once they arrive, Pan will see and find out for himself. Upon arrival, the director points out to Pan some beautiful building up ahead and suggests they go there for further dialogue between them. Walking inside this building, Peng thinks that the director's friends are obviously not ordinary people, because the courtyard of the building looks very rich and beautiful. There are fountains and beautiful paths around. Afterward, they enter a room where the lights are on. There is a round table, several people are sitting, and the principal lets Pan pass. Pan begins to introduce all those sitting here with him. One of the guests is the captain of the women's squad who was in the cave that day. We've already met her. She greets Pan. The captain himself, clearly displeased, expresses his disappointment at the choice of principal, expecting to see a genius rather than a mere brat. Peng tensed up when he saw who was sitting at the tables. He immediately knows that not everything is for nothing, for he recognizes the faces of the captains of the hunting parties. Pan is terribly uncomfortable, and he immediately notices from their looks and attitudes that they are not going to trust any schoolboy with their thoughts and information, and are not eager to see him here. The principal just smiles sweetly and suggests that everyone start the meal. Since everyone is already gathered, we can begin. the Sky Squad captain, with a palpable aura, expresses his displeasure, noticing that Pan's face shows signs of displeasure. However, the cute girl, the captain of the women's squad, says that the captain of the Sky Squad will only scare Pan with such actions. She also says that he is just an ordinary student and might think the wrong thing. The director immediately starts apologizing, explaining that he didn't expect such a reaction without telling Pan about the meeting, and apologizes again. The captain of the Celestial Squad, upon hearing of Pan, changes to a joyful expression on his face, expressing his respect and joy at his presence. While everyone is drinking together, they decide to ask Pan various questions and perhaps seek his advice on various topics. The principal holds out a wine glass to Pan, apologizing for the suddenness, but Pan is surprised that he's being treated as an adult when he's just a student. Pan is not happy with everything. To these people, he is just like a valuable toy that fulfills their wishes. However, they clearly do not accept him as their own. Pan realizes he is being used, but decides to accept the current situation and play by the rules of those around him. The captain of the Celestial Squad addresses Pan and notes his outstanding knowledge and capabilities, though he is still young and straightforward. He also tells Pan that he has heard in his circles more than once that Pan has been called a legend of his time. Pan tries to refuse such praise, saying that it is not only his merit, and it is better for the captain of the Sky Squad to visit his company. The captain of the Sky Squad expresses his displeasure at how rudely Pan speaks, arguing that if he is the captain's friend, he is also Pan's friend, and should not meddle in the affairs of friends. Another person in the circle agrees with the captain of the Sky Squad, saying that it's disrespectful. Pan should be talking about himself, not some company. Another person thinks of Pan as just a small, stupid, and unreasonable brat who doesn't understand anything yet. The captain of the women's squad offers to help her friend's pets through Pan's knowledge, clearly trying to use his skills to her advantage. Pan walks away explaining that he is just a schoolboy and lacks skills. He realizes this is a lie and feels pressured. The director comes out also, and addressing Pan suggests him to wait, and now the director will arrange a car for him to go home. However, Pan refuses and shows his phone, saying that he has already called a cab in advance. No need to help him. A cab driver in a red car pulls up, Pan gets in, and drives off to his house from this meeting. People believed Pan's words and started discussing his shortcomings, thinking he was just an ordinary brat who was incapable of helping. However, the principal, smiling, turns to them and says that he had relied on their intelligence, but today they have disappointed him greatly. People turn around and leave, saying it's time to get back to the meal, and Pan turned out to be the usual eccentric kid who left. The captain of the Sky Squad approaches the principal, explaining that he just did a favor and helped get rid of the schoolboy as the principal wanted. The director assures the captain that the favor has been rendered in lieu of previous assistance, and they are now settling accounts. The captain of the Sky Squad conceives that Peng is too important to the director. He does his best to please him, ignoring the others. Meanwhile, Pan returns home where he is greeted by his pets. However, Pan himself is not in a very good mood as usual. Peng turns on the news, where they talk about the problems caused by the scientists' mistakes in Japan, which only exacerbates his mood. During the experiment, they made a serum. However, as it turned out after a time, this serum causes a medium level of injury and blood loss. Media outlets are warning of the effects of the serum, calling for it to be returned and compensated, as its effects have proven to be extremely dangerous. Peng, seeing the call from director Liu Sunlin, is perplexed, wondering the reason for his sudden call. A disgruntled Pan picks up the phone and asks about what the principal requires this time. The director began to apologize, admitting guilt at his failure to warn Pan about the character of the participants, who might not have been well-mannered. However, Pan states over the phone that it's no big deal, and he's not angry at all, though it's clearly clear that he's lying. The director tells Pan not to worry. They crossed a red line today when they hit Pan, hence hitting the director, hence now him. However, without finishing hearing what he now Gao Peng hangs up the phone, never letting the director get to the end of what he wanted to say. Pan is furious that he thinks he is wrongly suspected as a schoolboy, blaming them for the circus they have set up, and the fact that he has been presented as an idiot. Peng talks about how he should now build up his authority and strength and be much more forcefully attentive. Meanwhile, the news is reporting that a certain 21-year-old guy has won a monster dog control contest. Television news. In 3 years, Pan has developed his beast to the rank of captain. The news made him angry. He swears it won't last long. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us to a workshop where Peng, along with Bu Chan, are making something. Gao Peng is busy brewing some chemicals at the counter in a tag, mixing them with each other into one elixir. He gives the mixture to Bu Chan, who isn't too happy about it, but Peng talks about how it's time to drink the medicine. Meanwhile, outside the office in Gao Peng's workshop, 3 girls appear, including the headmaster's daughter and her friends with their pets. Meanwhile, the principal's daughter and her friends are having fun and tickling each other around the waist. They are greeted at the entrance by a receptionist who asks where they are going and how many people they have a meeting for, presumably 3. The girls are shocked. They didn't know it was worth signing up here. However, the receptionist suggests calling the boss and asking when he's free. Meanwhile, the principal's daughter is thinking about what her father said about this Gao Peng being an absolute genius. She thinks he is very busy. Walking to the door, the principal's daughter pondered that Pan's high level might result in few clients due to the high price of his services. However, in a moment, it becomes hard for the girls to breathe, and they also hear some sort of violent roar from out of nowhere. It turns out to be a roar and aura from Bu Chan from Peng's workshop, who screams and even mutates a bit. What happens is, what Peng has been waiting for so long, Bu Chan has mutated and gained a cool new ability, a heart of bloody threads. Peng is shocked by this fact. He didn't expect that after evolving and leveling up, Bu Chan would get a new ability. This ability greatly improves Bu Chan's stats and gives control over the heartbeat of other monsters, making it very powerful. However, in exchange for the abilities came a new discomfort. Peng notices that with Bu Chan so huge and intimidating looking, walking the streets will be much harder than before. Peng brings back a set of attributes for Bu Chan, as it has become harder to navigate the streets with him. The secretary is amazed by his quick ability to evolve. Walk out of the office. In front of Peng's face was the principal's daughter and her friend. She addressed him as Uncle Gao and was clearly surprised to see him. However, in Pan's mind, because of his resentment, he sees the director's daughter only as a puppet of her father, who sent her here to test Pak's relationship with him. Without clogging his attention with these girls, Pan notices a pet-like familiar, for it was the only one that caused the attention. Pan analyzes her pet's interesting approach to the shared environment, as he takes on the environment like the sea, replacing water with oxygen and everything he senses in the shared environment. Trailing off, with a huge look of excitement on her face, the headmaster's daughter starts talking about how she would really like for Pan to examine her familiar. However, Pan rudely and abruptly tells her that she should stop it. With a smile on his face, he offered to address him officiously as he wasn't used to that style, claiming they were the same age. Following with a cute face and a smile, Pan tells her that for only 60 credits he is willing to take on the cat and this pet as well. Peng also told her that due to her father's high status, there was no charge for materials, only favors, and asks where the cat is. She starts to look for her cat, running back and forth in search of him, saying that he was here a while ago but he's gone, and Pan stands there in a bit of shock. The principal's daughter's friend talks about her cat hiding in that corner. Apparently he was really scared, especially at the sight of Bu Chan and his aura. The principal's daughter walks to the corner of the room, and her minty cat immediately jumps out at her and with frightened eyes screams, "Mao!" She begins to soothe him by stroking and petting him, but Pan and his friend are shocked to see the cat's color change instantly, leaving them puzzled. Pan starts discussing with her daughter's friend, the director of her pet. Pan wants to know where she bought such a monster, as it is very rare. Pan listens, but inwardly wonders, how an ordinary jellyfish could perform such functions, but decides to accept the words of the headmaster's daughter's friend. When Gaopeng looks at it closely, his surprise and amazement is evident because he has never seen anything like this before. A friend also says that retailers have now started using these jellyfish to carry goods from warehouses to retail outlets. It comes as a huge shock to Pan's desire to have one, as he is surprised by the fact that there are monsters that specialize in controlling space. Meanwhile, such pets are freely sold right on the streets of the city, calling them a flying purse. These pets have the most demand of buyers are girls, as it is not only a handy handbag, it is also a mega-cute jewelry that girls like. Pan asks the vendor many questions about jellyfish and their characteristics, eager to learn more about the diversity of this amazing marine life. The salesman offers Pan a closer look at each jellyfish, describes their features and characteristics, and tells him how to care for them. As a result of this cosmic catastrophe, ordinary jellyfish have been transformed into amazing pets with unique abilities and properties. However, following this, they abruptly began to disappear. As other fish underwent a strong evolution, they did not tolerate competitors in the form of jellyfish, which were weak, and their species began to disappear. Yes, their cute appearance and lack of aggression helped them survive, but their abilities can be useful in different areas. However, Gaopeng is happy about the fact that these jellyfish are not edible, because now he has the opportunity to work with them. Scanning the jellyfish, he notices that the species is unimpressive and the difference in level is practically nothing. However, just a second later, Pan notices something that gives him a severe shock. He notices a jellyfish that is very different from the ones he had seen before, for it was hyperactive and playful. Gaopeng points out this hyperactive jellyfish to the seller and asks him to let him buy it, to which the seller replies that young Gaopeng has a very keen eye. These jellyfish are a specially mutated species of jellyfish kings with unique features. The price is at least 100 credits, says the seller. Pan calls bro and asks, what the hell is this nonsense? And after adding that the jellyfish king is Luke nonsense, that Pan can offer at 50 credits. Without even trying to argue, the seller agrees to the price Pan has set of 50 credits. Pan realized that the store's recommendation might be a scam, selling ordinary jellyfish as royal jellyfish, which made him angry. Peng realized that despite the possible deception, acquiring the jellyfish specimen was still beneficial to his team, including Buchan and Dazi. Pan holds his paws in his hands and says that he reminds him of a balloon, which is why his new name is Chunba. Meanwhile, Pan is already on his way home, where his first two pets are waiting for him, now lying in rest, waiting for their master. Pulling the doorknob, Peng creates sounds into the house and shouts that he has already returned, which causes Dazi, who had been sleeping in anticipation of him, to be overjoyed. However, it is not until they get home that Datsu notices that they have a new addition, and from shock, he turns to stone. The words about the new pet don't make Datsu very happy. He starts to run off to another room, and the indicator purposely slams the door to draw attention to himself, and Buchan generally doesn't care. Not understanding what is going on, Peng begins to suspect the fact that Dazi is simply jealous of his new pets, although there is no reason for jealousy as such. Peng starts talking about how Datsu's a sassy guy and now we'll see who's who, which causes Buchan to be a little shocked. Peng starts to come in with some very interesting trumps. He talks about buying Datsu his any insects for dinner. Following this, Peng starts to reveal that he has already placed an order for a very tasty crystal rare core that will help Dazi raise his level. Then the door opens. In comes Datsu, who, when asked by Peng if he wants to eat, with drool on his face says, "Uh-huh." Peng makes a joke, but Dazi, not realizing, takes her seriously and starts yelling that he needs help, thinking he's being starved and deprived of his sight. Meanwhile, Buchang and the new beast in the form of a jellyfish consider each other and observe the situation between Peng and Dazi. Meanwhile, Peng resolves all issues with Dazi and tells Dazi that if Dazi doesn't obey, he will sit on a chain. Peng decides to make a contract with Changba right now while he's small to simplify the process in the future. Peng realizes the instability of Changba's mind and realizes that he needs to take more time to establish contact between them. Thus, Peng realizes that if he now makes a contract with Yangba, it will feel as if the latter has stolen the child. Peng decides to spend more time with Yangba from now on to build a rapport with him and generate trust and affection for him. He decides to take Changbong to school with him to bond with him, which shocks Dazi. Meanwhile, events move to the next day. Pan shows up for practice, however shocks his partner and the group, to say the least. Everyone is shocked by the fact that Pan has a jellyfish on his head, tied like a scarf around his head, then causes bewilderment to everyone around him. He sticks his hands right into his hat in Bu Chan's face and pulls out a thermos, asking his partner if she'd like a mineral water. She, in turn, is only surprised by all this and says she doesn't want the mineral water, but wants to know what that strange hat on Pan's head is. He begins to explain to his partner that it's not some hat at all, but his new personal pet, a Chuban jellyfish. She is happy for Pan's acquisition of a new pet, but interrupts this dialogue by wanting to ask Pan if he saw who they were assigned to fight against today. It turns out to be a purple scorpion, which brings out different emotions in Pan and his partner. They realize that the tests today are not going to be easy. Partner asks Pan what they will do about it, and if they dare to fight first tonight. The team recognizes Pan as the leader and chooses him ahead again, delighted with his strength, which adds points to the whole group. Pan makes a sudden decision not to be the first today so as not to create a monopoly. This shocks his group members. The guy from Pan's team asks to be allowed to be first today. His pet is a huge rooster with a rainbow tail. Peng was a little tense at what he saw, after all. This was the only advanced class familiars above level 11 in the entire team, after Dazi. Peng begins to give Dazi a briefing, but the latter in turn looks at some other monster and dribbles around looking for something to eat now. Peng strikes Dazi's head with his fist, noticing his inattention. He reminds him of the importance of mindfulness in the battle with the scorpion. Meanwhile, the head military teacher gives the order to begin and pulls the red flag. This strong scorpion, today's opponent, fights first with a rooster who has a rainbow tail. Their duel has begun. Peng abruptly forces the rooster to take off. Then he uses a defensive technique to parry the scorpion's blows. However, while the rooster was defending itself, the scorpion wasted no time and followed up with another powerful blow right into the side of the rooster, and this time, it hit it exactly. A rooster owner should appreciate luck. If the scorpion were poisonous, the rooster would not survive. Also, the chief military teacher says that the scorpion is strong enough to pierce the rooster's skin and drive the stinger right into the rooster's muscles. Such actions on the part of the scorpion cause the rooster a great rush of strength and anger. His eye even turns red with exuberance. The rooster turns his wrench into a powerful tool than a normal beak. Covering it with his defense, he struck with wild speed straight into the scorpion's body. The rooster owner dramatically rejoices and shouts victory, but the face of the chief martial teacher standing behind did not change. Pan realizes that the battle is far from over and warns that the rooster's owner is overconfident in his victory. Immediately after being hit by the rooster, the scorpion retaliates with a much weaker attack, but after it fends off the rooster's attack, the scorpion retreats back to its original position. Rooster's owner starts yelling to him. Rooster is a dragon. With a very insistent face, he scrolls through this and starts to worry. However, in the moment, everyone notices that the scorpion has delivered its blow right on the rooster's balls, practically smashing them to smithereens. This causes the rooster great pain. He doesn't know what to do about it, and tears start streaming down his face on their own. The scene is filled with emotional tension as those around them react to the rooster's violent blows as if they themselves are in pain. The head military trainer decides to interrupt the fight, calling upon his moon wolf to protect the rooster and stop the scorpion's attacks. By this point, the rooster was already running away from the stadium in tears with all his might from such a serious injury this scorpion had inflicted on him, which struck everyone in shock. The military man begins to ask if anyone else would risk challenging this rooster, to which no one responds. but just waves him off and steps back. The head military teacher asks for someone other than Dazi to start this fight, since he always starts it. Everyone starts pushing each other to go speak out against the centipede, but no one goes anyway. The head military teacher turns to Pan and asks what he thinks about it. Peng, in turn, with a satisfied face, says, "Let's go," and with Chaban on his head, walks straight towards the centipede. Peng lets Dazi go, and he walks right into the iron cage that held the scorpion, which will now fight against Peng's centipede. Without any words, Dazi and this strong scorpion started their battle against each other in this iron cage. Pan's partner warns of her opponent's strength, but Pan believes the scorpion's weakness is its clumsiness. Peng's hands are shaking, and he is also nervous for Dazi, but says that at this point, he can only believe in Dazi and his strength. The scorpion starts to attack first. His attack goes straight to Dazi's face. Although the battle has just started, the scorpion uses a very strong attack. Datsu's tremendous swivel and training makes itself felt. He dodges this attack with ease. This can't help but make everyone happy. Peng's partner praises Dazi and is happy for him. However, Peng himself stands with a plain face and observes further. The scorpion attacks Dazi again, but Dazi has the strength to take and repel such an attack with his body. Following, Dazi rises up, and charging all the energy into his tail, he launches the attack again directly at his scorpion opponent. With his attack, Dazi knocks out the scorpion and sends it flying with his attack, throwing it out of its position. Immediately after that, Dazi decides to continue attacking. Instead of stopping, he delivers another straight punch to the scorpion's body and goes behind its body. Everyone is supporting Dazi, expecting him to win, as it will be beneficial to all who will fight next. Datsu left his opponent seriously injured by grabbing him and wrapping him in the ring after attacking him from behind. Together with his cap, Peng raises his hand and clenches it into a fist, saying, "Way to go," thus supporting Dazi's victory in this fight. Peng's partner is proud of Dazi for his serenity in times of danger, which Peng noticed while watching him. Peng replies, "He originally planned everything so well, and planned it so well. In his mind, he realizes it's not true, and he was nervous for Dazi that he was sweating." Meanwhile, Gao Peng is approached by the head military teacher, who asks Peng to appease his monster in the person of Dazi. Peng stopped Dazi, preventing him from eating the defeated monster, following the rules of the camp and saving the monster for training. Seeing this, everyone around him began to suspect that Dazi was not fully tamed, so he let himself eat his rivals, making everyone around him think that they were not safe here. However, Peng decides to dispel these rumors about Dazi, and he does so with ease. He puts 2 fingers up to his mouth and whistles into them. Seeing this, Dazi immediately stops gobbling up his spoils of battle and starts walking with a disgruntled face towards Peng, who was standing in the clearing. Peng and Chu Bang are surprised that Dazi eats inedible things because Peng has insects that are a better choice for him. However, everyone around him is not happy again. This time they started discussing how Peng is being arrogant. However, he doesn't care much about it. Peng's partner tells him not to worry. She thinks the minnows are just jealous of how much stronger Dazi is than all of them. Pan expresses frustration at the inability to defeat the monsters, even with watchers and guards, considering it a disgrace. Pan claims that in a real fight in the wilderness, they and their monsters would be powerless, advising them to stop training as it's useless. They in turn get very tense about the answers Pan has given them. They are shocked by his response. The head military trainer confirms Pan's correctness and announces the end of the 2nd stage, encouraging those who wish to apply for the 3rd stage. The head military trainer reports a week of training at the training base must be discussed with parents. Base fee is 5 credits. Everyone around them is starting to discuss the fact that they haven't even finished these fights yet, and here they are already being sent to real training, hence it's really scaring them. Pan realizes that this is a great opportunity to prove himself and his pets in real battles, not weak training. However, here the instructor started getting a lot of questions to the effect that registration should be free, as everyone was promised. Why are they being asked to hand over money for it? The head military trainer emphasizes that they can opt out of training or choose a private military base in actual combat zones. Traveling for 5 credits seems like a bargain compared to a private base where the cost reaches 20 credits per week. Some people started to say that they are too poor, but others say that they are ready to borrow money. Everyone starts to help each other. The head military trainer offers the opportunity for free training through a military contract with the Alliance, which will cover all costs. In exchange for free tuition, students commit to serving in a military camp for 8 years, after which they receive financial aid. So Pan and his partner are debating whether they should consider this option or try to find other ways to fund the trip. Peng suggests that this approach to army recruitment is beneficial but risky, leaving the choice to the government rather than the soldier. At the end, the military head coach also talks about death insurance being a must. One of the girls asks if she will die if she signs this and takes out death insurance. The military head coach emphasizes that signing a contract does not equal death, urging reflection on the possibility of choice. Trailing off, with a very combative and joyful attitude, Pan's partner asks the one if they will officially be a team from tomorrow. They bump lightly into fists, which means they both agree to be each other's partner and team. Against a beautiful sky, fist bumping, they become a team. Pan responsibly declares that it will be a huge honor for him. The next day comes, Peng, along with his partner and the rest of the guys from training, drive straight to the military base in a military vehicle. They all look out the windows as they drive through the forest and marvel at the local beauty and the beautiful flowers that grow here. However, in a moment of misfortune, the car hits a pothole and bounces to one side at high speed. All the students in the parlor start screaming in panic and calling for help. The military driver of the car turns to them and, with a smile on his face, apologizes for not noticing the rock in the road. Pan drives and ponders everything that is happening. He realizes that this is not for nothing. They are fed up with the noise in the cabin, and thus they decided to show about the fact that it is worth closing their mouths. Peng begins to worry about Tang Tang, trying to find the reason for her absence, hoping she's okay. Peng also suspects that Tang Tang might have some secret that she can't tell Peng about yet, which is why he's not aware of what happened. However, while Pan was flying in his thoughts, something happened to the car again. The whole cabin shook, and everyone started to be pushed from side to side. Pan doesn't understand at all what's going on, and why they decided to punish them now if they were already silent. A few guys went to the driver and confronted him for such bullying, but he apologized with a smile and then a look on his face, saying it wasn't on purpose this time. Postwar stops the car, saying that they have arrived, time to get out. I start explaining to newcomers where what is on the military base and how things work. The military officer talks about how everyone will be given a military GPS bracelet so that if they go missing, they can be found, and the main goal of all cadets is to survive. Pan realizes that having taken and worn the bracelet, there is no turning back. Anyone who retreats will be considered a deserter. In a rude and dismissive manner, the military officer asks if any of the cadets have any questions. Everyone around is very tense and afraid to say a word, but one guy dares to ask if there are supply points at the base. The military man tells us that there are steel houses dotted around the valley. He also mentions that there are supplies there, and only monsters ranked higher than the commander can get in. The military man begins the training, calling them chickens, stating that it all depends on their attitude and strength. Many immediately head into the forest. They decide to find supply points and shelter for themselves first, proving themselves to be strong. Pan and his training partner look for each other in the crowd and find each other, and afterward go to meet each other. The military motivates the cadets with the promise that their bodies will be found and the monsters will be punished, which should motivate them. Some of the participants do the same as Pan and his partner. They also divide into pairs and agree to survive together. The partner walks up to Pan and asks about where he's looking, and Pan is indeed watching somewhere intently. Peng talks about observing rain sparrows. This species always fly towards water, especially when it rains. This way you can find the source of water. Pan's partner talks about also knowing about it. adding that in the city they are used at meteor stations, they have fast speed but low attack. Pan's partner remarks that he is always analyzing the environment, even in the wilderness, while they are trying to get to the valley. However, Pan breaks her thoughts a bit by saying that it was too noisy, so he was just waiting for everyone to leave. Peng then talks about the fact that they can generally advance, partner agrees with him, and together they advance from the point. Immediately afterward, Pan notices that he doesn't know if he imagined it or not, but there were some shadows behind the tree ahead. It was the first day Peng and his partner Taiyin were still walking through the forest, not far from the lake and mountains. They were looking for something and walking around. On their way, they searched, examined, and touched anything and everything they could get their hands on. For the first time in their entire approach, Taiyin and Pan spot a house in camouflage, suspecting it's just what they need and everyone has been looking for. They went inside, but there were only small iron bunks, water bottles, and empty closet drawers in front of them. Taiyin says Cho, small number of beds in the lodge, preventing two large groups, providing safety and balance. Peng realizes this fact and tells Taiyin about the fact that there are no elite commander-class monsters in this place, only 51%. Hence, large groups break the whole balance of field training. Pan notices ample supplies, which means the military has provided for them, sparing them the extraction of food and water. Peng, surprised, turned to Teen, who was wearing a huge cyber suit, and said that he hadn't found the second protective suit yet. Tien warns Pan about the poisonous monsters in the mountains and the need to use protective suits to prevent danger. However, Pan is in no hurry to take the second suit, and only guffaws, saying that he'll use repellent herbs and waving his hands in case he does. Pan proposes to his partner to go in search of food, for he does not much want to nibble on dry cookies alone for all 7 days. Pan suggests that Taiyin make routes to this cabin so that in case of any trouble, they can always come back here. She marvels the hell out of herself at how perfectly Pan has thought things out and decided to make them comfortable and safe in case of emergency. Trailing off, Peng explains that the first thing to do is to find water sources, as these are the natural breeding grounds for all monsters in the wild. Datsu and Pet Taiyin help them in their search. Taiyin also notices that the forest always smells bad, and very often this stench is interrupted by monsters, but the smell is still not pleasant. The smell is such that you don't arbitrarily faint, but Pan grabbed his partner in the moment and kept her from falling and asked her to be quiet. Pan asks his partner to order her huge pet Lianzi to attack a nearby tree, but Taiyin herself doesn't understand why Pan would want to do that at all, but doesn't dare to argue. She decides that since all of Pan's ideas were successful in school, it makes no sense at all to doubt now, and decides that she will do as he came up with. As Peng orders and afterward, Taiyin Liazni attacks the case with her immense power, swooping down on it with her body. Pan turns out to be right. There were several monster snakes in the tree that clearly didn't stay in good condition after being hit. Taiyin begins to thank Pan for ordering the attack, because if it hadn't been, these monsters could have attacked them because they had perfect camouflage. After Peng also tells us that they are special such snakes, they disguise themselves as branches, but their bite is poisonous to humans, but the monsters don't care. However, right after his own words, the realization of the fact that he had contracted with Dazi comes into Peng's mind. Peng realizes that in theory, if he gets poison on him, it will transfer by technique to Dazi, and he in turn is immune to various poisons. This makes Pan very happy, because now he realizes that in theory he can eat this snake right now, especially since he heard somewhere that the bigger these snakes are, the tastier they are. Peng heard some strange sound, followed by the creaking of wood, and immediately turned to look behind him. Pan, with sweat on his face, can't tell if there was really any important sound, or if it was just something he heard from the woods. However, his thoughts are interrupted by his partner, who shouts his name from the bushes, enticing him to follow her. Taini says that behind the bushes, she has managed to find a source of water in the form of a small and beautiful lake in the middle of this clearing, and shows it to Pan. Trying to determine by smell what kind of water it is, Taini comes to the conclusion that it is the most ordinary water, without any pollution and emissions. Peng marvels at the availability of clean drinking water and is confident that this will make their stay in the forest for the next 7 days much easier. Peng was surprised to find an unknown monster on the shore of the lake that was staring at him intently. A green-skinned general class frog causes Pan and his companions to be surprised, but they realize that it poses no danger to them. Pan scans a frog. It likes to spit at people and all other monsters, but hates it when someone spits at it. It surprises Pan a lot. Pan decides not to pay too much attention to the frog and focus on cleansing the lake with his partner of foreign substances. However, in a moment, Pan's train of thought was interrupted by the frog spitting right back at him, but Pan in turn didn't stand for it and spat back at it. Immediately after his spitting, Pan started bragging and realizing how cool he was that having a system was able to beat a stupid general class frog. Tame focused her attention on him because of this, but then she notices that Pan's face has changed drastically and asks what's wrong. A dozen of these frogs appeared behind Taini's back. Like so, she spat at Pan, and now all these frogs start attacking Pan and his partner. Pan grabs Taini by the arm and starts running from side to side, parallel to dodging the attacks that keep coming and coming from the frog's side. Everyone runs forward, Peng running first and dragging Taiying by the hand, with Dazi covering them from behind and his pet rhino partnering Peng. After a while, Pan, his partner, and the rest of them come running into some clearing, all very tired, and fall down from how tired they are of running. Tyen tells everyone that she is very surprised that there was ever a day in her life when she and Rhino were running away from a mob of spitting frogs. Peng talks about not underestimating the frogs. 1, 2, certainly won't be dangerous, but there were over 1,000 of them swimming out in that lake. Pan talks about how when there are so many of them, it's best not to mess with them, even though it looks weird on his part, since he's the one who set it all up. However, he won't admit it. Tyen bluntly asks Pan if he was the cause of the frog mess, since she feels like it was his doing. Pan ignores the question and offers to discuss their knowledge of the forest and how they can use it to their advantage. Pan, in his attempts to analyze the geography of this forest, comes to the conclusion that the lake with the frogs is behind the forest to the north. Trailing off, Pan remembers that on the way west is a path to the gate where everyone came from. There are a few monsters and other dangers there, but nothing interesting there either. Trailing off, Peng realizes that it's more dangerous in the south. The jungle is thick there. They found the footprints of a huge beast there, and Lianzi finds it difficult to move there. Following, Pan analyzing everything also adds that to the east is a slope and mountainous area. There they found traces of herbivorous monsters, determining it by biting off leaves along their path. Pan's partner says that they have managed to get quite a bit of information, and she suggests that they continue to explore the forest until it gets dark so they can make it before nightfall. Pan ignores Taini's suggestions and insists on returning for food, much to Taini's bewilderment. The partners submit to Pan, who is confident that the break will help them get their act together for the next day. Trailing off, Pan's partner suggests that since that's the case, they should go in search of some nice and tasty food, and more importantly, edible food. Peng surprises Tyen again by showing the snake from his pocket as food. His nonchalance may make Tyen uneasy. Pan pulls out a bunch of colored bags from his pocket and throws a bunch of colored bags. There's a condiment in there, and it's later stated what exactly is in which bag. Tyen is surprised and asks where and when Pan managed to get so many spices. She decides to ask another where he has been storing them all this time. Pan declares to his partner with a cold face that he knew he was going on a survival trip, so he obviously prepared for all of this in advance. Pan and his partner are under surveillance, which raises questions about who is watching them and for what purpose. The military base, control room, military man monitor the situation in the forest and receive distress signals. Some of the participants give them. The military is watched by 17 camera. There is Pan with his partner. They discuss that the military trainer reported that he is a very capable guy. Pan showed ingenuity in getting the food and assessing its safety, despite the failure with the frogs. The taller military man notes that Peng is a quick learner, but should not expect miracles due to his short learning curve. The military chief recommends focusing on Pan because he excels in productivity and efficiency. Gaopeng and his partner return to Peng's place. Taini waits impatiently to see Peng's cooking skills. However, what was Taini's great surprise when pulling the doorknob, she discovered the fact that the door was locked and there was no way to get in. Pan sees this picture and decides to check with his partner to find out exactly what is going on. His partner, in the person of Taini, with a concerned and worried face, reports that the door is locked and she is having trouble opening it. Following this, Taini starts slowly and then quickly banging on the door and yelling, asking whoever is inside that house to open the door. There are voices coming from the house, first claiming it is empty, then another voice ordering them to look for another place as this one is already occupied. Taini tells Pan that they don't care at all that they were. Even before them, Taini says, "We're unlucky to have such selfish people here." Pan notifies Taini that it will soon be dark, and given that it's just the two of them together, offers a willingness to sleep on the floor if anything. The two inside argue that there is not enough room anymore, and there is no point in inviting Pan and Taini. The people in the house advise them to find another shelter. Tayin starts to get angry. She has a huge urge to nail whoever it is yelling it to them from the house. However, Pan restrains her strong desire. Pan says there's no point in talking to them now. They'll clearly be punished by someone in the future for their selfishness. Taini begins to calm down and later agrees with Pan. Taini hangs the bag on her monster, and she and Pan decide to leave, even though it's getting dark. However, this is when Taini notices that Gaopeng is not walking with her, but starts walking back towards the house, which causes her to be confused. Taini notices the chain in Pan's hands and is very much surprised, for she has no idea what he's going to do with it. Pan goes to the door, and thanks to the chain wraps the doorknobs around each other, thus closing the door from the outside. Trailing off, Pan claps his hands and his partner stands in shock and asks where Pan got the chain here. Pan tells his partner that this chain was inside this shelter. Presumably, the military had propped the door with it at one time, but Pan decided to take it in his backpack before leaving. Such a plan and actions of Pan pleases his partner. She is glad that they managed to at least somehow get revenge on those insolent guys who occupied their shelters. Meanwhile, the military man at the base in the control room continues to watch the actions of Gaopeng and his partner. The military laughs at Pan's actions, and one of the military even says he takes back what he said, and this team is pretty good, he says of Pan and his partner. One of the military calls them little devils, and the other says this guy is very smart and cunning, a speech on Pan. Another military man points out that Peng is many times stronger than the other disciples, but he also adds that there is a but. Pan will face a tough test. Spending a night in the woods will test his survival and ability to use his wits. Pan and his partner are walking through the woods looking for shelter for themselves. However, at one point it is seen that someone black is following them from behind. Pan and his partner are wandering through the woods without luck in search of shelter. Night will soon fall, and they will probably have to spend the night in the open air. Taini notices a trimmed large tree and suggests using it as a shelter. It is at a height that seems safe. Pan confirms the idea to his partner and says that the idea is indeed a good one. It can be organized. Pan's partner's pet knocks down the branches and the tree pieces themselves, and Pan, already in the tree itself at the top, begins to set up shelters for their overnight stay. Having successfully built a shelter in a tall tree, Pan and Taini are ready to spend the night in the forest, feeling more secure. By this point, Pan's partner is getting pretty tired and is very happy to finally be able to lie down and rest. By this point, however, Pan was just as tired as she was, and he had already managed to lie down and immediately fell asleep from the fact that there was almost no strength left. Pan's partner also points out that Dazi and her pet are already sleeping as well because they are also quite tired. Taini also goes to bed, her pet sleeping downstairs guarding the tree. She feels safe and realizes it's best to go to bed early. At the top of a neighboring tree sits what girl? She immediately tells me that this way of sleeping is not even close to reliable. This girl was watching Pan and his partner. She heard a sharp sound. Some monster gave up running fast through the tree branches. This girl in a nearby tree notices that this sound was created by a shadow panther, which is being carried at high speed straight towards Pan's sleeping place. The girl behind the tree is confident that the monster is no danger to Pan given his skills and savvy. Meanwhile, this wild panther is lashing out from branch to branch, hurtling straight toward Pan and his partner. The huge panther is spotted by Lianzi, Pan's partner's pet. He immediately realizes where this is going and makes a loud noise. Meanwhile, a sleepy Tame wakes up to a sharp sound, and before she can open her eyes, asks Lianzi why she is screaming like that. However, she is interrupted by Pan's loud shout, yelling for Tame to urgently ask down from the tree. Pan's partner jumps down, throwing off her blanket. She is picked up by her pet, preventing her from falling straight to the ground. Pan's partner immediately starts wondering from the one what happened and what's even going on, why you have to go down. Pan tells Tame to look at the neighboring tree up ahead. His partner looks over there and notices what the problem is. There was a wild shadow panther sitting there, looking right at Pan and Tame. Tame analyzes the panther hidden in the shadows, suggesting that it is a monster of shadow attribute, causing Pan's partner to become uneasy. The partner warns Pan about an unknown shadow monster, questioning whether to fight or flee without knowing its abilities. The partner warns Pan about an unknown shadow monster, questioning whether to fight or flee without knowing its abilities. Pan notices now for sure that it's a shadow panther, and her level is level 15. Pan concludes that for them to start running is only to give this opponent their back, which in this case will only make her angrier. The shadow panther doesn't wait, but attacks, aiming to wound Pan with its claws, tearing from the branch. Peng is surprised by the panther's speed, shouts for help to Dazi, who instantly steps in to defend them from the attack. Deitsu avoids the panther's strike and swiftly attacks it from behind, aiming to strike at its most vulnerable spots. With a sharp body movement, the panther unfolds its paw and is about to strike directly at Dazi with its claws, right on his body. Dazi does not allow the panther's plan to be executed and pierce through his body. He uses a technique. At this moment, the entire body of the panther is covered by Dazi's yellow aura. Datsu unleashes his energy on the panther, and by distracting it, he buys time and then bites its body until it bleeds. Peng admirably realizes Dazi's ingenious move of using the electric attribute to slow down his opponent and strengthen his attack. The panther strikes hard right on Dazi's body, throwing him off to the side. It is too late, for Dazi has struck and bitten right on the panther's body. The panther is shocked. She jumps from branch to another branch, backing away from her position and trying to recover, blood running down the side of her body. However, after a second, the panther's body was paralyzed. She was in terrible pain, and her whole body began to shake and ache. The panther notices a huge green snake crawling around a tree, but is the size of hundreds of such trees. The snake notices the panther, Pan, his partner, and the others, and first thing he does with drool on his mouth is attack the panther directly. Peng and Dazi and everyone else goes into wild shock at the mere sight of this huge snake. They start running away from this snake. The one in turn, he, from above, crawls down the tree towards Pan and the others. Jumping on Lianzi all together, they start to leave the scene. With great speed, they run away from the snake, who was just watching the whole thing from above. The girl warns the snake that her noise could give away her position in the forest, which is a serious threat to both of them. The military debates whether to eliminate the anaconda that attacked Pan, watching the events at attention. However, the commander says to drop the idea and not to do it that way, which shocks the military. The general states that anacondas are usually peaceful, and if the cadets fail, the path of military service may not be for them. The military offers to train a Burkett squad to assist the cadets if needed. Meanwhile, it is already morning. We are greeted by Pan's partner, who is leaning on her pet half asleep. Pan meets her as soon as she wakes up and tells her that it's time for them to move out. However, surprising her, she doesn't understand why it's so early. Pan suggests going back to the lodging place, as they left a lot of necessities there that they will need. Tame tensed up upon hearing. She started telling Pan that it's very risky because we don't know anything about the anaconda. It's very strong. Pan talks about how the fact that they have no information at all about the anaconda is the reason to go back and find out. Pan talks about how it is the sheer amount of information about monsters that could one day save their lives. Pan claims that dangerous situations make them stronger, as opposed to safe places where they become weaker. This silences Tame. Pan starts to move out to the spot, and then his partner talks about Pan waiting for her. She will also go with him. She runs after Pan and talks about what he'll do when he meets the monster, not Datsu saddling up though. This hurts Dazi's feelings, but Peng tells him to get upset, even though he really isn't capable of driving people around at this point in development. Pan and Tayini discovered destroyed trees at the place they ran from yesterday. Tayini is afraid to imagine what would have happened if they hadn't run away. Pan notices some sort of glowing stone right in the wood, the one resembling some sort of diamond or even a diamond. Peng is surprised to see this. It's like he knows and understands what it is. And meanwhile, his partner walks on, saying she'll look around that direction. Pan recognizes this piece of stone as a heavenly wood material, which is very rare and expensive. Pan realizes that this stone is the key to the development of his jellyfish, but it is impossible to find information about it on the market. It has always been hidden in the wood. Realizing this, Pan realizes that the anaconda did not attack them out of spite, but was only defending its territory with valuable stones. Pan takes the stone and talks about collecting many times more of this material in the future. It is very valuable. Taking advantage of the training, Pan decides to gather valuable materials in the forest and use them to his advantage, without the expense of acquiring them. The events of the manga are accelerating, so day by day passes, Pan collects different materials. Some days they even went into the mines where Pan found a lot of very valuable and expensive materials, which he all took with him. On the 7th day, all the cadets were brought together and also declared that all of them had successfully passed this stage. The head teacher announces the end of practice and notifies the next practice in 3 weeks with a weekend ahead. All the students and their monsters start jumping for joy and excited to finally get home and be able to rest. Pan's partner is going to let everyone know she's alive and all is well as soon as the phones and communication with the outside world returns. Peng also picks up his phone and decides to send a message to Tan. However, something stops him and he doesn't send the message. Pan is greatly surprised at the news that has come to him. It's about some kind of locusts that are now very plentiful. After training, Pan learns that the city is being attacked by huge locusts. They are afraid of fire, which helps deter them from taking over the city. Sitting at home, Pan realizes that this is very sad news and things in the whole country really suck. While Peng was reviewing the news and thinking about the situation, his phone rang. It was the chairman, that chief examiner. He asks how Pan's training went and if he's back home. The chairman asks Pan to help improve a new batch of golden frogs, promises payment. Pan agrees and decides to help tomorrow. When he hears about the toads, he immediately asks the chairman if by any chance the military would like to use the toads in the fight against locusts. Such words are very surprising to the chairman. He interrupts the call a little and is greatly shocked by Pan's words. The people sitting in the office next to the chairman are also surprised and don't understand where Pan got such information. The chief examiner suggests using their own methods of fighting against the locusts instead of expensive fire weapons. Pan understands their logic and talks about how it's likely to actually work, because it sounds pretty logical and smart. The chief examiner asks Pan if he would be interested in such a project and adds at the end that he would be well paid. Peng replies that of course he agrees, wondering if it's possible to replace the reward instead of money, give him a rare crystal core of the rank of commander. The examiner says it's forbidden by law, given Pan's special approach. It's solvable. He also says they're ready to see each other as early as tomorrow. The events of the manga take us to the next day to the office of what appears to be a local association. Pan, with all the right stuff, has already arrived at the office and is waiting in anticipation for the chairman. As it happens, the chief examiner comes out and welcomes Pan here. The secretaries immediately began to discuss who this boy was, that the chairman himself had come out to meet him. They think Peng is the son of some major. The chairman beckoned for Pan to come into the office and informed him that the golden toads had already been delivered. Peng notices that the chairman's eyes are red. Peng immediately asks. The chairman immediately explains that he tried all night to work and did not sleep. The chairman immediately talks about how he failed at something, and Gao Peng meanwhile marvels at how big the room is. The chairman welcomes Pan again and says that they have come to the experimental recoil of the association. The chairman demonstrates the lab to Pan, showing a modern room with a bunch of equipment. The chairman also shows Pan the very golden toad on which to experiment. Pan immediately scans these toads, saying that they are descended from ordinary toads, and their main attribute is earth. One of the chairman's assistants shows Pan a locust kebab, a favorite treat of these toads. However, Pan immediately takes this kebab and eats it himself, and not just eats it, but calls it a fine kebab and assesses its parameters. Everyone is shocked, as is the chairman himself, because this kebab was only made for silly wild toads. One of the toads notices that Pan is eating her kebab and gets excited, which causes the toad to become aggressive towards Pan. Pan tells the toad not to worry and starts assuring her that he tasted this kebab just for her to realize it's well made. Pan is not lying. Immediately after his words, he really gave the kebab to the toad. The latter in turn ate it with pleasure and was very happy with the result. It's all Pan's plan. That's how he learned that these toads have a great digestive system, because she eats kebabs right off the iron bar. The chairman reports that the main parameters that need to be improved in frogs are digestive system and attacking skills. The chairman shows Pan his own experiments and tells him that he has been able to find out that toads lean most toward the attributes of fire and earth. The chair warns that the results are unclear and further research is needed to improve the parameters of the toads. Pan realizes that the path the chairman has taken is the right one, but it is only necessary to faithfully observe the conditions of it. Pan says that the task can be approached in a different way. The chairman is surprised, but asks him to lay out everything he has already come up with. Using the example of trivial cooking, Pan tells us that if you amplify and pump up what they give to the toads, the results will immediately become much better. However, Pan's not-so-logical examples of cooking only cause the main chairman to be shocked and misunderstood. The chairman suggests to Pan to add demonic chili pepper to the attributes. Then, as an experiment, with an acerbic face, Pan agrees to the idea. The chairman orders his subordinate to go to the warehouse and deliver a shipment of demon chili peppers for them. The assistant, surprised, doesn't express his thoughts on how evolution can be compared to cooking and evaluates the young coach's methods. The chairman thinks it over in his head, but concludes that new times are new ideas and it's worth a try since there are opportunities. After a while, the assistant returns to the chairman saying that he has taken all the ingredients and they are in this suitcase. The chairman praises the quality of the products, while the coach, choosing the best, is afraid to expose the weaknesses. The chairman finds the color of the pepper juice to be non-ideal, which may indicate bad ingredients. The chairman turns to the assistant and asks him to bring them more river bounds, royal ginseng and moon dudgeon. Pan realizes that the missing ingredients might attract unnecessary attention. He decides to clarify them after experimenting. After a while, the chairman was holding the very same evolution potion they had been making all this time. The explosion of the frog in the cage shocked everyone. The chairman, Peng, and his assistant barely dodged the shrapnel. The chair acknowledges the failure of the experiment and asks the assistant to take samples to analyze and identify the reasons for the failure. Analyses showed that the frog had too much of the fire attribute in its blood, causing a conflict with its energy and subsequent explosion. The helper says that if you improve the defense in the frog by nature, then the attribute will remain in the blood and the frog will not explode from it. The chairman believes that the experiment is not a complete failure, but the assistant disagrees with this statement, causing him to be shocked. The chairman told the assistant to stop and just go get a new batch of materials for experiments. A second experiment follows, but unfortunately the same thing happens as before. The third experiment goes just as badly on its own, and everything explodes again, leading to another failure. People around in the lab began to criticize Pan. Behind the experiment fails exactly according to his formula. The assistant chairman was right. Hearing this, Pan smiles. He heads over to the chairman and says it's worth adding another material as one chili pepper is missing. The chairman glosses over the fact that Pan's idea is very bold and unusual, and on the whole he even decides to try it. However, Peng's point is that if the chairman has already trusted him, why not try another experiment to the end? The chairman decides on Pan's idea again, but asks him what he is still going to use as a second main material. Pan talks about how we will be using a special land and a couple of extra materials. That way, we will improve the toad system. With very great caution and distrust, but the chairman agrees to such an experiment and gives the go-ahead for it. Meanwhile, the chairman's assistants are busy examining what's left from that time to find any peculiarities. Studying the aftermath of the new experiment, the chairman's aides say the ideas are really working, and very well. The chairperson said that he was very pleased that progress had started to be made, but was still extremely worried. After this test experiment and good results, Pan suggests that the chairman conduct a live experiment on his new idea on a frog. Peng also talks about the fact that they have verified many successful experiments using pieces of toad flesh, and after that, they move on to practice. There was no explosion when the new shot was applied, but a great deal of smoke went up, so much so that people ran together thinking a fire had started. Pan started talking about how they had finally found the right ingredients, and now all that was left to do was adjust the ratios of the quantities. Some did leave, but the chairman refused, saying that he wished to observe closer and see all the processes with his own eyes. Peng himself stepped out into the smoke-free rooms and began to analyze everything he saw and what happened. He began to look for a better balance. Peng also began to contemplate the fact that he might be suspected. After all, he had gotten the result he wanted rather quickly. Trailing off, Pan notices that the smoke has turned red. Hence, it is safe to assume that everything has succeeded and gone well. Trailing off, Pan notices a huge red toad in this smoke, looking at everything incomprehensibly and clearly very tense. The aide rejoices, as does the chairman, and also the aide raises his hand saying that these ingredients and Pan's idea really worked. Pan realizes in his thoughts that he could have improved even stronger and better toad. However, Pan needed a quick effect and a quick profit. In the meantime, the events of the manga take us to the front line, where the military is actively fighting against invaders in the form of locusts. Locusts create huge problems not only for the city residents, but also for the military on the front line. They manage to disable entire tanks. One of the local commanders orders his fighters to prepare a lot of phosphorus shells in an urgent manner and launch them directly into the crowd of locusts. And so it goes. And the tactic itself proves to be very effective. The locusts are instantly on fire, and their advance is thwarted little by little. However, the joy of the military is abruptly changed by shock. One of the military who has been observing the locusts through binoculars reports strange activity. With a huge cooperative effort, the locusts begin to create a large sandstorm, thus creating problems for the military, big problems. In less than a minute, an army of locusts easily creates a huge storm of sand that becomes a huge obstacle for the military. One part of the military starts talking about running out of ammunition, and part of the command starts signaling a ceasefire. The military begin to ask each other what to do in such a situation, because tanks cannot be used. The military decides to shoot at least with machine guns to shoot down at least someone on the way to the city and civilians. In the moment, events hit a climax. Evolved toads appear on the field and become upright in defense. Toads begin to suck in locusts, and the latter in turn with everything cannot fight back such strong enemies in the face of toads. Sharp and effective action on the part of the toads brings the sandstorm to a halt, and the locusts no longer attack so confidently earlier. The military begins to ask the commander where these toads came from, who in turn explains that they were invented in a laboratory by scientists. There are only more toads, and their attacks only more, and the locusts have stopped advancing altogether, and even defense has become difficult. Thousands of shots per second from the toads cause the locusts to die one by one, and lose their fighting power entirely. The military is shocked by such a large and strong result presented by the toads, because in just a second they destroyed hundreds of locusts in the sky. The military is very happy with this outcome, because now their comrades will not have to risk their lives on the front line. The military starts discussing that whoever created these cool evolved toads must be really cool and smart. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us to some ordinary house somewhere in a bedroom neighborhood, grandmothers sitting around a table and discussing their business. The neighbors around them think of the military coming to get Gao Peng because they go up to the 6th floor where he lives. The old grandmother talks about seeing Pan in the company of a huge skeleton, but the old grandfather talks about how she just imagined it. Another younger old lady says that she also saw Gao Peng with this skeleton that was breathing some kind of demonic fire. Grandpa asks the elderly woman on the bench what she has to say about it, since she lives right above Gao Peng. She talks about how this pet is Gao Peng's pet monster, and it only looks scary, but in fact it also helps people. The other two grandmothers look at each other unhappily, because they realize that they have just started looking like two senile fools. Following her example, an elderly woman shows the usefulness of various pet monsters by asking her spider to thread a needle. The one in turn fulfills the old lady's request with great initiative and threads the needle to help his mistress. Grandpa praises the elderly woman and her pet, calling him very capable of many things. An elderly woman on a bench strokes her spider and tells her grandfather that she can't think of a name for her pet at all. Meanwhile, Gao Peng leaves the apartment, and right at the entrance to the house in the entryway, he notices 3 military men standing in the driveway, one with a box. The military turns to Pan, hands him a box of magic core, and thanks him for his contribution to the great war against the locusts. The military man also expresses his gratitude to Pan, saying that he personally wanted to go on this mission to see the one who made the biggest contribution to the development of this mission. The general salutes Pan and afterwards thanks him for spending such a huge amount of time developing this war and helping him win. The military man also adds that he thanks him on behalf of all his comrades, as many of their friends have died in this war. The military left, and Ping looked at his hand. Not that he was very happy about everything that was happening, because now it was likely that he would have to participate in all such operations. Pan also talks about how he should work further to raise his personal reputation, fame, and most importantly, skills. Peng's train of thought was interrupted by Dazi, who grabbed his leg affectionately and began to hug him. Peng sees that Dazi isn't very happy and decides to cheer him up by hugging him, but this doesn't make Dazi himself very happy, only stifling him. Trailing off, Gao Peng informs Dazi that the main ingredient in the form of this very expensive kernel has been delivered today. Peng reports that he has made soup for Dazi in the meantime, but the latter doesn't look very appealing. With great horror and reluctance, Dazi through force begins to drink this soup that Peng has prepared to improve his level and skills. Without even having time to eat the soup, the plate falls and shatters, and Dazi himself is covered with a yellow electric aura, and afterward begins to evolve. However, in a second, something strange happens. All the fire disappears. From Dazi is only a puff of smoke, and he himself, without strength, barely standing. Buchang approaches Dazi. Since he is very kind, he is worried about his friend, he starts touching him. However, the latter is still unconscious, lying there. Buchang raises his hand in the air and reports that he has just had the most brilliant idea in his head. Following, with quiet steps, Buchang made his way to the refrigerator, where he started looking for something, but it wasn't clear what yet. Buchang tries to help his friend Dazi. He pulls out his favorite herb and tries to bait him on it. Buchan is very worried about his friend. However, Peng lays a hand on Buchan's shoulder and with a cute smile on his face, informs him not to do anything. However, Buchang is still very worried about Dazi. He sits down next to him, and chews on his grass for a bit, waiting for the moment for Dazi to come to his senses. Pan beckons his jellyfish Chunba over to him and tells her to fly closer to him. However, Chunba completely ignores Peng's request and just floats in the air as before, resting, not even thinking of going to Peng. Peng takes out the juice. Right after that, Chunba flies up to Pan. Pan notices it, and he even gets upset with Pan because it was too stupid and trusting on Chunba's part. Peng uses the technique to begin the process of contracting Chunba. However, Peng notices that Chunba's character and strength are still very small. The indicators are all weak. Perhaps because of this, it will not be possible to make a contract. Though the shifts are all such, Peng notices that Chunba's consciousness is now approaching him on its own. He has become much more trusting, Peng realizes, for good reason. Trailing off, Peng touches Chunba's consciousness and speaks with a request that Chunba become his partner. Peng speaks to Chunba's mind and tells him that if he makes a contract with him, Peng will make sure that Chunba will never have to fear anything again. Chunba's consciousness responds to Pan. It tells him that he doesn't need more power at all. He doesn't want that. He wants more juice, a lot of juice. Peng is disappointed by this, of course. However, he decides to promise Chunba a great deal of juice, and the latter in turn gets very excited. Chunba disappears, and Peng feels his energy being restored. Apparently, they made a contract to transfer energy through the juice. However, something strange happens. The events of the manga take us to some apartment. An old grandmother lying on a bed. Outside the window is early morning. She sees the shadow of some man in front of her, urging her to wake up, because it's breakfast time, but it's just a shadow on the wall. The grandmother opens her eyes abruptly. She looks ahead, however there is no shadow, and in front of her is only her pet parrot calling out to her. Grandma realizes that there was no shadow, and it was the parrot all along. She wakes up, and also thanks him for always being with her. The narrative of the manga tells us more about this grandmother. Her daughter was in a car accident and died. This affected her morals greatly. We also learn that her husband was very caring and always woke her up in the morning with a delicious breakfast ready for her. She starts talking to the parrot and also actively thanks the one for existing, because after the death of her husband, not a single psychologist could not help her. Grandma talks about how the old man is already waiting for her in heaven, and it's time for her to go to him. She apologizes to the parrot and smiles at the end. Following this phrase, her dead husband appears to her and tells her that here they finally meet together. Grandma starts sitting and crying and repeating over and over, "Do, honey?" He holds out his hand to her and tells her that he proposes never to part again from now on. She also extends her hand to him. They cross their fingers together and promise that they will never part again and will be together forever. Grandma is dying in her bed, and the parrot lies down right next to her, taking her hand in his beak, scattering some of his leaves around Grandma. Meanwhile, Pan lies in his home and simply sleeps in his bed, resting. However, at the moment, Peng wakes up and jumps right out of bed because he heard Dazi screaming, the latter shouting that he is very sick and in pain. Peng is shocked. He picks up Datsu and sees that he's pretty bad, doesn't want to believe that evolution could have gone wrong. Peng notices that Dazi has new teeth before the disaster centipedes couldn't change teeth. So Peng is very surprised to see this. Peng strokes Dazi nicely and says that his logical state cannot be explained now. So stroking Dazi, Peng says that he has to endure now so that he can become much stronger in the future. Trailing off, Peng leaves Datsu and goes to Chunba's place, calling him over, which doesn't make Datsu very happy. After putting Chunba on his head, Peng begins to contemplate choosing to follow the path of Chunba's development. Peng is leaning towards choosing to support him. Pan recalls that if he now uses the very cosmic attribute he managed to find, it is because of him. Peng also realizes that if he spends all his strength on developing spatial technique, there will be nothing left for defense in such a case. Analyzing everything, Pan realizes that evolving into attacking abilities are very expensive and take up a lot of expensive resources. Pan decides that he will develop support abilities in him, will be able to improve any monster, and him included. The events of the manga are brought forward a bit. Pan is walking down the street. However, at one point, he notices a bunch of people crowded in one place. They all look up and talk about some ghost of some granny of some sort, or rather her husband. Pan also looks up at the sky. He notices the same parrot there that died with his grandmother, who had a granddaughter and husband who died. All the people are actively talking amongst themselves. One grandfather in the crowd talks about how that phoenix took off, and there were 2 bodies behind it. It all comes down to Pan. He realizes which grandmother we're talking about, and he also knows that after death, the owner's pet has 2 choices: go to the mountains and live in nature, or rebel, become aggressive, and attack everyone. Pan realizes that he should go and find that very spider. It was aggressive and could hurt someone. Something needs to be done about it right away. Pan runs right into this grandmother's house. He looks around, he bangs on the door, however no one opens it for him at all. Pan listens. However, one interesting thing comes to Pan's attention. He remembers the peculiarity and preference of spiders, and immediately looks up. So it happens, as Peng thought, the spider was in a dark place. Just like before, he looks up and sees the same spider there, and immediately calls out to Dazi. Dazi instantly appears behind Peng's back. He surrounds him, creating a defense for his owner, Peng, and gets into a fighting stance. However, this scares the spider very much, and it immediately jumps to the floor and gives up, for it was frightened by the sight of Peng and Dazi. Immediately, in the spider's mind, are memories of the stories of his grandmother who owned him. She said she would not contract the spider, for she would soon die, and it would harm him. The spider also recalls that this was the reason why his grandmother never gave him a name, because she didn't want to get him too attached to her. Pan starts stroking the spider. He asks it if it is homesick, but sees the answer and continues stroking. Pan holds out his hand to the spider, and with a cute smile on his face, offers the spider to come with him to his house. The events of the manga take place on a city street, where we can see the passers-by standing in shock and not understanding something. Next, we are shown the cause of their shock. It is Pan. He and a few of his pets are walking around the city looking very pompous. The people behind discuss Pan what they know, and one of them even mentions that Pan is the trainer of 5 poison monsters at once. Pan, meanwhile, the idea on Pathos, thinks about having a pet with protection on his team now. He realizes that using a spider as a human shield isn't great. But Pan analyzes everything and realizes that these spiders have a cool level of defense that can be pumped up, and it costs pretty little. Pan also realizes that it's worth at least contracting this spider to start all the procedures, and after that start pumping it up. Peng realizes that he has already made contracts with several of his pets, but there is still Bu Chong left. Peng is sad, because then he rushed to pump Bu Chan, and now with his current strength, Peng will have to search for a lot of spiritual power. Meanwhile, Peng heads to some office. On the way, he is met by his secretary Xuan, who greets him cheerfully. Peng is a bit shocked and surprised by such a moment. After all, not long ago she was calling him Master Gao, and now it's about some young master. With sparkling eyes, she turns to Pan, talking about how it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Guffawing, Pan says roughly the same thing and agrees with her. However, her face changes to a rather angry face next. She tells Pan that while he was gone, a bunch of customers came in and many demanded Pan. Pan continues to guffaw, and with a cute, excited smile says that he just had time today and can work things out. Peng holds out a leaflet to Xuan that lists a lot of ingredients and asks her to prepare all those ingredients and promises to treat her to tea afterward. Angry Xuan doesn't say a word, but only takes the flyer resentfully and shows with all her appearance that she is very angry with Peng. Peng is happy when she leaves and even pulls down his jacket, for he is sweating from excitement. Dazi is also happy when she leaves, although it is not clear what he has to do with it. Meanwhile, right in the lab, Pan starts making a contract with the spider and promises the spider he'll give him the warmth of his family in return for the contract. Following this, Pan strokes the spider's head, thanking it for the contract, and later also adds that it's time for the evolution to take place. Pan concocts a special serum from the right ingredients, using which he plans to bring about the evolution of the spider. After a couple minutes, Pan reports that everything is ready and the evolution process can begin. Trailing off, Pan tells the spider that he has chosen to evolve into an armored spider, and the spider will now be called Ban, which is his new name. Pan shows the spider Ban the evolution serum he made for him and tells him that after Ban drinks it, he will become much stronger. However, things take a strange turn. Pan drops a glass of serum near the feet of Ban's spider. The whey glass shatters violently, as expected, and the whey spills out onto the spider's legs. A strange mutation takes place. The body on top of the spider is torn open, with parts of its body rising up and blood sticking to them. Peng starts to feel the pain. Since he is contracted, some of the pain is transferred to him as well. He imagines how bad the spider Banu is feeling right now. Peng supports and encourages Spider-Ban, saying that by going through this torment now, he'll be better off in the future, stronger. However, all of this is interrupted by Secretary Xuan, who runs into the office and calls out to Gao Peng, interrupting all of his proceedings. Secretary Xuan urgently informs Peng that the first client has arrived, and she also says that this client is very important. With a smile on his face, Pan reports that he is ready to work and is very happy. However, in his thoughts, he realizes that he needs to work harder. Pan walks into the office where the client is sitting and sees a swaggering man with glasses and a security guard by his side. Pan immediately notices some monster and notices that it has the rank of commander. Peng turns to Xuan, telling her to follow the evolution of his gray spider, and in the meantime, he'll work with the clients. Peng explains to Xuan that after this serum stops working, the white serum should be taken and poured out. The customer introduces himself by saying that his name is Lu Shi, and he is the owner of a small botanical garden. He is very happy. Peng is surprised and asks what garden we are talking about. Is it really the East City garden, he said? Lu Shi's client replies that he is very grateful that Peng knows about his garden, but Peng in turn is surprised. Client Lu Sen tells Pan that he recently attended a banquet where the chairman was there and told him that the main role in the fight against locusts. Next, Lu Xie shows Peng the monster in the cage and talks about how it needs to be improved. He wants to entrust Gao Peng with this task. In front of Gao Peng is a monster that looks like a wolf with different attributes and rank of commander. Pan is very much surprised at who appears in front of him. He names this monster Nighthound. Pan tells us that any dog can evolve into a Nighthound, his main characteristic being that he converges with the darkness at night. The client says that he knows that Pan's rule of thumb is that he makes the price himself, so the client immediately states that he is willing to listen. Pan realizes in his thoughts about the fact that there are only 13 evolutionary paths, and each has different costs and material requirements. Pan begins to explain everything to the client. However, the client interrupts him and talks about Pan taking the most expensive and best evolutionary path. Pan, with a happy face, informs Lu's client that he owes 5,000 alliance credits for all services. However, such a huge price scares even the client and his guards, because it is indeed very large. Pan notices his client's shock, grabs his hand, and says with a smile on his face that he is good to work with. Pan, in the moment, heard some crackling and a small explosion from the office where the spider was, and immediately realizes it was Ban's spider. Peng runs into this office with Spider-Ban and immediately sees Zhuan's very frightened face, who calls out to Peng. In front of them is a huge mutant spider that scares everyone around them with its mere appearance. Xuanyi's scared out of her wits, her tears are flowing, and she endlessly calls for Peng to come over. Pan is also greatly surprised by the new species of spider, but it is already pleasing him, and he starts with the help of the system windows. Pan looks at what evolution has gone through and realizes that everything is super. However, there is one but. Peng begins to savage the Spider-Ban, yelling at him for scaring Zhuan and breaking the lab equipment. However, immediately afterward, Pan starts stroking the spider and telling it to hold back next time and behave obediently in public. Ban's spider blushes and covers his face with his paws. and afterwards Pan notices that a cool and interesting defense has appeared on his paws. But Pan also notices how clumsy all the monsters are. He doesn't understand why this is only happening to him. Pan, with a cute smile, asks Spider-Man again to just sit there quietly and wait for him. Pan follows, noticing that Ban's spider starts to crawl up the wall. Pan suspects that in this way he wants to be very careful. Trailing off, Peng apologizes to Xuan, extends his hand to her, and talks about how she can pay for everything from his account that his spider broke. Trailing off, Peng talks about how Xuan should still find the person who does everything around here and set it back up, again maybe doing it at Peng's expense. After work, Pan and his monsters go home. He also ponders on the way that he should change his place soon. On the way home, Pan notices that Ban's spider has started to look more like a crab than a spider, which Pan notices. Pan notices that he even walks like a crab. Pan kicks Ban's spider and talks about not walking like a crab. Peng goes to the realtor and starts chatting with her. She introduces herself as Xiao Liu, a nice girl. Pan talks about how happy he is to see her and reminds her that she promised to show him his new possible home today. The realtor asks Pan to get into their company's transportation and drive over to look at a house. According to her, she has picked out a house according to all of Pan's requests. Afterward, Pan was handed a tablet on which he can look at all the houses, where he immediately notices a bunch of pitchforks. Pan is shown his option afterward. It's a huge house with a large lot. The realtor says Pan will be able to finish it if needed. Pan, however, is surprised at some aspects of what he has been shown and asks the realtor what neighborhood the house is in. The realtor says that the villa is located in a good neighborhood near the prosperous Dragon Lake, and the price for the villa is only 2,000 credits. However, noticing that Peng is faintly excited about it all, she talks about the fact that the house is in a remote neighborhood, and there are many unguarded areas nearby. Followed by Pan talking about how there are still a couple things he would like to discuss before buying this house. Pan points to the photos and talks about how he gets the feeling that the photos were taken long before the disaster. Pan rudely talks about how it stresses him out, and there's probably a bunch of other things the realtor is hiding from him about his new possible home. The realtor, with sweat on his face, talks about how Pan is deluded and everything is fine. Especially at that price, it's bliss. The realtor tells us that there is also a highway near the house, which is very convenient for commuting by car with a breeze to your villa. It doesn't interest Pan as much as the fact that he's trying to be tricked and brought off topic. He's not even being told about safety. Pan recalls in his mind that all such houses were abandoned, taken over or forgotten during the disaster, and if the house is even 60% the same as the one in the photos, the deal is done. Trailing off with a very snide and amused face, Pan realizes that the security of the house will also not be a problem. Pan is laughing uproariously at all of this. However, the girl realtor standing next to him doesn't have much idea what's going on. The realtor adds again about the low price, saying that the owner himself is making a loss on this. And then Pan already agrees to drive over to see the house. Meanwhile, on the way, while Pan is about to excommunicate to the store, the realtor notices Ban's spider, decides to pet it, and calls it a very cute crab. Pan corrects her, talking about it being a spider. She in turn apologizes and says she didn't know, guffawing. On the way to his transportation, Pan notices as if something is following him from behind, and he hears a clicking sound and pays attention to it. Pan is stressed by such an event. He wonders what it was. The realtor asks if everything is okay. However, Pan himself doesn't realize what it was. Pan turns back around and declares that in all likelihood he heard him, it's okay. Behind the building next to where the sound was heard from, there was a man wearing a hat and carrying a camera. He was happy that he had managed to reach Mr. Gao Peng. A short time later, the campaign bus, along with the realtor and Pan, arrives at the site to the house. Pan notices that the house is indeed almost the same as in the photos, but there are only some problems with the facade. This pleases Pan very much. Pan also notices that there is hardly even a pelly inside. He marvels at the fact that apparently the house was regularly monitored. Pan looks at the furniture inside as well. and here he is surprised by the fact that there is nothing wrong with it. Only some of the units are old in design and need to be updated. Pan sees that the furniture alone here costs more than 2,000 credits. He is surprised by all this. He can't understand the catch of such a low price. However, here Peng notices someone's voice asking if it's Mr. Peng. Pan and the realtor notices some person approaching the front doors of the house. However, it's hard to see exactly who it is. The realtor realizes who it is and informs Gao Peng that the owner of the house in front of him is Boss Liu. Boss Liu is a mustachioed middle-aged man who, when he heard that Gao Peng himself was coming to show his house, hurriedly came here. Peng wonders about all this and talks about whether they know Boss Liu to be in such a hurry to come. Boss Liu reports that everyone in their circles now knows Pan as the Trump chairman and the hero of the latest military operation in the battle against Locusts. Boss Liu holds out his business card to Pan and talks about selling familiars monsters. He also offers Pan a discount. Peng is immediately surprised by this approach to business. He immediately realizes that this Boss Liu knows well how to do business should be done. Boss Liu explains to Peng that the house is very cool, and every quarter he hired people to clean the place up. Peng agrees, saying that the house is indeed a bargain to buy. However, Peng asks Boss Liu why, in such good condition, he is selling this villa for only 2,000 credits, when the price here is a minimum of all 4. Pan wondered if he could find out what had served to bring about such a strong reduced price for such a nice villa. Boss Liu starts to talk about how he originally bought this house for his parents, whom he wanted to ensure a very good old age. Boss Liu says that his parents are ordinary villagers who are used to living in big bustling cities, so this villa was bought for them. Boss Liu also tells that all their lives they have been toiling and working. He wanted to provide them with a good and comfortable life. However, Liu's boss informs him that his parents were never lucky enough to live a good life. They were doomed to suffer. This story wildly angers Boss Liu. He recalls the whole tragedy. Apparently, his parents died at the hands of monsters after the disaster. Boss Liu talks about how he was originally going to keep the house as a memento of his parents, but when he was told that Gao Peng himself was looking for the house, he decided to put it up for only 2,000 credits for Peng. Boss Liu talks about how Peng should see this one as an investment in him. He talks about how he is already old, and people like Peng are the future of the city. Gao Peng is upset by the whole story, and Boss Liu himself says at the end that thanks to people like Peng, tragedies can be reduced. The whole story reminds Peng of the death of his parents who also died under horrible circumstances. Peng also thanks Boss Liu for his honesty. Immediately thereafter, Pan declares that he is buying the house in question and agrees to do the transaction right away. After a while, the events of the manga carry over to the moment when Pan has already moved into the house in question and together with all the pets arrives at the place. Pan's pets are considering a new home, and he calls 2 of them to the table, talking about buying a new, special, expensive, new, healthy, and delicious food. He arranges all the hot food at the table and calls all his pets to the table, saying that they can now eat lunch for the first time in their new home. However, this is all interrupted by someone's sweet voice appraising the house. Pan immediately turns around and is surprised at what he is about to see. In front of him was little sister Tang Tang in a beautiful outfit, leaning against the house. She looked directly at Peng. She waves hello to Pan and talks about how it's been quite a while since they've seen each other. Afterward, she starts stroking Dazi and saying that she is very happy that he has once again raised his level even higher. She strokes him, tugging cutely on his cheeks, and notices that Dazi has increased the number of teeth. This surprises Tang Tang. Sis Tang Tang continues to play with Dazi, and the latter is already asking to hurry up and let him go. Tang Tang, on the other hand, asks to show her all of Dazi's teeth. Peng also teases Dazi, saying that he should not be discouraged, for patience is a good thing. However, in the moment Tang Tang remembers something, she stops and addresses Peng, calling him Baby Peng. She relates that she has heard information that this house was purchased by Pan recently. Peng talks about the news reaching Tang Tang quickly. It makes him laugh a bit. However, he says that it is too early to talk about a complete move. Sis Tang Tang, with sparks in her eyes, tells Pan to take her into the whole process of renovating the house, because little Pan himself is bound to be cheated. Tan Tan informs that she has to go now. She came by for a while, she has a lot of things to do. Peng also tells him that he hesitated for a long time before buying a house at such a low price. As she leaves the house, Tang Tang smiles wryly and thinks about the fact that once the time comes, she'll be able to buy a house right near Peng, and then they'll be around each other more often. After some time, Pan, along with his pets, decides to go for a walk in the forest. Pan and his monsters discover their first problem, a military camp with a bunch of military equipment. Thus, Pan realizes that in all likelihood, the dark coal forest is somewhere nearby, since there are so many military personnel here. Pan hopes that today he'll be able to find all the materials he's looking for now in the woods, because that's what he's been doing for the last 2 weekends. Today is the third. However, here Pan hears a growl and turns around to find that behind him, some entity is sitting in a tree looking at him. Pan notices that the elite class monster in front of him is a lynx. It's a lynx. Pan realizes that it really is 10 times more dangerous outside the city. The lynx comes down from the tree and, leaping at Pan and his monsters, is carried at wild speed through the branches. Pan tells his monsters to be on their guard, for the lynx is bearing right down on them at wild speed and will be ready to strike now. Datsu is about to attack, but Bu-Chang the monkey interrupts him and pushes him aside. Bu-Chan's monkey, with all his large appearance, gets in the way in front of this lynx, blocking the road and saying that his opponent is him. Snapping out of sight, Bu-Chan carried straight towards the lynx. With his appearance, he was already scaring the lynx like a small kitten. Lynx tries to run and hide behind branches to avoid getting caught in the clutches of Bu-Chan's monkey. However, the idea of trotting fails. Bu-Chan uses one of his abilities. With it, he sends out lines of energy. Bu-Chan's monkey easily wraps its energy lines around the monkey and keeps it from running off somewhere. Bu-Chan follows up with a punch right into the body of the lynx, causing it to fall into the ground, smashing it. Bu-Chan seemingly driving the lynx into the black earth. Peng realizes that Bu-Chan's power has increased 10 times from when he was an ordinary Red River monkey, but Peng didn't expect Bu-Chan to be this strong. However, Bu-Chan gets upset. In his opinion, he struck too hard and did not calculate his own strength. Peng recalls that Bu-Chan hasn't fought at all since his evolution. This reminds Peng that he should do a lot more training with him. After Bu-Chan defeats Lynx, Peng says it's time to go. They're lingering here too long. Meanwhile, along the way, Bu-Chan remembers the day he met Peng in the exam. Back then, he didn't understand what Peng was saying yet he trusted him. Back then, Bu-Chan had never imagined that from that second on, Peng would become the closest and most beloved person to him. Meanwhile, they all walk further into the forest, and Dazi tells Peng non-stop that he would have easily handled that trot, but Bu-Chan wouldn't let him. Peng tells Dazi that he remembers his strength. Thus, Pan and his team of pets walked through the forest for about 4 hours, during which they finally managed to find the materials they needed. Pan shares his observations. The right wood material he found exactly where he found it last time, among a pile of green snakes. With the abilities of his senses, Bu-Chan Monkey senses that one of the snakes is about to attack them and has already taken a stand. However, Bu-Chan stops this snake and easily grabs it in his hand, protecting Pan and the others from the attack. Bu-Chan breaks this snake, and from its innards he takes out a valuable stone which apparently Peng was looking for. However, Bu-Chan is a little wrong, and the core of the green snake Peng is not much to need today's concentration on other materials. But Peng still thanks Bu-Chan for this, and realizes that since this core is there, it's not worth giving it up. It won't be superfluous. Trailing off, Peng points to a large tree nearby and asks Bu-Chan to strike directly into the trunk of that tree. Bu-Chan Monkey does just that. He energizes his hand and delivers a powerful punch right at the tree, shattering its trunk into shreds. This pleases Peng and Chu Bong a lot. They are pleasantly shocked by such a thing. However, only Dazi is not shocked, who would also like to do such a thing. Peng finds in the trunk of a tree the very tree he has been searching for so long walking through the forest, and later asks Bu-chan to strike more trees nearby. However, the events of the manga take us to another part of the forest, a group of 3 men in gray cloaks walking through the woods, discussing whether a certain guy is here. On the shoulder of one of them sits the mouse's pet, who is paying attention to some sudden noises. One of the guys notices this. He turns to the other like a captain and asks the one to listen to Tutu the mouse sitting on his shoulder. The captain informs his 2 men that Tutu's mouse indicates that there are some harsh sounds in that part of the forest. The 3rd man in their company points out that it sounds a lot like the sounds of boxing, like someone doing it in the woods. One of the guys jokes and says it's all a load of crap because who would box and train in the woods? Then they decide to go to the point from where their mouse heard the sounds to find out what is there. Upon reaching the place, they notice Bu-chang's monkey breaking trees, just at Pan's request. This shocks a group of unknown men. It is the first time they see how such a giant can simply break a tree with one blow. Trailing off, the captain of these men pulls out a picture of Pan and notices Pan himself near the trees and talks about how he is their target, but they don't understand what he does or what he pulls from the broken trees. Seeing that the 2 men were frightened, they began to ask the captain to leave the place, saying that their customer only asked to know the types of monsters. They also talk about how this monster trainer Pan is dangerous, Dak, and also has a huge centipede with him, which also adds to the fear. However, the captain clearly disagrees with them. He says he's sick of trivia, and when there's a chance like this, he wants to take it. In turn, this captain is well aware that this guy is clearly not as simple as he looks. The captain begins to watch what Pan pulls out of the trees. He thinks about the fact that if they can find out where the valuable material is, they can get rich and hit the jackpot. The captain orders one of the guys to hide, and thanks to his monster to take the kid prisoner, and they themselves plan to take on this giant along with a 3rd guy. The captain says that this could be their chance to escape poverty and become strong and rich. They can't just miss this chance. In a moment, Peng notices that Dazi and Bu-chang tensed up and began to stare at one point, as if in anticipation of something. However, here in the moment, Pan also notices that something unusual is going on behind the trees. Pan sees 2 guys behind the trees and yells at them to tell them who they are and come out from behind the trees. The captain is immediately surprised at the observation on Pan's part and realizes that things suck. They've been spotted. The captain of these men comes out from behind the trees. He greets Pan and with a cute face gives the illusion of friendliness. Trailing off, the old man captain says that this is a fateful meeting and offers Pan his help in the case. Pan is still tense as well. He doesn't trust them at all and clearly realizes that no help is being offered by them. Trailing behind them, Pan also notices that there are 2 insect-type monsters behind them, however very good, especially for fighting in the forest. As Bu-chang turns around and Peng follows him, they notice another man standing behind a tree at their backs. The old man captain talks about Peng not to worry. There's only their brother behind. He won't do anything wrong. The 3rd of them comes out from behind Pan with his big monster and talks about just stepping aside to use the restroom, so he was behind him. Peng is surprised by the fact that this guy has a mithril mantis, but Peng reassures himself that Dazi can definitely handle one. Pan tells them that he doesn't need help, especially of this kind, and by this point, he has all of his pets lined up behind him. The old captain with a cute face says that if the young man in Pan's face didn't like their appearance, they won't linger. This guy is screaming about how they're not just gonna take off like that. He's really outraged. The old man quietly replies to his partner that the opportunity for a surprise attack has already been missed. Hence, the many chances to lose now. The old captain also talks about how at such a young age he can already train so many cool monsters of this level. The captain orders them to leave and tells them that they will have a chance to come back later and inspect the place. Peng watches them leave and realizes that if Bu-chang hadn't noticed the way they were leaving, they could very well have attacked suddenly from behind. However, Pan is well aware that if they decided to do so, he would simply be able to kill them with his monsters right in the forest. Some time passes, a couple hours and a few dozen broken trees in the neighborhood. Peng rejoices and reports that they have managed to collect 1 and a bit kilograms of these resources. This is just a great result. Peng asks Dazi to come over to him, thus distracting him from eating another monster he found in the forest. Peng, with a satisfied face, grabs Dazi by his upper tendrils and asks Chunba to hand him some stick. Peng takes the wand with the mother on the end and brings it up to Dazi's elector tendrils. By pressing it, he releases the electricity and sets the mother on fire. Afterward, Pan takes this torch and simply throws the burning torch onto the grass amongst the trimmed trees, leaves, and grasses. Pan sets fire to a section of the forest, burning the traces. He realizes that no one is watching the forest after the disaster. The same group of men in gray cloaks watch Pan from the hill and see that he has begun to set fire to the area where he has been extracting resources. The captain realizes that Pan is very cautious and was afraid they would reveal his secret, the captain tells his partners. The captain realizes with sweat on his face that maybe it's just a lot of determination hidden in this guy, and he wasn't even following them. One of the subordinates of this old man commander talks about how they will not intervene. The captain speaks of the benefit unknown to interfere with them from a small force. However, he mentions that there will always be someone who will interfere. The captain calls and tells the person on the other side of the line to reassign a certain Dr. Jiang that the assignment was successful. The man on the other side of the line thanks the captain for accomplishing his task and informs him that payment has already been made as well. Followed by this man, on the other side of the phone line hangs up, turns to a certain man in a chair, calls him Dr. Jiang. The one in turn says with a wry smile that there's nothing wrong with that and asks if everything is ready for the second stage of action. Trailing off, this Dr. Jianu says with a smile on his face that he has managed to find the only relative of one Ji Hanyu. Back home, Pan notices that his spider ban is growing by leaps and bounds. He has grown to twice his size and has increased his level. Such great growth both pleases and shocks Pan. However, what clearly saddens Pan is that now Ban's spider, and there are appropriate, at least for 2 such spiders, if not more. Peng also finds Ban's spider armor that he dropped during evolution. However, it proves to be very fragile. Peng was generally hoping Na would have super magical powers. Pan does praise Ban's spider though, stroking it and telling it to eat even more if you want to, and to grow as fat as it can. Then Pan decides to make a black joke and says that as soon as Ban's spider becomes very, very fat, they will eat a fried spider for the whole house, but such a joke only scares Ban. Trailing off, Pan explains to the spider ban that he's taking many of the canned goods away from him for a reason. He says they're causing toxins to build up in Ban's body. Getting away from the jokes, Peng realizes that all the materials for Chun Ba's evolution have been gathered. But his body won't stand up to the usual preparation of a doma, and yes, the resources require processing in a lab. Peng arrives at the lab and notices that Zhuan left a little early today, but he finds the upside of it all. Pan lays out the materials. They require huge processing under different high temperatures, hence it won't be very easy. Pan begins to do the processing, starting by burning the materials at high temperature with a fire machine. Next, he threw the materials under a huge load into the mixer, pouring acid on top. Trailing off, Peng rejoices and reports that they finally managed to create a good and quality serum for Chunba. Though the sweet smell coming from the whey lured Chunba, he reminded Pan that it was better to mix the whey together with the juice as he liked. Peng didn't argue with him. He prepared a whole bathtub filled with this serum, pointed at it to Chunba, and asked him to jump into it. Chunbang did so, accelerating with great speed. Although Peng hasn't even finished his sentence yet, Peng notices that Chunba is too impatient. However, Pan is very much surprised by what he sees with his eyes and what is happening around him. Peng sees Chunba lying in this bathtub with a high. However, he began to turn green, which according to Peng should not happen. He begins to think that Chunba is sick. Pan also considers that this is his new color, and then realizes that he will now have a green cap on his head. Trailing off, Peng notices that Chunba also calls out that he doesn't like the bright green, but Peng himself is focused on thoughts of evolution. Peng also notices that after pumping Chunba, his internal energy has increased in times. He will be able to officially contract with Bu Chan. However, while Peng was thinking about it, Chunba finished and flew out of the bathtub and decided to squat right on top of Peng. He begins to fly at Pan's head, but the latter now does not like this outcome of events. He begins to push Chunba away and ask him to stay away. Peng's attempts were not successful. Chunba, in his new color, settled on his head and happily sat perfectly content. However, all this is interrupted by Peng's phone ringing. He notices that the manager from the company that Tan Tan recommended is calling him, but Peng doesn't understand what they want. They seem to have sorted everything out already. The manager says over the phone that the company had a difficulty during the renovation of the house, and it is required that Peng personally came here. Pan is told that they need to remove a couple of plants. However, to do so, they need to demolish part of the building, so they need permission from the owner personally. The manager adds also that Pan needs to come urgently and all the workers are waiting for him already. However, Peng points out that it's almost night, and why are the workers still working? What about payment and so on? Through hesitations, the latter informs him that this is already company business and let Mr. Gao Peng hurry up. But the events of the manga show us that the manager is being held by unknown people. From the phone to the manager comes that Gao Peng has agreed to come and said he would hurry and be there soon. Next, we are shown that some unknown evil man is holding the manager's head and talking about how well he did. Stopping at the bus stop, Peng realizes that the manager was somehow very strange today, and also Tantan is not picking up the phone again for some reason. Peng realizes well that this could very well be a very good trap. He and Chunba decide to go after Bu-chan and Dazi. Half an hour passes. The events of the manga take us to Pan's house, where the same people who were on the phone with the group of men are standing. The doctor talks about how he's still shocked that one Ji Hanwoo still has relatives, because he thought they were all dead. The aides of this doctor says that if anyone else finds out that Mr. Ji Hanwoo has a grandson, they will obviously want to get rid of him. This doctor reflects on the fact that a certain Southern Sky group has grown so big, and the old man is only getting older. The doctor's assistant suggests that if Gao Peng is still waiting to die, why don't they do it right now? The doctor pours out the wine and tells his assistant that someone is secretly guarding little Pan, for the old man is very concerned for his safety. The doctor throws down his champagne glass and asks his assistant if he thinks they are capable of fighting for power. The glass shatters, and the doctor talks about how if this kid is killed, they face the wrath of the head of an entire corporation, which is not safe at all. The doctor continues by saying that Southern Sky has over 30 different labs, and he has no chance of being the best. The doctor says that there are still many people who can be receivers even if Gao Peng dies. The doctor says that no one will kill Gao Peng. For today, he is an enemy to him. Tomorrow, he can make him become his associate. As he follows, he notices that the time of Ji Hanwoo's men is running out, and they should have already arrived, yet they are still gone. The doctor talks about dealing with the manager, but the manager in turn talks about how they promised to let him live. The doctor asks the manager not to be shouty. He's not a barbarian like the others after all. Saying this, he pulls out some kind of butterfly of a black and white hue. A butterfly starts flying right next to this manager, but some strange pollen falls from its beautiful wings. Unknowingly, the manager starts sniffing this pollen and starts to feel very bad. Followed, within seconds, the unconscious manager just falls to the floor, hitting his head on the floor. The doctor says goodbye to the manager, talking about how they don't need him anymore, and also wishes he could see the doctor win tonight. However, while they were talking, something strong and powerful flew through the sky. It resembled a huge rocket that exploded right in flight. This wildly startles the doctor and his assistant, both of them shocked at what they have just seen in the sky above their heads. They spot something in the sky that looks like a large bird or dragon, and the aide begins to stammer out that he has come in person. Meanwhile, the events take us to a certain military base. On a huge building sits also a bird. The bird turns out to be a huge phoenix that helped the military in the defense against the Lord of the Forest. This phoenix flies up somewhere upwards with tremendous speed. This is noticed by the local military. They suspect that the Lord of the Forest has been activated and the Phoenix has worked. However, the military's discussions are interrupted by a sad-looking old man. He, with a wand and a handsome uniform, informs the military to stand down. The Southern Sky Corporation has arrived in town. This old general is talking about the military doing nothing and not worrying, but simply going on high alert. Looking up into the sky, the old general talks about a huge storm coming, and it's going to be very interesting. The events of the manga brought us back to Pon's house. Some old man G appeared there, looking very menacing. All of the doctor's men lie behind him in blood dead with guns on the floor. The doctor asks Ji Hanwoo to just let him speak his mind. He talks about how this is all just to save his life. The doctor is wildly worried with sweat on his face and a shaky voice he talks about, and then he starts talking about some kind of program. The doctor says that he has installed a program that, if not stopped, will transmit information about Gao Peng to all the Southern Sky mouthpieces in all the cities. Ji Hanwoo sideways glances at the doctor and says something to the effect that if he doesn't want to talk, he shouldn't, because everyone has their own goals. However, the doctor falls to his feet and yells for Ji Hanwoo not to leave, and afterward says that Secretary Liu told him that Gao Peng is Ji Hanwoo's grandson. Trailing off, the doctor starts talking about how his goal isn't Gao Peng at all, but to increase funding. However, Ji Hanwoo did not listen to the doctor, only raising his hand to say that he would have to take a very long time to clean up the mess he had made. In a moment, the doctor notices 3 huge things coming towards him. He starts to scream, however the scream is abruptly cut short. Ji Hanwoo stands by the doctor. The doctor is lying on the ground dead. He informs him that he is a fool if he thought Ji Hanwoo would listen to threats. Also, this old man pressing the button of the bracelet tells his men to definitely find the device and eliminate it urgently. Old man Ji Hanwoo stands and looks up at the heavens, saying that he likes this simple world. However, some girl appears behind his back. He turns to her and thanks her for the good and tremendous job she has done. This girl behind Ji Hanwoo turns out to be the girl we know, Tang. Ji Hanwoo returns to the city from abroad and remembers the commotion caused by various problems, as well as the situation with Peng's parents. Ji Hanwoo says that although the situation has stabilized, letting little Peng into the general race is still too early, and his self-development will help him much more, especially his abilities are beyond expectations. Petting his pet, Ji Hanwoo suggests that the Southern Sky has a lot to do right now. Tang calls Ji Hanwoo a teacher and talks about whether the latter plans to meet his grandson today. Ji Hanwoo tells Tang that it's still early. He wants to see what will grow out of little Peng and what he will accomplish on his own. A little later, Pan himself arrives at the place. He is shocked to see that there are a bunch of traces of some battles and starts looking for the manager. Pan notices broken earth near his house. He is shocked at what could have happened here. An unknown person appears behind Pan's back and talks about how unexpectedly he showed up here, but this only scares Pan badly. Tang appears behind Peng. She tells him that it's her, he shouldn't worry, and calls him Baby Peng again. With a very wry and disgruntled face, Peng talks about how it's fucking Tan again. She's shocked that he's making such a disapproving face. She starts making remarks to Pan, pointing her finger and talking about if she were the enemy, what would have happened to Pan already in that case. He in turn talks about how if he doubts even Tang, who will he even trust in this life? However, Peng's words are interrupted by Tang. She reveals that Peng is not an orphan at all. His grandfather is alive. Pan stands in utter shock, sweat dripping down his face. He is shocked to hear. He finds it hard to believe the fact that his grandfather is alive. Tang began to tell Peng about his grandfather. She started by saying that at the time of the disaster, he was trapped on some island far away. She tells us that this island was tropical, and it's hard for Pan to even closely imagine how difficult it was for his grandfather to survive there. Tang talks about how if surviving on the mainland was difficult, then surviving on an island amidst the forest, a couple people and monsters, was a living hell. She tells him that after a while he had a gift. He managed to not only survive on the island, but also train a bunch of strong animals. Pan is increasingly shocked by this. He couldn't even close to imagine having a grandfather so strong. Pan calls him a badass. Tantan tells Peng that his grandfather sent her to watch over the then little Peng. However, Pan interrupts her and talks about how he understands everything. He's even happy about the fact that his grandfather is just alive and in this world. Pan says he realizes that hiding his grandson and leaving him to develop on his own is safer and smarter. Pan understands that, after all, this is his grandfather. Trailing off, Peng starts asking Tang Tang with sparks in his eyes about what kind of monster Grandpa is raising, what rank and abilities he has. Tang Tang makes Pan very sad. She talks about how he will only find out about all of this sometime in the future. The old man, meanwhile, was listening to all this conversation from above and analyzing Pan's words. Peng's grandfather, represented by Ji Hanwoo, was pleased that his grandson really did fully understand his grandfather and realized that he was free to come there. The next day, Peng, walking through the city, saw a huge crowd in the middle of the city watching something and surrounding someone. Pan walks through the crowd and sees some guy his age being hospitalized by ambulance. A girl nearby in the crowd talks about being hurt while training with the monster this morning, saying that two students were forever clashing and fighting with each other, and later one of them became a monster trainer and ordered his monster to attack that classmate in a verbal altercation. People in the background are discussing the situation, criticizing different sides, and Pan is just silently observing everything. Their classmate in the crowd starts talking about how both of these classmates were bullied by someone at school. Pan leaves, finding the argument useless. He wonders about moving the military camp from the school because of the incident. The school principal is in his office arguing with the military that this can't go on. Nothing militant and close to the school should be allowed. In an argument with the director, the military man says he will refer all his requests to his superiors to possibly do something about it. He tells the director that the request has been considered, but does not promise a positive outcome from the military brass. The military man, as promised, relays all the information to their top general at one of the military bases. The chief military officer notes that crime is prevalent everywhere, but in their city it's the least. It's too risky to change the situation now. The military man accepts the response of his superiors, for he realizes that the situation is still very dire on many fronts. The general claps the military man on the shoulder and suggests that some change and action they will still take to affect the situation in some way. The events of the manga take place in a training area near the school, where the head military coach begins to tell the students that they've gone nuts here. The head military coach announced that from tomorrow, Monster School is forbidden, and the military grounds will be enclosed by a fence. Upon hearing this, Peng started to remove Changba from his head. However, the latter started squeaking and talking about how he wasn't going anywhere. He was warm on Peng's head. Then, in a rough and cold voice, Pan talks about how he heard that jellyfish make a delicious soup. With his words, Peng scared the hell out of Changba, who almost fell to the ground in fear. Chunba started pulling out a bottle of juice and started offering it to Pan and talking about how he'd rather drink this than make jellyfish soup. The students became distracted by this scene. The military officer noticed this and coughed loudly and asked for their attention again. The coach says that in 2 months, there will be an exam that will be very decisive. He advises everyone to tense up and think from this occasion. The coach reports that a high score on this test will allow them to replace the best coaching positions in the future in different areas. The head military trainer reports that the exam will be broken into 3 parts. The first is a practical exam, a one-on-one duel. The head military trainer announced that a variety of monsters would be presented to choose from, but they had to be equal to or weaker than the opponent. The head military trainer also revealed that everyone would have a maximum of up to 3 monsters, which would also be categorized by strength and given out from the exam. According to the head military trainer, the second stage of the battle will be wilderness survival, which will be broadcast nationwide on TV, with the rules announced at the exam itself. The coach says that the third stage will be made known to those who make it to the second stage, but until then, he wishes everyone to make good use of the time. Peng realizes upon hearing that he may well participate, he needs to urgently raise Ban's spider level. Today's opponent in training is a huge leaf locust that has been wanted to use for a long time, but failed. This locust will be a great opponent for Ban's spider, because he is a spider, and this is a locust, and their levels are almost the same. But there is one thing. Spider-Man became very cowardly. He started hiding behind Dazi and refused to go into any kind of serious fight. Peng states that he intends to go first, but the head military coach interrogated him if he was sure of his decision. The head military trainer advises Pan to develop his monsters one at a time and improve one at a time. Pan thanks the instructor for reminding him of this, but says he has already thought it through, the system showing the best way. Pan shouts to the Spider Banu to go fight and win, even though he has put on a lot of extra weight in the past time. Entering the cage to his opponent in the form of Locust, he began to close in on her and plead with her not to hit him. Everyone starts to ask Pan what's wrong with his spider, why it isn't attacking. However, Pan explains that they both just can't make up their minds to do so. Peng understands perfectly well the problem, because the fact is that Dazi was acting 10 times more aggressive in his first fight. If it wasn't for the concrete floor, the Spider-Man would have dug his way out and left already. Peng doesn't understand what to do about it at all, because fighting is exactly what you need to increase your strength. The Locust stopped waiting. It began to attack the Ban spider with a direct attack into it. She grabbed Ban's spider with her paws and flung it aside in a sharp motion. Seeing that the Locusts are sending Ban's spider into the air, he realizes that now Ban's spider will lose its advantage, and the Locusts in the air will be easier to attack. However, the Spider-Man proved that O was not as simple as it seemed. Seeding from above, he used the spider technique by covering the Spider-Man with liquid. Spider-Man jumps down. He sees that the Locust can't to this hour get out of the liquid web that Spider-Man has covered him with. Unfortunately, however, the Locusts let loose and began to attack Ban's spider with their paws, but the latter in turn used its body defenses to fend off the attacks. His partner Tame appeared behind Pan and began to praise Spider-Man for his courage and intelligence in battle. However, Pan does not agree with her. He is upset. In his opinion, Ban's spider is still in a vulnerable position. After all, he should have acted differently. Analyzing the fight, Peng realizes that Spider-Man is many times stronger than this Locust, but the problem is that Spider-Man is simply afraid. Spider-Man doesn't want to listen to Pan's advice. He talks about being very scared, but Pan tells him to climb up. Spider-Man continues to downplay his abilities. He talks about being afraid and not being able to do that, even though it's not true. Pan realizes that of all the monsters he has trained, Ban's spider is the most cowardly. He yells and asks why the spider can't just climb up the side of the wall, since he is the most capable of doing so. Trailing off, Pan realizes that he has become demanding a lot from Spider-Man, even in his first fight, and monster training was never meant to be easy. Pan also realizes that Spider-Man evolved always on defense, and there is no logic in begging him to go on offense. Peng asks Ban to come back. However, he doesn't. He is still standing on the battlefield looking at his opponent. Peng doesn't understand why. After all, Ban's spider didn't want to fight. However, in his thoughts, Spider-Man remembers his first owner-grandmother who died. He is afraid that if Peng is displeased, Spider-Man will be left alone again, and he is very afraid of being alone. All these thoughts motivate Ban's spider. He realizes that he is ready to fight and finds the strength to resist. Ban says that no one will leave him now, and immediately after his words, he makes a direct attack. Spider-Man deals massive damage to the Locusts with a single attack, Spider-Man's paws cutting through its body layer. Gao Peng's partner, who was watching this fight, began to admire Spider-Man, and to realize that he was not as simple as he seemed. This pleased her. However, Pan in turn notices that something is going wrong with his pet Spider-Man. Pan notices that there are a bunch of red system windows around Ban's spider, with a warning that he is very angry, and his condition is uncontrollable. Pan notices that Ban's spider continues to attack, and the system windows write that it is doing severe and irreparable damage to itself in this state. The Spider-Man stops paying attention to anything around it. Attack after attack, it relentlessly attacks the Locusts. However, Pan, who has his hands on Ban's spider, runs into the cage and says that this is completely enough. The fight must be stopped. Peng apologizes to Spider-Man for what he managed to say to him during the fight today. Spider-Man's condition is not getting he better. He talks about having to fight or his master will abandon him. Fight or life, repeats Spider-Man. Pan says he's not going to leave Spider-Man behind. He's his pet, and Pan is his trainer. He's done a good job, and it's time to go back. Spider-Man's condition changes. He is back to normal, and the aggression subsides. Spider-Man tearfully asks if what Gao Peng said is true. Pan talks about it being true, strokes Ban's spider, and talks about how he'll never leave him, with the head military trainer watching it all. He looks at it, and remembers that until a few minutes ago, Ping was yelling at the head military teacher, and talking about opening his cage urgently, for Ban's spider is in a terrible state. After a week of training from that moment, Gao Peng had gotten the Ban spider to lose weight and become the normal size as it should be. Gao Peng and the head military trainer were discussing tactics for Spider-Man. Their conclusion, capture the leader and exhaust him. The incident with the Spider-Man made Pan realize that you have to rely on more than just the system. It helps, but it can also hurt. Pan decides to make some kind of soup out of old pieces of Ban's spider body armor, so he does, and yes, praises it a lot, saying it's just fine. He offers all his monsters a taste of this culinary masterpiece, however, not that they're all that impressed with the whole idea. Dazi, of course, tries it, and not surprisingly, he likes it very much. But Spider-Man immediately notices that this soup prepared by Peng smells very familiar. Walking away from cooking, Peng remembers that Ban's spider level has increased, meaning that Peng can try to make a contract with Bu Chan. Peng walks up to Bu Chan, extends his hand, and asks if he's ready to make a blood contract with him. As expected, Bu Chan immediately accepted the offer from Peng without any questions and signed a contract with him. Peng is very happy with the result. His spiritual energy was enough to contract Bu Chan. The next day, Pan rides relaxedly on public transportation and once again has a lot on his mind. However, as it turns out, it's time for the second field training, and Peng is now off to it, and on the way he ponders what to do this time, because now he'll have Bu Chang with him some more. A few of the guys who rode the bus with Pan discuss how they're going to catch and kill the one guy who tied up the door at the last practice and locked them in a shelter in the woods. They don't even realize that it was Gao Peng, who by the way is now sitting in the back, watching them discuss it. During this time, the bus arrives at the military base, and the bus parks in a local parking lot. Bu Chan scares the other monsters of the rest of the training participants, although Bu Chan's level isn't that high, but his epic aura is greatly dispersed. However, Bu Chang himself is quite afraid around everyone, so he walks very unsteadily, still carrying Dazi on his back. The other participants in the training don't understand at all why Peng brought such a huge thing like Bu Chang, when it's just an ordinary forest where Dazi would suffice. This time, Peng didn't team up with his partner Taini. Walking through the mountain valley, he ponders that it would be easier to do things alone. Ping sits on Bu Chan's shoulder as they walk through the mountain valley. Bu Chan tells Ping not to worry, for he will protect him if anything happens. It's surprising for Peng to hear such a thing from the silent Bu Chan. Peng knows Bu Chan loves him, however is surprised by such phrases. Bu Chan tells Pan that he watches the show Baby in the Shell on TV at home, which surprises Pan because it's not even a show, it's a cartoon. Walking along the mountain valley and discussing it all, and then notices that just ahead of them, in about 10 meters, something very fast has skipped by. Peng notices that this fast monster has hopped to the side, and looking over there, Peng notices the fact that there is a lake ahead. Peng realizes that this is the same lake where there were hundreds of frogs that attacked them. Peng tells Bu Chan that he doesn't much want to be spat on again, so he asks Bu Chan to change direction in the other direction. However, before they could think anything through, a huge anaconda swept in front of their face, washing away everything in its path. Pan realizes that this is the second time they have met, and in all likelihood her hunting zone is in this area, for this is the second time she has been in this county. This snake whizzes through the forest, breaking trees, right up to the lake, and looks at the dozens of toads who are also staring at it in surprise. Toads are very frightened by such an uninvited guest, but do not plan to retreat. All together at once they begin to spit water directly into the body of the snake. The snake whizzes through the water, dredging a little, thus creating waves of water and drowning many toads underwater with the sharp current. Analyzing the situation, Peng came to the conclusion that this snake is strong beyond its level. The toads didn't even come close to damaging it, even though it's only level 20, but its strength is much higher. Trailing off, Pan notices some monster tadpole in the bushes who clearly isn't very brave. Trailing off, Pan notices dozens of these tadpoles and toads begin to swim quickly across the lake to the other side of it. A huge anaconda flies upwards out of the lake, taking many toads, tadpoles, and water to its jaws. After a couple of these runs, the huge anaconda began to leave the lake. Apparently, it had had enough and was going to rest. Peng realizes that she's a few levels below Dazi, and yes, Buchang will be stronger than her, but going into battle with a monster of this size is very dangerous. However, Peng notices Buchan's very tense face and asks the man what he's already up to. Buchan began to run around and crush the little monsters, thus taking them for himself. So Buchan got a lot of meat, and Peng immediately cooked it on the fire, treating all the pets, Peng now realizing why Anaconda was gobbling them up. However, Peng notices that Dazi is distracted by something. This is very unusual and strange. For Dazi to be distracted from a meal is a very unusual phenomenon. Peng looks in the same direction as Dazi, and it turns out that there is a tennis vet horse behind the trees. It is very rare. Peng is surprised. Pan immediately analyzes the horse. He picks up on the horse's very high speed, beauty, and most importantly, cool abilities. Pan is very much glowing with happiness, for he wants her for his collection, and already imagines how he will ride her. Trailing off, Pan swivels his head and tries to indicate to himself that he already has companions. He should keep himself from such ideas. Trailing off, Pan notices that by the time he was looking at the horse, someone had stolen his toad legs from the fire, which he was roasting for himself to eat. Trailing off, Peng sees Buchang sitting and resting, and Dazi lying relaxed with crumbs around his mouth. Obviously someone who has eaten. Peng starts to ask Buchang why he ate his toad legs off the fire, but he says he didn't do it in any way. And Datsu yells that it was all Buchang's doing. Buchang decides to prove his words. He grabs Dazi by the tail and starts shaking his head down. A huge toad's foot, the one from the bonfire, falls from Dazi's mouth. It is obvious what has happened. Peng in turn is only happy about this, because punishing Dazi for his behavior with Buchan's hands is ridiculous. However, while they were figuring things out amongst themselves, Buchang heard some sound. He immediately notices something, grabs everyone, and jumps up. Peng doesn't understand at all what's going on and tries to ask Buchan the essence of such abrupt and strange actions on his part. Trailing off, Pan looks down and notices the whole problem himself. Below them is a huge anaconda, the same one that was at the lake. Buchang jumps high, and after landing a couple dozen meters away, saving Peng and Dazi, Peng realizes that if it wasn't for Buchang, he would be dead by now. Pan notices this huge snake encompassing the trees. He doesn't understand where this is going. However, he definitely realizes that this is the second time the snake has attacked Pan for no particular reason. In cold blood, Peng asks Buchan if he can take on and kill this anaconda. Right now, Buchan, charged with motivation and energy, replies that of course he can. Buchang starts jumping from branch to branch, climbing higher and higher to equal the height of anaconda. Following from one of the upper columns of trees, Buchang takes a leap, heading straight for Anaconda. In the moment, the evil Anaconda notices something flying at her from above, and it's our brave Buchan. With a bold, fierce, and powerful blow of his huge fist, he hits right into the head of this huge Anaconda. He knocks a couple of teeth out of this Anaconda, and most importantly leaves her in shock, because this is the first time in a long time that someone has dared to attack her. Buchan doesn't stop attacking. Launching attack after attack, he punches right into the jaw of the huge anaconda. Peng notices through the system that although Buchang is throwing such powerful punches, So far, they are only causing light injuries to Anaconda. However, following this, Buchang is already making powerful fist attacks in volleys, then creating mid-level damage for Anaconda. In any case, much to Peng's surprise, who is watching their battle from behind the bushes, displeased only with Dazi, who was not entrusted with such a task. Buchang makes a very powerful attack. Gathering a lot of energy and his strength in his fist, he makes a direct and precise strike into the body of the huge Anaconda. With such a powerful and unexpected attack, he not only strikes, but also throws the huge Anaconda aside. Buchang starts to make another grab right on Anaconda's body, but then he notices that she has tensed up dramatically. That's when Peng notices that Anaconda has started to go into berserk mode, thus preparing a huge attack for Buchan. Peng sees this and yells out to Buchan, informing him of Anaconda's plans to use his trump card and a very strong attack. Buchan hears this. It shocks him a little, as he doesn't understand exactly what Anaconda is going to do. The snake begins to spin in circles, creating revolutions of breakneck speed and rising higher, accelerating time after time after time. Trailing off, it begins to scroll across the ground, smashing everything in its path. However, Buchan is not at all intimidated by this. He is not going to back down. He jumps right in front of the snake's face, blocking its path. Snake Anaconda is shocked by the actions on Buchan's part. She couldn't have imagined that he would go on and Tame to block her path. Peng is as shocked as the Anaconda snake itself. He begins to ask Buchan if he can continue the fight. Buchang in turn only strokes Pan, letting him know that he clearly has no plans to stop. Buchang puts his hand to his heart and decides to use one of his abilities, thus becoming much stronger. The immense pressure of Buchan's aura enveloped everything around. The Anaconda snake, even in berserk mode, is surprised and unable to resist such a strong aura. This pressure becomes the pressure of hearts. Peng sees this and recalls that after Buchang moved to the epic class, Anaconda is furious and decides to attack Buchan with a direct attack, gaining speed and running towards him at full speed. However, Buchang is more than prepared for this outcome. He puts his hand forward and uses one of his abilities. Buchang began to clutch the aura of hearts that he placed in his hand and extended right in front of the Anaconda snake. Following this, the Anaconda snake falls straight to the floor, its head throbbing, and blood begins to flow non-stop from behind its mouth. Buchan comes to her. He checks and makes sure she is definitely dead by looking up at her. However, Buchang decides to strike the final blow to eliminate his rival in the form of the snake Anaconda for sure. All this was being watched by the military, who were sitting on the base in the control room and watching this fight. They are wildly surprised by what is happening. The military man was also watching the fight. He asked the handler to zoom in and show him the guy who wields the monkey Buchan. The military manager who was monitoring the cameras opens Gao Peng's personal page and is surprised to find that he is only 18 years old. A senior military man realizes that they somehow don't have access to detailed information about Pan and his animals. Meanwhile, we are brought back to Pan, who is standing at the belly of a dead anaconda snake, and asks Datsu to perform autopsies on her. Daisy starts to try cutting. However, the layer is very thick. He has a hard time doing it. However, Peng points out that judging from the sounds, it feels like ordinary paper, not a thick layer of leather, is being torn. When Daza cuts deeper into her skin, Peng discovers that there is no thick layer, just an ordinary vine inside. Datzi pulls valuable resources out of the anaconda snake, holds it out to Peng and says, You. Peng turns his attention to Buchan, who is sitting by the tree. He is clearly tired, and has clearly lost his strength and size. Peng explains that after Buchan used the blood thread technique, his strength clearly diminished as well as everything else. However, Peng's thoughts and Dazi's delicacy are interrupted by sudden violent sounds in one side of the forest. Datsu immediately starts yelling about how it's a top girl. However, Peng doesn't really understand which top girl he's talking about. He interjects to Datsu. Pan realizes that it's probably Tiny and Lianzi that way, and they're probably in trouble. He starts to run and his monsters follow him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest where the sounds came from is a huge hole where Liazni is standing. There's a group of girls standing there, Lianzi among them. One of the girls has fallen to the ground and twisted her leg, and Taini is concentrating on something. Taini screams about how things are really fucked up for them. A monster, more like a worm, with fangs on its head appears out of the ground. This monster directs its attack straight at Taini and the rest of the girls with terrible speed, its size allowing it to take them all at once. Taini screams for her monster Lianzi to stop him. He does so, blocking the blow with himself and taking it completely on himself. Taini grabs the girl who twisted her leg and starts running. The third girl also speeds up and runs after them. However, right in front of their face as they ran, another such beast appears in front of them. It is aggressive and blocks the path. Lianzi can't help them, for he's busy with another such monster on the other side. The monsters of Taiyan's friends can't help them in this battle, for they are too weak for such opponents. For even Lianzi is hard to restrain. At the moment when this monster was about to attack the girls, Bu Chang appeared, and with a powerful fist strike, he sent this monster into a knockout. Following right after that, Bu Chang grabbed and started stretching that monster right by the skin near its claws. Bu Chang grabs and straight up throws this monster aside, sending it flying with a huge swing. On the other side, from below, Dazi, who had also come to the rescue, was already running up. He charged straight at this monster with his powerful electric punch. Pan orders them to go to the aid of Lianzi, Taini's pet. And so it goes. Bu Chang is dispatched, and the first one makes a fist attack with which he pierces the second monster. Pan approaches Taiyin and asks if they're okay. Tien in turn assures her that everything is already super and thanks Pan for saving her. Peng, with a happy and sweet face, tells Tien that there is no need for thanks. They are friends after all, and they should help each other in everything. Pan and everyone else hears a loud announcement over a mouthpiece to the entire forest, stating that the training will be terminated urgently. Pan speaks with pathos about how the appearance of this kind of monster is already a huge outlier, and clearly something is going wrong. As Peng would find out later, this is what happened. Director Feng had reported it. The problem with the strong monsters was now being dealt with by the military. Pan goes home but is overrun by 3 guys, one of whom sues him for locking them out of the house that time at practice. Pan tells him about how he's 18 years old now, and if he goes around and simply looks for fights, he might actually find one. Pan also sees by the system that the monsters near them are of very low level and are nothing, so he tells them that as well. Peng even talks about how all their monsters Dazi can handle alone even. Such words make him a little upset. Peng starts stroking Dazi and telling the man not to get angry. Peng doesn't look down on him at all. One of the guys says Peng didn't realize who he was messing with, calls out some macaque, calls him a rabid Kong, and orders him to attack Gao Peng. Pan is shocked, not by his monster's strength, but by his master's stupidity, because he bought his pet a weapon, and for monsters, the weapon is their body. It's absurdly stupid. Mad Kong, about to attack Pan, he gets into a stance and swings the armature over Pan with all his might. Peng only sighs unhappily at the sight of it all, and tells Bu Chan to teach this silly monkey a lesson and manners. Bu Chang appears from behind, stopping this monkey with one-hand movement, and later wraps his arm around its throat, blocking it from doing anything. Then, with 2 fingers of his other hand, Bu Chang lightly slapped the monkey on the head, which in turn immediately started screaming and shrieking. A group of guys, Pan's opponents, are looking at this with a goofy face, and in the moment, they all collectively ask only one question: why? They don't understand why the battle between their Kong and Buchan Peng looks like Buchan is simply bullying some kid. The owner of a Congo monkey asks him if he is ashamed that he 2-meter gorilla has to hide behind his master's back. This guy realizes that he very much underestimated Pan's monsters and will have to retreat. However, he promises that he will still find an opportunity for revenge. This guy is about to apologize to Pan and say that he misunderstood him. However, Pan simply walks away silently without saying a word at all. The guy standing next to him calls him the boss and suggests he blow it all off and just go and relax at the bar. This guy walks up to his monster Monkey Kong and talks about how he's not going to scold him, however suggests he go home and practice. He says that only in this way will they be able and strong enough to defeat an opponent like Gao Peng. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us a little bit forward. Pawn is in one of his laboratories. He is preparing something new. With all his preparations completed, he summons his pet spider, Ban, to join him, and he comes over. Pan starts stroking Ban's spider and telling him that it's time to improve it and make it even stronger than it is now. Pan points him to a huge flask, which in turn is full of some kind of incomprehensible blue liquid. Spider-Man spat at the ceiling. He latched onto it and then jumped off, thus plunging himself completely into that flask. Pan explains that he has gathered the necessary materials as instructed by the system, and now all that remains is to douse Ban's spider and control the temperature of the flask. Two obscure masked men arrive at the workshop. They discuss how they are going to break in. One of them says it's not a good idea to rob this place. They should have chosen a bank. At least it doesn't have armored glass. They both wore gloves, and afterward used some mixture which they said would protect them, for it would allow them to touch everything without imprints. One of them takes a glass capsule with a button and some kind of insect inside, glues it to the door, and talks about how he's almost done. Next, he presses this button. Gas starts flowing into the glass capsule to this monster. This gas allows you to get rid of the glass around the insect frozen inside, and also affects the insect. The insect starts to shake, followed immediately by a large explosion right around the door, which clearly does damage. So they created a hole in one part of the door after the Big Bang. Pan, who at this moment is making improvements to his spider Bana, notices that something did happen. Pan hears that a sharp sound came from the direction of the entrance. He quickly goes to the computer and starts to look through the cameras to see what happened. Pan notices that the camera is fine, but it has been blocked. He realizes it's robbers. However, he wants to know if they came to steal or to kill Pan. Pan makes a call to the police and reports that someone unknown has broken into his workshop. Meanwhile, the thieves walk around the premises looking for something to steal and agree to do things quickly and quietly. One of them catches sight of the fact that a light is still speaking from behind one of the doors. The thief realizes that some equipment is still working. One of the thieves sees that it's a lab and says that there's probably a lot of valuable materials in there, which is a good thing. They go in there and get a wild shock at what they see. In front of them is a huge blue capsule with a band spider in it. It shocks the hell out of them. The thieves decide that no matter what's in there, it's clearly worth a lot of money. Hence, it's worth starting with first. One of them uses a monster that makes his arm temporarily very strong, and the other throws him a hammer to break the capsule with ease. Because of the ambush, this is all noticed by Gao Peng. He points out that if the capsule is broken by them now, evolution will be stopped. Pan appears in front of them and tells them that they are probably tired of wandering around here, and suggests they sit down for a cup of tea. One of them is immediately expectedly triggered. He hits Pan with a hammer and talks about how he's about to give him a treat with that hammer. Pan falls unconscious to the floor, and the thieves discuss whether he's dead by chance. The thieves laugh off Pan and talk about how this is what happens to everyone who gets in their way. However, by this point, terrible news for them occurs. The dark evolution of the Spider-Man is coming to an end. Spider-Man comes to his senses and notices the two robbers who beat up his master standing by the shelf and piecing everything together from there. Spider-Man snaps, destroying the flask. He jumps right at them, striking their bodies. By this time, the police have arrived on the scene of the call. They see the broken front door and radio information about it. One of the policemen smells the smell of blood. He realizes that this is not at all a good thing for such an event. He orders everyone to speed up and run forward, because most likely some person is in danger right now. The cops follow them further to the lab, where they see a body cut into small pieces on the floor, and the floor is covered in blood. The policeman asks that this be passed urgently to the investigating inspector, for there has been a murder here. Gao Peng appears from behind, whose face is a little bloody. He asks who it is. Is it the police officers? The cops point guns at him and yell at him not to move, but Pan tells them that he was the one who called them out. Pan sits on the floor with Spider-Man and talks about how he's the one who called the police here, and is willing to show his ID. The events of the manga take us to the police station where all our heroes are now. Peng claims, under questioning, that he acted in self-defense, denying police murder charges. The police don't believe Pan's words. They are screaming and don't understand what other self-defense could even get to what happened to these guys. Pan doesn't understand the charges against him. He talks about how they attacked first at all, and it's evident from the results of the tests of the blow to his head. The policeman does not listen to Pan. He yells at him and asks him not to change the topic of conversation. The sheriff reports that the camera footage confirms that the attackers were the first. Tan backs up his words with a smile. Leaving the police office, Peng and Tan discuss what happened. Peng wonders if Grandpa knows. Tan informs him that of course he knows. Pan reports that Ban's spider took the brunt of the blow, and he only got a couple scratches, but it was an injury that saved him from being branded an assassin. Tang strokes Peng's shoulder and talks about going home and not worrying about anything. She will solve everything and make up for all the problems. He went home and just went to sleep. However, his sweet dream was interrupted by some unknown person, more like the aura of a person standing behind his bed. The man strikes hard with a swinging kick at Pan's bedpost and pierces his bed with a knife. Pan is shocked to learn that the thief the spider killed has returned for revenge at his home in the middle of the night. The robber strikes, Peng dodges. The thief talks about how Peng was only pretending and could have stopped Ban's spider at the right moment. Pan responds to the knife attacks by pointing out to the thief that survival requires toughness, not pity. Right during Pan's dialogue with him, the second thief's hand appears from behind and grabs Pan's shoulder. It's the second thief. Headless but with a hammer, he swings as if to strike Pan and shouts for Pan to die. However, it turns out to be just a dream. Pan wakes up in a sweat and comes to his senses, realizing what just happened. Pan realizes that he is responsible for the death, which shakes his mental state badly, causing nightmares. Pan realizes that his pets are his main driving force, and he must stay strong for their good. The events of the manga carry over to the next day. At a training session, the coach announces that the government, along with 12 coaches, has formed a coaches' alliance. The aide also informs that today's opponent in training will be epic class. Cadets need to pump up their skills. He announces that tonight's opponent will be a blue bat, and the grand prize will be the bat itself, with the winner getting the rights to take it for themselves. Some guy with a thunder bear declares himself ready to be the first opponent today for this blue bat. Everyone is discussing the fact that this guy is quite successful and he managed to improve his thunder bear well last time. An 18th level thunder bear with advanced class stands in a cage against a blue bat of epic class. The bear immediately goes into a pretty strong and tough mode, straining its muscles and claws in preparation for a serious fight. However, there was no reaction at all from the bat. It just weighed on top and slept as it continued to sleep. This makes the bear very angry, and he starts to get angry and make noise to draw the bat's attention to himself. And so it goes. Within a second of this action on the bear's part, the bat is behind him in a flash. She delivers a powerful light strike towards the bear, thus sending it away from her and effectively knocking it back with just a blast of energy. This shocks the owner of the thunder bear to the point of shock, and the military man orders medical personnel to be rushed here. This bat has a light beam attack, only 2 levels difference. One hit was enough to make the bear's owner cry. Trailing off, the military man asks if there is anyone else like him who would dare to go and stand against such an opponent in the form of a blue bat. People around the circle start to blend in and discuss things amongst themselves, like the weather, just to avoid going there. Some began to fall to the ground, pretending to have severe stomach aches, people doing their best not to go to fight against such a strong opponent. The coach says that everyone has become a theater graduate. He reminds them that they are coaches, and this shouldn't be a problem for them. However, at one point, you can see someone's hand raised up from the crowd and a request to come out against the blue bat. This person turned out to be Gao Peng, who had asked to go out against this monster, along with his monster Bu-chan. Bu-chan immediately stood up in his cool stance to show his strength to everyone, demonstrating his superiority. Running into the cage, Bu-chan began pushing himself from one part of the cage to another, reaching the top in no time, followed by Bu-chan immediately launching a direct, fast, and accurate attack into his opponent in the form of a blue bat. She manages to dodge very well, but the shock hits her because she didn't expect such a thing. The guys discussed not attacking Bu-chan earlier, now seeing that he's capable of a lot of damage with even one attack. The main guy recommends that Monkey Konga train harder to deal with Peng and Bu-chan, but Monkey looks disapproving. Everyone is watching the fight between Bu-chan and the blue bat. The only problem with the fight is that Bu-chan can't fly, and it's hard for him to launch attacks on his opponent. Peng only stands and laughs. He thinks about what he needs to do now is to use up all the energy and strength of Bu-chan's opponent. Peng sees that the mouse is starting to weaken, thus Bu-chan will wear her down, and according to Bu-chan's characteristics above her, it won't be a problem to solve with her. Here comes the moment that is perfect to strike right now. Bu-chan swings in to do just that. Bu-chan throws a brutal punch right at his opponent Blue Bat. It flies into the floor with such power that it pierces the floor. Everyone is shocked at the punch that Bu-chan made. Jumping up so high, he hits so hard that his opponent lies covered in blood. Everyone praises Gao Peng and Bu-chan for thinking and doing so well, defeating an epic opponent with ease. Pan asks if it is true that he can now dispose of this flying bird as he pleases. Pan starts yelling to everyone who was at the training session that he's willing to sell this blue flying mouse for only 500 credits right here and now. His partner runs up to Pan and talks about wanting to buy her and asks Pan to sell to her specifically. He asks if she's sure. Gao Peng explains that the mouse flies very low, slow, and that's it. It has no other advantages. Among the flying ones, it is almost the weakest. Tame asks Pan to stop and talks about how he may not like her much, but she does, and holds out money for her. Pan is surprised but also happy that he was able to make money so easily and sell Tame such a monster. She plans to improve it. Walking home at dusk, Pan is looking at car ads on his phone, and he really likes one truck. On the way, Peng tells Bu-chan how beautiful this truck is. Huge interior, power, payload. Peng has always dreamed of having one. Pan also talks about how the most important thing about it is that it is made up entirely of steel, all of its architecture. This makes Pan very happy. However, Pan's thoughts and stories are interrupted by the girl who walks ahead of him. She coughs for attention. Tang Tan turns up ahead. She greets Peng as he greets her. She walks with a cat. Peng asks about the cat. Tang Tan tells him it's a regular kitty she picked up sick. However, Peng System Windows sees that he has a rank of at least commander. Peng doesn't really understand how Tang Tang has been able to find pets of such high levels forever. The kitty started to get nervous and meow. He thinks Tan Tan talks about him as being too weak. She apologizes and changes her words about the cat a bit. However, the cat picks up and leaves, Pan talking about how she somehow has him overreacting to her taunts. Tan Tan asks Peng why he hasn't moved to a country villa, and here's the answer about the many things he needs to move. Tang Tang strokes Peng and says he realizes that he simply doesn't want to leave his home, and that his monsters are growing in number and size. After Tang Tang Peng's words, he went home, and only after entering the room did he realize how strong the aura was. Pan picks up a portrait of his parents and tells them what they always told him, that when children grow up, they move away from their parents. He strokes the portrait of his parents and says that he will now live in the villa he bought and asks his parents not to worry about him. Pan tells his parents through a portrait that he is going to help his grandfather with his problems as soon as he passes all his exams. Some time passes from that moment. The events of the manga move forward. A military base is in front of us. A military man is asked to get everyone in line and not crowd. We are also shown a parking lot where there is a huge truck with 2 trailers, and the people around can't figure out who it is that has arrived. Pan gets out of this truck and his monsters out of the back of the truck. He goes along with them and talks about how it's finally exam time. Pan shows his exam pass as he passes. He and his monsters must separately pass through the gate here. A weird situation happens ahead of Pan in line. One of the guys can't get through the pass gate with his monster. At one point, his monster starts waving its arms like a wild man and screaming at everything it sees. He starts to run away, and the military reports an emergency, calling for the moon wolves to be summoned. As this happens, several moon wolves run at this monster and grab it. The military man at the pass asks the guy why all of a sudden his monster got so wild and started acting like that. The guy started begging to be let through. He took his father's monster instead of his own because he really wanted to get through. He was crying and holding the military man's leg. The military man asks him to stand up and not embarrass himself, takes his hand and lifts him up, putting him on his feet. The military man says that he should realize that he is a man and should not kneel down in front of everyone. Parent thanks the military officer for everything, however. The officer informs him that the guy will still be expelled from the exam for violating the rules of the exam. The guy falls down and starts crying. The military man asks to take him away, and several other military aides grab him and carry him away. Peng is surprised that even an exam of such a high level can find such people trying to cheat. Peng is given a slip with his number on it. Pan walks in pathos down the hallway and talks about how everyone who is here must realize that they must rely only on their own strength to pass the exam. Peng holds Chunba in his hands and contemplates the system by which everything will happen here and how he distributed the ranks and arenas. Pan comes to the conclusion that he's worrying too much. Since there's hardly anyone here who might have a lord-level monster, he has nothing to worry about. However, following by using the system, Pan notices a girl with a level 27 black anaconda. Pan sees a guy with a tiger monster. This is the first time he sees monster tigers. Even before the disaster, they were rare. This guy is also not simple. Pan realizes that it's going to be very difficult. He feels like a husky in a pack of wolves because his monsters are not yet of such a high rank. Although his ability power is high, it's clearly not going to be easy. Following Pan's footsteps, he walks towards the crowd, where the top 8 coaches of this city stood, whose monsters had a huge role to play. In the control room, he's already analyzing all those who came, realizing that it's going to be interesting, because among them are a bunch of people with tremendous abilities. One military man talks about the fact that there are many people in their 20s among them, and hints that although they are talented, you can't call them geniuses directly. The second military man talks about realizing the fact that among the 30,000 people in the city, these 8 have commander rank monsters. This is unusual. The chief talks about how things are already very bad lately. There are more dangers. He asks for no deaths in today's exam. The head military man talks about how he is really asking everyone to make sure this doesn't happen. These people are the hope of our world. The military say that the selection for observers was very serious. One person is assigned to each camera. Everything should go very well. Meanwhile, on Court A, Peng and Buchan are standing in the arena, and from the horns you can hear that number 5 is asked to prepare. Against Peng and Buchan, a commander rank scorpion 22nd level comes out. Peng tells Buchan to attack this scorpion. Without waiting for anything, Buchan instantly starts to act against his opponent. In a moment, Buchang was already behind that strong scorpion's back. However, the scorpion manages to react. But it's not so easy for Buchang either, and a little bit still grabs the scorpion. Scorpion activates one of his modes. He gets bigger and more powerful, and blows different blue things. Peng sees what's going on, and in this exam, don't underestimate Buchan's opponents at all, because they're going to be pretty powerful here. However, right in battle, Buchang's improvement occurs. He reaches the rank of Commander 21st level. Peng and Chunba are watching this. They are very happy about this. Peng is happy that Buchang did this. Doc, and also in such an important fight. But Peng still realizes that the advantages of this lakeside scorpion overpowers Buchan in some aspects, however, not that much. Peng sees that Buchan's strength has also increased, however, on the side of the lakeside scorpion, the power of water control, and the element of water. This puts pressure on Buchan. Peng doesn't understand what they should do in this situation. Too much possession from the opponent, however, Peng figures something out. Peng remembers the heart threads from Bu Chan. With the technique, Peng tells Bu Chan that the latter should use the thread covering on his legs. Bu Chang informs Peng that he has figured it out and is ready to act seriously and strongly. That's what happens. Bu Chan wraps his legs with these threads. He uses the technique according to Peng. Great. It's working. Peng's tactics are working, using Bu Chan's strength and the thread coating from the technique to create an attack of such power that it pierces through the opponent's body. Peng is shocked by the fact that after they came up with the technique, and Bu Chan launched dozens of attacks on the opponent's body. However, Bu Chang still proves to be much stronger. He unleashes a volley of powerful attacks and then throws his opponent aside. Following, apparently Bu Chan decides to finish off his opponent. He covers his palm with red threads and attacks Bu Chan. And so it goes. Bu Chan makes his final strike for this fight. With a volley of punches, he pierces the body of the scorpion and deals massive damage, taking his opponent down by knockout. Peng shouts to Bu Chan that it was great. He hasn't seen such strong fights in a long time. Bu Chan's opponent was defeated. However, Bu Chan grabs Pan and thanks him for being there for him and hugs Pan. Bu Chan tells Peng that if Master Peng hadn't helped Bu Chan, he would still be a little gorilla sitting in a cage waiting to die. But Peng says that Bu Chan is also trying very hard. Peng also points out that if they continue to embrace, they risk seeing Dazi's anger and jealousy of him. As it happens, Da Tzu starts yelling that they should stop hugging already, because it's been too long already, a whole 5 minutes. Da Tzu sprawls, jumps and flies at Pan, and afterward yells about how he also wants a hug very badly. However, Peng interrupts for something and is distracted from cuddling with Dazi and stares intently at something. Through the fence, Peng sees a girl with the same high-level anaconda. He notices that there is no scratch on her monster's body. Pan realizes that she will be a very dangerous opponent. Paired with her monster, they are a huge threat to Pan and his monsters. The managers in the office are watching all of this. They are discussing amongst themselves that at this girl's age, owning a commander-rank monster is already a tremendous power. The main military man says that this girl's name is Junimoyi, and although her character is a bit cold, she is a kind and helpful girl. The military discusses that this girl works for some kind of black flags. You can tell by her strength. They also talk about her not going to a third-grade school. One of the military tells the trainer that she also has an undead-class monster, which is very prestigious, and the trainer replies that he is a trailing Pan. The military also begins to discuss Pan's merits, recalling how he had a hand in defeating the Locusts and is serving at a young age. The chief martial artist watches Peng practicing with Dazi, and afterward quietly talks about how the old man has raised a fine grandson. One of the military informs the girl with the anaconda that she is number 3 and has successfully passed this round, may proceed further. She turns her attention to Peng, as well as his training with Datsu and some monster that Datsu just turned to ash. This girl pays attention to Pan, because he and his monster also managed to defeat a rank commander opponent. Pan is informed that the third trial is about to begin. The band spider standing next to Pan will apparently take over this round. Band's spider opponent is a level 16 leaf mantis. Pan realizes that Spider-Band's attribute is earth and his opponent's is wood. This is very good, plus the 10% difference plays into the hands for Pan and Spider-Man. Peng notices that this opponent walks like a human. He also realizes that apparently Bana's spider opponent has a good level of intelligence, which creates some kind of problem. However, Pan realizes that Ban's spider is also strong and 2 classes higher, so it's more likely that this mantis is just trying to create a cool look. While Pan was analyzing the situation, a signal was broadcast into the horn that Spider-Man and his opponent could start fighting against each other. Ban's spider opponent takes a swing of his paw, and as expected of our spider, he immediately fears and shrinks back. The enemy begins to deliver blow after blow, but at this point, Ban's spider is all but dodging every attack. Here, Pan abruptly notices the problem. Ban's face began to shine, and he himself became very satisfied. This causes a shock to Pan. Spider-Man starts spinning and twitching his paws as if showing some kind of dance. This surprises his opponent and Pan. Trailing off, Spider-Man tells Pan that this opponent of his also self-loves tats as much as Spider-Man does, so it's fun and cool. This brings Spider-Man to shock and tears, for he did not expect what he would attack. He thought his opponent was playing with him. At the same moment, Spider-Man's opponent makes a sharp attack, and Spider-Man himself barely allows himself to dodge it. It leaves only a scratch on Ban's spider head. He asks his opponent what it was, if it was a mosquito bite. Such wording causes wild aggression in the opponent Spider-Man because he perceives it as ridicule, although in fact it is. Ban's spider opponent makes a high jump upwards, preparing to apparently attack Ban from above. Not at all satisfied, Ban decides to attack as well, and uses one of his abilities and does a spit right at his opponent. The Spider-Man's spit alone was enough to completely entangle his opponent with a web, placing him in a cocoon. Immediately afterward, the Spider-Man tells Pan that this opponent seems somehow weak to him. This turns out to be some kind of trickery. In just a second, Ban's spider opponent is right behind him and running at him with the urge to attack. As it happens, the opponent behind Ban's spider makes a direct attack at Ban's spider and is completely successful. Spider-Man starts screaming about how this attack was very powerful, and he's in quite a bit of pain. The opponent hit clearly on his body. Spider-Man became very furious after such an attack. He attacked sharply at his opponent, landing several blows and shouting for his opponent to die quickly. In front of the shocked military, Ban's spider punches through the body of his opponent, thus sending him into a knockout. The military instructor informs Pan that the fight has successfully ended in his favor, and Pan can leave the arena, along with his monsters. People outside the arenas are discussing why everything is taking so long and where everyone involved is now in general. They are also discussing the very girl number 3 with Anaconda. Trailing off, one of the girls in the crowd notices that one of the doors in the arena has opened. She assumes it's the same guy. As it happens, Gao Peng and his entire cast of monsters emerge from the opening arena. The people around them start discussing how strong Peng and his monsters are. However, back home, Pan's face receives a huge shock. He can't believe what he sees with his own eyes. Part of his house has become even more destroyed than before he bought it. The fast is battered, as are the windows, and Pan himself is shocked at what is before his eyes. Pan enters his house and sees that the inside is a shambles. He doesn't understand what's going on at all. Pan is shocked at what's in front of his eyes now. He can't believe what he's seeing. It's like everything around him is broken and shattered. He clutches at his heart. However, following Pan hears some strange noise behind the couch and begins to suspect that someone is there. This shocks Pan. The one behind the couch gets a batch of anger and Pan screams. He yells about how he even has the guts to be here after all this. But by this point, Bu Chang himself had already moved toward the sofa to see who was behind him. Chunba in turn decides to help as well, but a bit oddly, he once again tries to get on Pan's head to supposedly protect him. Meanwhile, Bu-chan finds some monster bird lying behind the couch and asks Pan if he can eat it now. Dazi, meanwhile, tries to bring this bird to consciousness and touches it with his paws, turning it over. However, this is all interrupted by Tan Tan's voice from behind the window. Peng turns around, sees her smiling, and asks if it's her. Tan Tan informs that this bird is a gift to Pan from his grandfather, and he can keep it if he wants. Also, Tan Tan tells him that it's time for her to go. Peng also remarks that Tang Tang really enjoys taking care of him. In fact, in just a few days, she hired a lot of construction workers to build her a house next to Peng's villa. Trace Pan also thinks about what kind of housewarming greeting it is anyway if his house now looks like an old forgotten barn. However, interest takes over. Peng asks Bu-chan to pick up this bird and show him. Suddenly, something interesting after all. Peng immediately notices that it is a red crane. However, it only has one leg. Peng realizes that such animals are indeed a great rarity. Peng asks Bu-chan to be very careful not to strangle this bird. At the moment, the bird regains consciousness and realizes that something wrong is happening. Pan realizes that all this time the bird has only pretended to know nothing and is lying unconscious in general, Pan decides to scare the bird. Peng does this in an unusual way. He turns to Dazi and tells him that they will have roast crane for dinner tonight. The crane starts flapping his wings, his one leg, and crying while soaring through the air. Followed by Pan talking about how he's apparently over-pretending and smiling, but the crane is clearly in shock. Pan decides to watch the system. Pan is shocked again. He notices that this crane has an epic class. This is very satisfying. Pan realizes that Grandpa is an expert in his craft. Pan is already imagining in his mind how he will raise this crane to the rank of Lord, because it will be very unusual and interesting. Datsu and Buchang, meanwhile, are looking at this crane, and while Buchang is just looking, Datsu sees the crane already in roasted form. However, here Pan turns to this crane and speaks of the fact that if it has crossed the threshold of his house, it is now his pet. Peng begins to feed and socialize the crane while Dazi is in the background crying in shock, and Chunba offers Dazi juice to settle down. Peng decides to name his new pet Yang, since it has the attribute of fire. Trailing off, Peng lays a hand on his head in order to see if it's possible to contract Yang now or if it's too early. Pan notices something unusual. There are as many as 5 spots in his mind. Pan suggests that some of them may be related to his memory. As it happens, in his memory, Peng finds memories of how the mother of this crane Yang was killed by stronger monsters in the forest. Pan hugs him and realizes that in this they are alike, for Pan has also lost his mother and also his father. Following this, without any serious offers, Pan asks Crane Yan if he's willing to become Pan's pet and sign a contract. However, in Crane Yan's mind, he himself appears in a bloody aura and asks Pan if he will help him get revenge. Peng tells him that if they sign a blood pact between them, then Crane Yang will then become part of Peng's family. Crane Yang agrees to a contract with Peng because he really wants revenge, and thus the strength and capabilities will grow. However, Peng is wildly shocked. After the contract is signed, Crane Yang disappeared, but Peng himself remained in his mind. This is the first time this happens to him. It becomes a surprise to Peng. What he sees is the auras of Dazi and Buchan appearing on his right side. The auras of Spider-Ban and Chunba appear on his left side, all of these auras looking at Pan. Following that, all these auras splash their energy beam into Pan. Touching at one point in his body, all the auras form an energy. Pan discovers a new ability. After his 5 pets, he can now use their energy to create a barrier and protect himself. Pan realizes that such an ability isn't much of a rarity, but with each level up of his monsters, he gains a new ability. Pan also begins to imply that perhaps the coaches existed long before the disaster. Peng walks away from these thoughts, realizing that he is still far from it, but realizes that Tan Tan asked him not to reveal all the specifics for a reason. Peng realizes that he greatly underestimated his grandfather with Tang Tang. After all, if he has now unlocked such powers, their capabilities are even dozens of times stronger. Pan realizes that his opportunities are very small right now, and it is not a fact that with those opportunities, he will be able to help his grandfather with his business in any way. Some time passes. Peng is with his pets in the yard. He is lying reading a book, drinking coffee, and Da Zi, Spider Bang, and Bu Chang are meanwhile practicing with each other to keep in shape. Peng notices that the Yang crane is practicing in a special way. It beaks at the tree, breaking its trunk, and very diligently, until it bleeds. Peng sees that there is everyone except Chun Ba. Although Peng remembers that the latter was only recently hovering here, he must be afraid that Crane Yang will attack him. Looking at the grass, Peng notices Chun Ba, who has almost blended in with the grass in color. He is carefree sleeping. Apparently, he is tired of floating already, as he is quite weak. Pan talks about how his grandfather gave him a card with a bunch of credits. Now his life is going carefree, and his desire to be a coach is just a hobby. Pan's peace is interrupted by the fact that he remembered that the exam results are due to be reported today. This pleases him, but makes him a little worried. Grandpa Pan also decides to watch his results in the exam to know his grandson's progress and outcome. A satisfied Pan lies on the yard and also looks at his results, noticing that having scored many points, he is ranked first and praises himself. However, and this good piece is interrupted by a phone call that comes to Pan from an unknown number. Pan picks up the phone. It's a call from the military camp and informs that the second stage of the exam will be held soon. Pan is told the date, time, and place. Peng realizes that he didn't have a contract with Yang before the exams, so he should find Yang a house for the exams. Near Peng's gate runs Tan Tan, who is practicing. She greets Peng and the one in the moment it dawns on him that she can be trusted with the name. Tang Tang runs through and hides behind a tree, and Peng meanwhile realizes that her appearance here for a reason, and most likely her grandfather knew about everything and sent her now. Peng also notices that Tang Tang is glowing as if waiting for Peng to ask her for a favor. Pan realizes that she apparently likes the hassle, and it's her weirdness, and later turns to her nonetheless, saying that he could have kept his crane. Tang Tang says that such politeness is unnecessary. He can safely leave this crane at Tang Tang's place and expect it to be fine. However, it's the feeding issue that Peng is afraid of, so that it doesn't turn out like Dazi earlier, when Tang Tang overfed him. However, the events of the manga take us to the suburbs of the city, where we see the silhouette of a man out of a window complaining that it wasn't him who came first on this exam in the city, but some Gao Peng. Some middle-aged girl explains to the man that Gao Peng had extra points, for his opponents were drastically different. This guy is wildly slamming his hands on the table and talking about how he's not going to just watch this guy go around him. Meanwhile, the events of the manga move forward again, and we get to the exam. Pan immediately notices that there are very few people. Some man in a suit says that everyone has arrived, and he will be the curator for the second stage. However, Pan is surprised by this. He doesn't understand. The curator informs that the fight will take place in a distant forest of another city. There will have to fight against real monsters, which will be a lot. The curator explains that there is a forest park there. The area is laid out very conveniently for the tournament. It was done by the best coaches. The curator also tells us that there are no less than 500 commander rank monsters in this forest park, and some of them are at the peak of that value. The curator says that the government will ensure that everyone is safe, but this step is not mandatory, and anyone who doesn't want to can choose not to turn in. One man and one woman approached the curator and informed him that they would not be going through as it was too dangerous for them. The girl with the anaconda asks the handler if parental permission is required for this. He says no. This cute girl raises her hand and says that in that case she is willing to participate, and the handler asks not to be blamed if anything happens. The rest of the people do the math and realize that there will be 6 coaches, including himself, to represent the town where Pan lives. The curator asks everyone to try hard, because there will be coaches from other cities. He wants our city to show itself worthy. Some guy comes up to Peng and talks about how his name is Han Xiao and he would like to meet Peng and asks him his name. Peng greets him, saying that his name is Gao Peng and he is very happy to make a new acquaintance. That one frantically starts squeezing and tugging Pan's hand, saying that he's been wanting to meet him for a very long time since he's the number 1 of the first stage. This guy Han Xiao began to hug Peng and told him that everyone around here was from the families of politicians, businessmen, and tough people. Only he and Peng were ordinary people, although Peng already wanted to rush to upset him about it. He asks Peng if after the first exam he got a call after the first exam and was invited to different companies, but Peng immediately replies that there was no such thing, realizing in his mind that Grandpa and Tang Tang did their best. Toth claps Pan on the back and tells Pan not to worry, and he'll get a call too. They're probably just thinking about how much to offer someone like Pan. This guy starts introducing Peng to his pet. It turns out to be a divine ant that mutated from ordinary to divine when he ate something wrong, Han Xiao stated. Pan realizes how lucky this guy is, because even with a mountain of knowledge, it's hard to develop his pet and buy him resources, and here is such a coincidence. However, in the moment of these musings before Pan comes the realization that he doesn't understand at all where the system gets so much information about everything. Meanwhile, the curator informs them that the plane for them has already arrived. He asks everyone to get ready, get on board, for departure is coming soon. Along the way, Peng reflects on the significance of this exam, since so many people, even the military and their infrastructure, have been mobilized for it. People around here are discussing the fact of what cool candidates will be flying on this plane and stipulating that they are the future of our country. After a while, the plane arrives at the place. Peng immediately sees that there are a lot of people from all over the country, a total of 200 people. There was a stone monster among the monsters. People started taking pictures of it, thinking it was a statue. The guards started asking not to take pictures of it. Pan walks into one of the buildings with a closed door ahead of him and military personnel who gradually open them. Some man comes out of the door and informs us that everyone should sign special papers. He says that everyone should think carefully because they will take responsibility for their lives now. This exam will be difficult. Pan immediately agrees and leaves a written signature, and afterward hands the paper to one of the military. There was a clause on the paper that if a person died, his family would receive 1,000 credits. This is an impressive amount, Peng said. Participants are told that there are pillars all over the exam area that award points for destroying them and for killing a monster. Traceman says that everyone who signed the papers will also get a chance about the third round, the strongest one. The military chief says that those who prove themselves in the third round well will get the titles. One of the people ahead of Pan starts to get excited that they're going to be given such cool titles. Although Pan later realizes that having a title isn't so bad, with his huge variety of monsters, he would be suited for so many different titles. Meanwhile, a helicopter flies over the forest park with horns announcing that the second round has officially begun. Everyone is informed that in 20 minutes you can begin to take action. It is now worth heading for the helicopter light. Buchan takes over Pan and all the other monsters and they move out behind the light of the helicopter all together. Buchang starts not just walking but running with all his legs to be sure to catch the light of the helicopter and not lose his way. Along the way, they see that there is a cliff ahead. Turns out, they are at the bottom of the cliff. Pan calls Ban's name. He shoots a web at a branch at the top. On the web, Bana, Buchan, and the rest of them climb up and pass this first easy obstacle in their path. Pan is very glad that he is in protection, for if it were not for it, the branches around him would have pierced him through long ago. Pan notices someone riding a huge monster at his side. Seeing only silhouettes, Pan hears the monster's owner asking him to drive slower. Some competitor is carried forward on a pig of white dreams. Pan recognized this from the system. The competitor himself asking his pig to be slower. Pan feels disgusted by it all. This guy's monster doesn't obey, and even commands him, which means that the owner's character is very even weak. Buchan runs near them. Peng shouts at them, wishing them luck. However, this guy doesn't understand at all why Peng decides to wish him luck in such a situation. The military handlers announce that the first candidate has already reached the place. His monster is a bird with the attribute of fire. Meanwhile, we are shown Tantan's house where she and Crane Yan are watching TV. Crane Yan's size has increased quite a bit. Trailing off, Pan is also shown on TV, talking about how he has as many as 4 monsters and is the favorite among the contestants. Meanwhile, Tang Tang brings Crane Yang another bunch of fish she cooked and tells him that if he eats more, there will be more strength. Crane Yang gobbles it up through force, and Tang Tang watches it with a cute face as always and enjoys it. Pan, meanwhile, has been at the right point for a long time. Along with the monsters, he notices that the same guy with the pigs has arrived. His pig has made it. He also came and fell off her, and began to mutter that the pig was very naughty. Next, a military man on a huge stone monster shouts that time is up and those candidates who didn't make it are eliminated. The helicopter horns announce that all candidates have a few words to say before they go to the main test. They talk about how there will be rucksacks near the entrance with useful items that could come in handy if it's a matter of life and death. Meanwhile, the head of the examiner looking out of the airplane judges how many people are left and sees that the number is over 100. In the wake of this, all the candidates of the exam are informed that the second round of the exam is starting. The candidates themselves hear about it from below. Meanwhile, the TV starts broadcasting the whole thing, telling us that each candidate has a GPS tracker bracelet. People in the audience, meanwhile, are actively discussing the syllabus, talking about the different monsters the candidates have in the exam. Trailing off, the host starts talking about the anaconda monster, one of the contestants analyzing her monster. After discussing the candidates, the main presenter and the second guy presenter decide to watch the cameras on the exam. The broadcast camera moves to a high point in some part of the forest on a mountain, where apparently there is nothing of interest. However, bringing the camera closer, she only observes this guy lying down and resting. The anchorwoman starts to say that he's probably thinking about an important plan, and the anchorwoman talks about how he's just sunbathing. The people in the audience are also thinking about Gao Peng just lying down and sunbathing at such a crucial moment. Meanwhile, Gao Peng himself is really just laying back and relaxing, talking about how cool it is to do nothing. Dazi has a vibe about the same next to him. Afterward, however, Pan stands up and says that the forest should no longer be so dangerous, hence it is possible to begin to act. Pan beckons all his monsters over to him and talks about how it's time to start hunting already. However, instead of wild hunting, deep in the forest, Pan and the others are just gathering materials. Pan tells them that it is very necessary and useful to maintain the family coffers. However, Buchang interrupts Peng, calls out to him, and points to something ahead. Peng comes over and looks too. Ahead turns out to be the very post that was talked about in the beginning. They give points for destroying it. Pan realizes this is a great opportunity. But Pan notices that the pole itself is covered in a circle with vines or something else. He starts thinking about what to do about it. With the help of the system, Pan sees that it is not an ordinary vine, but a ghost vine. It is only hiding. In fact, it is a monster that can attack when attacked. Peng points to Dazi and asks him to put a fire right into this vine now. It's a vine slowly burning underneath, but inside it realizes that it should endure, for it is a hunter. However, the vine's patience starts to burn out and it starts to catch fire itself. So in the moment, it returns to its form and Peng starts calling out to Buchan. Buchan immediately runs up to Peng, and after a couple of jumps, he leaps onto the vine and restrains it with his hands. Vine begins to twist Buchan around, preventing him from moving and squeezing him to choke him, but Buchan isn't so easy either. He fights back and fights back with dignity. Peng perfectly understands the actions of the vine. She wanted to wrap it around her opponent and afterwards pierce him with small twigs to inject poison into him. But Buchang turned out to be no slouch and was much stronger than that. Peng talks about how these small twigs and the strength of the vine are very small to stop Buchan, much less break through his sturdy defense. Trailing off, Peng waves his hand to the side and orders Dazi to end this vine already. Dazi jumps right onto the vine, and through the strength of his paws, he cuts the skin of that vine, breaking it and all its branches at once. Trailing off, grabbing one vine, Dazi conducts an electric strike across the entire vine, striking it with his power. Peng didn't expect it to go so easily, and Buchan wouldn't even be harmed in the slightest. While Peng was pondering, Buchan was in the picture cowarding Dazi for setting her on fire a little too. Immediately after defeating the vine, Peng orders Buchan to go and break this pillar. As it happens, just one punch from Buchan's fist is enough to turn this pillar into a shambles. Immediately after that, the bracelet on Pan's arm goes off, and it tells him that Pan has scored another 150 points and that Pan has 199 points. Peng calls Daza and Buchan over to him. He asks them to help him cut and test this vine. Peng says it has the right crystals in it. However, while Pan and his monsters were doing this, the wristband transmitted that another contestant had fallen out. This was just the beginning. However, Pan is also visited by the thought that it could very well be other people, not monsters, behind the elimination of these people. We are transported to the scene of the death of a recently eliminated participant. The paramedics examine his body. It is already too cold. They decide that the monster that was with this boy will be handed over to his parents, along with their son's body. Inspecting the body, they noticed the wild strength of whoever was up against this guy, for even his protective goggles were pierced, and it's all one attack. Pan continued gathering useful items, but was interrupted by Ban the spider, who reported smelling something strange. Pan remembers that they weren't forbidden to fight amongst themselves, meaning that Pan and his monsters should be on guard. Some guy shows up and talks about how it's a shame that Pan has already tagged himself in this post, and talks about how next time his scorpion will deal with everyone here. Meanwhile, it's all over TV, with anchors discussing the fact that candidates really aren't banned from fighting. One of the presenters talks about how this is a huge problem, because groups of people could start showing up and the dead bodies would just be thrown away. Walking through the deepest part of the forest with his pets, Pan and his monsters notice that something smells and the forest is ultra quiet. Trailing off, Ban the spider notices that there is something in the bushes and informs everyone. A cute bunny jumps out of the bushes, but he has a unicorn horn on his head, which looks, to put it mildly, strange. Everyone stands in bewilderment. Pan and his monsters are even upset by the fact of what they see. After all, it's just a rabbit, nothing interesting even. However, in a moment, a huge long paw appears from behind, which pierces through the rabbit in an instant and kills it. Pan orders all of his monsters to retreat. He realizes that there is no way to determine an enemy's attribute by limb alone. Pan runs away, and on the way analyzes the fact that he and his monsters still don't have a ranged strategy. If they did, there would be no need to run away. Pan and his monsters ran away a bit. Pan talks about them being about 30 to 40 meters away from that place. However, the fact that they ran out into the clearing doesn't help. A huge limb appears right behind Pan's back. Buchan has his hand covering Peng's arm, but he's not in time, and a huge limb pierces Peng's body. However, the entire attack is transferred to Dazi. Peng is shocked beyond belief that even with the barrier, Dazi received this level of damage. Buchang grabs Datsa and Peng in blood and runs forward. Spider-Man runs from below. Peng shouts for Spider-Man to urgently use his web. Spider-Man does just that, using it between the trees. He blocked the monster's huge limb from passing through and prevented Pan from catching up again. Meanwhile, at headquarters, they observe this situation. They inform the command that it is impossible to ignore the threat posed by such a monster. A military man informs the handler that a certain white rose is close to 5 kilometers away and should soon be in time to help. The curator scolds the headquarters for the fact that they began to act only after the death of a man, because soon there may be many more deaths. Commanders have turned their attention to Pan. Military observers say that surprisingly, he is running away just like a coward. The military discusses that being able to leave is also important, but one of them says that Pan hadn't even seen the monster yet as he made that decision then. Pan sees this monster. He runs behind him and his team. This shocks Pan. He realizes that finding his weak spot is almost impossible now. This monster is very powerful. Energizing his limb, he directs it at the target with tremendous speed. This time the target was Ban's spider. This monster punched his butt practically through with a very strong straight punch. Pan is wildly shocked at what he just saw in front of him. He didn't expect this monster to attack so hard. Also Ban's spider. Spider-Man can't budge. He yells for Pan to run on with the others and ignore him. Such actions from the monster attacking Ban caused Pan to be extremely angry. The rest of Pan's monsters are also very angry. Peng informs Buchan that there is a seed in the center of his abdomen. Punching through it has a chance of winning. Peng just found this out thanks to the system. Buchang activates his ability and starts screaming, leaving Peng and the others on the ground. Buchan gets into a fighting stance in front of this monster, and afterwards he activates his strength, charging his arm with tremendous power. Buchang jumps high into the sky, and falling from above delivers a direct blow with his fist to his giant opponent. Peng analyzes the situation and realizes that in order to defeat an opponent like Buchang, this monster will have to work hard. Just as Peng expected, this monster starts attacking Buchan with its limbs, aiming several at Buchan's body at once. However, Buchang is wildly angry that this monster touched his spider friend Ban. Buchang snaps and holds this monster's attacks right with his hands. Peng thought the monster was keeping Buchan at a distance. But it turned out that it was Buchan keeping him at a distance, not the other way around. Peng yells to Buchan about not holding back and holding this monster back. Peng gives the go-ahead for Buchan to launch a counterattack. Dazi is also struggling to regain consciousness and start attacking, but the injury is making itself felt, and it's hard for him to even move. However, Dazi finds inner strength, snaps and carries himself very quickly towards the neck of this monster, and shouts that he will not allow anyone to hurt his friends. Meanwhile, a huge bird flies over the very forest where everything is happening. Some girl, apparently military, sits on it and tells them to try not to die before she arrives. However, in the meantime, Peng and his monsters continue the fight. Buchang holds back this monster's attacks, and Dazi crawls on its belly to the target. And finally, after all this time, Datsu manages to find that most cherished weak point of this seemingly invincible monster. However, a terrible thing happens, already approaching her. This monster notices Dazi's proximity to the place and flips him off. The usual reclining proves to be not enough. This monster pierces through Dazi's body again with its attack of one of its limbs, this time even harder. This is noticed by Peng Buchang and the others. They are shocked to now see a bloody Dazi flying downwards with no strength. Buchang is very angry. He starts shouting Dazi's name and goes into his ferocious mode. A second after that, Buchang squeezes one of this monster's limbs with such speed that it simply breaks it into small pieces. Buchang applies his giant strength and simply rips out one of the limbs of this horrible monster. Buchang rips off its limb with tremendous force and jumps up and in flight strikes directly into the eye of this monster, piercing one of its huge eyes. Buchan's mission succeeds, but there in flight, this monster flips him off with its limb into the ground. Pan's monsters are wounded. He doesn't know what to do next. All his strongest warriors are too wounded and tired, but this monster doesn't back down. Peng shouts for Dazi to try attacking with his lightning and aiming straight for the core of this huge thing. As it happens, Dazi follows Peng's instruction and delivers a huge electric shock, sending a current throughout this monster's body. Dazi is also slightly injured. It's hard for him to aim. However, this attack was good. The monster is distracted. Buchan has a chance. We're shown that woman on a huge bird, radioing in to say she's arrived on the scene and asking if she should attack or not. This huge bird grabs this monster from behind and pierces it with its paws. Trailing a huge flying bird carries away this monster that can do nothing. Pan is shocked that they just appeared, struck. However, Pan realizes that this isn't a bad thing either, because just a little more and someone could have died, and possibly all of us. Discussing the situation at headquarters, the military talk about being lucky that the White Rose flies so fast, but they also realize that Gao Peng is not a slip of the tongue either. However, the exam supervisor said that it was still foolish to hope to defeat such a monster with 2 commanders. The curator says that the whole problem is that the superiors need a certain number of warriors. The fact of winning is not very important. Meanwhile, somewhere in the woods on the grass, Pan and his monsters are lying down and resting, regenerating their bodies. Pan surprised at such resilience on their part. However, Peng realizes that it is too early to talk about full recovery because Dazi's flesh is now as soft as fish meat. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, crying is Ban the spider who lost one leg in this battle, though it will grow back, but still he is sad. Datsu sees this, and with a shining face runs up, asking to eat the rest of the Spider-Ban's leg, but the latter is shocked by this, and says he thought Datsu was a friend, and he wants to eat his leg. However, Datsu explains to the Spider-Man that this is how his wounds heal faster, and there's no point in just throwing his leg out. Peng is shocked that even in such a situation, Dazi is only thinking about food. Peng can't realize who he is like this at all. Spider-Bang, meanwhile, tearfully offers his leg to Dazi after all, if that's what he wants. Pan calls for everyone to move on. Meanwhile, another contestant is eliminated, and Pan offers to find food for Ban's spider so he can grow his leg. They find food. It's already getting evening. Making a fire, Pan feeds everyone and talks about just staying here the longest to win. Pan talks about how while all the participants are in the center of the forest, they will break all the pillars on the outskirts and rebuild little by little. Pan has found food for Ban, and soon he will take it to the next level. This pleases Pan, but still it is not enough to face the monsters for now. Pan notices that Ban the spider has gone to bed in his trademark pose, which means he'll be as good as new for tomorrow morning. Pan tells everyone to go to bed, for they have already done a very good job. The morning starts off with everyone's sounds being Ban the spider. He has gotten a new skin and has recovered. Pan notices that Pakbana has a new level, and he will soon own 3 commander rank monsters. This will solve many problems. Pan talks about moving out on the road. Today they should break a lot of goalposts to get more points. Peng, meanwhile, already finds the first one, but here Dazi, instead of helping, conducts a bug fight on a branch, which he later gobbles up, of course. Buchang, meanwhile, are busy breaking the pillars that Peng is ordered to break in order to get more points. While walking by the lake, Pan notices some blue frog. It catches his attention, for he thinks it is already too similar and familiar. Through the system, Pan sees that they even have similar names to the green frogs. Pan assumes with precision that they are very much alike. As expected, the frog starts spitting nastily. Pan can't understand at all why the system doesn't point out this wretched ability of these frogs. Meanwhile, the cameras are still flying overhead and the national broadcast is on, now showing Pan again. The broadcast begins to show Pan's ranking. He has 1,736 points and the 15th place in the rankings. Pan shouldn't relax like in the beginning, because there are still 121 other contestants in the forest. To win, you need to enter the top 12, which Pan hasn't gotten to yet. The second presenter clearly doesn't want to keep the focus on Pan, and says it's worth seeing how the other 12 contestants do. It's unlikely Pan will make it into the top 12, she says. She shows the girl with Anaconda again, and talks about how that girl is already in second place and won't stop adding to her ranking points. Watching many of the cameras, the hosts conclude that the contestants decided to take their focus away from pole hunting and started hunting more monsters. The events of the manga take us to the end of the exam. A few more days pass in the forest. Pan and his team are very tired. Pan talks about the fact that together with their monsters, they did their best. So regardless of the outcome, there will be no regrets for Pan. Meanwhile, Peng is engaged in the 11th place, scoring 4,396 points in this stage of the exam. This means that Pawn passes, since he made it into the top 12. And meanwhile, the manga event takes us to some hotel in the city. The exam supervisor reprimands some candidate for not even making it to the top 12. It turns out to be the curator's son. He talks about trying his best and asks his dad to use his connections so he can participate again. His father, the exam supervisor, yells at him saying that he is not omnipotent and cannot help and do everything everywhere. His son is not living up to expectations at all. His father also says he is being watched closely and tells his son not to go out with his friends or he will break his legs. Pan leaves the exam and sees a notice that the next stage has been postponed due to various reasons. Pan is met by his new friend, whom he met at the exam, who calls him to have dinner with him, saying that he will gather more people from their town. He calls out to Pan and says that even that girl with Anaconda agrees to go. Pan talks about him going too. Pan's friend gathers everyone and talks about how he knows a great seafood store nearby, adding that the smell there is wonderful. As Pan was walking, some man tried to stop him and said he would like to talk to Pan now. However, Pan selfishly simply walks by without even paying attention to the man, which causes the man to be misunderstood and surprised. The man next acts differently. He holds out and shows the card, saying that it has a password of 6 sixes and has 1,000,000 alliance credits on it. Pan stops. This has diverted his attention. He asks the man, "Is his time really worth that much?" The man offers to go to a nearby cafe. Peng agrees. Already sitting in the cafe, Peng learns that the man wants to make a deal with Peng. This person starts talking about how a certain anonymous person is willing to pay Pan 1,000,000 credits for not going further in the exam. This person also reveals that according to his sources, there will be a person whose monster has reached the Lord rank in the 3rd stage. Pan expresses his incomprehension because someone is paying such money for him, even though he is an orphan without parents and has no way to do anything special. Peng refuses to give up the title. He talks about how he's much more interested in the higher level than the money right now. This man is clearly angry. He turns to Pan, saying that he has always been interested in money, and here is such a sum. He recommends to think again. Pan interjects to see if the man has misunderstood him, after which he reiterates that he's backing out of the deal. Pan leaves, paying for the coffee, and says again that he refuses. The man is clearly angry and calls someone on the phone. The man is talking to someone on the phone about Gao Peng's refusal, and he turned out to have a very resilient character. He didn't fall for the ruse. This man realizes in his thoughts that he conducts all conflicts with dialogues, but his customer does not. However, this does not bother him much anymore. Once outside, this man realizes that there are hardly any people, and later notices someone with a huge dog taller than 3 people walking towards him. He turns around, however, the other side has the same situation. He realizes that this is not good at all, and decides to use his trump card up his sleeve. A man tries to summon his monster, however he fails to do so. People report that his monster is under their control. One of the people informs that this man wants to see someone. He agrees to the meeting because he wants to understand who he crossed the road. So, this man enters the store and sees a tall man in a raincoat in front of him and a girl next to him. The girl launches a credit card at the guy and clearly misses on purpose, and the throw was so strong that the credit card punched through the wall. The man in the raincoat turns out to be Gao Peng's grandfather. He talks about the 5 million alliance credits on the credit card. The password is 5 5s. The man admits that he wanted to offer the man to leave the exams, but in his mind he is thinking about the fact that Pan is not so innocent. An old man approaches and asks how Gao Peng answered him. The man answered the same as Peng, but his thoughts were clogged with rejection of who this grandfather was. In a moment, a realization comes to the man. It's like he's got it all figured out, and apparently he's starting to realize who's standing in front of him now. The old man asks what the man is going to do next, and talks about how he hopes his sister doesn't want to see her brother as a liar right now. These words startle the man and throw him into a sweat. He didn't expect this. He hears his sister's voice from behind, standing in fear. The man asks his sister how she ended up here. She replies that her grandfather suggested she meet her brother. She also says that this grandpa offered her a lot of ice cream and asks her brother not to be mad at her. Pan's grandfather strokes the girl, calls her princess, and talks about how he needs to talk to her brother for a bit, and asks her to go eat for now. The man talks about how he is not angry with his sister at all, and asks her to go eat ice cream. He starts yelling about how his sister didn't do anything like that. What's the matter with her? She doesn't understand anything yet. He didn't suggest anything horrible to Pan. Pan's grandfather tells him that he's still standing precisely because he hasn't had time to do anything terrible. Trailing off, Pan's grandfather talks about having this guy work for him. However, the guy wonders if his grandfather will kill him. Pan's grandfather talks about how it's not that simple. Murder is the easiest but also the most wasteful way, and life has weight. Some time passes, and in that time the man tells Pan's grandfather everything he knows and what is even going on. Grandpa listened to him and realized his assistant asked if she eliminated the people involved, it would all be left in Pan's hands. However, in the moment, Grandpa says that there is one thing he agrees with, which is that Gao Peng is wasting his time in this competition. Following, some time passes, we are shown Gao Peng's grandfather, who talks about how it's been a couple years since they last met. Pan, meanwhile, was standing at the window in the hotel and contemplating what had happened in the cafe today, thinking about who could have organized such a thing. However, Pan decides to jump into the crib and just relax because the one who got rejected will still take some action soon. Only Pan lay down in his crib as he's interrupted by a knock at the door, which forces him to get up again. Pan yells out about who's there at the door, to know at least by voice what might be waiting for him. In response, someone tells him that it's not good to lie idle on the bed at that age and pulls the doorknob. No sooner does Pan open the door than the man on the other side of it opens it himself. Pan doesn't have time to see who is at the door, but he goes into a wild shock and bewilderment when he hears the voice. His grandfather stands in front of Pan and says that it's been a long time since they've seen each other, little Pan. Pan hugs his grandfather sharply and strongly, and the grandfather himself talks about how Pan has become so mature and grown so much. They start discussing the recent exam. Grandpa says that Pan performed pretty cool, but Pan himself doesn't think so. Pan's grandfather talks about how retreating is also part of strategy, and there's nothing wrong with that. When he founded Southern Sky, he often retreated too. Pan asks what's up with Grandpa's company now, and if he needs help, he's willing to help. He has good experience with raising monsters. Grandpa says he's made up his mind and suggests we talk about something else. He says the measures of this town wants to deny Pan the opportunity to participate. Grandpa talks about it being a point of courtesy before the war. Pan asks if Grandpa knows the next move of these people. Pan's grandfather tells him that they will most likely plant a girl who will drink with Pan and later file a rape charge. Grandpa jokingly asks about Pan remembering his words or remembering the person behind it. However, the grandfather follows up by saying that there is one more thing to discuss today. Grandpa talks about how he hopes that Pan will drop the idea of participating in the general exam. Pan says with a sweet smile about already contacting this person tomorrow and declining to participate. Grandpa asks Pan why he was so quick to agree, for he discourages Pan from such a tempting offer in his direction and such an exam that he has been working towards for so long. Pan only replies that it's likely that Grandpa has his reasons for saying such things to Pan, so it's better to listen to him now. Pan's grandfather praises him and talks about how it's only been 3 years since the disaster and the gap between coaches isn't as great now. Grandpa explains to Pan that in this case, there's no difference in age, since everyone stands on the same starting line. Pan's grandfather asks him what their status as the best young monster coach is for. Grandpa suggests removing the word young. Pan is shocked by this wording. He realizes that Grandpa is talking about the status of being the best monster trainer ever. Grandpa talks about how this status brings very new opportunities, and adds that the current world controlled by the Alliance may collapse. Grandpa suggests that Pan consider the possibility that there might be a man who will control the monsters in such a way that he will break mountains in his path. Grandpa suggests that Pan think about what would happen to such a world should this man appear, and he might. Grandpa claps Pan on the shoulder and talks about how a guy like Pan should have ambitions much higher than an ordinary exam. Pan asks his grandfather, in the event that this happens, would there be those who would support such a person and those who would not, and follows up by asking which side would his grandfather take in such a case. However, the latter only sweetly replies with a smile that in such a situation, of course, he would protect Pan. Grandpa talks about the exam being in 3 months, but Pan should waste that time because Grandpa will recommend him to be a judge for this exam. Pan is a little shocked by this, but Grandpa immediately adds that he will only recommend it, but whether Pan will actually be there already depends on his skills. Pan also realizes that being a judge on such an exam is much cooler than some candidate, and realizes how shocked those he recently competed against will be. After a while, Pan and his team of monsters return home, but as home, more like to the airport so far only, but already hometown. Right at the airport, Pan gets a call on his phone. It turns out to be the chairman, and Pan immediately picks up the phone. The chairman asks Gao Peng if he has already returned to the city, as he urgently needs help, and if Gao Peng could help in a matter alone. Pan replies in agreement and decides to go there. He should have gone there on his own business anyway. However, the chairman informs him that he doesn't work there anymore, which surprises Pan. The chairman starts complaining that the association now works for the Monster Coaches League and the Monster Coaches League, and interrupts his chain asking to talk about it another time, and gets angry when talking about it. The chairman says he now works in a military unit. He can't pay much, but there are valuable materials. Pan reports by phone that he wants the chairman to get right to the point. The chairman reports that one of the worms in the forest, according to their information, decides to evolve to the rank of Lord. The chairman immediately tells Peng not to worry. This is not a military liquidation operation. Pan is surprised to hear such words. He was not expecting it, however, it is quite interested in such a case. The chairman also reports that there is already a Lord-rank monster in the desert, and 2 would be a disaster. The chairman also jokes about how they, as spiders, are planned to be put in nets, but this brings tears and fear to the Spider-Ban, but Pan reassures him. However, Peng wonders from the chairman about why he is called. He is far from being the strongest coach. Chairman Feng talks about how the military refused to help him, so he only gathers people through his connections. Trace Pan sort of gives his approval to all of this, but asks when the evolution of this monster will begin. The chairman just shouts into the phone from how happy he is to see Gao Peng on this operation, because now there's a chance to carry out everything successfully. Pan realizes that he's still weak for such operations, but without them it's also impossible to become much stronger, which is what Pan wants now. However, Pan's attention turns to Tan, whom he notices right in front of him at the airport, and greets her. Trailing off, Peng notices a huge fat crane near Tang and asks if it's Yang by chance, with a huge shock. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us right into an operation that takes place on the outskirts of a dark forest. Pan has already arrived along with his monsters. Together with the chairman, Tang and the others, Peng heads out to search for this monster. The chairman is giving all the details so far. Meanwhile, on the way, Peng notices how many strong monsters Tang has. This surprises him. Peng scans one of her monsters, which is very strong and is almost Sokor level. Peng realizes why Grandpa sent Tang specifically. Following behind, Peng still sees a man with 2 level 20 monsters wielded by one of Feng's men. Also, Pan sees another chairman man. He has a level 27 rooster monster, but it doesn't look scary at all. The chairman stops everyone and tells them that the monster is already here and there is no need to go any further, they need to observe first. Looking down, they find that there are a lot of worm monsters in the sand pit. This scares them. Pan asks Pan about who controls the forest in general. The chairman tells him that the chief lord is even more powerful than the rank of lord, he might be around. Feng informs everyone to be on their guard. Evolution is about to begin, and it's likely that one of the local monsters will seize the moment. Some kind of monster comes to Pan's attention, and Pan immediately talks about someone coming this way. Pan notices the fact that it is a huge rooster, which rushes towards them with great speed. Chairman Feng talks about how there is nothing to fear. Because this rooster is feeding on these worms, it is not attacking us. As it happens, a rooster runs by and jumps right into that hole for his prey. The rooster jumps down, runs through the worms, and grabs one with his paw, doing it nimbly and quickly. However, at one point the rooster stops in shock, and Pan is also shocked, for the worm in the rooster's paws has just been missing. Peng doesn't understand how this happens at all, and Tang laughs cutely watching it. The chairman tells Pan that he has little experience. These worms have the ability to go underground very quickly. A strange moment occurs. Dozens of worms abruptly emerge from the ground and grab the rooster's paw, sucking him to them. Chairman Feng tells Peng that these worms sensed the rooster's movement and grabbed him. Now he can't escape. As this happens, the worms poke sharply into the rooster's body and tear the rooster's body apart. Pan is shocked at how nasty their attack tactics are, but the chairman tells Pan to take his time, and things are just getting started. Tang puts her finger to her mouth and says, "Shh," looking at Peng and Chairman Feng. Tang puts his hand on his monster and tells Pan and the chairman that something bigger is coming towards them. As it happens, the female spider appears. Pan immediately sees through the system that she has half-lord status. The spider also jumps into the hole and starts running down it, knocking down all the worms in its path. Pan recalls that this is the same spider that the military once fought and failed in a cave with huge losses. Chairman Feng talks about it being his fault too, that the spider half-lord still exists. It adds to the danger tonight. Peng asks if they have a chance of winning, but seeing Tan's sweet smile, he realizes that they do. Tang continues to smile with a cute face, talks about taking action, but there is no guarantee that the spider will stay alive. The chairman says that it is unlikely that our team will be able to eliminate such a big enemy. He is shocked by Tang Tang's words. Tang Tang summons the monster and talks about her and Peng going to attack the spider and let the others provide them protection from the others. The chairman in his thoughts realizes that Peng's sister Tang Tang is apparently not an ordinary girl. Her monster changes her appearance like a chameleon, and she herself is strong. Peng talks about Bu Chang helping Tang Tang. Tang Tang herself doesn't mind, and asks to stand behind him. The chairman and his people are inquiring about what they can do to help and what they can do. However, Tang Tang replies with a pathetic and cute face that they should just stay out of the way. The chairman and his men are upset. They are shocked at this response from the lovely Tang Tang. Tang Tang lets out his cat, Meow, and orders her to taste this huge spider. A Tang Tang monster named Meow gains a huge due weight and runs straight to meet the spider. The chairman says that this monster's claws are very powerful, but Tang Tang says that it's not enough yet. Tang Tang tells us that her monster's chaff attacks don't reach the spider's insides, but only leave scratches. The Tang Tang monster grabs the spider's paws with its tongue and rolls it off its feet with it. The huge spider launches an attack straight into the ground to hit the cat Meow, but she manages to dodge. The meat hook retreats to a more backward position, but the huge spider is still looming. Pan realizes that we have to act somehow, since our attacks don't damage the spider at all, even though it's there too. Peng tells Bu Chan to use the red thread technique, and he does so, starting to use his crown technique. Bu Chan's technique kicks in. However, the female spider is not so simple. She uses a barrier and controls Bu Chan's attacks. Pan realizes that their attacks are not enough at all at the moment. They need much more time. A strange thing happens next. Pan and the others notice an earthquake that strikes them and rolls them off their feet. A huge worm flies upward out of the ground in an instant and attacks. Covered in fire, with great speed, he grabs the female spider by the legs and rolls her to the ground. The chairman reports that the evolution has been successful. This is the new lord in the forest. Pan realizes that things are about to get very interesting, as there will be a clash between the real lord and these spiders. Meanwhile, Lord continues to attack the spider non-stop, as he clearly wants to test out the new power. The chairman is shocked. He doesn't understand why the new lord in the person of the worm doesn't go to the desert lord, but fights with this spider. A strange aspect happens next. This new lord simply goes underground, deciding to retreat, which shocks everyone even more. The female spider tries to chase it down, but ends up only littering the passageways in the ground, and the monster gets away. Pan and the chairman decide that the situation is funny, but their assignment was very much a success. However, one of Chairman Pham's men speaks up about this female behaving very strangely and is sorry to pay attention. The female spider only walks in circles and stomps in place. Pham's men suspect it's because she missed her prey. However, Tang Tang suggests that she could very well just be hungry, for she had expended a lot of energy. Tak Tan also reports that the female presses her feet at certain points to gather all the worms together. After collecting them at about the same point, she spits a web and takes a few dozen small worms into it. After that, she immediately collects her web along with the worms and gobbles it up. However, all the analyzing and tracking of the spider is cut short by Pan, who reports that he has an urgent craving for soybean paste. Everyone is shocked by his words, but he himself doesn't understand what the big deal is about his words and his desire to eat in the first place. Peng tells Tang Tang that the wounds they made to this spider are very weak. It is not effective in defeating the spider. However, Tang Tang tells Peng to take his time, as there is still more to come. Tang Tang's cat Meow starts growling and blowing a black aura, drawing the spider's attention to itself. At this moment, a second Tang Tang monster appears from the ground and approaches the spider's legs from behind. Immediately afterward, the Tang Tang monster becomes many times larger and bites off one of the spider's legs, robbing it of a limb. The spider starts screaming wildly. He's shocked at what just happened. He's hurt and offended. He's angry. Following that, the female spider delivers a huge blow right on the body of the Tang Tang monster, tossing it aside covered in blood. Peng shouts to Tong Tong that things are very bad, and by the looks of things it's clearly best to back off now. However, Tang Tang, the little one, thumbs his finger and tells little Peng not to be afraid, because now the female will definitely not escape. Trailing off, a huge bird shows up out of the air, and Pan is shocked by its appearance and goes into shock. It turns out to be a royal eagle. It has the status of bird lord in this forest. Trailing off, the chairman talks about how it's best to stay still and just watch, because it's a very dangerous opponent, but he's interested in the spider. However, the huge eagle just stops, it lowers its head and stands still. This amazes the chairman. Tang Tang informs the chairman that this eagle is just merely only mourning the dead monsters recently. Peng asks Tang Tang why this is so. She in turn explains that he has reviewed many movies of the drama genre and now he is sad. However, one of the chairman's men intervenes in the dialogue and asks Tang Tang if it's really her monster. Tang Tang talks about how girls love having someone who is able to keep them safe, but in her mind doesn't realize at all what's wrong with having such a monster. Peng realizes that he wouldn't be at all surprised if his grandfather's monster turned out to be some kind of fire dragon if Tang Tang has Lord. The huge Lord Tang Tang rank bird just stands there. It doesn't even try to attack the female spider. Tan Tan talks about how it's once again his stupid habit. She explains that he still thinks he can only eat dead food. Followed by Tang Tang announcing a shocking fact to her monster. She shouts to the bird that this spider is not food at all. The eagle monster. Tang Tang, upon hearing this, abruptly flies upwards and then heads downwards with a charge of impact directly towards the spider. He strikes right at the female spider, and with one kick of his legs sends her into deep flight and breaks the ground beneath him from the sharp landing. Chairman Feng was wildly shocked at what he saw, because the female spider didn't even have time to react to such an attack and simply flew away. Followed by Tang Tang ordering his monster to break the legs of this spider, the latter does so to keep it at bay. Trailing off, Peng tells Chairman Feng that since this is the case, can they take the spider with them? Feng's men ask him if the mission can be considered accomplished then. With a surprised face, Peng says that apparently it is. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us to Pan's villa, and meanwhile, it's already night outside. Pan analyzes near the villa the situation with the female spider, realizing that there are no special paths for evolution, only one, and that one is broken in many ways. Peng asks Tang Tang if she wants to take the female spider for herself. She immediately said she doesn't want it. He can offer it to his grandfather for experiments. However, Peng and Tan Tan notice the reaction of the Spider-Man, who is shocked by the talk of spiders and experiments. Tan Tan strokes Ban's spider and talks about how it's not about him and he's our favorite. Peng turns to Tang Tang and talks about whether she would like to have dinner together, but she refuses, saying she still needs to find owners for that spider. Peng is just opening the door of his house when he sees Da-Zi, who jumps on him and shouts, "Master!" Datsu starts running around Ping and yelling about wanting ribs, but Ping explains to him that he doesn't conjure them and can't create them out of nowhere. Datsu gets a brilliant idea. He points to Buchan and says that the latter could very well be a good fit. Peng plays along with Dazi and says that the idea of cooking Buchan sounds very tempting. Peng beckons Buchan over to a huge bowl of soup and tells him to come over quickly. Buchan, on the other hand, thinks he's just going to be fed. Buchan says he's just a skeleton and won't eat, but thanks Pan for taking care of him too. Peng does put Buchan in the soup to make broth, because high temperatures are okay for Buchan. Later, Pan brings out his huge pot of soup and asks his big monster family which one of them is hungry. Pan gazes mysteriously at the moon and realizes that he is about to have a very interesting adventure. Some time passes. The events of the manga take us forward. Pan is flying in an airplane to one of the cities. Peng along with Tan Tan arrive at the airport in another city. Peng doesn't see a strong difference from his past city, and Tan Tan says over the phone that she will take care of everything. Tang Tang talks about a certain teacher not being able to pick them up, but they have already made arrangements with the company and can head there. Peng asks if something is wrong, but Tan Tan assures that it's just minor problems. Peng shouldn't worry. Meanwhile, we are shown some kind of boat that is floating down a very rough river. Two people are headed somewhere. It turns out to be Pan's grandfather, and he asks the deputy what little critter has prevented him from meeting his grandson. A huge monster shark appears in the water. Grandpa Pan's assistant tells him to move away, but Grandpa stands still. With a serious look, the grandfather turns to a certain white dragon and tells him to act quickly, as he still has time to meet his grandson. A huge dragon appears from somewhere. In an instant, it bites the neck of an opponent in the water and chews it off. Apparently, this dragon is one of Grandpa Pan's monsters. It is very strong and huge, because in an instant it appeared and eliminated a strong opponent. A couple of ships picked up the corpse of this shark and discussed among themselves how to sell it, because it is very expensive. The main thing is to deliver it. Meanwhile, we are shown a room where several military personnel are broadcasting a camera from the spot where the old man's monster just killed the shark. The man who watches the broadcast says he's sick of this old man. All his battles are fast and happen as if in a blur. Meanwhile, Peng and Tang Tang arrive at the Southern Sky office. They are told where to go to rest, and Peng notices that the elevator guard is a monster of the rank of commander, which surprises him. Tang Tang suggests Peng to go ahead and tells him to make himself right at home here. Some red-haired girl walks behind, looks at Peng and Tang Tang with a smirk and chuckles. Tang Tang is not happy. She turns to her and asks her, "What is wrong?" The girl apologizes and calls them a redneck, and the person next to the girl talks about how they have a meeting with important people today. Peng doesn't understand how Tang Tang doesn't know anyone here, but she explains that she spent 2 years with Peng in another city. Tan Tan turns to some man, calls him secretary, and says hello. The man recognizes them as well, and the man who was walking with that girl is surprised that someone knows them. The secretary approaches Pan and says that he is glad to see him, and informs him that a certain chairman is already waiting for them upstairs. He will escort them out. The man who walked with the red-haired girl wonders what the secretary is saying. He realizes which chairman we are talking about. Now Pan is laughing already, and this girl stands bewildered, hoping that her guesses about Pan's meeting with the chairman are wrong. The red-haired girl is shocked at how rude Pan is, and the man next to her restrains her. Peng tells Tang Tang and the secretary that he's not vindictive. He just likes to take revenge right on the battlefield. After a while, Peng, Tan Tan, and the secretary go up to the chairman's office, which happens to be Peng's grandfather. The secretary talks about going to go help Tang Tang with her room. Peng's grandfather lets him and Tang Tang go. Peng says that his grandfather called him to entrust him with something important. Right after that, his grandfather informed him that Peng would be working at the Southern Sky Company before starting school. However, such an offer surprises Pan very much. He asks his grandfather if it is too early for him to work in such a company. Pan's grandfather explains that he is old and bad luck could happen to him, so Pan needs to know how to control the Southern Sky. Pan's grandfather realizes that he's apparently being too hard on him. He tells Pan to go to Human Resources for starters. Grandpa says that for now Pan will work there, and from there on promotion trailing off. Grandpa asked Pan if he wants his identity to be kept secret. Pan doesn't understand why he needs to hide his identity, and Grandpa says that maybe Pan would be more comfortable that way. Pan says it's pretty weird, he doesn't have such weird habits, so he refused. Their dialogue was interrupted by the very same secretary. He came into the office to report that everything was ready. Pan's grandfather sends him along with his secretary, who he says should tell Pan all about the job. Pan and the secretary leave. Walking down the hallway, the secretary tells Pan where everything is, pointing to the HR department as well. Trailing off, Pan's attention is drawn sharply to something. The secretary doesn't realize what it is and asks Pan. The one talks about how it's no big deal, just saw some old acquaintances of his, and looks at the red-haired girl with that man. The secretary informs Pan that the man next to the woman is the head of marketing at Southern Sky. He starts bowing down in front of Pan and talking about how he was too rude this morning. Pan talks about how it's silly, it's no big deal, he understands, but in his mind, he's wildly embarrassed. He just got here today and here they are, already bowing. The man replies that he understands that young master Gao Peng has a lot on his plate and adds that he wouldn't mind having lunch together someday. The secretary asks Peng why the head of the marketing department is acting like this in front of Peng. Peng explains that there was one small incident. However, Pan talks about being struck by this man's coldness or ability to control his emotions. It is indeed dignified. The secretary lays a hand on Pan's arm and switches the topic of conversation with a smile, suggesting Pan take a job in one of the neighborhoods. Peng and the secretary get into a cab. There, the secretary talks about how the area is economically backward. Peng immediately wonders by how much. The secretary tells us that many in the area were affected in the disaster, as was their infrastructure around them. The secretary also tells us that its name Baie is due to the fact that a lot of people used to come here for work, and then abruptly everyone left. The secretary brings Pan to one of the Southern Sky branches and tells him that this is where the resource management of the area is going. Next, the secretary introduces Pan to his new co-workers, the chief of staff and the director of distribution. Trailing off, Peng immediately talks about the principal addressing him by title, not calling him Mr., or else Peng had already noticed that he was bowing. The secretary leaves and says the whole mess here is on Pan and hopes he can get it all sorted out. Pan says goodbye to him. Pan suggests that the director go ahead and show him around. The principal calls him young Mr. Gao and asks him to follow him. This confuses Peng after all. He had only recently asked him not to do that. The director shows Pan a small area and tells him that this is where some of the monster training takes place. Peng moves to heavy-handed requests and tells the principal to call him Boss Gao instead of Mr., or it will affect his salary. The director informs him that he's figured it out and calls Pan boss. Pan is shocked at what a sly fox the director is. Walking up to the simulators, Peng clarifies, "Does every branch of Southern Sky have such equipment?" The director says that they do have them in all branches, however, almost no one uses them. He attributes this to the fact that basically everyone has luxury centers, or does field training right in the woods. Pan says that he understands everything and tells the director to go do his own thing, then Pan will do it himself. The director talks about how Pan will have people who will do a lot of things, and all he has to do is reject or approve documents. Trailing off, the director says that he dare not bother Chief Gao anymore and bows out. Pan has a problem with these exercise machines. He doesn't understand why no one uses them, and if they do, where the scratches on them come from. Followed by Peng calling up Yang because the latter is of epic class and is developing very quickly. Pan looks at Ian and asks him if he can fly, but sees that it is unlikely, for Ian is now very fat. Peng asks Yang to go through these rings on the training ground. This way he wants to test these simulators. Pan notices that Crane Yang has learned to use acceleration. It's a cool ability in monster birds. Pan is happy about it. However, in a moment of acceleration, Yang crashes headfirst into one of the simulator's pillars. Trailing from the impact, Crane Yang simply falls to the ground and somersaults on his head. Buchang standing behind is shocked at what's happening, but Peng looks away and can barely hold back a torrent of laughter. Later, Peng strokes Crane Yang on the head and talks about how things will work out for him soon. He has to believe in himself, and everything will come out. They try again and fail again. Peng realizes that the main problem is that Crane Yang has no control over the turns. Crane Yang, along with Peng, try again, time after time. However, still a failure. After dozens of tries and tramping, Ian Crane finally manages to fly between them properly. It makes Crane Ian's morale very happy, and of course makes Pan very happy. However, Peng is shocked. Right after that, Yang's crane has an evolution. Peng is surprised. He doesn't understand. Is it really called training plus the ability to fly exactly the evolution of the bird? Pan is very happy with Ian's evolution. He has taken on a new appearance and gained 2 new abilities. One is not yet legible, and the other is already known to Pan. One of the abilities turned out to be the explosive feathers that the Yang crane could release now. Peng had already imagined Yan's crane without feathers after using these abilities, although there should be enough feathers. Pan told Ian that he will have his new form permanently, and now it's his new look, much to his shock. However, Peng joked that this new look was forever and afterward told Buchan that it was already time to go. Some time passes, Pan and the others have already left the site and are clearly elsewhere. It is already night outside. A hole appears in the wall right next to the pad, and in that hole is a passage containing some boy and his pet. The boy looked around when he realized no one was around. He and his pet went to the playground and started using the exercise equipment. However, a huge shadow appeared behind the back of the boy in tattered clothes and asked him if he had been coming here for a long time. That shadow turned out to be Peng and Buchang. The boy immediately started apologizing and talking about how he knew it was wrong. Pan interrupts him and talks about not sneaking around here anymore and forgetting about it. With a sad face, the boy apologized again for using the equipment without permission. Pan realizes that even though the boy was born here, not everyone here is going to accept this situation. Some are still moving towards the light. Followed by Pan yelling at the guy to stop, the guy does so and is very surprised by such a harsh request. Pan talks about how he's not done yet and adds to have the guy come here through the front door starting tomorrow. He'll get a card. Peng asks him to come in the afternoon and tells him that if anyone stops him to call out Gao Peng's name and say that he authorized it. After a while, the following afternoon, Peng was practicing with his bird crane Yang using a torch. Training is interrupted by a visit from the principal. He tells them that the same boy has arrived at Pan's place, and the principal informs him that the map is ready for him. Peng turns to the boy and sweetly asks what the boy's name is. He replies, Li Junzong. Pan points out to this guy that there's a bathroom further down there and advises him to take it before he starts practicing. The kid ran to the bathroom, and the principal started telling Pan that since this kid had no parents since he was a kid, he found this rat in the sewer and started training it. The director tells us that the local sewer is full of all sorts of monsters that live there thanks to waste and garbage. Pan is surprised by this and the fact that no one is watching them, after the principal tells them that the monster trainers killed those monsters that were climbing out. The director adds that Pan's grandfather has a monster that eats those who live in the sewers, and Pan's thoughts are plagued with how this is even possible. The boy had already returned. He told of going down there one day to get food, and he found this rat there, which now helps him in his search for food. Pan is very surprised by all of this, and most of all by the fact that this rat cares about this boy. Peng tells the director that lately the company has been expanding its production and the workforce is not enough. The director doesn't understand what Peng means. Pan offers this boy a job with the Southern Sky Company, of course with a small salary but with housing and good food. The boy thanks Pan very much for doing such a thing, and Pan himself realizes that he is rather soft-hearted. Toward evening, Peng returns home and his face is plunged by a huge shock. He sees Dazi with a 25th level. Pan is shocked by this. Ban's spider has also grown, and after all, he only left them to their grandfather for one day. Chunba has also grown. He is already level 21. Peng recalls that one has an interesting attribute to test. Peng tested Chunbai's healing attribute, but it only healed a small wound in 2 hours, which was very bad. Peng is shocked at such a useless ability, even more shocked that Chunba is proud of himself and drinking juice at a time like this. Pan is clearly on fire about this. He knows Grandpa has a lot of information about monsters and decides to look there about jellyfish. Peng notices Bu Chang sitting sweetly looking at the moon by the window and walks over to ask what's up. It's a day of shock. Bu Chan tells Pan that he really missed her and he really wants to see her, his daughter. Peng is in huge shock. He doesn't understand why Bu Chang didn't speak up earlier and how Peng himself didn't know about it, and when he had time in the first place. However, Peng gives Bu Chan his word that tomorrow they will go and find Bu Chan's daughter to meet her. And so it goes. The next morning, Peng, Bu Chang, and the others were floating on the Red River. On the deck of the ship, Pan asks one of the crew if there are monsters in this river. He tells us that, of course there is, however the ship has king carp scales on it. It scares the monsters away from attacking the ship. The king of red carp gives scales to all who bring him monsters in tribute, and these scales allow you to swim safely. Peng had never heard of such defenses before, but he definitely understood how this system worked. Meanwhile, a crew member informs their captain that the ship has arrived. Buchang immediately starts looking around, and Peng asks him if he's familiar with the area. Buchang looks into the distance of the forest and remembers how similar glades he always walked through with his friends and relatives. However, with that came memories of being fished out here with nets and put in a cage. Buchang walks around and can't find his friends. Peng reassures him by saying they might have migrated already. However, in a moment, Buchang hissed abruptly. It was as if it had hit him. Peng noticed and asked what was wrong. Buchang ran forward with great speed, snapping out of his seat. Peng immediately gave orders to Spider-Man to urgently follow him. Buchan, Peng and Spider-Man came running to the cliff of the fountain. Looking down, they saw Buchan's friends and relatives splashing in the fountain. This is the first time Peng sees Buchan so excited, he encourages him to go to them, for he said he was once the chief of his tribe. However, Buchan looks at his body, gets upset, and talks about not going anywhere. Peng doesn't understand why at all. Peng suspects that Buchang doesn't want to go, because he is now an undead class, and looks different. Peng strokes Buchan, tells him to go to his friends and not to worry. Spider-Man and Peng hide here. Buchan starts to go downstairs. At first he just watches his family members from behind the trees. Buchan sees his daughter. He's glad she's happy. He's sad that he couldn't fight back then when she was only 3 months old. Peng in his thoughts sees and realizes that it turns out skeletons can cry too, and afterwards suggests to Buchan that if he wants his daughter can be taken away, Peng will give her a high standard of living. However, Buchan immediately refuses, saying that she won't be free with him, but here she is free, and this is her home. However, Buchan immediately adds that he is happy with Peng, which made Peng teary. However, the ground rumbled sharply. Some harsh sounds were heard from the sides. Peng shouted sharply and surprised that it was poachers in the forest and they were coming this way. Buchang immediately shouted sharply and used a huge amount of his strength, improving his form. A group of poachers had also landed on the shore about 10 minutes ago, checking their weapons and getting ready. The poachers discussed among themselves that they wanted the hearts of these monkeys, for a wealthy family had begun to order them frequently. The two poachers were very interested in this, as they set the price at 3 times the market price. Poachers are already aiming sniper rifles at the monkeys, planning to sell their hearts and use them for fur coats. The poacher with the rifle remembers that almost everyone here is general class, and the monkeys themselves are not strong. The poacher sniper opened fire, but the first shots went by and no one was hit. Poachers discuss how they will buy new weapons with the money they earned after capture. However, 2 poachers report to their boss that there is someone in the bush behind them. The poacher boss sends his dog to run around and check who's in the bushes now. The dog jumps into the bushes, and the boss talks about how the safest thing to do right now is to hide somewhere. Don't just stand there. However, immediately a second later, the dog flew back from something of a blow with his neck curled up and bloodied. The poacher's boss is shocked that their protector Iron Wolf is dead, and so quickly. Buchang appeared from the bushes, the head of the poachers, shocked that there was a commander-class monster here, also an undead. With his appearance, he also scared the very red monkeys he loves so much. However, one monkey stopped and didn't run away from Buchan like the others. He took her in his arms. She was very happy about it, and Buchan himself was shining with happiness at this moment. The head of the poachers tells his friends that they are finished, as they have no weapons to stand up to an undead class commander in such a battle. Peng also came to the attention of the poachers. He was sitting on a huge bane spider. This pleased the poachers. They are counting on Peng to destroy Buchan. The poachers began shouting from the tree to Pan for a brotherly rescue and help him get away. However, Pan explicitly made it clear that he wouldn't save anyone, refusing them and calling them scum. Buchan strokes his daughter and tells her not to be afraid, because he is there to protect her. Trailing off, Peng also tells Buchan that she will look after his daughter. He can take it easy. Trailing behind, Peng orders Dazi and Crane Yang to guard Buchan's daughter. At this point, the whole situation comes to the poacher's attention. One of them starts yelling to the other that they are in favor of one thing, and the other asks him to be quieter. The third says that things are not good, for Bu Chang has started heading straight in their direction. With a single swing, Bu Chang smashed the tree they were sitting on into splinters. Their chief fell to the ground and immediately realized that he had broken at least a few ribs from such a powerful fall. Bu Chan, meanwhile, has already grabbed and picked up the other two poachers, who are unconscious. Their mane decides to roll with the punches and wants to start running away. However, Pan sees this and orders the spider Banu to use the web. They use the web to stop the last poacher, pinning him screaming to the ground. The poacher-in-chief began to beg for mercy and press for pity, telling him that everyone in his family would die if he didn't bring money. Pan is surprised by the fact that they are selling the organs of these monkeys. He thought they were taming them and making them their own. The poacher in charge tells us that a wealthy family has a monster that likes to eat their hearts, and it takes these monkeys to do it. Peng is angry at this poacher's words, insulting Bu Chan and his family, and even more, selling them as fodder for someone rich. The poacher's two partners tell all about him and say they will tell more if they let them go. Peng is surprised and tells Bu Chan that he can do as he wants. Peng will wait for him by the river. Bu Chang beckons some red monkeys over to him and asks them to come closer to him. Bu Chan tells the monkeys that the principle will now work. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Angry monkeys start walking straight at the poacher with a very disgruntled and obviously aggressive look, which makes him go into shock. Sometime later, sailing home on a ship, Pan tells everything to his grandfather, questioning whether he did the right thing. Grandpa asks Peng a professional question. If this situation were to happen again, would he stop Bu Chan? Peng hesitated at first, but then immediately replied that he wouldn't do that. Grandpa says then there's no problem, you have to be tough and stand firm in your principles, and don't doubt, especially about such little things. Grandpa says that he has a lot of things to do, so Pan will figure it out on his own. Pan, meanwhile, tells the crew of the Red River ship that he would like to see this king of carp. Cruising near the bridge, the crew showed Pan the spot where they were giving gifts to the Carp King and pointed to it. Trailing off, Pan wonders how this Carp King then makes delivery of the goods, but the crewman says it's not very correct to call it a delivery. Trailing off, someone on the ship yells out that he's already here and a hickey begins to form in the sea itself. The Carp King does appear. Pan scans him with his system and sees the Lord rank and perfect class he has. Meanwhile, the people on the shore begin to make urgent offerings to him. They throw a lot of food into the river, which it sucks in with its mouth and then gobbles up afterward. Immediately after eating, the satisfied carp spits out something round and red. Some of the people on shore are shouting about it being a 7-color bubble, which means the king carp are very pleased with their gifts today. This 7 color is breaking up into scales, with people asking each other to take one at a time and not to go overboard. Pan is delighted with what he has just seen and says he hopes to see the carp again, but up close. Pan immediately starts thinking about what cool monster lords Grandpa might have and shares a sincere desire to see them. Meanwhile, the events of the manga show us some city in South Africa. There's a huge rift in the road in the middle of the city. Alarms are working in all places in this city. People are panicking. They are being told that a rift has formed in the center of the city. Local coaches are shocked at what is happening. They don't understand what measures to take. Trailing off, one of the trainers who was in the air saw someone jump out of that rift. It was some kind of creature, with the head of a horse, the body of a horse, but the torso of a man. It galloped through the streets of the city with some sort of weapon in its hands, and a black aura resounded behind it. Pan, along with his grandfather at this moment in one of the houses, were watching the news about this situation. Pan wondered why so little attention was paid to it. Grandpa talks about everyone being calm, for this is the 3rd rift of all time, and people are rather looking to capitalize on them. Pan's grandfather tells him that from such rifts come monsters from other worlds, which means a new opportunity to make money. Trailing off, Grandpa gives Pan a card from the lab, but tells him that if he wants to improve the monsters, he'd better consult with his staff at the company. Pan thanks his grandfather, but doesn't tell the man that he has a system that is many times more effective than any of his specialists. Grandpa offers Pan a rest after all the events, but he interrupts him and asks Grandpa to show him his monsters. Grandpa says that a certain Bai is at home now, and Peng can go with him. Standing on the terrace of Grandpa Pan's house, he realizes that after going around the house, he still hasn't found any Bai. But Pan decides to have a good rest and swim in the lake on such a beautiful sunny day, while there is such an opportunity. Peng along with Chunba go into the lake and splash around resting in the sun. Dazi decides not to go in the water. However, at one point, a wave appears right below Pan, knocking him off his feet and sending him flying upwards. Pan is tossing from side to side. He yells to Crane Jan to hurry up and rescue him from the water. Crane Jan is flying over the water, but in his thoughts, he is praying for himself and asking himself not to look down. A grandfather appears next, shouting Bai's name and asking him not to flirt with young Mr. Pan. All water flow stops, and the wave takes the form of a comfortable couch right under Pan. Ian flies straight to meet Pan and yells, "Master!" However, Pan is already more trying to stop him than call him out. Jan extends his one paw to Pan. Pan grasps it and begins to take flight with Jan. To Pan's huge shock, when he turned around, he saw a huge white dragon, the size of 3 houses. Peng's system looks at its characteristics and falls in shock at what he sees. It's a white dragon of Lord rank. Its level is 50th, and its class is perfect. Pan studies his abilities and learns that he is still capable of pumping himself up and improving himself. Pan can't even imagine how much the dragon is strong in spades. Pan realizes that in front of him is the coolest monster he has ever seen. He decides to touch it with his finger. The dragon immediately looks at Pan sharply with a little bit of malice, then shocks Pan and pushes him away. Pan switches back to sipping and his problems, but regrets that he didn't get to pet such a monster. Pan starts to walk away, but this huge white dragon from behind raises his paw and starts holding Pan lightly with it. So the white dragon stroked Pan and then started to smile, which surprised Pan. Inspired by such a cool monster, Peng decides to also go and start pumping up Buchan and Dazi, since he hasn't done them in a while. Sometime later, while in his lab, Pan prepares another serum. Last time, due to the serum, Chunba changed color to green. Today the serum is red. Can it mean that his color will be red? Peng asks Chunba to dip himself in the serum. He obediently complies and dives in. While Chunba was diving, Peng sniffed out the scent of this serum and came to the perfect summation that it was the scent of green apples. After a couple of minutes, Chunba pops up from the whey colobes. However, he is still green in color, and the whey has also turned green. Chunba doesn't just turn green, it's like he's glowing from how green he is this time. Following this, Chunba immediately lands on Pan's head, which causes the rest of the monsters to laugh and Pan's standard face. The next day morning, Peng went to the training ground and met the very boy who had come early today. Pan notices that this guy is dedicated to his work. He comes and goes always later than everyone else. Pan realizes he helped him for a reason. Peng, on the other hand, starts Jan's training, says the norm for today is 2 catches. Peng tosses 2 large targets into the air. Yang is at the ready to take off and builds up his strength. Charged up, Crane Yang hits 2 targets in the air at once with fire. Peng notices that he's making excellent progress and the training is clearly helping. However, Pan wants to point out the fact that training monsters that have fire abilities in the summer is just torture. The training is interrupted by the director. He informs Pan that on his orders, a headquarters has been set up where orphans will be hired. Everything is going well. Pan says he's happy about that and instructs all matters to be handled by the director while Pan himself trains the monsters here. The principal sucks up to Pan and talks about how much he likes his reforms and ideas with orphaned children. Pan asks to keep an eye on their talents and the most talented ones to be selected, and most importantly, to pay attention to their moral character. In the moment, Pan and the director notice a group of people standing in a group on the side, arguing with each other about something. One of the workers at the branch was arguing with the police about some incident that had allegedly happened recently. Peng does not yet know the judges. But from afar, it is immediately clear to him that the discussions are clearly not going smoothly at all. Overhearing the situation, Pan intervenes. He asks the female employee how the situation is now and if the monster has been found. The assistant along with the watch officer talk about the monster escaping through the sewers. However, in their thoughts, they think that Gao Peng is only a hindrance to them, and he's very troublesome. Pan points out that the sewer system means there's a glitch in the sewer system. If a monster was able to get in there, it needs to be fixed right away, before the other monsters find out. However, the director says that there are no defense systems there at all as it is, so the monster easily sneaked in. Pan asks the sentinel, how come there are no protective measures there? Those only say that the flow of water had to be contained. Peng talks about how it's about something else now. We need to make a safe environment for the workers. He asks him to escort him to the scene. The employee decides to see Pan off, and the sentinel only grumbles to himself about Pan only showing off his status. Pan is shown the very place where the monster disappeared, a huge hole in the floor with marks as if from an explosion. Pan talks about how the hole is hardly a threat, since a monster of Lord rank would be sitting in the sewers. Pan decides to go and see for himself, but the sentinel asks him to stop and trust them to do it. However, Pan points out that the sentinel monster is weak and would not be suitable for dark, deep places. In his thoughts, the sentinel continues to sling mud at Pan, saying that he is only a weak little upstart. The Watcher tries to assure Pan that his monster will be able to adapt to such conditions, though the monster himself is clearly not thrilled. Pan talks about supporting the sentinel's wishes. However, the man should watch the factory further, and his mantis monster has limitations. Eventually, the sentinel stops arguing and agrees with Pan and asks him to be careful, for there are some very strong monsters out there. Along with his monsters, Pan goes there, but his monsters behave normally and chaotically, as if they came for a walk. Then Pan talks about how if you think about it that way, there's really nothing scary about it. However, right after saying that, Dazi abruptly stops and tenses up. Peng takes notice and asks what's wrong. Datsu points upwards. Peng shines a light and sees a huge bug on the ceiling the size of him, even twice as big. This bug sees Pan and his team. It decides to attack sharply, flying straight at Pan. Pan yells Ban's name and asks for his help. Ban tenses up, gathers a charge of webbing, and makes a direct spit right at this huge bug. Following this, Dazi decides to help Ban by using his powers of electricity. Together, Dazi and Spider-Ban fished this bug and fried it. Spider-Ban even likes the smell. He calls it yummy. This all makes Pan laugh, as Ban's spider even asks if they can eat him. Pan allows it. However, at one point, the fried bug does break free and fly out of the web, which upsets Ban's spider. Meanwhile, Crane Yang perceives the flying bug as the flying disc from his training with Pan and decides to act. He delivers his professional fire strike into it, which of course hurts his bug opponent. Dazi, along with Peng, clap and thank Crane Yang for what he has done. Dazi is all the more very even hungry. Pan finds a control point opening a door through which water is flowing. He can't believe those monsters managed to slip through when that door opened. Pan opens the locks, but at this moment ponders how strange it is that such a strong pressure ran through the monsters. What made them run? Opening the iron door, Pan sees dozens, if not hundreds, of red eyes from the darkness. This all scares the hell out of Pan. He is shocked at what his eyes now see before him. Pan shines his flashlight forward in front of him and sees hundreds of bug monsters looking at him. Pan in the moment hears different sounds coming from this space. Big bugs jump out at Pan with their mouths open. They want to attack Pan right now. Peng orders Spider-Man to stand in front of him, Dazi to cover the rear, and Crane Yang to set the enemies on fire. Crane Yang begins to do his job. He rushes at his enemies and sets fire to everything in his path. Among all, Pan notices the most important, what he thinks is the biggest bug. Pan orders the Spider Banu to start with him. Spider-Man does just that. He starts to help Crane Yan help with his attacks. Spider-Man jumps and opens his opponent's head and immediately leaves with it for other positions. Right after Ban's spider eliminated their boss, they started to back off. Pan is happy about this. He starts to realize all the problems. Peng notices that Spider-Man is lying down and feeling very ill. Together with Dazi, they find out that Spider-Man has some kind of problem. Pan is on the system watching about Ban's spider having an infestation in his mouth that is affecting him from the inside out. Peng also strokes Crane Yang on the head, saying that he is quite young, and Peng got him into such adventures. Peng apologizes. Pong asks Crane Yang to help Dazi and drain his body of all the contagion that came from the bug bite. After a while, Pan's plan works out. Crane Yang pulled everything out from behind Spider-Man's mouth and helped him a lot with it. Following this, Peng turns to Datsu and asks him to help find someone else in this sewer, and with his instincts, it will be much easier. However, Dazi and Peng's dialogue is interrupted by a sudden earthquake. It knocks everyone down and rolls them to the ground. Dazi informs Peng that there is a huge monster behind him, and Crane Yang adds that he has no bad intentions. Pan doesn't have much faith that he doesn't have bad intentions and slowly turns his head back. Pan only notices a huge eye peeking out from around the corner. Using the system, Pan notices that this monster's level is 39th. Following that eye leaves and Peng rejoices, because in a straight fight they would definitely lose. He also marvels at the monsters of this level here. However, in a moment, Pan realizes that this could be the same Grandpa's monster he was talking about. This confuses Pan. Peng turns to Dazi, going back to their plans. He asks Dazi not to lose the smell of that plant from behind the mouth of the Spider-Man. Following the sewer, they find it, the same growth. It was crawling along the concrete. This growth is also a monster. It started to run away. However, Peng had already given orders to Yan to block its escape routes. Ian, with his fire field, has trapped this monster in a trap that it is shocked it can't get out of. Dazi tensed up sharply and walked over to the thing and began to examine it up close. He really didn't like it. However, in a moment, this outgrowth abruptly morphed into a huge mouse. This mouse, with its huge fangs, attacked Dazi, who in turn defended himself with his paws from its blows. However, the thing managed to send Dazi into the wall and landed a nice punch. Peng is unpleasantly surprised by this turn of events and orders Dazi to strike with lightning. Datsu does just that. He gathers together all the energy and launches a direct volley straight at his opponent. However, before Dazi could even launch an attack, the mouse immediately dropped its appearance, became small, and started trying to run away. This all upset Peng and Dazi. They were not at all shocked by such an action from the mouse, nor did they expect it. Pan realizes that in all likelihood this monster acts as a symbiosis. But all the interesting stuff is over, because Pan was only interested in her abilities. Peng, along with Dazi and Crane Yang, trap this poor monster and inform him that it is already useless to resist. Peng goes outside and tells the director that the problem is solved and asks Buchan to take the rest of the monsters and go rest. Buchan also picks up the strange monster at Peng's request, but it starts twitching relentlessly in Buchan's hands. Buchang acts radically. He doesn't like this behavior of the monster and swats it with his other hand. That nailed such a small monster very well. Peng was shocked, and Buchan said he didn't like to see so much movement. Pan asks the director to go and find a glass case to take and lock that monster in there. Pan gets a call from his grandfather, who asks Pan to come back to the main office right away, but Pan says he still has a lot to do here. Grandpa informs Pan over the phone that his lab is ready. Pan in turn rejoices at this and says he will arrive soon. After a while, Pan arrives at the laboratory as promised. Going there with his grandfather, he is immediately struck by the shock of the expensive equipment. Near the entrance, Pan notices some interesting things that shine light upwards. Grandpa suggests that Pan walk over and put his hand under them. Right after Peng did that, the door opened. He was shocked at the high level of defense system here. Pan walks into the lab and is very shocked at how beautiful and high quality everything in it is. Grandpa asks Pan if he's happy with the lab and offers to build another one if necessary, but Pan assures him that everything is super. Trailing off, Pan's grandfather introduces two specialists to him, saying they are the best in the company. One of them greets Pan, and the other turns to Pan's grandfather and tells him that his experiment is only half finished. Pan's grandfather responds to him doubling the experiment's budget this month. followed by Grandpa introducing Pan as his grandson and talking about how he's already an intermediate coach at that age. It's astounding. Grandpa, with a satisfied face, asks him to stop praising Pan, lest he suddenly become arrogant. Grandpa tells Pan that he invited these people to help him, but Pan says he'd like to get started on the reagents. Peng also says he has studied tons of material and is quite capable of doing it all himself. He has a lot of experience. Everyone around them stands silent. They don't know how to react to such words from Pan just now. Peng's grandfather starts to pretend that he's very happy about this and didn't even think about assistance for Peng, but Peng says that Grandpa has less acting skills than Tang Tang. Trailing off in his thoughts, Peng realizes that most likely these two coaches are just laughing at him and his statements in their thoughts. However, Pan also realizes that they would probably like to see the results of his experiments to draw any conclusions. As it happens, Pan approaches the equipment and starts to do something gradually, and afterwards gets some kind of red liquid. He pours it into a flask and demonstrates it to his grandfather and teachers, saying that he developed this serum himself. It is necessary for evolution. He called it Bloody Butcher's reagent because it is based on materials with blood in them. After pressing a button, he reveals the test subject for this serum. It becomes a popular monkey like Kong. The two teachers discuss the fact that Kong's evolutionary pathways are known. However, Pan's drug is cheap to develop if it works, plus profit. Peng realizes, this being his first public testimony, he injects Kong's monkey with an anesthetic, saying that the experiment may be difficult. After the Konga monkey fell asleep using the manipulator, Peng began to inject the blood reagent into the monkey's body. Removing the manipulator left a trace of blood, but went an interesting aura and a strange odor. Following, the aura and sounds began to increase and everyone around them began to shake. The teachers said they hadn't seen such a thing yet. One of the teachers realizes that even if it fails, it's already more than a classroom experiment. Kong's body became much larger and harder, and something began to come out of him. This was the same Kong, dropping the shell he had evolved completely successfully to the next level. The teacher informs Pan's grandfather that this result is just fine, and such evolution has not been known before. Pan's grandfather is surprised. The first teacher pardoned the second to urgently check something with a certain obsidian soul crystal. The teacher first explains to Pan that this stone is made specifically to check the class of all monsters below Lord rank. Pan's grandfather understands his grandson's great success, but also realizes that this success can lead to bad consequences as well. Trailing off, Grandpa talks about how the incident today should be a company secret and no one should know about it. Pan's grandfather tells him that he was the first to breed such a monster, hence he has to name it. Pan talks about letting him be a bloody raging Konga then. It's perfect for him. Trailing off, Pan pulls out 3 more of his vials, calls out their names, and twirls them around in his hand pathetically. The next test subject was a large ant, which is already pretty strong, but it has no long-range attacks at all. Peng says that increasing their agility is laborious because of their body structure, but increasing their defense is more than possible. Next, Pan uses the drug, demonstrating how the ant has changed and how much stronger it has become, and the drug is named Heart of Stone. One of the teachers tests it with an obsidian soulstone and sees that it is also an advanced class. Trailing off, a cheerful Pan suggests that there's more to come and offers to see how the king's drug works. Next, Pan shows a common sparrow that has evolved several times, names its flaws, and talks about how to improve it. Peng also says that after this drug, it is unlikely to be able to take out a monster of Lord rank, but an advanced one is easy. However, teachers are shocked that such a powerful drug has such a weak disadvantage because it is still possible to pump to Lord. Trace Pan also demonstrates the workings of the Earth Serum, making an ordinary weak dog, an advanced class dog with abilities. Pan's shocked grandfather talks about asking for all the materials personally in the future, but you shouldn't tell anyone about the experiments. Pan's grandfather orders the 2 teachers to let 2 drugs go on sale, but the royal drug is not worth it. It is too powerful. The two teachers bow and say that since this is already the case, they hurried to work urgently. Along the way, the teachers discuss Pan's cool skills and the fact that he may soon overtake them in knowledge. Pan realizes that with his abilities, the lab isn't really necessary. It's just a waste of time, although it still has its advantages. Pan asks Grandpa if there are any expeditions his company organizes. Grandpa wonders if Pan would like to become a hunter. Pan talks with a smile about how it's actually pretty cool to be a world hunter. Pan talks about how there's a cool organization of world hunters who fight the strongest monsters, and they have the best trainers among them. Pan tells us that unlike the usual boring trainers, they explore parts of the world where no human foot has yet set foot. Pan, with shining eyes, talks about how the mere thought makes him very excited, and Grandpa says he's been so wild since he was a kid. However, Pan's grandfather also says that he can't go there yet because he's too weak. He needs more training. Pan's grandfather also tells him that for now, no wild hunting, or he'll break Pan's legs and make him lie in bed at home. A disgruntled Pan jokingly argues that if Grandpa wanted to break his legs, all his monsters would have to do it first. Also, Pan's grandfather tells him to get up early tomorrow, around 6 in the morning, and bring all his monsters for a special training session. The next morning, Pan is standing outside somewhere, looks at his watch, and sees 5:57 in the morning. Grandpa comes in next. He praises Pan for his punctuality and talks about doing 30 push-ups as a bonus, which surprises Pan. However, Pan doesn't understand why this is at all. After all, there are his monsters who will always protect him. Why should he bother himself? Trailing off, Grandpa asks Pan if he's so sure about this, and then creates an aura and does a sharp leg swing and a U-turn. Pan is shocked. Grandpa chopped the tree with his foot. Pan is shocked because even Kong couldn't do that. Grandpa asks Pan why he's so naive. Isn't it that when he's going to run away from someone strong, he won't need his strength? Grandpa tells Pan that as long as the trainer is strong, his monster will be strong too, and Pan realizes that his grandpa is absolutely right about that. Pan's grandfather tells him that the man's strength also increases slightly with the number of his monsters and their strength. Trailing off, Pan's grandfather also reveals that he has just used only 1/3 of his power, which shocks Pan. Meanwhile, in his thoughts, Grandpa thinks that Pan is really admiring him right now, and his pet Bai talks about how he's just showing off for his grandson. Trailing off, Grandpa addresses Dazi, saying that his attribute of electricity is beautiful, and Grandpa has someone to help Dazi. Grandpa yells for a certain thunder god to come out and not hide. The thunder god turns out to be a huge snail that Pan's grandfather found in the ocean once upon a time. It has a little power, but a soft character. Datsu will do. Peng tells Dazi that this is exactly the monster they saw in the sewers back then. It's clear from her eyes. Peng explains to Dazi the fact that it is now his senior friend who has the same attribute, hence can effectively teach Dazi. However, seeing the fact that Dazi doesn't like all this very much, Peng calls Buchan and asks him to settle the matter. Buchang grabs Dazi by the tendrils and sends him flying straight for that snail, and Peng yells for him to train well, for how can he have such a cowardly monster? In response to him, Dazi shouts that Peng himself is cowardly, this cowardice he learned from Peng. Trailing off, Pan addresses the Thunder God, saying that he's loaning the monster to him for the time being, and asks not to be nice to him at all. The Thunder God answered something, but Pan didn't understand. Grandpa said the Thunder God said there was no problem and Pan could trust him. Trailing off, Peng asks, "What about Buchan, Ban, and Yang?" But Grandpa replies that Buchan and Yang can be sent to the Thunder God. But here's Buchan. But about Buchan, Grandpa asks Peng himself what his ideas are. Peng replies that Buchan will do defense. Grandpa and Peng decide that Buchan will be a defensive tank, and he should pump self-defense and counterattack attacks. Followed by Grandpa calling out to Dragon Bana and telling him that he will train Spider Bana and Buchan. It's unclear how Spider Bang and Buchang will train with Dragon Bai, because at the sight of him, Chunba fell over in shock. After everyone had been distributed, Pan's grandfather said, with a snide face and a large aura, about them being able to begin. It all started with Buchan and Dragon Bai training. They stood opposite each other with a strong fighting attitude. With a single attack of its tail, Dragon Bai knocked out Bu-chan without the slightest resistance. After flying away, Bu-chan lands his body directly into the ground in front of the Spider-Man, who is shocked by this. Meanwhile, Ban himself is apparently using a new ability, digging holes in the ground with his paws, but it's not clear why. Trailing off, Pan notices a strange thing. Right after digging the hole, Ban's spider climbed into it and made a shelter that way. Spider-Man hoped that if he did so, he wouldn't be found. However, the Dragon Bai had his own plans. He easily grabbed Ban with his paw, and then arbitrarily threw it to the side, so that Ban rolled with incredible speed across the clearing. However, such actions on Dragon Bai's part made Spider-Bane very angry, so much so that he once again went into rabid mode. Spider-Man, in a frenzied state, jumps straight at Dragon Bai and heads towards his neck with a wild aura. However, with just a snap of his fingers, Dragon Bai sends Spider-Man back to the knockout rest. Both Bu-chan and Spider-Bang are shocked by such a wild power of their new coach, so they simply don't know what they should do against such an opponent. Bu-chong decides to use his strongest technique so far. He uses the red thread coating and covers his body. However, and even that proves to be not enough, as the dragon easily sends Bu-chan to rest again with a swipe of his tail. However, to a huge shock to Dragon Bai, Bu-chan had grazed him a bit, but only left small abrasions on his skin. Peng, meanwhile, is sweating out push-ups, and the grandpa next to him laughs, saying that Bu-chan and Spider-Man still have tons of training ahead of them, and Peng is just shocked. Next, Peng decides to see how Datsu and his new coach are doing. Datsu tells his trainer that the latter is very strong and Datsu is not. But the latter says he did such techniques when he was at Datsu's level still. Trace, showing his current level technique, covering everything around him with huge lightning bolts. With such techniques, he delights Datsu to the point that he even drools for the first time, but not from food. Coach Dazi says that such techniques are their natural talent, and Dazi will definitely succeed, but with Yang it will be more difficult. It is obviously harder for him. However, Crane Ian is in no hurry to recognize this fact, and tries in every way to dispute it, albeit with difficulty. Afterwards, Crane Jan creates a fireball which surprises his trainer because it took him several attempts, not just one. His coach praises him nicely, saying that he clearly has potential, but Dazi can't understand what's so surprising at all. Datsu doesn't like not being praised. He says he just needs to use his inner strength, that's all. Daisy begins to create an aura around himself, saying, there goes my power." Peng is more behind Dazi, encourages him, and tells him that with the next step, he will be able to release all his inner energy. Datsu runs around and tries to release his energy, yelling, come on out." Meanwhile, Peng is back to push-ups. However, pretty soon Peng rolls on the floor off his feet and says that he is very tired, which surprises Bu-chan. All this time, Chunba is just lying on the ground thinking about how that huge dragon wouldn't eat him. He hasn't opened his eyes since Bai appeared. However, the events of this manga move forward. Half a month passes since that training session. We are shown one of Grandpa Pan's house again. We are shown Bu-chan. With great speed, he flies at someone forward, smashing everything in his path. He kept practicing. Bouncing off the ground, he would leave holes in the ground and he would jump to the Dragon Bayou. Bu-chan already manages to get through Dragon Bai's first attacks. He attacks him by charging his hand with some powerful energy. Bu-chong delivers a tremendous power punch to Dragon Bai's body, and Peng rejoices in it, shouting that Bu-chong is good for him. Following the punch, Bu-chang falls backward, landing a somersault right on the ground and punching it under his feet again. This scene shocks Spider-Man. He stands and watches and can't believe it, asking if the fight is over. Dragon Bai praises Bu-chan. He says that he has grown well in his use of attributes. If he continues at this pace, he will reach a new level. Trace Dragon Bai also addresses Spider-Man, saying that the latter is only a tank in battles, so he should be quite capable of withstanding attacks. Pan comes over and strokes and encourages Ban the Spider, talking about how he's not afraid of getting a couple knocks after all. Attention was also paid to Crane Yan, saying that he had already mastered all the basic fire techniques well throughout his training. It is sad for Dazi in this situation, because in all likelihood he should continue to train more. During this time, even Chunba didn't sit idle. He had evolved to the rank of commander, and his space was now equal to the container by the truck. Pan realizes that the goal of his grandfather's training has been achieved, and he himself has all the right things to survive in the woods. Pan's train of thought is interrupted by his grandfather. He came from behind and brought some bag of something. Inside the bag were 3 items: a map, a clipboard, and a compass that Pan had gotten from his grandfather. Grandpa says the tablet is solar-powered, and Pan knows how to use a map and compass. The map marks very dangerous places that are better to go around. Grandpa tells Pan that he has a flying monster. It will be easier and better for him than others, and asks Pan to make good and wise decisions. During their dialogue, Pan noticed that his grandfather's hair had become much cider and was previously black. This amazed Pan. Pan, with a genuine smile on his face, thanks his grandfather for all of this and asks him to wait for his return. The events of the manga take us to a suburban jungle and a river near it. Pan and his entire team of monsters follow the path, while Pan himself walks with a map and observes what's going on. Pan notices that there are red circles all over the map where it's dangerous. There are a lot of them, which means that Lord-rank beasts are being introduced in their areas. Through his system, Pan watches and learns that it takes an Earth Spirit Core and a hibernation of 72 hours to pump Ban. Pan points out that if you focus all your attention on the right resources, the system will point out where to find them. While Peng and the others from below were looking at everything, Crane Yang from above saw many mosquito monsters and reported it. Immediately afterward, Crane Yang began to create a volley for a fire attack, but he was interrupted by Pan's voice, who asked him to go downstairs first. Ian comes down and asks why he wasn't given the right to attack, but Pan explains that there are more monsters lurking in the darker parts of the forest who will attack if they see the fire. Peng also talks about how he and his team need to be a lot smarter when they're dealing with wildlife, sticking their hand in Chunba. Peng pulls out a huge bag of different herbs from Chunba and says that if you mix them together, you can distract the insects, but the bag stinks wildly. Ban snatches the bag out of Pan's hands, opens it and finds it up, and Bu-chan claps the spider to Ban for being smart. Trailing off, turning to the spider, Yang Peng says that now is the time to witness a true miracle. The odor from the bag Ban had opened and lifted began to rise up, and the local insects began to sniff it out. It worked. Huge numbers of these insects just fell down dead. Pan is glad his idea worked. Pan's monsters look up to him as a genius and a god of this world, and he declares with a pathos face that it's no big deal, because it's not hard. In the meantime, Buchang had taken everyone over, and at Peng's orders they began to wade across the mighty stream, while Peng looked at the maps again. However, in a moment Pan notices something, and for good reason. For right behind them there is a huge panther, powerful panther, that jumps right on top of them. Luckily, Bu-chan has a very good reaction. He covers Peng with one hand, and with the other he picks up Ban's spider and throws it right at her. Spider-Man creates a huge shield with his paw, and right with that shield he hits this panther in the head. Ian flies to finish off the panther, but Pan stops him, for in his mind he realizes that Ian is still weak and may not be able to cope. Peng then orders Yang to attack, but not alone, but together with Dazi. After Dazi and Yang's quick victory at the sight of the monster's death, Peng picks up the rank commander crystal, which is worth a couple thousand credits. Trailing off, Pan ponders the fact that he needs to find a place to put this crystal. After some time, Pan finds some cave. He decides to mark it on the map and make it his hideout in the future. However, a small duck-like monster emerges from the cave, quacking non-stop. Pan tells this duck not to quack around here. They won't be here long, and the duck better leave before Pan's monsters get hungry. Pan is shocked that this duck is quacking. He follows up by telling it to quack and calls it stupid. The duck starts quacking. However, noticing that the duck stalk quacked immediately afterward and had been living here all this time until now, Pan doubts that she's that dumb. Following thanks to the system, Pan scans the duck and learns that it turns out to be of epic class. Pan talks about how they have to go, as there is still a lot to do, and advises the duck to never go near humans again. Walking through the forest, all the monsters began to complain to Peng about wanting to eat the duck. The complaint was not accepted only from Dazi. Peng does not realize how hungry he was sitting on top of Buchan. However, in the moment, Ian flies closer to Pan and wants to tell him something, but the latter interrupts him, saying that he already knows everything. A quack is heard behind, and Crane Ian turns to Pan, saying he's calling Pan, it's the same duck. Peng is shocked that Crane Yang understands what this duck is saying, but Crane Yang in turn brags, saying that he has an 8th level of language. Crane Yang continues to translate the duck's quacks, saying that the duck calls Pan a big duck and sees him as a relative. Pan is shocked by the whole situation and asks Pan to just silently speed up and ignore it. The duck begs and pleads with Pan and the others to stop. She hurries after them so much that she falls off her feet. The duck fell down and began to complain that no one wanted it. Everyone disliked it. Pan picks up the quacking duck and listens to it. Crane Jan translating her joy in the fact that the big duck in Pan's face hasn't left yet. Crane Jan talks about how the duck said she was abandoned by her parents and left all alone here since she was a baby. Jan now doesn't want to leave her. Pan looks at the forest and talks about being kind today. So be it. Let's take the epic class with us. I think we won't burn out, Pan said. Buchang holds out his hand to Ukta and tells her to climb in, and Yang says she's under their protection now. Some time passes. The events of the manga take us to a stone forest location somewhere in the general forest. Pan looks at the gap in the rocks and uses the system to determine that the core is around here somewhere. However, everyone is too big to get through there. Peng decides to ask Dazi to get in there, because among all of them, he has the best chance of doing it. Datsu does so. Peng asks him to look for earthy themes, and if he sees some monster to leave without getting into a fight. However, Pan hears sounds. Turning around, he sees a huge spider on a rock looking at them, but it's pretty weak. Pan sees it. Buchang asks if he should deal with that scorpion. Peng talks about how he shouldn't. He's only general class, even worse than a duck. Pan decides to test this duck and asks it to show its abilities, while the duck itself is shocked at what is happening. 10 minutes pass. We are shown a crane sitting on a rock. Yan slowly yawns and asks Pan how long this will last. He's referring to the argument that's been going on all this time between the duck and this scorpion. They haven't even started a fight, they're just having a conversation. Peng gets tired of watching this silly scene and asks Buchan to chase that scorpion out of here. Buchang only stomped his foot as that scorpion he was a few meters away and continued running, gaining speed. Pan is still shocked and can't understand how that stupid duck survived in this forest all this time before Pan arrived. Meanwhile, Datsu's voice is heard from the cave, shouting about what he has succeeded in finding. Dadza begins to crawl out of the cave, and as he does so, he carries the core of the earth spirit in his teeth. Pan is surprised at how small it is. He hopes it's actually small enough for Ban's evolution. Otherwise, it would be a shame. Followed by Pan summoning all his monsters and telling them that they now need a lot of black soil, which they marked on the map, and calling them all out. After a while, Pan and the others set up all the conditions for Ban's spider to evolve and talk about being around. As it should, Ban the spider hibernates for 72 hours, and Pan and the others will guard him during that time. Pan tells his monsters that this place might have a master, so everyone should be careful. He might come back. Right in the middle of the night, a certain long black worm approaches Pan's tent site and shockingly reveals that someone has set up camp here. This worm notices a duck sleeping by a tree. It bites its tail and attacks it. The duck immediately afterward becomes 10 times larger, covered in aura, and scares the worm with its appearance. The duck asks why this worm attacked and bit her. However, all it gets in response is a spit of energy in its face. This energy blinds the duck, and it begins to cry and twirl with pain in its eyes. However, just a second after its strike, this worm begins to receive a shock that it has never experienced before in its life. The duck has become simply gigantic, much larger than the trees, and as wide as a bus. Pan is awakened by the noise and sleepily goes out to see what's going on outside. Pan is immediately struck by the fact that the duck has become insanely huge. He sleepily marvels even more at this fact. Now Pan is beginning to realize how that silly duck was able to live here for so long. In the meantime, the worm we know gave gas and began to run away while there is such an opportunity, into the bushes. Noticing that the worm was gone, the duck started to come back in size, and Pan realized it all, he thought. Always weirdos like this have some kind of God-given gift. Pan realizes that he has a pretty lucrative blood contract with this duck, and beckons her over. Pan places his hand on the duck's head and begins to delve into its mind. He is surprised by what he sees. The duck's consciousness is quite bright and colorful. According to the chairman, this means the monster is in a good mood. However, a second later, Pan notices a flying tree with a wing in the making of this duck, which scares the hell out of Pan. Pan also sees some jaws, face flowers, and more. He didn't expect this duck to have such a rich inner world. However, in a moment, the entire space inside the duck's mind begins to darken little by little. Pan doesn't understand at all why this duck's mind suddenly became so dark. Pan begins to see her memories, her parents standing around discussing this duck after she was born, saying she has big eyes, she's weird. Trailing off, this duck's dad starts yelling, asking about why this duck has 5 toes. That's not right. The little duck at that point doesn't understand why she is called a monster and why her family won't share food with her. One of the ducks in this duck's family beats her, talking about who he thinks is his brother here. The other ducks in his family ask to stay away from them and tell this duck to stay away from them. At this point, the duck awakened its size abilities for the first time, which frightened its family, who began to despise it even more. The other ducks started complaining about this duck, telling Daddy Duck that this monster was hurting them. Papa Duck dumps her somewhere behind some bushes and says that now she's going to spend the rest of her life here. In her mind, Pan meets this duck again, and she tearfully asks Pan why 1 extra finger makes this duck seem like a monster. Pan understood everything. Everything began to fall into place. He felt sorry for the duck, for no one else in this world even knows her story, or even tried to help her. Pan reaches out to this duck and offers to become part of his family and forget all the bad things. This duck thanks Pan with tears in his eyes and calls him a strange duck. Again, thanks. Right after that, the long-awaited moment happens. The duck agrees to a contract with Pan. She is now part of his family too. Peng happily informs that since they have already signed a blood contract, Peng should give the duck a name. He called it Huang, but the duck only replied, "Quack." As they stood and chatted, Pan saw a huge yellow color rise up behind him, and the ground shook. A huge yellow and black spider emerged from the ground. It was a ban spider that had successfully completed its evolution. Pan is very happy that everything went well, and that Ban the spider was able to evolve and gain a new ability. Pan's mission is officially over. A short time later, they return to his grandfather's villa with the new monster. Morning at the villa, Pan has showered and is about to go out to eat. On the table, he finds a note from his grandfather, asking him to eat and read the papers. Pan thinks Grandpa is being overprotective and decides to read all the documents first before going out to eat. The documents include photos and information that a group of divers found some shiny and interesting object on the bottom of the sea. It was about the forbidden magic water stone. It is needed to improve the duck. Even yesterday, Peng asked his grandfather for it, and already today, it was found. Pan decides to get this stone because thanks to it, the duck will be able to get the legendary class and unlock the monster's second ability. Pan gets a call from Grandpa. He picks up the phone. Grandpa asks Pan if this is what he wanted. Pan confirms that this is what is needed. Grandpa says that his men will soon pick up the stone and deliver it to Pan, and Pan needs to be obedient and stay home, after which Grandpa leaves for a meeting. Pan is just silently in shock at what just happened and what Grandpa said. He doesn't realize if that's all it is. Pan thought he would have to go into the wilderness and fight monsters and other people to get the stone, but it turned out to be easier. However, Peng also realizes that it's a sin for him to complain about it, because it's very profitable and good for him. Meanwhile, one of the task force is working at the site of the stone in conjunction with others. The associates of this group are trying to dissuade their boss from mining this stone because it is extremely dangerous. It will only be possible to leave on flying monsters. However, one of the group's accomplices says that even flying won't help and asks the boss to pay attention to the sky. The monster royal golden eagles showed up in the sky, which are dangerous. People started screaming and scrambling out of their seats. Meanwhile, on the seabed, a small fish swims near this rock. It examines the rock and is surprised. Fishy recalls the story of her mom, who also ate some such stone and gained many powers. A huge monster fish appears from somewhere and asks someone deep in the waters, "Who are you?" She notices some other fish among the deep waters and talks about how this is our territory and she shouldn't be here. However, in a second the fish is covered with shock. It sees a giant carp in front of it and does not understand how such a powerful monster was brought here. The fish start telling Carp that behind them is their chief's favorite daughter, and if he touches her, Carp will have to deal personally with the chief. Carp only laughs in response and asks, "Would a bear be afraid to eat a little tiger cub?" The huge carp himself replies that of course not, for the tiger would have eaten the little bear, and with great speed begins to fly at the fish. The smaller fish start to leave the local area at breakneck speed, and the bigger fish use the smoke screen to stop the carp. Carp starts screaming about how all the native fish are just freaks and their evolution was a mistake. They should die here and now. Followed by a huge carp yelling about how their barrier is complete crap. He breaks it and yells that muscle is power and uses the attack. Followed by people at the top of the water starting to shout that the shiny rock has disappeared from the radar. Apparently the carp have devoured it. Meanwhile, the birds are grabbing with their paws the very carp that made it to the upper waters and followed home. The birds are making a bloody hole in it, but their paws are also taking a good beating from the carp. With a hole in his head, Carp tries to leave the place, but the birds catch up with him, even though he is moving at an insane speed. The stone hunters decide to catch up with the carp on the boat as well, and the local crew assures their captain that all is well and they will definitely capture this carp. However, in a moment, several large fish emerge from the water at once and take the stone away from the carp. As they swim ashore, they hand the stone to some man, and he tells his assistants to deliver the stone to the company. Everything happens successfully. Pan and his grandfather get the right stone and begin the evolution of the duck. Pan's grandfather watches the whole process. In his thoughts, he realizes that Pan's idea is a strange one, and no one has ever raised the rank of his pet in this way before. However, Grandpa still encourages Pan and tells him that he will succeed, and Grandpa believes in him. Pan realizes that all the ingredients are ready. The only thing left to use is the stone. The main thing is not to spoil it. Pan notices that the reaction rate is very slow, and that's quite unusual, makes it interesting. However, at one point the stone turns blue. This makes Pan insanely happy and motivates him to act further. Pan shows Juan the yellow duck toy to the duck. The duck is excited and starts jumping and asking to be given to him. Pan tells the duck Juan that if he drinks the serum that's standing there, of course he'll get that duck. For the sake of the duck, Huang is willing to do anything. He ran up and grabbed the test tube, started to drink it quickly, but Peng didn't tell him to drink and eat that test tube. The next thing after Huang Duck drank it, she fell unconscious and began to just lie on the floor. Trailing off, Pan also notices that the duck's hair in the butt area has started to fall out and just fall to the floor. This shocks Pan wildly. He is in awe that hair has started to fall out all over the duck's body, no longer just in the butt area. However, the duck's body became larger and stronger. It became pumped up and large, and the feathers completely fell off its body. Peng immediately, the system began to look up what was required for the next pumping to mythic level. There needed some very strange items. Peng wasn't sure if they could be found on Earth at all. Pan decides that Grandpa should see Pan's results too, so he opens the door with the button and lets Grandpa in. Grandpa is shocked at what he sees. Pan has actually succeeded, raising the epic rank to mythic rank. Grandpa asks that this fact also be kept secret from the world and tell everyone that the duck was already legendary. Pan wants to say something, but Grandpa interrupts him and talks about staying out of Pan's secrets and personal life. However, Grandpa starts to leave. But in the aftermath, he talks about how Pan will now be in charge of pumping Grandpa's monsters of his own. Pan is shocked by this. It pleasantly touched him. He talks about how only his grandfather can trust him so perfectly. Meanwhile, some time comes. The duck wakes up and Pan stands over it. Its first words were, "Quack." Afterward, Pan looks at the duck, smiles sweetly, and talks about how he thinks the duck is much prettier than it was. In a huge show of pathos, the duck starts walking down the hallway and drawing everyone's attention to herself, showing how cool she is. The duck looks at himself and says quack pathetically, examining his muscles in the mirror. However, looking in the mirror, the duck says it's the ugliest duck in the world, but after a second, it realizes a fact. The duck realizes that the duck is a she and immediately starts yelling at Pan what he's done, calling him a big duck you. However, Crane Yang pats Duck on the head and talks about how Peng went through a lot to make him so strong. He should be grateful. Pan isn't discouraged at all. He's on the system to watch the duck's new abilities, and now it can almost completely resist some attributes. Pan is excitedly talking about the fact that he will now get stronger when receiving blows and will be the strongest duck. The events of the manga take us to the courtyard of some university. Local people are walking around, and Pan gets off the bus. Pan notices that the same girl from the exams who was with Anaconda number 3 is here. Peng goes to this big university. He realizes that the first thing he should do is go to register. Pan goes and looks for a place to register for the monster department. For now, it will be held at this very university. As he walks through the courtyard, he notices people and a table nearby. They call out to Pan and ask if he is a regular or combat monster trainer. He replies that he is a combat trainer. The people around him began to discuss Pan, saying that it would be hard for him. The only way to fight now was to go to the hotspots. Pan arrives at the check-in area. He starts check-in. He is asked to show his coach ticket. He starts looking for it. However, when the person at the front desk saw Pan's stats and status, she was shocked. The registrar sees that Peng is a real master. He has the highest grade and many merits. Followed by the receptionist telling Pan to follow her, she will walk him to the dormitory. The registrar talks about how it's rare for people of such high rank or coaches with titles to come here. Next, the registrar starts telling us that of course you're very lucky, and there are 4 exceptions, and Pan is one of those exceptions. He's very cool according to the registrar. Following Peng along with the registrar arrive at the dormitory site. It is very beautiful and expensive. Peng notices it immediately. This is pleasing. The receptionist starts talking about all the perks of the rooms, air conditioning, cool fridges, and all the stuff Mr. G bought. The registrar says that it's true. Peng didn't hear it. It's Chairman G himself, and points to his statue in the courtyard. The receptionist begins to tell Pan about who G is and why it is because of his help, intelligence, and strength that this city still exists. Pan looks around and realizes how many cool things his grandfather has managed to do. He is shocked by the work he has done. Meanwhile, the events of the manga show us some unknown location outside of the city, somewhere in the forest. A group of people wearing military-like cloaks and carrying various tools are moving in some direction. One member of this group, a girl, puts her hand up and tells her to stop. Another person in the back asks what's wrong, calling her captain. This girl notices that her Bebe monster is reacting strangely. It is crying and cowardly. This was the last time they met a Lord-rank monster. Everyone around them felt a very powerful aura and started asking each other what was going on. And also, from the side, they noticed something. However, the events of the manga cut off at this point and bring us back to our hero Pan, who is listening to news of a missing group of hunters. Trailing off, Pan looks out from behind the window and sees the white dragon. He's been called for help. A 5th-degree alert has been issued in the city. There hasn't been anything like this since the disaster began. Peng hears his room door open. It was his grandfather. He informs him that he will be helping Tang Tang. Her ghost monster got the rank of Lord. Grandpa also reveals that his Thunder God monster will also be Lord soon, and Tang Tang's monster has changed beyond recognition. However, Pan goes off topic. He starts pouring tea for Grandpa and starts the topic of the fact that martial law has been declared. Without waiting for Pan's questions, Grandpa talks about how this is a new type of monster that is still unknown. Grandpa says it's not just us. It's all over the world. People have even started studying ancient legends to find out exactly what's going on. The new monster at Southern was nicknamed Mountain Spirit, as the best coach was able to go to take a picture of it. He saw that it was a living mountain. Grandfather also speaks of the fact that this means they are quite beatable, for they are not of the most enormous size, up to 300 meters. Grandfather investigators suspect that the coaches die when they enter their mountain territory, thus the abrupt death. Grandpa also tells Pan not to worry. In case of anything, Grandpa will protect him, and these monsters have intelligence. Maybe it will be possible to dialogue with them. However, Pan realizes in his mind that his ideas and his grandfather's ideas are at odds. He wouldn't want to be the savior of the planet or a hero. Trailing off, Grandpa says that regarding the lunar material that Pan requested, within a few days it should be sent already. However, Pan waves at his grandfather with a smile and tells him to go to sleep and not worry at all about it all. Peng realizes that thanks to his grandfather, he has obtained this stone and will be able to bring Bu Chan's class to legendary. This has sped things up a lot. Pan realizes and blames himself. He's degenerating. His grandfather has become his human shield. He can't put up with it anymore. Pan decides to go right now and start making more drugs and improving his monsters so that Grandpa won't be his shield. The events of the manga take us forward. A few days pass. The university is in town. Sitting at a desk at the university, Pan hears several people in the back discussing his drug, and one asks another if it worked. Pan hears them praising his blood product, and the other guy talks about how he'd love to buy it, but they're out of stock by any means. As he walks down the hallway and ponders what Pan has heard, he becomes amazed at how quickly his grandfather let his drug go into mass production. Walking further along the courtyard of the university, Pan's phone rings. He looks at it and there's a message from his grandfather. Grandpa sent Pan a picture of the hill he was passing near. It turned out to be the same mountain spirit. Pan is alarmed by all this. There's a huge mountainous area near the city. Does that mean there could be hundreds of such monsters? Pan receives a video call from his grandfather. He picks up the phone, but the whole screen is dark for some reason. The signal with Grandpa is very bad and weak. He asks if Pan's class is over. He says it is, but the signal is bad. Pan asks Grandpa where he is that the signal is so bad, but Grandpa says it's no wonder the signal is so weak. He is not surprised by the weakness of the signal, for he is high above the ground and flying his white dragon by. Grandpa tells Pan that he needs to stretch a bit today, so he will be later than usual. Trailing off, he looks at the dragon by and speaks with a powerful aura that they will have to work very hard today. Meanwhile, some monster birds fly by near one mountain spirit, and the humans decide to land on them. A group of people are surveying the areas. One of them says he's figured it out and decides to report it to headquarters. This group of individuals transmits information via video link to the headquarters that the mountain spirit was attacked by Pan's grandfather. His materials are collected. From that moment, some time passes at the courtyard of the second research site. One of the researchers reports to Pan's grandfather that the study of the mountain spirit materials is finished. The researcher talks about how after the mountain spirit awakened, they killed a couple people and thought they were the strongest in the world. Tracy, the researcher, says that even if they had good intelligence, there would be little use for it in such a case. To all of this, Pan's grandfather only responds pathetically, saying that it's worth using force in negotiating with monsters, because that way there will be more results. A trail of researchers shows Pan's grandfather a new batch of animals that helped with the surgery and are ready for others. It also shows their leader, who is very powerful and can guide others, making a good air force. Pan's grandfather, in turn, suggests that it would be better to test their combat effectiveness to be sure of their abilities. The researchers give access to these monsters and thank Grandpa Pan for the royal drug and ask to meet its author. Opening a special container from there releases a commander-rank pig with tremendous power. However, before this pig could do anything, these new monsters with Pan's drug immediately eliminated it together. The researcher says that the person who came up with this drug is simply a genius, because it is a very powerful weapon. Grandfather praises the researcher. Looking out over the lake, Grandpa says that of course his grandson is a genius, and there will be more inventions soon, for he has already sent him a new shipment. Meanwhile, Pan is somewhere in an earthy area somewhere, painting some kind of circle. In the middle of this circle is a pit. In it sits a not-so-satisfied Buchang, and around it are some strange bones. Pan talks about the Yaltar for evolution being ready, but it's odd that it's worth making any donations for evolution. Trailing off, Peng turns to Chunba, extends his hand, and asks him to hand over the golden core. Pan picks up this core, and once again realizes how cool and rare it is. Just picking it up sends shivers throughout his body. Peng throws this cannonball directly to Buchan and asks him to swallow it right here and now. Buchan obeys Peng and catches the cannonball with his mouth, swallowing it. After a second, a blue aura, powerful upwards, emanates from Buchan's entire body and from the skeletons as well. Peng abruptly turns away. He looks back and sees different changes, but Chunba is shocked beyond belief. Peng looks at the place where Buchang was. Some kind of glass monument has appeared there. Around in the forest, various shadows from the blue aura also appeared. This was noticed by Pan's other monsters. They were also frightened. However, this is all interrupted. A large arm, apparently Buchan's, burst upwards out of the ground. Trailing out of his hand comes Buchang himself, who has already evolved. The system reveals that his new status is Skeleton Tyrant. Buchan has become much more handsome, larger, and more powerful. He has a level 30, legendary status. Peng admires how well everything went and notices that Buchan has a new feature, which also pleases Peng. Datsu is fiercely shocked at how strong and big Buchan has become. Previously, Buchan couldn't even manage to leave wounds on Buchan's body. I wonder how it is now. Peng knows all this and decides to check how Buchan's armor has changed, and asks Dazi to bite Buchan. However, he himself is not too happy about the idea. Peng starts poking Buchan, talking about how he lacks determination, but Datsu says that everything is enough and jumps in biting Buchan. However, something very unfortunate happens for Dazi. After Buchan's bite, Dazi's tooth fell off and Buchan didn't feel a thing. Dazi runs away in tears, saying that everyone around him has become so strong and tough, and he alone can't protect Peng now. There was some truth in his words, as all of Pan's other monsters had been getting stronger recently. It's only Chunba on the pump anyway. The frivolous jellyfish doesn't care about it at all. She just wants juice, and life is good. Dazi is still crying. Peng says there will be ingredients for his evolution soon too. Before he knows it, everyone around him has gotten stronger. However, while Peng was comforting Dazi and telling him that everything would be fine, he noticed something interesting. Peng's interesting words didn't roll in Peng's cries, but Buchang, who got some meat and offered it to Dazi, stopped his crying. Trailing off, Peng points Buchan to the corpse of the wolf and asks him to try using his new abilities. Trailing Buchang does as Peng asked. Using the ability, it's like he absorbs the soul of this wolf and controls it. After obtaining the spirit of this wolf, Pan is a little shocked. After all, Grandpa was talking about a wolf, and here is some husky. But okay, thought Pan. After a while, Peng comes to his grandfather's house. He just permission to look for the ingredients to evolve Dazi's millipede. Peng talks about how Dazi is his weakest monster right now because he has been given less time. While Peng has free time, he wants to take care of Dazi. Grandpa tells Pan that he doesn't mind at all, but Pan should hurry up while the situation is stable, but monsters are known for breaking their words. Grandpa tells Pan that Tang Tang is free now, and she will help Pan with everything. Grandpa calls Tan Tan, but here Pan himself doesn't like it at all. He doesn't understand why Grandpa thinks he should be protected forever. Peng and his grandfather and the monsters are standing on the shore of the lake. They are waiting for Tang Tang. The grandfather announces that she has arrived. Right here, a phantom monster Tang Tang, Lord Rank, and level 41st, appears on the shore. Pan is shocked at how handsome, big, and strong he is. Pan also points out that he looks like monsters from Western mythology. Peng's duck notices the huge eagle Tang Tang and realizes that it emanates the same aura as the duck. This startles the duck. However, Pan reassures the duck that hides at the sight of this eagle. They clearly don't have the same auras, but similar attributes. That's when Tang herself appears. She's in her new adorable costume and greets Pan and the others sweetly, saying it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Peng is embarrassed by all this. He notices that Tang has become even more beautiful, embarrassed to the point that he blushes. Tang holds on to Pan's clothes and talks about how she's already been told everything. She's familiarized herself with everything, and of course, she's ready to help Pan. Trailing off, she throws Pan right at her eagle and yells forward, all also climbing to fly. Only Bu Chang didn't get in, he's very big. The phantom picked him up with his paws and carted him over the top. Peng says he didn't bring all his monsters with him, but Tang says there's no point, and Grandpa only laughs and sees them off. Watching the maps on his phone, Tang says that their first stop will be here. Peng is a little cowardly and prickly all over his body from that flight, and Tang says that's right. This is the right place for them. Peng begins to discuss various points with Tang, talking about some moths that inhabit this lake. Peng talks about not knowing the attributes of the local monsters. He doesn't know how things will be. If he knew, he would have taken Dazi to find them easily. However, Bu Chang interferes with all of this. He uses his new power by creating an aura of spirits. Trailing off, he splashes a few of those spirit auras right into the lake to help Peng and the lovely Tang. With his technique, Bu Chang lifts dozens of dead fish from the bottom of the lake, which can now help. Bu Chang tells Peng that he can give orders to these fish to help. Peng orders them to collect anything from the bottom that has a high concentration of energy. The lovely Tang bumps Peng's shoulder and asks about Bu Chan's ability. Peng tells her that he can resurrect monsters. Tang talks about Bu Chan having a very interesting and cool ability. However, he developed in martial arts, and this ability is clearly not from them. Pan talks about how he didn't think much about it. After all, pumping his pet to legendary level is something you have to be able to do. Peng tells him that Bu Chan's new abilities are very interesting to him, because in theory, with his abilities you can even create a zombie apocalypse. Peng notices that while he was chatting with the cute Tang, the fish managed to return, but brought only garbage instead of the needed materials. However, using the system, Pan discovered that the two fish had some sort of rock in their mouths, which in all likelihood is what was needed. Pan sees that apparently the rocks are at the very bottom. Also, Pan notices that the rocks were generated very recently. Peng talks about how Bu Chang can order the fish to rest, but at least the water stone has been found. Trailing off, Bu Chang honors Peng's request and gives the technician the order that the fish have retreated to rest. However, right after using the technique, Bu Chang began to be covered in a white aura and his body became stronger. And then, Peng's system notices that Bu Chang has moved to a new level, the 31st level. Peng is eerily shocked by all this. He doesn't understand at all why Bu Chang has raised the level again. Is it really the effect of this powerful technique? However, in a moment, a powerful aura started. Tang immediately jumped in front of Peng, covering him, and started talking about the mountain spirit nearby. So Tang takes Pan by his clothes and throws him onto the eagle, telling him it's time to run. Peng tries not to look back and realizes that someone weak has already died. He is happy that he and Tang can escape. However, in the wake of Tang flying away, Peng and his monster, the monster mountain spirit, only says one phrase, Liu Di. The eagle Tauntaun tells her that apparently this mountain spirit is calling them. That's what the eagle heard. Pan talks about how, in all likelihood, he wants to make some kind of deal with people. Trailing off, Peng learns from a mountain spirit about a certain ingredient that he can greatly benefit from in raising Dazi. The mountain spirit, in a slow, gruff voice, asks to bathe him in blood, and in return he will tell the humans where to find the right ingredient. Trailing Diamond Pan's keen eye notices an armadillo with a joyful face peering out of the mountain. The mountain spirit talks about how there are a lot of them down below, and Pan reflects on the fact that they are the ones holding back the mountain spirit. Pan knows that according to legend, these armadillos evolved from common insects, but Pan doesn't understand how they contain Lord Mountain Spirit. Tang orders her monster to blow up a certain part of the area she is pointing at. Following, the Tang monster would charge up the energy and wipe out at the right point, blasting the place where the armadillo looked out from. Following, when Tang's explosion threw the armadillo to the surface, the mountain spirit took that armadillo in its hand with its stones. Immediately afterward, he squeezes that armadillo with his stones, dousing them with blood. Tang tells the mountain spirit that they have helped him, now he can tell everything, but the latter in turn declares that it is not enough. However, the lovely Tang says that the mountain spirit monster should tell the mountain spirit monster about the ingredients first, then she will help him, for suddenly he is cheating. A very tired and slow mountain spirit says the ingredients are in the east. For the exact location, he asks for 3 more armadillos. Trailing off, Tang talks about hoping that the mountain spirit is the kind of person who keeps his word and agrees, shocking Peng. With great speed, they on the eagle begin to help the mountain spirit capture a few more armadillos. The armadillos began to go underground. Tang decides to act drastically, and in a moment she simply jumps off the eagle below. Peng is creeped out by her actions. Bu Chang does the same, and Tang is about to land. However, it turned out to be an interesting plan by Tang because right below her and Bu Chan, her phantom monster appeared and changed everything, and they didn't fall. Following that, this phantom monster falls directly onto the armadillos, crushing exactly 3 of them. Peng is shocked at how easily Tang eliminated them, even though they have the rank of commander. The mountain spirit does his part. He tells them that what they are looking for is 5 mountains away to the east on a cliff. So Tang, Peng, and their monsters fly away. Tang warns that the mountain spirits will not be well if they cheat, but he assures them that they never cheat. Peng along with Tang began to discuss what the mountain spirit needs these armadillos for. Tang puts forward several theories but doesn't know exactly what for. Peng comes up with his theories, but Tang only says that while they've been away for so long, little Peng has wised up a lot, which shocks him a little. Tang says okay already, jokes aside, and asks Peng why we didn't take what those mountain spirits are hunting then. However, Peng says he doesn't know, he can't give a straight answer because it's just his theory and nothing more. Some time passes, the events of the manga take us to some factory. Pan and his grandfather are welcomed and greeted there. The factory manager starts showing them the machines and processing areas, telling them how much use they get out of ordinary bones. Pan's grandfather talks about the fact that his grandson's observation is that many bones are broken. He asks that henceforth integrity be observed when handling them. Trailing off, Peng tells Bu Chan to go into this factory every morning and play with the dead bones, reconstructing them according to the techniques that Peng taught him. Peng's grandfather intervenes in the dialogue, saying that, doesn't Bu Chan need additional materials? Won't just the techniques be enough? Pan says that he thinks everything will be fine and there's no need to use anything else. Under Pan's circumstances, you can use all methods. Peng's grandfather talks about how he shouldn't be so nice to him, and since the Bu Chan issue has been resolved, the ingredients for Dazi will arrive the other day already. Seeing the fact that Grandpa has a helicopter, Pan says that having a good monster with the ability to fly is super. Some time passes. Peng goes to the garden where Dazi is, and on the way calls out to him, saying that it is time for evolution. Dazi was sitting on a tree eating bugs as Peng appeared. He was surprised that it was so fast. However, Peng had already brought the ingredients. Peng talks about going to evolve. Dazi happily agrees, for he has been waiting for this for a long time. Behind that in the lab, Pan looks at what is required. The first to make of the gold bugs is to prepare a solution. Pan realizes he's really lazy about the whole thing, and realizes he should have asked Grandpa for an assistant yesterday. However, just as Peng thought about it, a door opened from behind immediately, and the silhouette of some person appeared. It turns out to be a young cute girl named Shu. She informs Pan that she will be his assistant. However, her hairstyle resembles something. Hearing her last name, he immediately realized that she was most likely a relative of his uncle. Before he could finish, she interrupted him and confirmed this fact. Before she could finish her sentence, however, Pan said it was fine, and she'd had enough of standing there, but should help him with the cicadas for the serum. Following Pan's example, he begins to show her what and how to do to get success in this business, and teaches her. She watches intently. Followed by Pan showing how to cut off their wings, teaching his assistant with a cute smile. She listens to Pan with a cute face and memorizes. She manages to repeat after Pan, but as he looks at her, he increasingly sees her as just a pretty girl, but not a professional at her job. Some time passes, the assistant keeps working and working. After a while, she reports that she has successfully finished everything. Peng considers what has come up and makes her worry about it. However, he follows up by informing her that all is well and Dazi is gobbling in the background. However, a second after that, with a strange face, Peng tells the assistant that since she's already finished, she can generally go. Pan nicely chases her out the door, and himself puts on gloves, walks over to the counter, and with a smarmy look says that it's time to get started. Pan begins the process of creating the serum itself. He pops the wings into the solution and stirs them there. Following that, he also adds nectar and various things that are needed for a successful reaction to it, and after finishing it all, he calls Dazi to experience it. Dazi, with the desire to become stronger and stars in his eyes, jumps straight into a huge flask of serum, hoping to get stronger quickly. The assistant standing at the door starts talking about how some lightning bolts started appearing everywhere and hitting everything. Trailing off, Pan's assistant says that that lightning bolt better have struck his arrogant face, because he simply used it. However, all these words do not disturb Pan for a moment. He sees that the flask has shattered, and in its place is some huge monster. It was Dazi. He had become many times stronger, more pumped up and powerful than he was before. Peng gives Dazi an important look and tells Dazi that he's very classy, and Dazi says that he's definitely Peng's strongest monster now. Meanwhile, Peng is thinking about how Buchan is doing, because he should be at the factory right now and using his technique, gaining experience. As it happens, Bu Cheng stands near a special machine in the factory and uses his technique using the same technique that Peng told him. He is successful at this, creating dozens of resurrected monsters that look a lot like him and have good power. Next, we are shown the plant manager going into the control room and turning to the guard, tells him to forget everything he just saw and delete the recordings. The guard does so at the director's request, and in the meantime, Bu Chan is in a special room practicing to control live corpses and swaying experience. Meanwhile, some workers are discussing the delivery of new bones and even fighting a bit, because there are a lot of them coming out. A few days later, Peng walks in the college courtyard and analyzes his progress, especially Bu Chan, who will be able to reach Lord before the exams. However, at a point some girl stops Pan. She waves at him and asks if he has time. It was that strong girl with the anaconda monster that was in the exam. She talks about the committee discovering a new kind of monster, and wouldn't Pan like to take a look at it? Pan is surprised by all this. He says that of course he would like to. However, is he as an ordinary student allowed to join the committee? She says that the committee itself has nothing to do with it. The monster was found by their headman, but legally it's all handled by the committee. Pan turns away and asks her for directions, but she points the way in a completely different direction and realizes how dumb Pan has been. Together with her, he comes to a self-service restaurant near the university. Sitting down at a table, they notice a strange situation ahead. Pan is surprised that the strange people up ahead have actually discovered someone. However, the girl says she doesn't know anything herself and offers to simply listen at the very least. One of the people near the headman stands up and begins to introduce him, telling him more about who he is, while the other asks the headman to stand up already. However, the one is hovering in his thoughts, thinking about the fact that it's been like a month since he dreaded coming home late at night in the dark. As he lay in his home thinking about something, he heard strange noises. At first they seemed funny to him and even interesting. After a couple of days, it came to this guy, the headman, that the sounds were coming from above, and he lived on the top floor, so someone was living on the roof. He and his monster dog decided to go and check it out, but as he approached the roof, he heard what sounded like someone cursing. However, when he did decide to open the door, there was no one there. A couple of girls sitting not far from Pan were already scared shitless by this part of the story and hugged each other in fear. The man near the headman asks that person not to worry, saying that everyone here is a good monster trainer and will help in case of anything. Pan, meanwhile, tells the duck that in case of any trouble, she should grab Pan and carry him out of here first, right away. The duck began to say that she was small and weak, but Pan asked that these tales be told to someone else. He only knows one duck who can break a tree with her paw. Afterward, the headman led everyone to his house, pointed to it, and said that that's where everything happened on the roof. Pan notices that the girl who was normally with Anaconda is now with other monsters. She said that Anaconda is too big for the city. Pan starts to follow the headman to the house and asks everyone else to keep up and follow him. Going up to the floor, the headman opens the door of his apartment, calls out the name of his monster, An, and shouts to the man that he has come home. However, the other students smelled a very nasty odor after opening the door. Everyone thought it was like the smell of a corpse. They hear the voice of the trainer coming from the room. He blames himself for leaving his monster alone at home. The guys decide to help him. Pan and this girl watch as everyone around them began to discuss what an evil and terrible enemy it is, and more importantly, that it is not peaceful and is willing to kill. Pan is ashamed of them. He calls them a collection of underdogs. The girl, judging by her reaction, doesn't want to argue with Pan, and even agrees. Trailing off, the apartment is covered in a dark aura, and one of the students runs out of the room, screaming for someone to help him. Pan is shocked at what is happening and how abruptly everything around him has changed, and afterward he notices something creepy and goes into shock. A huge zombie-like hand appeared out of the darkness, and there was a red dark aura around it. A huge monster pops out of the room that looks more like living, walking flesh with holes in it. Everyone starts running away from him in fear, just at the sight of his menacing appearance. However, Peng walks towards him. The girl asks if Peng is afraid of him. However, Peng checked by the system that he feeds on the fears of others. Pan talks with pathos about how he's actually a little monster and could scare people in normal times. But now it's all just ridiculous. With pathos and an indifferent face, Peng orders his duck Huang to attack this monster. She runs at it, and one of the students yells out that it's best not to, as the monster is at least the rank of commander, if not more. However, the duck uses his basic move and delivers a straight punch to the face of this huge monster. However, immediately after she struck, the monster began to disappear, or rather turn into smoke, simply dissolving into thin air. After it completely dissolved, Pan pointed at the small, ugly monster in the room behind. The student asks Pan what is even going on. However, Pan pathetically talks about how it is just an ordinary illusion and nothing more. A very good one. Duck Huan flies into this room and kicks the little ugly monster out with his foot, calling him a creep for what he's done here. However, Peng starts yelling at Duck Huang with questions about why the duck dropped that monster in the first place, to which he got the answer, quack. From the impact of Huang Duck, he flew down from the window and crashed. Peng said it was impossible to survive from such a height, and he wanted to keep an eye on him. A second later, the same girl appears, only to be silently oohing and ahhing, and Pan is shocked again at how she manages to sneak up on her so quietly. Followed by this girl sending down her monster dogs and telling Pan to look down because someone wanted to take his body. Pan is shocked by this because it's true. Even the corpse tried to take away. However, this girl's dogs stopped the man. Pan talks about how since that's it, problem solved, they're off, and trusts the headman and the rest to the others. But the girl wonders if Pan needs the corpse of that monster. Pan talks about how someone has already called the police, and the corpse will be taken for examination anyway. There's no point anymore. Better just hurry home. The police do arrive. They nit the man who wanted to take the corpse. He is suspected of owning this monster. However, today's experience had paid off. Peng was now certain that Huang Duck's techniques were effective in battle, and new battle tactics could be devised. Following, Pan notices a car stopped near him. He thinks it's a cab, but realizes that everything is somehow very fast for a cab. Pan gets in the car and asks to be driven to the Southern Sky Group. The cab driver responds positively, but Pan is still in shock that it's so fast. After a minute, Pan asks the car to stop and talks about how he needs to go to the bathroom real quick. However, the cab driver asks the young man in Pan's face to be patient, saying that he'll pick up the pace and in 10 minutes they'll be at the Southern Sky. Pan, with an interested face, interjects the cab driver, saying that the South Sky Group is in the other direction according to the maps. This is all realized by Juan the Duck. Juan is quite eccentric. He immediately attacked the car driver in the head and thus knocked him out. The car immediately skidded on a curve, but there was no accident. Pan opens the door with his foot and leaves the vehicle. The cab driver comes to his senses. Pan goes to the window and makes a point of telling the driver now about who sent him here. The driver gets out of the car, raises his hands and addresses Pan as a bro, saying that he apparently misunderstood him. However, Pan notices some monster's arm coming out of the trunk of the car, and Pan asks, "No disagreement?" A second later, a huge white monkey appears behind Pan's back, crossing his arms in preparation to strike from above. As it happens, a huge white monkey lands a hard blow right on Pan's head in a leap. The driver of the car smirks and says that it's Pan's own fault because he shouldn't have gotten involved. However, Peng only scratches his head and says that although such attacks don't work on him, it's still not pleasant, of course. The driver is in a wild shock, his mouth open, sweat dripping down his throat, and he can't understand how it is that Pan doesn't even have a scratch on him after being hit like that. Pan turns around, looks at the ape and scans the system, sees that it is a level 20 undead with normal abilities. However, in just a second, the duck jumps right on top of this white monkey, rolls it on the floor, and puts it upside down, asking how this monkey dared to attack Boss Duck in the person of Gao Peng. The driver stands in shock. He can't understand at all how this duck became so huge in an instant, and his monkey is lying helplessly. Peng realizes in his thoughts that every time someone attacks him, Huang's duck passively grows in size because they have a contract and Huang has an ability. Following, Duck Huan ducks on his own to become even bigger and afterward strikes his foot with great force right at the white monkey. However, while Huang the duck was attacking the white monkey and Peng was admiring it all, the driver opened the trunk and took out a rebar. The driver swung the rebar at Pan, started a kick, and yelled for Pan to die already soon. In the moment, Pan remembers training with his grandfather and how he taught him to get the energy of his monsters, which you have to feel first. Grandpa said that after that, he has to run energy through every point of his body. Pan does so, turns around and snatches the rebar. Following the same advice from his grandfather, Pan builds up the energy in his fists and strikes directly at that driver's face, shattering that to blood. Pan knocks him out with a single fist bump and tells him that he's vastly overestimated himself. Meanwhile, Huang the duck knocked out the white monkey, put half of it in her mouth, and started to eat it, but Peng started to stop Huang the duck from this idea. Trailing Pan looks around and realizes he doesn't even know where the stupid driver took them. He remembers that his grandfather had given a contact to someone to call in case they needed help. Pan calls and says he's lost and is in a place that he himself doesn't know where, like near the old town. Pan is told over the phone that when he called, his location had already been tracked and asked if he wants transportation sent for him. After a fairly short period of time, Pan notices 4 helicopters above him. He waves at them and they stop above him. A large group of men in matching suits arrive from the helicopters. Their leader approaches Pan, calls him Mr., and asks what Pan's errands will be. Their main introduces himself as Huang Yang and says that they owe a huge debt to Pan's grandfather, so he can ask them for anything they need. Peng starts to describe in detail to Huang Yang what has happened to him. The latter talks about Peng providing it to them not to worry. One of Huang Yang's men reports that this man is a member of a criminal gang of 7 people and 2 rank commander monsters. Peng is upset by the fact that such weak people have come out against him. He says he's leaving these scum to Huang Yang and his men and leaves himself. Huang Yang says that Mr. Gao Peng cannot worry, they will handle everything, and gives orders to solve all the problems. Huang Yang's team boarded the helicopter. Peng shouted a request after them to possibly deliver those two commander-rank monsters alive. Some time passes. The events of the manga show a bed in some house. A girl asks her nervous boyfriend why he's not sleeping. He replies that he hasn't heard from his brother Sai. Apparently something very unpleasant has happened. Trailing off, he climbs under the bed and checks on his potty monster, telling him that as long as he's with him, he can be calm and sleep on. Followed by this man and woman putting on street clothes, putting on hoods, checking exits and streets, and deciding to go somewhere. They are blindsided by some man with a flashlight, asking where the two of them are going at this late hour alone. In the darkness was Huang Yang's group. He ordered his men to shoot at them, but only with anesthetized bullets. They do just that, clamping the two men in an alley and afterward eliminating them thanks to the anesthetic. However, right after that, this man's monster awakened, which according to Huang Yang lost control and began to rampage. Huang Yang talks about the one using illusions and asks everyone to try not to fall under them so as not to fall prey to him. Right after that, a huge horse jumps over the fence and knocks this monster down, sending him into a knockout. Just trailing off, Huang Yang returns to Peng and tells him that their mission has been successfully completed. Peng is amazed at their speed and how well done. Huang Yang's horse brought the very rank commander monster that Peng asked for. Peng immediately starts scanning it with his system. This monster turns out to have a rather low rank, but it is one of the 30 mythical monsters and has the rank of commander. Huang Yang asks Peng if this ghost child is interested in him, but Peng is once again pissed off that everyone is calling monsters out of fact. He's not a child anymore. Peng talks about wanting to keep this ghost monster at his place for a while for experiments, and if Huang Yang is free, could he come with him to the lab? Huang Yang turns to his horse saying that Peng is a genius in his field and his drugs are very popular. Maybe today he can help the horse evolve. However, this silly horse began to tell cool quotes, saying that her courage could not be bought by anything, which only infuriated Huang Yang. Trace Peng turns to the horse, calls it a legendary warrior, and offers the drug, but it in turn only refuses. Followed by Pan opening the jar and smelling the horse, she is shocked at how nice and cool the smell is. The brave and stubborn horse immediately became like a child at a chupa chupa chupa, and with shining eyes began to talk about how much she really wanted the drug. As it follows, the horse evolves. Its master Huang Yang says he'll give it plenty of straw at home, and Peng looks on contentedly. Pan hears a cough, turns around and sees his grandfather in front of him. He tells him that he thought his grandfather would be later because he has a meeting today. Grandpa doesn't answer anything and only coughs to ask if Pan and his monsters are making any progress. Pan talks about how they're all practicing now and Grandpa can see for himself. Pan points forward with his finger. And so it goes, Peng points forward, and there's the Spider-Man, along with Dazi, fighting on equal footing against each other. They're both of the epic class. On the other side also train Bu Chan and Duck Huang, who both specialize in close combat. They are quite interesting together. However, after Huang Duck's basic strikes, Bu Chang began to show off his cool technique attacks. This was something he had always been able to do. At times like this, Duck Huang always starts to run away. She still doesn't understand at what point Bu Chang was able to turn her body into a weapon. Peng starts bragging about the accomplishments of his monsters, especially Bu Chang, who is 2 levels up to Lord. But Grandpa says Peng's candidacy as a judge is still questionable. Grandpa says to break the criticism of the society and the critics themselves, then Peng should manage to develop Bu Chan to Lord rank in a week because the exam is coming up. Pan realizes it's nearly impossible, but his grandfather only advises him to train better and reminds him that his white dragon Baya can evolve tonight. Pan is excited about this because Grandpa's white dragon could become king class, and then it would be the most powerful monster Pan knows. Pan says that then of course he will come to help and guard in the evening. But Grandfather says that with his powers, It is better to go to bed earlier. Some time passes. Pan is standing in the villa and sees a huge stream appear upward out of the water. Fog appears around and all sorts of sounds are heard. Pan realizes that this is the beginning of the legendary evolution. According to the system, Pan sees that the dragon already has level 51, and that might well be enough for legendary level, but the sounds are strange. Pan is thinking that something might have happened. No wonder Grandpa asked Pan to stay out of it. Meanwhile, the events of the manga show us the military headquarters, the military discussing the fact that Grandpa Pan's dragon is breaking through to a level above Lord. One of the men at headquarters talks about how it is only because of this dragon that Grandpa and his company have such power, and it must be stopped. However, others in the military dispute this, saying that he is one of us and is only helping, not using his influence. Other military people talk about how he's done terrible things in the past, and if they want to be a businessman's mutt, go ahead. They all start arguing amongst themselves, bringing up different facts and even insulting each other, and louder at that. After some time and oodles of arguing, the military begins to decide whether to act now or stay out after all. One of them immediately protests, saying that they have not yet finished the war with the monsters outside and already want to unleash inside. He is against the idea. However, in a moment, an old military man says enough is enough. The decision has been made, no one will interfere, and anyone who tries will be court-martialed. However, one of the military says that it is possible to leak information, and then there will be someone who will interrupt the whole thing, and they won't need to act. The head grandfather walks away and says no leaks or anything. However, this guy grins and laughs and says he thinks differently. Meanwhile, the events of the manga bring us back to the villa, where a monster tiger is standing near the villa, pondering whether or not to attack the dragon. Thinking over everything, the tiger gives up all his thoughts and decides to attack. Because when will there be such an opportunity? The dragon is in the process of evolution. However, after jumping down, the tiger stands with a surprised face. He can't figure out where the very dragon he came here for is. In a second, the skin and the tiger itself was pierced by some huge claws, which were twice as big as the tiger itself. It turned out to be the dragon himself. With a single movement, he took this tiger down and killed, in fact, taking it in his hand. Meanwhile, in the South Sky office, Pan's grandfather is standing on a high floor, chatting with someone on the phone. The guy on the receiver of the phone says that all the rats and traitors have been eliminated, and those who hide in the shadows and wait for slack will be found. Grandpa listens to his monologue about the company traitors and then only says, "Act," after which the call is cut off. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us to the very guy Pan's grandfather was talking to. The people behind him call him Head Shoe. They stand near some door. However, it turns out to be locked, whereupon the head shoe turns to his monster and tells him to break down the door. As soon as they kicked down the door and opened the entrance to the room, a huge monster was there. It looked a lot like Dazu, however, it was not Dazu. With just a direct fist strike, in a matter of moments, Commander Shu's monster kills that monster behind the door. Trailing off, he gives orders to a certain Vang to take his men and go defend the rest of the corridors as well. People search everything and report that some materials are missing and the computer is also empty. Following the squad leader, Shu turns to his monster, calls his Goldie, and just look for the head of this department urgently, he says. There is. His monster uses super cool sniffing, and within a second of sniffing, he's off like a madman following somewhere. Meanwhile, this department head tries to leave the office and realizes that his tiger is dead, and Pan's grandfather only pretended that his monster was evolving, the one clearly already finished evolving. However, the head of the department is not upset. He realizes that he has managed to carry away dozens of valuable documents and will be able to sell them and the technology of the Southern Sky. However, the very monster of Commander Shu appears right in front of the car and stops the car with the head of the department. A second later, he grabs the car, clutches it, and lifts it up above his head, preparing to send it flying very well. And so it happens. In a second, the car, together with the head of the department, flies in an unknown direction from the throw of the monster shoe. Trailing off, a car flies into a building and crashes and flips over. The monster runs up to it and looks with a smirk into the eyes of the department head. After a while, things settled down. Pan was sitting with his grandfather in the office, telling his grandfather about a new idea for a drug and improving the monsters. However, their dialogue was interrupted by the appearance of a person. It was squad leader Shu. He came over and immediately turned to Grandpa Peng. Peng's grandfather introduces the commander to Shu Peng and says that this is his assistant Shu Yi's dad. Trace Peng is shocked that this is the third person from their family he's seen at the company. It feels like their whole family works here. However, this all doesn't interest Peng as much as Uncle Shu's monster, because it's very strong and brought the head of the department who stole the documents here. Pan starts scanning this monster with his system. Turns out it has level 40 and perfect class. That's great. Pan also notices that he has interesting enhancement features. They aren't much use for monsters, but for him as a melee attacker, it's super. Pan looks at it and is suspicious of the fact that so far he's noticed the fact that the longer the monster's name, the cooler it is. But, come on. Grandpa Pan begins to communicate with the traitorous head of the department, for Pan's grandfather once upon a time helped his father pay off a $3 million debt. Pan's grandfather says that it is the right of the department head to strive upwards. However, he stole company documents and betrayed his colleagues. That is another matter. However, in the moment, Peng's grandfather turns to his grandson Gao Peng and asks him how would he act in this situation if he were his grandfather. Peng said he was punishing this man very severely on display for others, so that others would never do such a thing. Pan's grandfather talks about how the idea is not a bad one. If they lived in the normal world, he could be given the dissection of the law. Pan's grandfather says it's a different time and orders his helpers to get rid of him, who starts screaming and begging for mercy. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us forward. Pan is standing in the villa contemplating this whole situation, and Pan's grandfather approaches from behind. Grandpa approaches Pan and apologizes for making him see it at that age, but Pan says it's no big deal. Trailing off, Grandpa and Pan notice something unidentified flying at breakneck speed right into Grandpa Pan's pitchfork yard. It was Bu Chong, who had fought the White Dragon Bai for training and flew back to the villa. Followed by Peng, and his grandfather's attention goes to the White Dragon Bai, who in turn is very happy with everything. Peng's grandfather says that the Dragon Bai will catch a lot of high-ranking monsters for Bu Chan. Meanwhile, the events of the manga speed up. We are shown an airport, people coming out of it and discussing different moment, among them, a girl with anaconda. As she follows, one of the girls notices that Gao Peng is standing in the crowd doing something. She is surprised that Peng is here. It turns out that these are the candidates for the exam. They are all surprised that Pan is here. After all, he refused to participate. What is he doing here? Following Pan stands among the people with the suitcase and doesn't understand. It was supposed to be picked up by people like the girl said, but no one is there. The participants stand around and discuss the fact that it is very disappointing that Peng will not participate, because he was a very capable candidate for the exams. Following this, all candidates notice that several buses of a cool firm have arrived, which are very flashy and with their own personal staff. Peng is also surprised and does not understand why such pathos. They would also bring gold buses to show that they have money. However, to Pan's shock, the people from the bus approach him, call him Mr., and tell him that they will get Pan to the location. All of his monsters are already there. Following this, all the standing candidates for the exam stand in shock, with a disgruntled face, thinking about the fact that Pan has such connections. Who came after him now? Some time passes. Peng walks into some old man's rooms and greets him, calling him Uncle Joe. This grandfather turns out to be one of the 12 elders of the coaching league. He is surprised by Pan, or rather his age, for he is like candidates in an exam. This grandfather talks about how he and another elder are okay with Pan. However, another one of their co-workers is against Pan due to his age. This girl is talking about now Pan, and he will have to work very hard to convince the others that Pan can sit among them. Pan realizes this, and talks with a snide face about how he's up for anything and ready to show everyone his powers. Time passes a bit. Pan, along with this grandfather and his monsters, arrives at a nearby gym. When they go in, they meet this girl's granddaughter, who is in her 3rd year of uni, which is 2 courses higher than Pan's. The grandfather introduces his daughter to Ping and asks her to address Ping as a brother, saying that he is the grandson of the very same Grandpa G. The grandfather tells his granddaughter not to underestimate Pan. He has come to participate in the exam, however, among the judges, so he is powerful. Following these words comes a shock to this granddaughter. She is surprised that at Pan's age he is already among the judges. Followed by Grandpa Judge saying that this is why Pan should demonstrate the power of his monsters, which is what they will do now. Grandpa Judge says that it was reported to him that Pan has 6 monsters and there is a rank of commander. This is very good. However, Peng interrupts the grandfather Judge and says that since this is the case, he thinks there's no point in testing now and calls Buchan. Having summoned Buchan to him, Peng orders Buchan to prove himself to this grandfather with a look of pathos and coolness. Buchang takes off his robe and reveals himself. Grandpa Judge immediately sees that it's a rank Halo Horde and he has an undead class with the rank of Lord. It's astonishing. Judge Grandfather's granddaughter is also in shock, because in 3 years of training, she only has the rank of Commander, while Pan is already a Lord. It's a huge difference. This grandfather talks about Pan getting a great job at hiding all his talents, and adds that he can already see the faces of all those who were against it. Some time passes. The events of the manga take us to a stadium with exams. The hostess welcomes everyone and the audience. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us to a locker room in a stadium building. The candidates sit us, and one asks if the others are worried. However, not one of the other candidates besides this guy didn't utter a word. They all sat silently and ignored him. Trailing off, this guy gets angry, talking about how they're ignoring him because he got here through his father's connections, but he says he's good and better than Gao Ping himself. Meanwhile, the lovely host announces that the first pair of opponents is already known based on the draw. One of the contestants is a guy named Kanye. He is excited that so many people are watching him and cheering him on. However, right after he appeared, out came his opponent, Mr. Lucas, who generated much more audience support and love for himself. The violet-haired presenter points to the podium and silhouettes there, saying that the youngest judge of the 3 will now be there. The same guy who got here through connections immediately realizes what's up and doesn't want to believe it, with shock in his eyes. His expectations were fulfilled. It was Gao Ping, who in a new suit, without glasses and with his hair up, walked on the catwalk in front of everyone. People start discussing Pan amongst themselves, saying that he's kind of small for a judge and his maximum is an exam participant. However, this is all noticed by that mayor who once paid Pan a lot of money to not participate. He is shocked to see Pan here. Was the information about him a lie, he thinks. The mayor of the city presses a button in his chair and asks him to urgently contact the director of the test to find out all the information. This measure immediately asks the exam director if he can urgently talk to Gao Peng. However, this principal is informed that Gao Peng is busy judging the exam, he can't talk right now, and hangs up, which infuriates the mayor. Pan adjusts his in-ear microphone and headphones. Turning on the microphone, he talks about how he really is as young a judge as everyone says he is. However, immediately after that, everyone around him started criticizing Pan, shouting about how he was small and weak. He had only turned 18. What was he doing here? However, with great pathos, Peng raises his hand up, snaps his finger, and calls out to Bu Chan. A second later, a cloaked Bu Chang already appears behind Peng's back, and Peng asks him to show them all his growl, but not to overdo it so that he doesn't get hurt. Everyone around him immediately notices that Pan has the Lord's halo. It's startling and shocking. Just his aura alone changed the mood of the entire hall. Trailing off, Pan asks if there is anyone else who doubts his abilities and skills. The people in the audience were divided into 2 types. Some said that Pan was a professional at his job simply, while the others shouted that he was a cheat. Pan begins to explain the rules of combat, the arena and the battle itself, the coach's interactions, and other information about the exam. Trailing off, Pan pathetically puts his hand down and announces that the first round has officially begun. The fight ensues, both opponents grapple in the first attack. The undead monster of the guy whose father is the mayor runs straight at the opponent, who is just a green pile. Immediately afterward, Pan notices that things are getting very fast and boring. To him, the winner is obvious, and it's a pity that the judges can't place bets. The MP's son's monster is an undead rhinoceros that jumps just onto the swamp monster, and with its ability immediately punches through it. However, Peng also says that even with that in mind, the monster has a disadvantage. Although it's undead class, it hasn't shown its magic ability. The deputy's son is starting to get angry. He doesn't understand where the swamp monster even came from. The form had a silver monkey on it, not this. The MP's son is screaming with great anger for his rhino to move and fight back, not just stand like a stiff. Succeeding, the rhino bursts right out of the swamp monster and changes positions. However, the rhino doesn't have time to change his positions before the swamp monster attacks from above and attacks him from the back. Peng, watching the fight, decides to ask Buchan what he would do in such a situation if he were fighting a swamp monster. Pan walks around the arena with great speed. He doesn't understand why the fight is so boring. Meanwhile, the swamp monster keeps attacking the undead rhino. Peng heads over to the mayor's son and asks the man if he recognizes his defeat. Though he was unlucky this time, Peng wishes him continued success. The headmaster's son starts talking about how Pan wishes him defeat and things could still be. But Pan says it's unlikely and he feels sorry for him. Pan tells him that he is simply advising him to leave the arena with little loss, as the rhino's body is already completely under the swamp monster. However, this kid doesn't dare to listen to Pan and his advice, poking him with his hand and yelling for his dumb rhino to get up quickly. Rhinoceros tries his best to do his master's bidding and gets back on his feet through tremendous trouble. The rhino manages to get up. He vests it trembling in pain, but his owner shouts to the one to go and get the victory by killing the swamp monster. Right after that, the rhino tries to do something. Pan sees that the rhino is not a bad guy. It's a pity that he got such a terrible owner. Immediately after all this, the rhino all such gains his strength and flies into the swamp monster with the sheer force that he can. This strikes Pan as a huge shock. His rhino was able to do something on its last breath. That one was able to punch through and make a hole in the wall, which is strong even for a ranked commander, but this rhinoceros managed to do it. However, this was indeed the last strength that this rhino had, for after this attack, he fell down without strength, and the system showed that he was on the verge of death. At the conclusion of this fight, Pan announces into the microphone that the mayor's son is declared the loser and Locust wins this fight. A rhino, barely alive, tries to call out to his master, but the mayor's son wishes him a quick death so his father can give him a new monster. Pan congratulates Locust on his victory. The latter asks what will happen to the rhino. Pan assures that everything will be fine. They will decide everything with him. Pan strokes the rhino, saying that he's a very nice monster. Too bad he has such a horrible owner as the mayor's son. Meanwhile, Gao Peng is shown on TV, saying that he has become the star of this tournament with his abilities. The host announces that there will be one more round now, the rest will be tomorrow morning. The two candidates came out. They were immediately talked about by everyone around them. They are both champions in their respective cities. Now they will clash. The tree comes out. It fights against the Black Panther. They both have tremendous power. Pan starts to analyze them both. The Black Panther has a higher level, but the tree is an epic class, and the attributes of both are strong. This will be interesting. Peng also points out that the tree is a plant. In any case, its movement is limited, so both have an equal chance. The Black Panther makes the attack first. It didn't wait and rushed into the tree while Pan was busy analyzing them. However, the tree in turn did not wait for the Black Panther to strike, so it also begins to act by striking. The panther successfully manages to reflect all attacks and dodge. and later make a smooth and fast jump from the wall, biting off a branch from a tree. The owner of the Black Panther begins to rejoice and raise his hand, for at last victory, the tree cannot repel attacks. However, hearing this, Peng realizes in his thoughts that he wouldn't have said such a straightforward and easy victory because the Black Panther was also injured. However, Pan sees that the tree is doing a better job of hitting the panther. Pan sees that the tree is wearing down the panther and just waits. Pan has developed a favorite. After a while comes what Pan was very much expecting. The panther's owner admitted defeat and stopped his wounded monster. Afterwards, Pan approaches the owner of the tree monster and tells him that he congratulates him on his victory, who thanks Pan and hopes to meet again. Meanwhile, Pan approaches the panther's owner and watches as he comforts and sweet-talks to his monster about various topics. Panther's owner turns around and says he understands and admits defeat, but Pan interrupts him, saying it's not his style to comfort. Pan says that the guy's mother works for the Monster Association and he'd like to talk to her about something, and asks if the guy knows the difference between him and the tree owner. Guy starts talking about his tactical mistakes during the fight, but Pan interrupts him, saying it's all about his monster's low level. This shocks the guy. However, it becomes clear to him why his opponent was not afraid to put forward a plant-type monster on the battlefield. Pan talks about how he has a way to get the Black Panther evolution, and if he wants, he can find Pan after the exams are done. Peng leaves, and this guy stands there shocked at what just happened, and why this Gao Peng even showed up here and offered him this. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us to the judge's lounge, where Pan is standing near a water dispenser. The guy sitting behind Pan in this room was flipping through a phone feed and talking about how dramatically popular Pan had become yesterday. Together, the coaches discuss the fact that over 23 people will be participating tomorrow, many of whom are from Africa and Asia. However, one of the judges says that it is very dangerous, because the monsters grown in those places have deadly powers. Another of the judges confirms what the other said, saying that they train their monsters by pitting them against each other. For Pan, such information becomes a shock. He does not understand how this is possible and asks to tell more about it. The government that was at that time treated them harshly. They gave everyone a monster, and after a while forced them to fight among themselves in battles. Animal principles worked there. Among all the orphans, the strongest one was picked out and left. All the other orphans were just killed in the end. Pan, along with another judge, says that although times are tough, these methods are overkill even now. The old judge added that whoever passed all this went to the top of society and had access to money and women. Trace also adds that if it wasn't for these ordeals, the orphans wouldn't have had a chance to survive, so it's hard to judge in this situation. Peng then goes on to say that such camps can be done in our country as well. You don't have to be so strict. You can just train them. However, that's where their dialogue ends, and the events of the manga take us forward and show us sleeping on the grass near Dazi Lake. Dazi wakes up abruptly. He starts wagging his head sideways because he thought he heard Gao Peng's voice. He looks for him with his eyes. Trailing off, Dazi notices a camera on legs that stands in the grass, and from it, Gao Peng's voice can be heard and his phrases about Dazi not knowing about technology. Peng tells Dazi that he knows what he's been doing all this time, just lying on the grass, and gives him a chance to mend his ways. But Dazi says that Peng misunderstood everything simply. Peng talks about watching Dazi and seeing every chance he gets, so he doesn't even know what Dazi wants to tell him right now. Datsu makes a very confused face. He's shocked at what Peng is telling him through the camera and is trying to make excuses. In the moment, Datsu doesn't make up anything, folds his mustache into a heart, makes a cute face and eyes, and talks about how he loves Pan more than anything else in the world. Trailing off, Peng tells Dazi with a rather angry look on his face that this won't help him avoid training at all like he thinks it will. Trailing Dazi blushes and decides to try another tactic. He starts running from side to side and talking about how Gao Peng is the best. Peng tells Dazi that no exceptions and directs to do 10,000 exercises, the other judges from behind, a little shocked with Peng and his methods. The rest is over and the judges are leaving, but one judge stops Pan and tells him that he wants to give him some advice as a youngster. He talks about the fact that of all the people who lost out on Pan's criminal record were from the same region, and if this continues to be the case, there will be suspicion. Pan asks what he means by that, but the man replies only that people tend to blame someone else for their problems. He walks away saying that quick success always brings quick envy, waves his hand and walks away. Meanwhile, the second round begins. White gorilla versus swamp monster. Pan is amazed that every team has a swamp monster. One of the contestants is from Africa, just as they said he would. Pan looks at his monsters and realizes he's never seen the likes of them before. He has two strange monsters, both level commander, one at level 29 and the other at level 33. Among them, Pan notices a Tarsier monster. They have a peculiarity, an attachment to the house. I wonder what made him give up his house. However, in the moment, the owner of the Tarsier monster calls it Mom, and the monster itself strokes its owner on the head. This takes Pan into shock as the monster calls the owner his mom. This is extremely incomprehensible and unusual. So Pan recalls hearing about a technique where young children are left with a monster from childhood to achieve high levels of success between them. Pan realizes that this is one of those times, because the trainer calls his monster Mom. Clearly, this is not some kind of prank or coincidence. Peng understands everything. While he was pondering, it's time to start the fight. The opponents have also come out. 2 monsters each will fight in this fight. The African's opponent talks about how he hasn't met such monsters before and asks his swamp monster to block the other's path. The swamp monster makes a sharp jump. He is about to attack the scorpion and block its path, but the scorpion sends his opponent to the floor with one swing. However, this takes its toll, as the scorpion now namazes in the swamp monster, which affects him greatly. Following this, the African's opponent asks his white gorilla to launch an attack on the eyed Tarsier. The gorilla snaps out of his seat, tenses all his muscles, and in a huge leap directs the attack of his huge fist straight at his opponent. However, in the moment the eyed Tarsier uses his ability, he covers his eyes with different colors that swirl around. Strange things happen. The gorilla stops, and its eyes become the same. All the strangeness goes away when Pan sees by the system that the gorilla has been taken under control by the long spawn. Pan sees it all and understands it all perfectly, and understands even more well what a huge difference in power between them and their abilities really is. Following this, the African makes his eyes big and tells the mom monster that this gorilla wants to hurt them and asks him to kill it. Apparently, the Tarsier is doing the bidding of her son, or owner as it may be called. She raises her paws and enters with her fingers oddly. The white gorilla's head simply flies off its body and falls down as a separate part, and blood oozes from its neck. The scary part comes next. The African tells his monster mom that there is another bad man standing behind him. He should be killed. This hypnotized monster is headed straight for the opponent African and the owner of the white gorilla and swamp monster. The owner of the longhorn monster laughs to himself at the whole thing, saying that the referee doesn't notice anything, so he'll be next in this fight. However, in a moment, the monster Tarsier covers its eyes with its paws and abruptly flies off to the side. Its African owner realizes nothing and screams, "Mama!" Buchan appeared behind Peng's back in a second. With his technique, he sent this monster into a knockout, and Peng issued the African a warning. The owner of the white gorilla and swamp monster put his hands up and shouted his surrender. Peng declares the African as the winner of the battle. The African starts stroking his monster Longspawn and talking about how together they were able to defeat all the bad people, calling him Mom. The African also tells his monster Longspear that this Gaopeng skeleton isn't even a match for him, and promises to take his mom to the top. Some time passes, Pan is standing with some people, they offer him a drink, but he talks about how he shouldn't, and the judge's job is so boring. Trailing off, Pan turns to the men and talks about how the rules prohibit the referee from betting, but their monsters don't. Followed by Peng telling the story of how Huang the duck took all her money, phone, and the rest and went to a betting shop. Upon arriving at the bookmaker's office, Huang Duck opened his phone and showed a sign saying he wanted to bet on Changji winning in 10 minutes. Followed by the girl who was taking bets asking Duck Huan how much she wants to bet, showing the numbers on the money. Pan's pet duck Huang immediately reached in and emptied out her entire backpack, surprising the girl with so much money from the duck. Trailing off, the girl asks if the duck is willing to bet all that money. Receiving approval in the form of a quack, the girl gave the duck a ticket. Huan the duck is very happy to leave this place, and happy that she was able to do it after all. It was difficult. The girl who took the bets is still in shock that this is possible, because if he wins, the owner of the duck will make a lot of money. The girl who was taking bets decided to share this information with her friends, but they were sitting at the monitor and watching something intently. These guys at her work were watching the exam tournament, and just the moment where Changji is declared the winner of the battle. The girl who was taking bets sees this and is shocked. Because she sees that he won and remembers a recent bet, she is in huge shock and screamed. Some time passes. The events of the manga show us an estate in the northern branch of the southern sky, and Pan walks in and tells us that he's back. Immediately afterward, Huang the duck flies in and screams with requests for fish and calls Pan the biggest beautiful duck without feathers. Pan asks what's up with Huang the duck and if he got the money for the bet he placed at Pan's request, but Huang the duck says it's his money. Trailing off, Peng says well, let them be his, and calls Duck Huang a little greedy. Trailing Duck Huang approaches Pan again, calls him a big duck, and asks if he has any more information of interest. Peng strokes Huang duck and says that gambling is bad and what was today was just entertainment, and asks Huang duck not to get carried away with anything like that. Trailing off, Pan's phone rings, certain people calling him to have dinner the other night with the leader of the Zhuaxia region after his match. Pan is surprised at how everyone treats him with respect, even though he realizes that he is the heir to the southern sky, a trainer and judge at 19, and his monster is a rank lord. However, Peng realizes it's temporary hype and the force decides anyway, and says he's going to shower and go now, and expects a few more matches tomorrow. However, all this time, Peng has been followed by Huang the duck, who thinks Peng doesn't want to tell her anything, and decides to memorize Zheng Xiao's name. The next day comes, the stadium location, the exam is underway, and Changji is declared the winner of the round. The winner is happy that his judge wasn't Pan, since the latter has everyone losing from his region, but he also realizes that they were weak. Gao Peng arrives next, and the first judge talks about going to rest, asking Peng to fill in for him, much to Changji's shock. Peng, seeing Changji's face, understands everything, but they don't understand why everyone thinks he's indulging in that region. Since he's from there, it's nonsense. Pan ponders this and doesn't understand why this is the case, but at the end, decides to score and see the classification of the following contestants. In the list of contestants, Pan notices an interesting contestant from the UK, and her pet is a sea dragon. Apparently, this girl will have to face a heavenly flame monster. It will be an interesting battle, although the sea dragon will be on land as well. Meanwhile, it's announced that Moya's ranking of Anaconda Girl is 5th, which is pretty strong. Pan gets tired of leading musings on what's going on here and wonders how his pets are doing, and if they're training at all. With the help of the camera, Pan decides to check it out, and notices his duck Huan Posey lying on a recliner, drinking a cocktail and reading the news in the newspaper. Peng says that Duck Huang is also lazy, but also adds that if he raises his level by 7 points, he will get 3,000 credits. However, this does not motivate Duck Huang at all because in his thoughts he thinks that he is already rich because he bet all the money on Zheng Xiao. Peng doesn't understand how Duck Huang even placed a bet, and for what else on Zheng Xiao, and how the bookies figured him out. Duck Huang says that Spider-Man helped and wrote on a piece of paper, but Spider-Man only punches Huang and reminds him that he asked not to give him away. However, Peng hurries to disappoint Duck Huang by saying that Zheng Xiao had dropped out of the race in the morning, and all of Duck Huang's money had gone rancid, as well as the potential food. This scares the hell out of Huang the duck. She is shocked by it and gets very upset, and the tablet falls out of her little paws. Pan asks Huang the duck to stop being upset. and go study to get at least a level money from Pan. Duck Huang immediately starts practicing, even though she says she doesn't need it, but asks who defeated Zheng Xiao. Peng will disappoint the duck to tears because he says that Zheng Xiao's opponent defeated him fairly, the fight went right, and he accepted his defeat in the morning. However, the dialogue between Peng and Huang Duck is interrupted by the judge, who was resting with Peng. He asks if Peng really refuses to judge the final fight. Peng confirms his words, saying that if Zhang loses under his judgment, it will raise even more questions, and there are already enough of them. The events of the manga take us to the fight itself, with the lead girl announcing into the microphone that the final fight is about to begin. Even though Peng has decided to judge this fight as well, he watches it for interest, noticing that Zhang isn't as stupid as Peng thought and has thought it out well. On the other side against this, Zhang would be his opponent's sea dragon and two more of her little monsters that could cause trouble. Pan realizes that those two small monsters are nothing, and everything depends on the sea dragon. He's a ranked commander and level 30. Through the system, Peng notices the fact that the dragon also has different hidden abilities. This reminded Peng of Bu Chan and his abilities. The battle referee announces that the fight has begun, and Zhang immediately orders his monster to release some kind of pollen and start attacking first. After Zhang's first monster used the pollen, he ordered his another monster Cabana to charge at the enemy and attack. The girl Zhang's opponent also decided not to just stand there. With her two little otters, she ordered her two little otters to activate the Earth Shield and protect. To the great surprise of everyone present, these otters could indeed erect a shield in a single second that left that boar's attack behind. The contestant realizes that they have won the moment of attack, because the cobalt earth wall is very strong. If not, the boar would have broken through long ago. Zhang's third monster immediately went to attack. It jumped over the wall and jumped with a huge attack on the sea dragon, however, not a successful attack. Pan notices how much the sea dragon has done well and how strong he is. However, he clearly has a problem with one thing. That problem was the boar he attacked. Inflicting wounds on it robbed the boar of its sense of pain, which would make things much more difficult now. Just as Peng thought, the situation changes dramatically. The dragon is attacked from two sides at once, both the boar and Zhang's heavenly flame dog. This is where what Pan has been waiting for happens. The sea dragon uses his abilities and alters space, thus stopping both monsters. However, the sky flame dog isn't so easy either. It uses its attacks with energy and breaks through the water barrier. Its attacks are clearly stronger than the dragon's. However, with the help of the system, Pan notices and realizes that it is only a trap and not really a dragon much stronger. His target was a boar. The boar owner realizes this. The dragon decided to go underwater and take his opponent in a ring and made it look like his barrier had been breached cleverly. A couple seconds after Pan and the boar's owner realize this, the dragon flies out of the water and strips the boar with a huge bite. Peng was disgusted by this sight. The dog is still holding on. After all, it has an impact, but the boar is probably already dead after such an attack. This all causes great pain and desire for revenge in the owner of the boar. He asks the Heavenly Flame Dog to kill any of his rival's monsters. The Heavenly Flame Dog does just that. He takes off and jumps on his opponent's weakest monsters in hopes of killing them. However, even this is received with difficulty because from the side of the dog immediately appears a huge tail of the dragon and strikes, saving his friends from death. The sharp tail of the sea dragon slashes the neck of the Heavenly Flame Dog, thus virtually eliminating it from this world that its owner sees. Zhang sees all this, and his opponent asks him how he fights. He in turn cannot even answer anything, because he lost two of his monsters. Trailing off, an angry, sad, and aggressive Zhang puts his head down and says he accepts defeat and gives up. The referee of the fight announces that the bout is over. The winner is a girl from the UK. Zhang lost the fight. The people from Zhang's region in the audience begin to discuss the fact that all of their members lost. The girl suggests to throw the blame on Gao Peng for it all. That's what the guy does. He starts writing in a report that it's all Gao Peng's fault, and the media takes it out and spreads nonsense. Pan looks at his phone and sees the news feed. He feels bad that all the blame is on him. He realizes that if he had been involved himself, he could have changed things. However, Pan's train of thought and reflection is interrupted by his duck, Juan, who calls out to him, "Big duck," and he replies, "What is Juan doing here?" However, at the sight of the duck, Huang Peng interrupts her and talks about how he had a very cool idea. With a snide face, he looks at Huang Duck. Peng, along with Huang the Duck, enter the stage while announcing the girl from the UK as the winner, thus surprising her. Meanwhile, the head referee informs the tournament chairman that a statement from Gao Peng has just arrived. The chairman confirms everything without listening. The chairman instructs that everything be arranged, saying that young people can be very unusual and eccentric at that age. Duck Juan, meanwhile, comes on stage to the girl from the UK and starts pointing his finger at her and yelling that she's the reason he lost all his money. The girl from the UK understands absolutely nothing, and Pan, meanwhile, presses the microphone button and asks if everyone can hear him. Pan sees the good signal and says he congratulates the girl on her victory, but adds that his little friend feels unsatisfied. Trailing off, Peng adds that his duck declares that he could easily handle this dragon, and Peng asks the dragon to teach his duck Huang a lesson. The girl from Great Britain realizes that there is no gain from this battle, but if she loses, it is a loss of reputation for her and her monsters. Meanwhile, neither the judges nor the chairman are reacting to this in any way. Perhaps it was their idea or they set something up. A girl from the UK with a cute face declares that she accepts the challenge, but is not responsible for any consequences in case of anything. However, in her thoughts, Peng wonders what kind of loud words she's saying like that, and thinks about the fact that she'll soon lose anyway. Following this dialogue, the fight is declared open. Huang Duck dismounts and flies at full speed to attack the sea dragon in front of her. The dragon uses his technique again. However, Huang the Duck just runs through the water. All the water disappears in its path. This shocks everyone around wildly. Followed by Huang the Duck making a high leap, and in flight delivers a very powerful blow to the sea dragon's jaw, smashing it all to blood. This infuriates and enrages the dragon wildly, and it screams and runs at the Huang Duck, opening its mouth to the limit just to devour the Huang Duck. However, this attack is also easily dodged by Duck Huan, and the girl from the UK notices that Duck Huan seems to be getting stronger, as well as her powerful aura. Followed by Huang the Duck, he makes another leap and delivers another kick straight at the sea dragon's head and asks if he ate porridge this morning. The sea dragon is getting all wild about this. He decides to attack twice very fast and hard. It succeeds. He knocks Huang's duck down and sends it down. Next, the girl from Great Britain starts to rejoice that she managed to win, because the duck will not endure such blows. It is all over for her. However, after a second, Huang the Duck stretches in size, becomes big, and holds the dragon's big paw with his paw and thanks him. The dragon is pissed off by all of this. He flies up to use a strong aura, but Huang Duck activates as well, covering himself with the aura. Without letting the dragon even begin his attack, Huang Duck flies up to his level in a second and delivers a very powerful blow right to the sea dragon's head. Seconds later, the dragon unconscious and with a blow to the head falls to the ground and just lies there, while Huang the Duck shouts to the entire stadium, "Kaif!" After seeing all this, the girl from the UK puts her hands up and screams with shock in her eyes that she gives up and won't do anything anymore. People around here start screaming about how strong Peng is. The news is lies and Peng is the best competitor in this tournament, as well as the referee. Pan, meanwhile, addresses the girl from the UK, saying that her dragon only has small scratches and will recover in a couple days. Pan talks about how sorry he is for what happened and gives her a voucher to visit his personal lab at a huge discount. However, she in turn turns her back on Pan, runs away and yells about how she has enough on her plate as it is, and thinks about how she's from royalty and can't go to any labs. Pan just walks away, but in his mind he realizes about 5 years from now, or maybe sooner, his lab will be the best in the world. Today, she turned him down, and tomorrow he will turn her down. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us to Gao Peng's grandfather's villa, where his grandfather is cooking a meal saying that it's Gao Peng's favorite noodles. However, in the moment, Pan's grandfather gets a call from some respectable commander who tells him that there's an emergency. This commander states that a terrible thing has happened. Things in the mausoleum of the first emperor have come to life on their own. This scares the hell out of Grandpa Pan. He doesn't understand how this is possible, and he breaks out in a sweat from the couch. Following the events of the manga show us two guys out in nature somewhere discussing the 10th day and some emperor. They are standing in military uniforms and discussing something as a strong earthquake starts below them. Yes, such that it just rolls everyone off their feet. They notice that the ground around them has started to collapse. One of them asks the other to go and report it to whoever they can. Following that, some unknown silhouette appears out of the ground. A lot of smoke appears, and strong lightning strikes everywhere. Some ancient wars of some clan come out from under the ground. They talk about the need for war. The war will last until the last drop of blood. Odai's of the uniformed men talks about how they are ancient terracotta warriors, but he's shocked that they all just came to life together. As they follow, they also notice that at one point a piece of ground disintegrates. Lightning and smoke appear, one of them reporting that the emperor's tomb has been destroyed. A coffin appears from there. Several huge red dogs are tied to it. They run together in one direction and drag this big coffin behind them. A military man yells for a first-degree alert. Helicopters go up behind him. He yells for everyone to be ready to open fire. In the sky, a golden condor appears among the helicopters and flies right over the coffin and the dogs, along with the military helicopters. Pan's grandfather also appeared in the sky above them. He was standing on top of his dragon bai and was flying towards his destination with great speed. However, to everyone's surprise, a voice comes from the coffin being carried by the dogs, saying, "Is that a dragon?" Trailing off, one of the military shouts that if the majesty of the first emperor wants to join the alliance, they can provide all the information about the current world. Peng's grandfather climbs down from the dragon as the dragon by himself. They approach the commander and his aide, the latter as surprised as ever by Ji's appearance. The coffin, along with the army of old warriors, have stopped. The commander tells Pan's grandfather that they will work things out. Pan's grandfather leaves and asks for all the information to be reported to him. Meanwhile, at Grandpa Pan's villa in his absence and the absence of Dragon Bai, Crane Yang decided to swim in the lake. However, the moment Dragon Bai flew back into his lake and flung Crane Yan away, the latter began to make excuses and say that he was just taking the temperature and nothing more, all for Dragon Bai. Meanwhile, Pan stands on the balcony of the villa and ponders the fact that his grandfather should be in all the dangerous places every time something happens. Pan realizes that Southern Sky's success is in the strength of his grandfather, and that's why he's so important to the Alliance, but it also means he's always in the most dangerous spots. Even though this marks the success of the Southern Sky group, however, Pan is scared to even speculate what kind of power monster Grandpa might face. Pan pondered over the fact that if they had a trusted person with a Lord-rank monster, Grandpa wouldn't have to risk himself so much. Trace also realizes that this man should not be loyal to Pan, but should be loyal to his grandfather, and later realizes that there is one. Some time passes from that moment. Pan is in the lab, and a certain guy comes to see him, who came by request. It was the same security guy who has the monster horse, who immediately started sticking it to Pan for helping him evolve and hugging him. Trailing off, Pan says if he can just call him Brother Juan, and asks if he'd like a pet Ranla Lord. From such words and statements from Pan, the guy goes into shock. He didn't even close to expect such a sentence. It sent him into a deep shock. Pan turns to him, continuing his speech and saying that he is willing to give him a Lord-rank monster, but it requires strong and hard work. That kid named Juan does not dare to listen to Pan further. He immediately shouts that of course he wants and of course agrees to such favorable terms. However, Pan waves his finger and tells him to take his time with his answer, for with his new power he will have new responsibilities. Pan talks about how, in return, they will introduce him as a hero of the southern sky and send him on various dangerous missions on behalf of their company. The guy talks about how he understood everything and didn't argue with anything Pan said, but only remained silent further. Trailing off, Pan talks about how he hopes this guy doesn't disappoint his grandfather and asks him to follow along behind him. Peng follows him further and shows him the female spider that Tang Tang once defeated in the forest during a mission. Pan calls the spider ban, who will be a kind of translator in this situation. He delivers terms from Pan to the female spiders, who offers to help her complete her failed evolution. Spider-Ban says she told him she wouldn't gobble up Pan and would forgive him if he helped her with the whole thing. Peng's reaction to her words was quite interesting. He was surprised, and afterward he called Bu Chan over to him. Bu Chang, meanwhile, was in the forest with his daughter. They were sitting with a book. Apparently Bu Chang was teaching his daughter something useful. However, in a moment, being kilometers away from the lab, he heard Pan's voice, and in a second he was off like a madman. In just a few seconds, Bu Chang was already standing beside Peng. In a couple of moments, he had covered a distance of dozens of kilometers. Peng tells Bu Chan with his fighting attitude that apparently the female spider doesn't understand the whole situation and we should teach her a lesson. Pan sets the condition that either she obeys or Pan's collection becomes one more crystal female spider half-lord in the collection. Trailing off, in a trembling voice, she says something. Spider-Ban translates it as agreeing to make a bloody contract. Trailing off, Peng asks Brother Huang to come over and try to make a bloody contract with this female spider. However, immediately Brother Huang cannot do it. He asks to give him time because she is too stubborn. Peng notices it all. Pan tells this to the spider Banu, who in turn immediately attacks the female spider with several blows, telling her to sign the contract sooner rather than later. Immediately after the Spider-Ban forcefully pushed the female spider, Brother Huang managed to have a blood contract with her. Noticing this, Pan takes 2 vials, mixes them together once, and offers the female spiders a drink. Apparently, it's an elixir for evolution. As soon as this happens, she snaps out of her seat, grows in size and screams, her body covered in a yellow aura, evolution going quite well. Pan notices that the earthy clay and yellow aura that follows covers her entirely, meaning that she has now begun evolution again. Trailing off, Peng informs Brother Huang that this evolution will take no small amount of time. He can stay here and observe everything himself. Meanwhile, the events of the manga send us to a location on the outskirts of the city. A certain group of people come to a mountain spirit in cloaks. The girl in the raincoat wonders about the real existence of mountain spirits from the Bible, followed by the guy next to her saying that apparently it's really them. Trailing off, he turns to this girl, saying that it's nothing that surprising. Hadn't she seen other different creatures before? The man standing behind them with his back also wearing a cape yells for them to stop and asks everyone to shut their mouths in a very rude tone. He takes off his hood. It turns out to be a man with a long pigtail. Excitedly, he talks about how if mountain spirits exist, then the other animals of the Latin Bible exist too. Trailing off, he beckons his flying blue monster over to him, sits on it, takes off, and says that today they will talk to these spirits. The events of the manga take us back to Pan's lab. He notices from the tablet that a claw has appeared from the stone where the female spider is. This means one thing. Pan realizes that most likely evolution is over. He goes back there to Brother Huan, asking how everything is going. The latter replies that everything is fine. An almost new monster emerged from the stone. It was now a deadly spider, 41st level and Lord rank. Peng is glad it was a success and talks about Brother Huang having to train her. Better to do it around the city. Brother Huan replies that he has understood all his tasks, new responsibilities and duties, and thanks Pan for everything. Brother Yang leaves the lab and Pan's phone rings. It's his assistant. However, it's strange that she's calling. It's her day off today. She calls and tells Pan that one of her friends, who is one of the city's 4 stars, would like to see Pan in person. The girlfriend turns out to be Li Xin Rui. Peng talks about what he's heard about her and generally has no objections to such a meeting. Pan knows that this girl is a tough traveler and has been to dangerous places. He sets up a speedy meeting downtown. Pan's assistant tells her friend all the details and the fact that Pan agrees to everything. The latter thanks her for her help. 20 minutes pass. While waiting for Peng's arrival in the city center, Peng's assistant and Lish Shinrui notice some star bright in the sky. This was with Jan the crane, with whom he had decided to arrive at the meeting, but the latter crashed into the wall, for he had gone a little out of the way in his flight. Peng recalled the fact that after Buchan obtained the Lord rank, he used his new ability that linked Peng's soul and his monster. And then Pan realizes that the ability is certainly very cool and interesting, but while flying with Crane Yan, it threw him just off course. Pan decides not to tell Ian yet so he doesn't piss him off, and Ian is still trying to prove to Pan that it wasn't his fault they hit the wall. Trailing off, Pan arrives at one of the restaurants and apologizes for the long wait to his assistant and her friend. Pan begins the dialogue in his signature style. He talks about how we all have a lot on our plate and asks why she chose to meet him in the first place. The assistant's friend also decides to get straight to the point and asks Pan if he knows who the Golden Hands are. Pan's point is that if she's referring to the criminal organization with that bad name, then yes, he had heard rumors about them. The girl starts telling me that everyone there is an extremist, and on missions they blow themselves up, killing everyone around them. It's impossible to negotiate with them. Trailing off, the girl talks about them being seen recently on the outskirts of our town, chatting about something with the mountain spirits. This shocks Pan a little. The girl also says that there are dozens of mountain spirits, and all of them are minimum lord rank. In case these assholes provoke them, the mountain spirits will turn our city into a wasteland with their power. However, Pan gets bored at one point and asks her directly what she called him for and what she wants him to do in this situation. She talks about how she doesn't want to confront them directly, but she wants to keep the city, so she got the idea to ask Southern Sky for help. Pan was a little uncomfortable. He thought she was going to ask for his power or want to enter the Southern Sky through him, and so he was being used as a phone. Trailing off, Pan abruptly gives out that the Southern Sky group agrees to accept their request, and also talks about wanting to give you some advice. Pan holds out a business card and talks about how the level of Southern Sky Labs is already at world class, and if they need anything, they can contact the company. The girl accepts such a gift from Pan, but immediately says that she would like to clarify one point: she only likes girls. However, Pan is already just leaving. He also at the end asks the girl to think it over well and says that he will wait for favorable news. Leaving the restaurant, Pan realizes that since it's a gang operating covertly, there's little threat, but it's still worth it to verify everything himself. Pan decides to call brother Juan and asks him to take Pan's pets and meet him at the same place. There is much to discuss. However, Dazi was not among the pets Pan called, and he got into the video call camera and started asking why he wasn't being picked up. Peng asks Dazi if he is stronger than Buchan, tougher than the Spider-Man, and flies like Yang. These questions confuse and scare him off. Trailing off, Pan tells him that his level is still low and if he wants to go, let him train hard and try. Duck Huang tries to cheer Dazi up by stroking him and talking about looking after the big duck in the person of Gao Peng. However, these words only offend Dazi more, and he runs away and cries, shouting that everyone around him is doing nothing but offending him. Trailing off, Peng says he's sorry, but Dazi stays home as the sortie is indeed very dangerous, and then hangs up the video call. Some time passes. Peng, along with squad leader Juan, fly their pet to someplace, flying through the forest. Then Juan says that they must have already started to act, because in the place of the spirits there is a huge hole. The spirits themselves would hardly move. Trailing Peng's words of urgency to catch up with them, he orders Crane Yan to go and fly through the air to survey the surroundings. A couple minutes later, via aura, Crane Yang contacts Pan and reports seeing a great many of them, but doesn't mention who. It was the mountain spirits. Peng tells Yang not to act, but just pretend to be a wild monster that fell from the sky at the sight of the mountain spirits. Crane Yang follows Peng's order He imitates the fall and the fact that he was very much frightened by the strong aura of the mountain spirits. The hooded people noticed this strange moment and began to discuss it, but one of them began to assure the others that it was just a silly bird, nothing wrong with it. Afterwards, their chief says that they should stop just talking and it's time to start, but he didn't say what to start. Their chief crossed his arms and with a hard, angry aura began to shout about evolution, repeating it time after time. However, in the moment, Pan and the others fly over them, and some bug bites the back of their captain, who was standing there yelling about evolution. Their commander falls to the ground. A couple of people who were with him immediately run up to him and ask him if he's okay. He says he's fine. He follows up by saying that apparently they have company, and asks his big winged thunder monkey to go and solve the problem in the sky. Meanwhile, Crane Yang flies to Pan and shouts that he's back, and asks Pan to appreciate his brilliant acting skills. However, a second after that, right behind Yang's crane, some kind of huge ball appears right behind Yang, which Yang notices. However, a moment later, Yang is covered in some kind of fire. This triggers Ian's defenses. A large and powerful blue energy attack comes at him from behind, and Pan realizes that they must have been spotted. Crane Yang screams that he can't take it anymore. Peng's partner Huan orders the female spider to make a defense. She saves Yang with a barrier. Crane Yang comes down to the ground and starts crying that his beautiful feathers have fallen off. But this surprises Huang the duck. She quacks. Next, the captain of this group of hooded men says that since they have seen them here, they will stay here for centuries. Immediately after this phrase, Huang Duck notices an attack charge from some blue energy being directed at her. Huang Duck starts to act insistent. However, Huang's duck techniques and strength don't help him hold back his opponent's sharp attack. Huang immediately flies into a tree and faints. Peng realizes that these are Lord-level attacks. Apparently, this commander of theirs sees the situation telepathically, for he knows that Huang Duck has passed out. However, there are two other lords. Following, right in front of Pan, a tree in the forest comes to life. Their captain appears and tells them that before they die, he must inform them of Saint Lothian. He tells Pan and the others to remember that it is he, the bishop's golden hands, who will send them to repent their sins in heaven. System Pan learns that their opponents are two lords, one in hiding and the other with perfect class and the ability to regenerate. Trailing off, Brother Huan talks about giving the information to his boys right away to let Grandpa Pan know all about it. Meanwhile, Crane Yang decides to attack them, for he is very angry that they have robbed him of his feathers and he is forced to wear a bird wig. However, after noticing that Peng and Huang have interrupted this commander, he decides to punish them and orders his monkey to eliminate them both. Brother Huang says that the situation is dire and orders the female spiders to act. Peng also urges Bu Chan to start fighting. All three monsters, all three rank lord, and all of them with cool abilities were now facing off here in a fierce battle. With his first attack, this monkey grabbed the female spider and held her off, while Bu Chan blocked the way with branches. Bu Chang, meanwhile, notices a peacock monster standing nearby that has emerged from a tree, but Peng asks him to help the female spider. Bu Chan does just that. He breaks through with his strong fist all the defense the monkey made and jumps up to help. However, no sooner had Bu Chai jumped than a huge tree flew at him from above, which weighed a lot and flew at Bu Chan very fast. Bu Chong uses one of his biggest and most powerful techniques. It allowed him to get rid of an obstacle in the form of a tree in his path in a moment. Peng realizes that things are going pretty badly. Bu Chan is forever being blocked, and the female spider can't handle that monkey alone. She's only recently become lord. Pan also realizes that while they're standing here and deciding all this uncle is standing on a peacock that controls the vegetation, and they're in the forest. It's dangerous. Pan realizes that if they were in the wilderness, they would have more advantages. At this point, Pan has an epiphany. He asks Ian to burn down the forest. However, this commander thinks otherwise. He realizes that the advantage is theirs, and orders the peacock to give the plant orders to attack them. And so it goes. First, the fire plants attack Brother Huan, and next thing you know, Pan is knocked down right next to the female spider's barrier. Peng is worried and shouts to Brother Huang how he is. The latter asks him not to worry and to keep an eye on Peng as the battle progresses, but the commander of that cult says that the battle is over. Trailing the opponent of Pan and Brother Huang, the sight of this sect commander says that both of their lord-rank monsters are now trapped. Right behind this commander's back, his men appear, each with at least one monster. He says it's a shame to kill such people in such a wilderness. The events of the manga move away from this point and show us the council room at the Southern Sky Company, where Pan's grandfather is chatting with someone about various topics. However, right during the council, some kind of rabid horse bursts into Grandpa Pan's office, the guards at the back trying to stop it and not let it in. Pan's grandfather asks in a loud voice what's going on here and looks at the horse, which has run up to him and bowed its head. Peng's grandfather's secretary informs him that this is the horse of the Huang fighter who left with Peng today, and then grandfather realizes that things are not good. Meanwhile, the events of the manga bring us back to the familiar location of the forest and the battle with the Golden Hand cultists, with Huan asking Pan to flee and himself covering for him. Huan then asks Pan to bring the heads of these men to his grave. When Pan survives, he will gain strength and defeat them all. Pan tells partner Huan that they still have an ace up their sleeve, and following those words, Pan's huge duck appears behind their back. Peng tells us that the second task of the fire in the forest was to divert attention from Yang, and he at that moment rescued the duck Huang from the fire and brought him to consciousness. Trailing off, Peng says that only Duck Huang can be the key to victory right now, as both of their monster lords are busy monkeying around with this captain's monkey. Meanwhile, this captain's minions began shouting for their monsters to go and deal with this duck right now. Pan tells Huan the duck about these monsters calling him names and saying he has no feathers. This makes Huan the duck angry, and he attacks these monsters with great force. Duck Huan is a strong monster, and if you add the fact that he's very evil right now, these weak little monsters are no obstacle to him at all. Followed by one of the captain's henchmen yelling about how the duck is very strong and needs to be stopped first, they ask their spider to do it. Unfortunately, this is what happens. The Huang duck is captured by the sheer amount of webbing launched at it, thus stopping its movement. One of the minions says this is a chance to kill the duck, and the girl from their cult orders her mantis to attack the duck Huan now. However, the mantis doesn't attack the duck at all, but rather Peng and Brother Huang, who were standing off to the side, but Peng smiles and says it's about time. Pan throws Brother Huang away from him and immediately sets up his body for this mantis to completely attack Pan's very body. The captain's minions say that one is finally finished, but Pan doesn't have a scratch on him. He completely held back the entire blow with the help of the monster's aura. By the time this happened, Duck Huang had begun to increase in size even more, inflating step by step, pumping up his muscles. Such a size of Huang Duck and such tremendous muscle strength gave its own. Huang Duck in one motion crushes his enemies, just 1 foot destroying the monster opponent. The cultists see this. They realize and even feel the immense power Duck Huang has developed. Now they are not at all sure it's that easy anymore. The captain of these cultists also begins to realize that he miscalculated, because he had hoped to have 8 monsters to easily defeat the 2 boys. However, following this, their captain turns his attention to the mountains, watching them turn red, and says that half of the evolution has been successful. A powerful aura covers everything around them, and their captain shouts that the birth of the Spirit King is coming, and this city will be the first to wipe out their wrath. Pan is very much startled by these words. He doesn't want to believe it. However, apparently one of the mountain spirits has evolved to the rank of king. Scanning the mountain system in the distance, Pan finds one that is labeled as the King of Mountain Spirits and is in the middle of evolution, which is what their plan is. Trailing off, the captain of these strange cultists orders the King of the Mountain Spirits to capture Pan, his friends, and the monsters, pointing his hand at them. However, something happens that the captain of the Golden Hands was not expecting. Past Gao Peng and Brother Huang, the the mountain spirit also grabbed the captain himself in his other hand. While in the mountain spirit's stone arm, Peng, along with brother Huang, took out glow sticks to illuminate the area around them. Peng, Duck Huang, and brother Huang are forever looking back. They still don't fully understand what exactly happened, suspecting it's a mountain spirit. Pan eavesdrops and hears the dialogues of the leader of the Golden Hands and a couple of his men, who are caught in the same trap as Pan with the duck and Huan. Pan realizes that apparently they are not doing well with controlling the mountain spirit, and also finds a crack with warm air coming out of it. Afterwards, Pan thinks about the fact that most likely his grandfather and his men are already rushing to help. The main thing is to wait for them and everything will be fine. Meanwhile, Grandpa and his secretary are already on the spot. They look around the area, but can't figure out where Gao Peng and brother Huang are at all. The secretary tells Grandpa that the blood contract allows you to communicate with the monster, but the exact location is not. Trailing off, Grandpa, with a very angry look, orders his white dragon Bayou to move out. He wants to find whoever dared to touch his grandson Pan. Meanwhile, the monkey lord of the Golden Hand Commander tries to break through the walls of the Mountain Spirit King, but Peng realizes it's useless. Trailing off, Peng turns to Crane Yang and asks him to hit Huang the duck on the head to make it grow on its own. This will help the situation. Pan also notices that it's getting hotter and you have to hurry, because you can simply die of dehydration in this cauldron. The leader of the Golden Hands approaches Pan and offers a temporary cooperation to unite the monster's forces among themselves and help. The commander of the Golden Hands speaks of sacrifice. For now, the king of the mountain spirits is very hungry, and food and energy is much needed. The Golden Hand leader explains that this hot air hole sees through the organs to the stomach, and that's where you need to throw food to calm him down. Pan is shocked. He realizes that the leader of the Golden Hands means to send his monsters there so that their owners, Pan and their leader, can survive. Following, without waiting for a reply from Pan, the Golden Hand leader ordered his monster to go straight there and go to feed the Mountain Spirit King. Trace asks Pan to do it again, but Pan refuses, saying that all his monsters are his friends. He can't do that to them in the moment. However, Ban spider heads towards that hole, saying that he'll jump in there and be able to stop that pile of rocks, but Pan doesn't realize what he's trying to do. The girl, one of the members of the Golden Hand standing nearby, says that Pan lied and ordered the spider Banu himself to go there and save himself. Pan gets very angry at such words from this girl's side. He punches her in the face and rolls her on the ground for such slander in his and Spider-Ban's side. Followed by Peng immediately yells to the Duck Huang to run and rescue the Spider-Ban. Contractually, Peng sees that he is still alive. They can make it in time to do so. One of the commander's men wants to suggest getting rid of them, but the commander says no need. They ran to their deaths and will buy time. However, no sooner has Peng and his Duck Huang rescued the Spider-Ban yet, than one of the walls of this King of Spirits breaks through and shatters. It turned out to be Grandpa's dragon. Together with Grandpa, in one blow, the white dragon Bayou managed to break through this wall like an ordinary cardboard. Trailing off, Pan immediately asks his grandfather to ask the white dragon Bai to ask him to break that block of stone, because his Spider-Ban ran there and is still there. Grandpa, of course, agrees to this, but asks Pan to step back, whereupon immediately Bai's paw pierces another part of the Mountain Spirit King. Though the Dragon Bai destroyed part of it, but the hole is still going deep. Peng contacts the Spider-Ban. The latter says he's having a hard time, but the connection is there. Pan yells into the hole to the Spider Banu about trying to crawl back out. Because Grandpa has already arrived, they are all safe. There is no need to take any chances. Trailing off, Pan realizes that he can only fully rely on Dragon Bai at this point, and decides to leave the place so as not to interfere with the latter's ruin. Followed by Peng asking Grandpa to take brother Huang first. Peng informs him that he's badly injured, and he's the worst off here right now. Meanwhile, the men from the Golden Hands organization are deciding what to do. Their commander says you can just wait for everyone to leave and leave too. However, their plan is not as successful in deed as it is in words. Pan turns around, points them out, and tells Grandpa that they are enemies from the Golden Hand organization. As soon as Grandpa hears about it, the white dragon Bai instantly strikes right at them, tearing them apart with his huge bones. Pan notices how cleverly and coolly the white dragon Bai eliminated them all with one attack with just his bones, and wonders if it would have been so easy for him to kill Pan's monsters as well. Trailing off, Peng realizes that he has developed a silly habit of judging monsters by their rank rather than their level. The dragon Bai is very strong in comparison to everyone else. Trace Peng also notices that the mountain spirit king has started to make strange noises, and his powerful aura has started to fade. He is visibly exhausted. Pan sees by the system that the energy of the king of mountain spirits is going away as well as the life of the spider ban. He asks his grandfather to urgently ask Bai to kill a couple of mountain spirits. Peng talks about how they will prolong the life of this one with the hearts of other mountain spirits. Since there is a ban spider inside, you can't let this mountain spirit die. A second after Pan's words, a mountain white dragon swept through the mountains with great speed and with a huge aura and effects went around them. After only about 10 seconds, he arrives back and throws about a dozen lifestones of the other mountain spirits he killed in a flash. Pan sees the system that evolution continues, so the decisions are right, but here writes that a new force is about to be born. Pan thinks it's Ban inside. Meanwhile, Pan begins to blame himself for Ban's spider risking his life so much for him, since it was his inattention that led to all of this today. Grandpa walks over and puts his hand on Pan's shoulder and talks about not blaming himself. Grandpa will help him find his spider friend, Ban. Peng, in turn, swore in his mind that if he died, Peng would see to the death of all the mountain spirits in the area. However, the events of the manga stop there, or rather take us forward. They show us the situation half a month later from that moment. It starts with Juan the duck looking at Jan the crane in surprise and marveling at how the latter has grown feathers, and Juan the duck still hasn't. Meanwhile, Pan is watching all of his monsters except for Spider-Ban. He noticed that after the incident with Spider-Ban, they all started to train much harder. Even Dazi trains harder. He goes to bed last and comes to training the first of all Peng's monsters. By bloody contract, Pan senses that Ban's spider is still alive and has just fallen into a deep hibernation. Grandpa has even assembled an expedition to look for him. However, while Peng was standing there thinking about it, he shuddered abruptly, and his body felt as if he had received a frantic rush of energy and strength. He could feel them. There is a new, unusual feeling in Pan's mind, and strength comes into his body, feeling as if his third monster has unlocked a new ability of some sort. It's as if the consciousness of Ban's spider appeared in Pan's head. He asks Pan where Pan is, and says he's very afraid of the heights around him. Pan is wild about what just happened. He's just shocked by it, and asks where Ban is, but Ban says he's very tired and yawning. Peng thinks that the spider Ban swallowed a lot of mountain spirit and got so much strength. However, where is he? He must be in the place where the incident was back then. It had always pissed Pan off that the monster's master could only sense 1% of its power. But now, Pan was just torn by the amount of power. Next, with a happy face, Pan waves to everyone to go meet Ban the spider, which causes everyone to be shocked and not understand what Pan is talking about. Here, Dazi suggests that everyone ride him together. He wants to justify himself for his negligence earlier. However, Peng refuses and suggests it would be better to have a race to the place, Datsu demanding as a prize a goodie for him in that case. Peng agrees to such terms, and Dazi says with a very caustic face that Peng should prepare for total defeat in this race. However, at one point, Pan is like a monster breaking loose and running like a madman in an unknown direction at a tremendous speed for a human. Some time passes. Peng keeps in touch with Ban through the contract. Ban asks if Peng has arrived on the scene, followed by Ban's spider yawning again, unclear why, and asking about whether Pan knows what this high place is where he is. However, upon arriving at the place, as instructed by Spider-Ban, Peng and everyone else faced a huge stone statue with the spider's face in front of them. Peng's monsters and Peng himself are hit very hard. Dazi asks Peng to leave soon and leave everything to them, and Chunba just faints. Peng scans the system of the huge spider in their path, seeing that it is a rank royal, 51st level. It is a mountain disaster spider. Pan realizes that this is their native spider ban, who has evolved a lot. He greets the spider ban and says, "Welcome back." A huge stone spider ban approaches them. However, only his eye is bigger than all of them. He says he wants to hug Pan, but he can't. Pan is struck by the fact that Ban's spider speaks, and not through a blood contract. It communicates directly with Pan and the rest of the words. Pan tells the spider ban that he has absorbed all the essence of the king of the mountain spirits, and now the spider ban will be in charge of these mountains and the strongest. Spider ban is in some ways even happy about it all, shouting about how he is now the master of the mountains, and of course will look after them at Pan's request. Some time passes. The events of the manga show us Pan's grandfather and Pan himself chatting about the evolution of Ban's spider and the news. Grandpa says that the city government has promised to create normal conditions for the Bana spider in the mountains and notify everyone about it. Grandfather says that let everyone know about it. The strong always attack the weak, and tells the story of how he was organized an assassination attempt in his time. Back from overseas in southern skies, there were monsters, snipers, and even a bomb in the office that night. You have to be ready for anything and everything at all times. Trailing off, Pan's grandfather tells him that he's not so kind. The next day, he took Bai's dragon and killed all those involved in the attempt on his life. Also, Pan's grandfather talks about how it would be a joy for him to protect Pan for at least a couple more years and not give a hoot about all the people like recently. However, watching Pan, Grandpa is shocked that before he can even blink, Pan has grown up a lot and can stand up for himself even. Trailing off with a flushed face, Pan talks about how since that's the case, maybe he should start taking care of Grandpa instead of the other way around. But Grandpa doesn't like it. Trailing into the room where they were talking, Brother Juan walks in and informs them that 3 monster corpses have been delivered to Pan's lab. Afterward, with a cute smile on his face, Pan tells his grandfather that he's going to go deal with those 2 monsters and says goodbye. Pan turns away and walks away, but in a moment, an evil aura covers his grandfather and he throws a hand punch right at Pan, but Pan deflects it. With a disgruntled and uncomprehending face, Pan asks his grandfather if he's up to his old tricks again. Trailing off, Grandpa turns away and says that Pan's strength has clearly been added and promises to bring Pan something to eat later. Peng leaves and Grandpa stands at the window and looks at it. Thinking that Peng might not have used all his strength, Grandpa is old now and he has become strong. However, with a very angry but satisfied face, Pan's grandfather rejoices because now Pan can fend for himself. He doesn't need so much help anymore. The events of the manga take us to the shore of some lake. It's already dark. There are 2 corpses in front of us, the same ones from the incident half a month ago in the mountains. Brother Juan tells us that the monkey passed away while still there in the mountains, and the peacock refused to eat and drink, so after a time also died. Peng explains to Brother Huang that it's not his fault. The will of the monsters after the death of their master is very strong. It's no big deal that he died. Trailing off, Peng beckons Buchan over to him and tells him that it's time for him to act and help them out a bit here. Buchan uses his resurrection ability, however, it didn't work. The peacock has level 44 and Buchan has level 43. Pan suspects that the difference in levels is what creates this discomfort. However, with the second monster monkey, the technique works. Different blue shards start coming out of the monkey. Pan thinks it's his soul and memories. Everyone has them after all. Meanwhile, Buchang talks about how these memories are so many. They are creating unnecessary burden. We'll have to burn them now. Following from the bones of that monkey, Buchan managed to recreate a full-fledged undead class monkey with not bad strength. Peng gets goosebumps at the sight of this whole process, and is shocked at how Bu Chan manages to revive a dead body and give it a second life. However, unfortunately, not all the ability and power that monkey had when he was alive has been passed on to him now. The technique is not as perfect. Trailing off, Peng asks Bu Chan to order this monkey to take the peacock's body to the lab, and to be careful, although the peacock's master was a freak, but his monster is not. In the aftermath, Peng turns to Bu Chan again, but this time he reports that Bu Chan's daughter has successfully evolved in Peng's lab. They split up. After a while, Pan arrives at the lab and looks through the cameras at Ban's spider. He's overwhelmed by the sheer shock of the sight. Pan yells into the microphone at Ban's spider with questions about how long ago all sorts of trees grew on his head and how he can't feel it at all. Following Peng notices Dazi there, who immediately excuses himself that he didn't do anything here, but Peng sees that his hands are stained with something, which gives him away. Peng grabs Dazi with his manipulators from the camera and spins him around in the air, saying that he's asked 100 times already not to mock Spider-Ban like this. Followed by Dazi breaking out of the manipulators from the camera, running away and asking Peng not to leave. He will soon bring him oranges, very tasty oranges. However, the dialogues are interrupted by Brother Juan with his call. Peng immediately asks him if there is any progress on any plans. Brother Huang, looking at the clipboard, reports that the first group of orphans have been successfully recruited, and the Gaopeng school under his order has also been erected already. Brother Juan also talks about the school being near the office, protection is in place, and staff for comfort and surveillance are also recruited. Pan says that's just fine. After the disaster, there are a lot of orphans left everywhere. The most active ones will be given monsters as pets. Tracy Pan adds that not everything is easy in this world, and if they get something, and their payoff will be a trivial bit of loyalty to the company. Peng thanks Brother Huang for the information, but the latter says that's not all. A certain Lin Xinrui wants to meet with Peng. Peng approves the meeting. She comes in half an hour later. She's already aware of the situation from half a month ago. Pan tells her that she won't be disappointed at all by joining their group. Right behind Lin Xinrui, there is a monster standing behind him. It looks like a huge fish just. Peng asks if it is the monster that needs to be improved. Peng's system scans Lin Xinrui's monster. It's one of the shrimp. Peng realizes that some materials he has, but some will be hard to get. Peng notifies Lin Xinrui that he doesn't have some materials, and if she's not in a hurry, she can wait for them to arrive. He will send people. She talks about not being in a hurry at all, because there are no more trainers that guarantee 100% monster evolution. She is willing to wait. Trailing off, Peng says that she may not worry. He guarantees a successful cooperation and is excited about this cooperation with Lin in advance. However, the events of the manga take us forward to a bridge near the city. There are police standing there, and there is one dead man, all isolated by tape. A certain large man approaches the police and inquires about where the witness is now. The police say he is in the car but not feeling well. The man reflects on the fact that things are very strange. This is not the first recent death, and all the victims were beheaded before they died. After pondering, the man turns to the policeman sitting at his laptop and asks if the video is up to date from the surveillance cameras. He is shown the camera footage near the place with a tablet. He is shocked, because the camera shows how the statue standing in the park came to life in the moment. He immediately shouts and points his finger at the police, telling them to urgently order them to look at all the cameras around to find the statue's position. However, a policeman runs up to him, calls him commander, and tells him that they have just been informed of the capture of this statue in the town square. The commander immediately realizes that this square is one of the most popular shopping plazas. It's just creepy to the point of being dangerous right now. The commander starts running to the car, and the police are ordered to evacuate everyone and ordered to close the area urgently. Meanwhile, Peng is walking through this square with Dazi and Chunba. He notices how quiet and deserted it is, and he needs to buy more materials. At the moment Pan's eyes notice the very same statue and police car, he is a little shocked because it should be standing in a completely different area of the city. However, Pan's system triggers the statue, and shows a level 41 Lord monster, which scares the crap out of Pan. He doesn't realize what it is. Pan notices that the statue has the ability of desire and the peculiarity of inclination towards religion. Pan realizes that this is very strange and even more incomprehensible and wrong. He decides to report it all to his grandfather at the office. Pan's grandfather says he understood everything, but wonders why the city government didn't report to him. They usually tell him right away. Trailing off, Pan tells his grandfather via video link that perhaps they simply didn't want to make a fuss about the situation, since the civilians aren't aware of it either. Grandpa says that maybe Pan is right, and adds that there is a Thunderlord by Pan's side, and he will soon come to Pan's side for protection in case of anything. Seeing this whole situation, Peng also recalls the recent revival of Emperor 1, and thinks that these might not be just coincidences. The men from the Black Flag squad arrived on the scene. Along with the Hellhounds, Grandpa had told Pan about the many squads in the department. Peng sees at least 50 Hellhounds of at least commander rank, but isn't entirely sure if they can stand up to the statue lord. In a moment, all the hounds in the area began to run at the statue. It stirred and began to act as well. Then, the men of the squad saw that the lord was against them. The operatives report to urgently summon trainers with lord-rank monsters and declare the area in the city as a red zone terrain. The Hellhounds of rank commander leave only scratches on him, and the statue in turn kills and impales them with a single blow and eliminates them immediately. The Hellhounds decide to attack all together, but that doesn't help either, as the statue just momentarily raises a huge energy with a swing of one. With one swing, he sends them all off to the side in a half-dead state. The operatives immediately began to call off the Hellhounds from him. However, this whole fight and the whole situation in general is interrupted by a sudden earthquake. Everyone thinks it was set off by the Halo Lord rank statue. However, it's a mistake. Grandpa Pan's Thunderlord emerged from the ground, who as always, with a smile came out and surprised everyone in the neighborhood. The Thunderlord appeared behind Pan's back. When he arrived, Pan began shouting to the squad leaders to stop and listen to him. Peng asks everyone around him not to worry, because he is just a law-abiding citizen, and the monster behind him is his grandfather, and he himself introduces himself as Gao Peng. The squad leader immediately understands what's up. He heard rumors about Gao Peng. After his words, he orders the men from his squad to lower their weapons down. Trailing off, the commander runs up to Pan, takes his hands and asks for help to protect the civilians. Pan says he's a member of the Alliance and will help, of course. With a smile on his face and a raised paw, Dazi turns to the Thunderlord and says, "Teacher, it's just up to you now." Grandpa Pan's Thunderlord Snail understands this all too well and immediately uses his powers, covering himself in pulses of energy and current. Trailing the Thunderlord uses one of his techniques. He creates a huge amount of charges around the statue of the Lord. However, the Lord statue begins to run simply forward, not paying much attention to the attacks. It cuts through the thunderbolts with its weapon. He then takes a huge leap upwards, and right in flight, the Thunderlord swings at the snail, preparing to launch a major attack on its body. However, the attack fails, as the Thunderlord creates charged and strong strands of energy and grabs the Lord statue before it even hits. At the statue of the Lord at all fails to somehow resist such immense power, and the onslaught from the Thunderlord, Pan says the fight is over. However, one of the captain's men suggests that maybe, just maybe, after the hounds, the statue doesn't have the strength to face such an opponent. However, the captain realizes that his subordinate is talking complete nonsense and tells him that he will now go to stop the statue himself. Pan notices all this dialogue. It seems to him that the captain is quite bright and a good man. Pan decides to get to know him better later. The Thunderlord finally paralyzes the Lord's statue and it is packed into a car, Pan screaming that no glory for defeating the Lord is what he needs. Meanwhile, some time passes. The events of the manga show us a mountain outside the city. Dazi says that his teacher is tired of restraining the Lord already. Pan realizes it's a great job, and the Thunderlord is really struggling already. He lets him release the statue of the Lord. A second after the Thunderlord lowered the Lord's statue, it jumped up and swung to attack Pan for revenge. However, Pan simply grabs his weapon with his hand and stops him, saying that if this is all his strength, he's a complete weakling. A second after the statue's shock, because the man stopped its attack, the statue shocks again. I feel an aura behind my back. It was Ban's spider. A second after the statue sensed Ban's spider aura, the ground beneath it broke and the statue itself flew down into the abyss. Within himself, Ban transferred this statue into a living stone 60 meters in size. Pan assigned Ban's spider to keep an eye on him in his spare time. However, Ban decides to play with it, and inadvertently, with a slight movement of his huge paw, smashes the mere stone into mere dust. Afterward, Pan receives a video call from Brother Huang, who informs him that they took a certain picture that Pan had asked for earlier. Peng was sent a statue of Buddha, and after analyzing it, Brother Huang said that it had not changed in any way, but it was still possible that it would come back to life. All of this leads Pan to think that the world government has begun to lose control of the overall situation in the world. This could lead to horror. Pan realizes that humanity has been off the top for a long time, but with each passing day we are only falling in our power, and we need to focus our strength and grow. Pan decides to see who will achieve power faster, the world government, or him and his monsters, and he also thanks Huan. Peng also observes the statue and realizes that in all likelihood it has resigned itself to its fate, for there is no escape from the king-rank monster. Through the system, Pan learned that her weaknesses include a clause that she doesn't like dirt, and Pan decides to organize different pranks for her. Unfortunately, Pan notices that this regular trash doesn't work on her at all. Pan thinks about the fact that apparently more trash is needed. Pan decides to leave this statue for Banu the spider to play with, and asks to find out from her why she was killing people in the streets. From that moment on, Spider-Man began asking the statue non-stop about everything, telling her about her favorite foods and many other things he knew. The statue replies that she just saw people bullying her and decided to punish them, and she also asked Ban the spider to shut up finally. However, in this way, the statue has only shown Banu the spider that it can talk, so he decides to continue talking to it since that's the case. Meanwhile, Pan, along with his monsters, are walking on Ban's back. However, there is such heat coming from him, they are quite uncomfortable. Walking on the back of Ban's spider, Peng also remembers that, as it turns out, the situation in their town is not the first one like this, and it's very strange, even mystical. Peng also analyzes the situation around the fact that the city's hunters only go to the areas near the city. Going inland has only recently begun. While pondering this, Pan comes up with a great idea. If they could create an outpost out of the mountain spirits around the city that would guard against everything. Thoughts of finding new materials in the forests after fortifying the city motivate Pan and his pets to keep moving forward and not stop. A month passes from that day. Pan and a couple of his monsters go to the mountain spirits and contract with them to protect the city around them. In this month, all of Pan's monsters except for Chunba had come a long way in their levels, almost all of them on the threshold of Lord rank. However, all of Pan's joy and contemplation is interrupted by an army of bees that rush at Pan with great speed. Pan scans the system. He is a little surprised by their ability and method of killing, for they simply put people to sleep one by one. Peng thinks over the fact that these bees are a great excuse to try out Ban's new technique on them. However, by the time Peng thinks about it, Crane Yang has already burned all the bees. Pan immediately remembered fried potatoes because of the smell. He waved his hand and suggested everyone see where all those bees fell after falling. Pan ponders the fact that these bees also have nuclei. Suddenly this could help Pan get rich inadvertently. It would be great, although there is money to be made. However, upon arriving at the spot, Peng only caught a picture of Crane Yang beginning to immediately quickly eat the bees one by one with glittering eyes. With a serious look, Peng calls Bu Chang's name, and the latter appears behind Peng a second later in combat readiness, but Peng asks him to resurrect the bees. Bu Chang doesn't refuse Pan's request and immediately uses his cool monster revival technique. Unfortunately, however, he reports that he can't make it, as bees don't have a normal skeleton inside. This slightly upsets Pan, but come on. However, after a while the bees became many times less. Peng noticed such a drastic change and immediately realized what the problem was: crane yan gobbling. However, after paying even better attention, Peng notices that not only crane yang is eating them, but also duck huang and da zi. Following this, Peng turns to Buchan again and asks him to resurrect all the bodies that are here in the area to possibly find someone of value. As it happens, there are even human bodies among the resurrected bodies, apparently poachers, hunters, or monster trainers who died in the forests. However, abruptly, Buchang reports that there is some sudden movement behind the bushes. It was noticed by the monsters he resurrected, which surprises Pan. Buchan sends his monsters on a scouting mission to find out who is lurking in the woods, but from there, only a small mouse jumps out to meet them. She immediately starts to run away. Peng orders his monsters to stop her urgently. Crane Yang starts to act. Crane Yang creates a circle of fire for the mouse, in which he traps it, but it immediately jumps out of it and runs away from Pan and his monsters. However, she obviously wouldn't be able to run far. Because Bu Chang is very fast, he immediately grabbed her with his hand and brought her to Peng, who was surprised. Pan immediately scans the mouse with the system, saying that her level is low, her name isn't great, but her mystical attributes are interesting. Peng asks Bu Chan to order his corpse squad to collect all the bee corpses in one place and to leave the mouse for Banu the spider to keep. Bu Chan's monster does as he instructed, collecting all the corpses into one pit. Peng calls up Crane Yang and asks him to breathe fire into them, which he does. With only small crystals left of the corpses, Peng tells Buchan to order him to collect them and send them to Spider Banu quickly. Meanwhile, Pan can't be happy with this find, although the crystals are low level. But there are a lot of them. There are at least 100,000 credits. Trailing off, Peng asks Buchan to recall the corpses and tells everyone to continue exploring, but Dazi and Duck Huang hide the crystals in their cheeks at this point. After a while, Pan and his monsters return to the villa. They see that the lake has gotten bigger for some reason, but they don't know why. In a moment, out of reflection, a huge tail of some monster appeared out of the lake. It was gigantic in size simply. Trailing off, Peng strokes Crane Yang, who is already set to attack, and says he should calm down because it's not his enemy. Pan's grandfather comes in. He tells us that he found this monster far away from home in the caves. He wanted to train a new monster, so he started it. Pan scans the monster and sees a 46th level and a Lord level rank. You couldn't expect anything less from Pan's grandfather. However, in a moment, Peng and the others notice that Crane Yang has started to evolve again. Peng says it's okay, he's already level 40, should have expected this. Trailing off, Pan tells his grandfather that today he met 106 to 8 mountain spirits, and they all agreed to a contract and protection. Trailing off, Grandpa asks Pan what he's going to do next, unprompted, but then Pan interrupts and says he needs some advice. Grandpa says that the main downside of the outpost is that it will be a cabin for hunters, but here, Grandpa advises Pan to simply make them his clients. Pan realized what it was about and what Grandpa was trying to say: make a kind of club in the mountain spirits, then Pan and his idea would definitely not go bust class. However, Grandpa says some of the profits will have to be given to the city government to get rid of the problems and inspections forever. Pan realizes that some more of the profits will go to staff and stuff, and his share won't be much, but it's still a very profitable idea. Trailing in his dreams, Pan had already figured out how he would launch a world exploration project with the money from this business. Pan manages to come up with even a name, the Explorers Union, and Pan's grandfather smiles and realizes that it's immediately obvious whose grandson this is. Some time passes. Peng in the lab grabs Dazi by the tendrils and throws him into a huge capsule with some kind of liquid inside. Peng informs Dazi that this liquid was created specifically for him and his lightning attribute, so all is well and he can take it easy on himself. Peng orders Dazi to sit there and wait for the evolution to Lord rank. and in the meantime, he himself heads to the back of the standing Buchan. Peng looks at Buchan's hand, which has the same mouse in it. Looking at it, Peng says it only has 3 evolutionary paths, which is pretty small. However, Pan decides not to sweat about it, and first of all to make a bloody contract with the mouse in order to further choose the path of evolution. Pan pulls a huge pot out of the cupboard, shows it to this mouse, and talks about jumping urgently into it, but it only scares her that way. Peng directs his stream of spiritual energy at the mouse and says they will make a contract first and Peng can't hurt her. The contract is made. Pan picks up the mouse and throws it into the soup that's in the pot, which so far only scares it time after time. The mouse is in great shock. Pan held the mouse there at 180 degrees for 10 minutes, and then, just as the system said, opened the pan and looked. Pan took out a mouse, but it was in a state like it was about to die already. This really surprised Pan and his monsters nearby. Pan thought that with evolution this monster was getting scarier, it had gotten kind of old, and the system showed that it was morally depressed. Pan notices 2 paths of evolution for him, and both paths are pretty good and give different cool effects for him, like evolving by eating rocks. However, between directions for evolution, Pan chooses the ability to sniff out some jewelry and other treasures, the kind of thing Pan likes. But such evolution also has its own difficulties. For example, you need the blood of a royal rank monster, but Ban Stone will have to Pan to ask his grandfather to find such a thing. Pan comes with a big bucket to Dragonbai and talks about helping Pan once. However, this way he only scared Dragonbai with such a dumb request. Peng makes a mega cute face and look and says that he's already agreed with Grandpa, and Dragonbai agrees. But Dragonbai obviously doesn't agree, apparently. After a few minutes and 1,000 requests from Pan, Dragonbai agrees, making a mini wound for himself and letting a lot of blood into a bucket for Pan. However, the blood drawing process is interrupted by a video call. It's Professor Feng, who is still the chief examiner of Peng's hometown. He calls Peng Master Gao. Peng immediately replies to him about how that's over the top, and he can call Peng Posto. Peng or Gao Peng, there's no reason for the master to speak. Peng also adds with a smile on his face that he enjoys his old relationship with Director Feng, so the latter can get straight to the point simply. Feng reminds Pan of a long-ago situation in the desert where they were together, so the Desert Lord managed to coax the worm into becoming his ally. Peng talks about how the situation is unpleasant, but he can hardly overpower them. He can only take Buchan with him by their level of strength. Director Feng says that Pan will only need to distract the Lord, and the Golden Eagle will deal with the worm, and then with the Lord together. Pan says that sounds better, but inside he's torn with anger, because he thinks that Feng wants Pan's grandfather to come and deal with the monsters when Pan himself is in trouble. Trace Peng talks about how Lord rank monsters have very good intelligence. They wouldn't go after humans themselves. Why would you kill them? This question confuses Feng, but he tells him that the grandson of one of the chairmen was killed in the desert. Now he wants revenge on those there. Peng ponders the fact that it's all strange and incomprehensible, and Feng has gotten weird in some way. Clearly he has other intentions, or his upper hand. Peng thinks that Feng was counting on Peng due to their old friendship to call Grandpa. It would have been. But Feng didn't bother to tell the truth. One less friend, Peng said. Meanwhile, Dragonbai's blood filled the bucket and his wound had already healed. He had amazing body regeneration abilities. Pan thanks the Dragonbai and hugs him by the claw. Bai, though he thinks highly of himself, but blushes at such actions on Pan's part. Pan also sees the fact that the blood of monsters of this rank is different. Pan sees his reflection in it, and the blood itself weighs much more than that of monsters and humans. Pan also visits the egg that Crane Yang turned into at the beginning of his evolution. It became mottled with fire and got hotter. Apparently, soon everything. The mouse, meanwhile, had reached the perfect grade, and Dazi had already become level 41. He was practicing quite hard all the time. Meanwhile, Grandpa arrives, informing him that a monster statue has been placed near Pan's school, which kills small monsters near the school. Peng notices that the sky has darkened and there is also a lot of lightning. Peng talks about rain, but Grandpa says it's Ian's evolution. Apparently, the version of Grandfather was more accurate because the egg of the crane John, in which the evolution occurs, trembled and then covered with flames. Following this, Pan and Grandpa notice lightning fly into this egg, and it splits in two, with a very powerful crack and sound. After that, the egg breaks completely, and a huge yang crane flies out of it, which has become many times bigger, stronger, and more beautiful. Pan immediately says that now Jan at least looks like a crane, because before he was like a penguin. Grandpa asks if everything is going well. Peng says that everything is successful. He is now a 41st level lord with new attributes, abilities, and high power and status. Grandpa changes the subject and tells him that he also got a call from the military district and is aware of Pan's refusal, but advises him to go there anyway. Although hesitant, but Pan agrees to it because maybe there is something there that he does not know yet, but may find out soon. As time passes, the events of the manga take us back to Pan's hometown, where he once began his journey. He arrives here again. Pan walks through the airport and ponders where best to start, decides to take the basic business first, and then everything else. Pan asks at the train station if there is a group going to the Dali Desert, but is told that there is no such group at the moment. Another person at the station reports that the place has been closed by the military due to frequent deaths, and only a special entrance is currently in effect there. Pan realizes that he needs to get into the desert, but he doesn't want to expose himself to the military. He needs to think of something urgently. Pan notices a strange guy in the crowd and realizes that he is clearly a black merchant. Pan waves at him, pointing to himself. He takes notice. Pan walks up to this guy. Pan immediately pulls out a bag full of money and says he wants to get to that very desert, and he needs to do it today. This green-haired guy happily informs Pan that this is a distinct possibility, and he will of course find tickets for Pan right there. However, this guy smirks strangely afterward and immediately laughs off Pan in his thoughts, calling him another rich fool for the day. They exit the station building and go straight behind it down a dark garbage alley. The guy tells Pan to head behind him the whole time. Pan has mixed feelings and sensations about the whole walk, so he turns around and sees a mini monster who is about to want to spit at Pan. Pan doesn't decide to act weird, aggressive, or suspicious. He raises a dark aura and looks directly at this monster, which scares him. It's not bad, so scaring the kid who's going to sell Pan tickets, one look at Pan makes the monster shrink in fear and crawl away, is suspicious. The guy suggests that Pan go to the waiting room, saying that a truck will pick them up in the evening and send them there, even though Pan is the only customer. Without revealing how it all ended, the events of the manga take us to a hotel in this desert, where Pan wakes up in a rather combative mood. Mood, though combative, but sleep would still be nice. Pan gets up and goes to the window to see how things are going outside right now. Pan looks at one of the local streets, assuming they are food outlets for the military, with various resources for sale. Pan leaves the house, heads to the nearest cafe, and places a small order, which is brought to him rather quickly. There are also different people sitting in the cafe, hunters, military, poachers, and others. They are all discussing the situation around the military, and not all in a positive way. Pan watches and listens intently to their dialogues around them, realizing that a lot of the military here still has a huge amount of power, and no one wants to criticize them. Pan decides to go and see for himself in the deserts in a couple days, and so he does. 2 days later, he is there with his monsters. Datsu is having as much fun in the desert as he wants. He's generally pretty good here, running around on 2 paws and drawing Buchan's attention to his actions. Buchan tries to run to Dazi, but all his attempts to move quickly failed. He just fell under the sand. Crane Yang asks Dazi to stop being delusional and better help them and Peng with matters in this vast wilderness. Pan in turn turns to them and talks about how the sand here is fine, but they just haven't adapted to it yet. However, Buchan says that the sand here is very wicked, and it's not clear what he means by wicked sand, but he's not joking. Buchan tells Peng that when a Lord rank monster is somewhere for a long time, it affects the environment around it, and nature too. Peng recalls that his grandfather's dragon, The white dragon, Bai, also affected his lake, meaning the local lord is using sand as his weapon. However, Peng and Bu Chan's dialogues and musings are interrupted by Yang Crane. He reports that he has seen people fighting different monsters in the distance. And so it happens. Getting closer, Pawn sees them all and realizes that judging by the clothes, it is clearly not a military unit and some other people. Pan praises their commanding skills. Being in smaller numbers, they manage to launch counterattacks and win against the sand monsters. However, Peng also notices that there are a lot of sand monsters. There are more and more of them, and they are in their own environment. For a long time, these people won't be able to last like this. Following, one of the monsters of these people counterattacks sharply, which causes Pan to be shocked. He successfully attacks the guard of sand monsters alone. However, what surprises Pan isn't this rhino's counterattack at all, but the fact that he knocks the sand crystals of their lives out of them with his blows. Peng immediately grabs on the fly the fact that if this is their heart, they can try one experiment, and immediately he calls Bu Chan. Bu Chan grasps his heart and uses one of his abilities again. The people who fought these monsters notice that something is wrong. Peng and everyone else notices that after Bu Chan's technique, these monsters began to bend, and afterward, they broke into small pieces. Pan laughs a little and says that such opponents are a complete trifle, but the one who sent them and invented them is indeed very strong and clever. Peng also realizes that his monsters aren't much for sad battles, only Bu Chan, but all his mobility is lost when there's sand around. It's hard for Pan to admit weakness, but he realizes that if he has to fight on the side of the military, it won't be the easiest fight. Some more time passes. Looking down from the mountain, Pan sees that dozens of tanks and equipment have been sent to the desert, and all the people have been evacuated. Off in the distance, Pan notices huge flashes of what appears to be yellow lightning, indicating that in all likelihood, the protagonist has arrived. It was the arrival of today's main opponents, the Desert Ruler, and the Worm King hanging on him, both lords from above the 40th level. Pan immediately sees that the ruler is the Lord's halo, and immediately sees that everything around him is covered in more sand, and the trees around him are drying up. Pan starts analyzing the situation as usual, realizing that he already has a lot of chances to win, so he doubles them, the problem monster. Apparently, the military doesn't dare to just sit around and wait for something to happen. They immediately fire a missile at it, which explodes before it gets there. Things get even worse. Pan notices that the ruler of the desert has begun to call for his army to counterattack as soon as possible. The commander-in-chief of the troops immediately shouts for the launching of firings to begin. We can't let the monster get close to the military here. Missiles and explosions start flying out, but the ruler of the desert stops them, and Pan is shocked at how loud and noisy everything is. The sandstorm dissipates, and the monster attacks and screams that the humans around them need to die right here and now and starts attacking. However, something strong and with a huge glow stops him. The military say that it was their golden eagle that began to confront him. One of the sharp surprise attacks pierces the desert lord, blasting a hole in the shoulder area with a huge beam of light through his body. This greatly angers the desert ruler. He didn't expect this and starts chasing the eagle from behind with all his might to catch up and attack as well. The military, meanwhile, is pretty stoked that even a desert lord with the rank of lord can't stand up to their eagle. However, at one point they yell that it's bad and say he has regeneration, which could very much get in the way in this fight. Peng didn't expect to be so skilled at sanding wounds, but Peng immediately recognizes the fact that it's very hard and energy-consuming for him. Followed by Peng also scanning the Golden Eagle system, saying that he is beautiful. He is a beautiful lord of 47th level, a powerful opponent. However, Pan is well aware of the fact that even being very strong in enemy territory, defeating an enemy that is not weak will be difficult even for him. At one point, the desert ruler even manages to get behind the Golden Eagle when he was at a low altitude. The Golden Eagle manages to use his shield. But this shield doesn't save the situation much, as the Desert Lord has accumulated a lot of energy to accurately strike directly into the eagle's body, piercing through it. Peng's prediction didn't expect this. He had underestimated the strength of the Desert Lord. After all, he had managed to successfully break the Golden Eagle barrier with a single strike. One of the military men excitedly asks the commander if they should help the Golden Eagle in the battle, but the commander says there is no need at the moment. Peng talks about the Golden Eagle being the strongest monster of the city's military and even the symbol of the city, so it's worth it to see its power in its entirety. One of the military commanders orders another military officer to pass on the information so that the others will prepare an attack and launch it after the Golden Eagle retreats. Meanwhile, at the positions of the military near their tanks, the strongest earthquake has started and some dark aura around, which scares everyone badly. It turned out to be another Desert Lord, the King of Worms, who everyone had forgotten about. He began destroying equipment tank after tank, climbing out of the ground and punching through everything. The military began screaming and informing command that all of their equipment was being attacked by the King of Worms, as well as other mini-worms. One of the main men shouted that things were very bad and called on the tanks to leave their positions and to let all the monsters that were already here. And so it goes. The roosters who were waiting for the command of the bosses rushed into the battle. They began to attack the worms and are currently winning. Meanwhile, Crane Yang asks Peng if they won't help the military in the battle. Peng says it's too early. The situation is not clear. Peng talks about not believing that this whole force of the army, and this is the commander-in-chief. Somewhere they are hiding their trump cards strong. Now we have to wait. As Pan follows, he notices that there is a silhouette behind their commander, but he can't see who it is. He's covered in a cloak that hides him. Meanwhile, the Desert Lord grabbed the Golden Eagle by the neck and began strangling it hard, trying to kill it with one grip. However, the Desert Lord's opponent in the form of the Golden Eagle is not so easy either. He uses a technique of his own, and once again pierces through the Lord's body. Pan sees this and realizes that the attacks don't make a strong point, for as long as the Lord is in his environment, there is nothing stopping him from renegotiating. However, Pan's surprise reaches a new limit when he sees the Lord's new attack, his subordinates entering his body with their own. The Desolation Lord was blown to a huge size, and his strength became much bigger. He just grabbed the Golden Eagle's head with a huge hand. This is starting to really stress Pan out. He says that the eagle can't just die in battle. He's the symbol of the city. Pan asks his monsters to prepare. However, no sooner does Pan enter the battle than he is interrupted by a huge statue, which is carried straight at the Lord of the Desert with wild speed. The Desert Lord switches in battle from a golden eagle to a statue that is also a rank lord, and 44th level. The battle is interesting. The Golden Eagle also wastes no time. It backs off a bit and starts trying to counterattack again with its beams directly into the Desert Lord. After a couple of attacks, the Golden Eagle leaves the position, but the statue begins to run around the summoner with its sword and fast speed, preparing to strike. The local commander says we would have said goodbye to the Golden Eagle, but the statue allowed the one to fall back and saved it. Trailing off, this commander says that the desert ruler is still dominant, and he orders the military to retreat from their positions. After his words, the commander receives a call. This is reported by the military man, saying that the call comes from the general himself. The commander asks to be tied up. After saluting, the commander begins to describe the situation to the general, but he does not listen to him, interrupts him, and begins to say his name. The general interrupts Commander Ian, saying that his grandson was the only thing he had, and he wants revenge on this monster by killing him at any cost. The general pressures the commander and forces him to call off the retreat and fight to the last drop of blood. The commander can't do anything about it. Meanwhile, Pan tells his monsters that they will also go, since there's nothing left for them to do here alone. They can try next time. However, in a moment, Pan's mind is startled. Everything around him is strange, and he feels a very huge threat. Something is looming over him. Buchang shouts to Peng, "Watch out," and gets behind Peng's back to apparently take the hit in case of anything. Trailing off, they look to see that some sharp beam appeared in the distance, as if from fire. This way, the Desert Lord was retreating. Very unusual, all this. Trailing this beam turns into a huge mushroom of fire, dust, and more, which expands greatly and creates an earthquake around it. Pan is in huge shock at what he now sees in front of him. He realizes that the military used the nuclear bomb for their victory. Pan talks about how they were very lucky due to standing very far away. Pan also asks his monsters if everyone is okay. Pan's monsters are all fine. Their high level and strength clearly protecting both them and Pan from what might have happened otherwise. However, Pan still can't believe that the military went to such a strong and drastic step to fight the monsters. It's very strange. Pan walks closer to the point. He realizes that one nuke wouldn't kill a Lord rank monster, but definitely hurt it pretty good. It's probably hiding. All this gloomy atmosphere, the battle and Pan's thoughts are interrupted by a mouse they found in the woods not too long ago. He screams, "Treasure! Treasure!" However, Peng only replies that everything around him seems like a treasure to him. Yesterday, Peng dug a huge hole to get a small crystal. However, the mouse interrupts Pan, shouting that this time the real treasure is real, and just let Pan try. Pan decides to believe him this time. Some time passes. Peng and Buchang are still digging and digging. The mouse tells them that a little more and there will be treasure and asks them to dig. At the moment, Buchan's shovel hits something hard, and there is indeed something there. Peng notices it immediately and asks what Buchan found. Buchang sees some long white thing with black lines. He reaches for it, but it's very hot and he drops it immediately. This causes Peng to misunderstand, because Buchan wasn't even hit by a nuclear explosion. And here something managed to burn him. It's weird, but interesting. Trailing off, Peng turns to Chunba and orders him to get Peng's protective gear. He really wants to deal with this item. Trailing off, Pan informs the mouse that Pan will reward her for such a good job and find, saying that she deserves a gift. Such motivation in Peng is motivated by the fact that he already had a cool idea to integrate into Buchan and find out what would come out of it. Peng tells Buchan to take it and put it near his chest. Like he is putting a shield in front of him, Buchan listens to Peng and does just that. At this moment, Buchan's heart, along with that thing, began to catch fire and become covered in a specific aura, which Peng immediately noticed, and there was also smoke. Peng, a second after wanting to run up to Buchan, fell into some kind of mind. Everything around him changed. He is very much surprised by it. Not only was Pan caught in an incomprehensible consciousness, there was a huge monster in front of him, which appeared underneath Pan, causing even more shock. Trailing off, Peng goes back and sees Buchan in front of him, and that the thing has fallen to the floor. Peng asks if Buchan is okay. Buchan talks about how he's doing fine, and Peng notices the fact that he's got the same pattern on his arm that he had on that thing earlier. What Peng sees is that besides the pattern, Buchan's hand has gained a separate power from Buchan's second level, the power of flame. Peng was shocked to see this. Peng talks about how interesting this is all, asks Chunba to hide the thing, and tells the rest of the monsters that it's time to go home already. There's a lot going on today. As the events of the manga take us to a certain control center, a tracker yells out that an unidentified object is heading towards the city. The military is clamoring for an urgent need to stop this facility. Everyone is preparing monsters as well as special equipment to counter in case anything happens. The military are lined up on the roof in a line of defense, along with the monsters. However, they see that the object is moving at a wild speed. When the object got closer, it became visible that it was a huge, powerful turquoise-colored monster, which in its shape resembled a large crystal. The monster puts out its paw, then gathers energy in it and instantly shoots straight into the military's wall of defense and blows it apart. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Pan is watching the news. A state of emergency has been declared in the city. Pan isn't quite sure what's up and what's going on. Military men come to Pan's house. They inform him that due to the state of emergency, all monster trainers are being drafted. Trailing off, Peng says no problem, he'll get ready and come right out. The military salutes him. He goes into the room. Pan realizes that this is something very serious. because the alert levels are 5th. The last time this happened was during the evolution of Grandpa's dragon, Bai. The events of the manga take us to the eastern wall of the defense, where a shocked Pan is already standing there, looking somewhere to the side. Pan's system scans the monster that was an unidentified object. It was a level 46 lord that flew into the city and destroyed the defenses. Pan sees by the system that it is a desert lord that mutated after a nuclear strike on him. Immediately, a golden eagle appeared from above. The golden eagle has become a classic, striking with its light beams directly into the body of the mutated desert lord, who now looks like a diamond. However, Peng was wildly shocked the moment the golden eagle's attack did not damage the lord at all, only scratches on his body. Peng asks Bu-chan to help the golden eagle, but asks Bu-chan not to fly into a stupid fight with this lord, but to think of something. Bu-chan runs to attack the lord. The lord sees this and releases an energy attack, but Bu-chan manages to hold back his attack with his hands. Followed by Bu-chan using his technique, he creates strange bones that emanate from the ground right under the lord's feet. A huge centipede appeared from the ground. The military immediately recognized it. A year ago, it was defeated by the golden eagle. Now Bu-chan erected its corpse. Although this centipede is nowhere near as strong as before, however, Bu-chan has created a very cool ally for himself in battle with his technique. Followed by Bu-chan creating some more monsters from corpses from the ground to help himself, the military sees that it's all Gao Peng's handiwork and decides to take advantage of it. One of the main military who was on the spot turns to the golden eagle and orders it to attack while the lord is busy with Peng's monsters. However, the lord is not so stupid and weak. He has become even stronger, which is why the lord immediately notices that he is being attacked from the air by an eagle. Peng realizes everything. This attack will not go so easily. The military is too naive. Peng orders Bu-chan to detain the ruler for a successful attack. As it happens, Bu-chan's tremendous movement speed allows him to be behind his opponent's back within a second of Peng's command. However, the lord has become many times stronger. He doesn't fall for such tricks. He uses a leap and attacks his golden eagle opponent in midair. However, the centipede decides to hold him back. Flying up, she begins to roll around his body for further compression. The lord sees it all. But even here, the lord manages to resist. He simply uses his power and punches the skull of the centipede with his fist, which scares Pan. Trailing off, Peng realizes they're in big trouble and orders Crane Yang to arrange for air support by pouring fire on the lord. However, as soon as Crane Yan began to fly upwards and gain speed, he began to be stopped by the aura of gravitational control of the povolator. This all makes Bu-chan very angry. He goes behind his opponent's back. Peng yells for Bu-chan to strike from behind. It might work. Bu-chan and the lord face off in a straight-up close battle where Bu-chan takes the upper hand. The new abilities on his arm really helped him to strike. Following, Crane Yan, along with the golden eagle, began to help from the air, launching several attacks directly into the lord's body, severely harming him. The lord's body flies off to the side, landing at the rock. Pan sees that there are many cracks on it, and he himself is not moving, apparently. Got it. Trailing off, Peng turns to Dazi and suggests that he go with him to the military, saying that some point needs to be clarified. Peng talks about how the condition of him agreeing to help the military in this battle was the right to be the first to take trophies. The military doesn't start arguing with him. Peng says that since that's the case, he's taking 75% of the monster, hence the military by an arm and a leg only, he says with a laugh. However, the military is in no hurry to agree to such terms, saying that they have more opportunities to put the corpse to good use than pawn. Pan doesn't see it that way. He reflects on the fact that this monster has a lot of potential and will become a big weapon in the hands of the military, which is not a good thing. Pan talks about giving up the corpse only under 2 conditions. The first is his crystal core. The second is the flesh pills that the military has. 1. The military responds to Pan by saying that the pill is a very valuable material, and the core of this monster is almost half of its total value. You can't do that. Pan says he only needs 1 pill. And in return, the military can give this man the corpse of this monster for that pill. The military ponders the fact that this is Pan's cunning plan to take the pill from the military, but they also realize that there are strongly no other options. At this point, the events of the manga are brought forward. We are shown Huang ducking out of a capsule in the lab, saying she has new powers. Duck Huan started jumping all over the place and talking about how she's gotten even stronger, and now fewer people can take her money away, happy about it. Meanwhile, Peng and the lovely Tang Tang standing next to him are shocked at how strong Duck Huang has become, so still Lord Rank now. But next, Peng scolds Duck Huang for breaking down the doors to Peng's lab, and now owes him money for this behavior. Meanwhile, the lovely Tang Tang praises Pan, saying that his monsters are one better than the other and very all-interesting with cool abilities. Trailing off, Peng turns to Tang Tang, saying that the city's army has already delivered the pill so they can start conducting the experiment. Tang Tang had previously asked for Peng's help with the evolution of her vulture monster. Since it's quite troublesome, Peng said it would work out. Followed by Peng taking a big white thing, pouring whey on it and holding it out to Tang Tang's vulture, talking about how he needs to eat this. With great difficulty, but he swallows it and immediately feels wild discomfort and trouble. It's like he's being strangled by his own aura, followed by Peng calling Bu Chan, who immediately brings a lot of some kind of meat. Peng turns to the vulture and talks about how this meat is for him. Peng, Tang Tang, and the others also see the fact that the vulture has clearly become stronger and more powerful. It can be seen by its powerful aura around it. It can now become stronger. Tang Tang is happy about it all, just like a child. Her eyes are happy because now the vulture will be able to develop even stronger and better. Trailing off, Peng turns to Tang Tang, saying that it is now important for him to eat a lot of meat, as well as train hard all the time. Tang Tang talks about how she has enough advanced class for now, and thanks Pan for helping her so much. Trailing off, Peng gets a video call. Brother Huang informs him that he's invited to the event, but Peng says he declines immediately. However, Brother Huang reveals that these men are willing to give Pan a thunder snail shell in return for a meeting. This has already piqued Pan's interest a lot. He checks with Brother Huan when and what time this program of theirs starts and where. Pan knows that such a thing was used to evolve the Thunderlord in Pan's grandfather's monster. It's very valuable. Pan realizes that it is not at all desirable to get this shell himself afterwards. The investigator for participating on the program to get it is very profitable for him. The events of the manga take us to the following Monday, an airport in another city. Pan is met and immediately greeted by a man who relates to this. The man introduces himself as the assistant director of this program and suggests that Pan follow him and discuss everything else in the car. Pan is told that the show has collected a lot of monsters and cool ingredients for the program. Pan could get very interested in all of this. Next, the assistant program organizer says that there will be many new monsters that no one has ever seen before. Pan understands that the point of the program is to recognize the characteristics and attributes of monsters by their appearance, and the monsters are indeed unusual. Pan asks the assistant organizer if he can buy himself this daisy. It really interested him from the list he chose it. The assistant organizer says that this is a formality. Pan should not pay. He will make arrangements, and tonight the daisy will be in his room tonight. Pan arrives at his apartment and immediately sees that the very daisy he wanted so badly is already there. Such is the speed that surprises him. Pan immediately takes the flower and tells the one that he can stop pretending. Pan knows he's a grass-type monster and not a normal flower, as he was taken in. Followed by Peng asking Chunba to get him a crystal light attribute stone. Chunba obeys Peng and gets the light attribute stone for him. Peng starts shaking the flower back and forth and tells the flower that whether he wants to eat that crystal right now. Chunba teases the flower with it. Peng takes the crystal from Chunba's hands and hands it to Daisy, saying it's hers and she can eat it, much to her delight. Right after that, Pan makes a bloody contract with this flower. It was quite easy since the flower is very weak and immediately made a contract. Trailing off, Peng hands this daisy flower to Bu Chan, and asks him to keep it and make sure it's okay. The happy Daisy climbs right onto Bu-chan's head and sits there, which doesn't make him very happy, but makes Pan and the others laugh. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us to some unknown location not by the sea, which is very violent today. Next, 2 eggs of some sort are thrown out of the sea onto the shore, which immediately begin to burst, and some entity is swimming underwater and searching for something. The events of the manga take us back. However, time is running out and Pan has already been to the show. When he returned, he was tired and said it was boring. Upon returning back, Pan picked up his phone and noticed an oodles of messages from his grandfather, who had called Pan many times unbeknownst to him. Pan calls his grandfather back and talks about how he has an urgent matter, asking if he is done filming the show. Pan says yes already. Pan is informed by his grandfather that the southern part of the city in the Southern Sky Company's territory has been attacked and asks Pan to go there and decide. Pan, with a smile on his face, says that Grandpa cannot worry. He will go there and solve all the issues before he arrives yet. Peng analyzes the situation, realizing that most likely the monster is only a rank lord. But he doesn't understand why the military cities don't act and just wait. Here, Pan begins to suspect that perhaps a wave of monsters has hit several locations at once and military bases have been destroyed or captured. Meanwhile, the southeastern border does have a lot of strange monsters that break through the border and run through the wall. From part of the military manages to hold back, they are saved by electric wires that hold back all attacks but not very successfully. The military commander is yelling about holding out a little longer, backup is coming soon. If the military doesn't hold back now, their loved ones will be in danger. This commander is immediately hit by a powerful attack from an enemy monster, but his own monsters create a barrier and hold back his attack. The commander of the military shouts that there will be help in 10 minutes, but the military listened to this without motivation, because it was not the first time they heard it. However, all their communication and dialogues were interrupted by several monsters that came out of the shadows and started attacking one by one. However, their attack became strange. They didn't attack the military at all. All the crocodiles conspired together against the 3-tailed monster of the military. Their attack came as a shock and a huge problem. The small, dark crocodiles jumped on the 3-tailed man and exploded right on his body. Among these crocodiles, there was also a large monster that was covered in a dark aura, and it was already taking all the different targets around it for itself. That huge monster decided to act at once. It instantly jumped straight at the 3-tailed monster and started killing it attack after attack. The soldiers no longer listened to motivational phrases and orders. They began to drop everything and just run like mad forward, fleeing from this place. However, all of this is interrupted. A large monster gets attacked in the head by a Huang Duck ranked lord behind him. Pan himself appears, and not alone, of course, with monsters. Immediately from him flies up Crane Yang at full speed, breaking away from the place. Pan jumps right on top of Ian's crane and flies on it, looking down at the situation, and is shocked at how the military is being cowardly and just running away. Following right off of Jan's crane from the sky, Peng jumps down and starts criticizing the military for running away from the battlefield like the last cowards they are. Peng talks about the military had many weapons, many rank commander and other rank monsters, and the military only trembled in fear just like children. Peng tells Bu-chan and Da-zi to deal with the monsters here, and Peng and Duck Huang go to another location to deal with the monster invaders. Duck Huang acts immediately. He is not used to waiting. Flying into place, he drops down with his fist straight down and throws the hardest punches on the ground. Huang Duck tries to attack, but blow after blow, she sends everyone into a knockout and only gains even more strength in her restrained energy. Trailing off, Pan calls his grandfather and informs him that he shouldn't worry. There isn't even a monster of lord rank in the place. Pan says he can handle everything himself. At the same time, a group of military men from the 3rd Squad notices a roll of thunder in the sky and a multitude of purple lightning bolts. Following this, an unknown monster appears. It looks like a turtle, but it has horns on its head, and it is with these horns that it apparently shoots lightning. Meanwhile, in the first skirmish area, All is going well, Dazi using his new flying technique to take off and launch attacks on the monsters. However, one of the monsters does not succumb to the attacks, and even begins to rebel, resisting and trying to evade Dazi's attacks, which is strange for him. But Dazi wasn't so simple either. He powerfully accumulated energy, and then with one attack he spat out at the monsters, and not a single monster was unable to repel the attack. The military rejoices, for a Lord rank monster can of course handle regular monsters as well, and this turtle included. The fighting has almost stopped. Peng realizes that some military companies wanted to run away with the monsters. Such a thing can't be forgiven, it's a betrayal. Today's incident prompts Pan to think that a separate elite squad could be created and entrusted to protect the city. However, even more interesting to Pan is the monster attack itself. It has no logical explanation as to why they just started attacking humans for no reason. Pan tells their captain to gather all those who have done well in this battle, and with them Pan would make his way somewhere. But where is not yet clear. After a while, Peng and the captain gathered all those who had indeed performed well in the battle. Peng began making a speech to them. Pan says they are true warriors, and the wounds on their body are proof of that. Such warriors need rewards and praise for their bravery. Pan informs them that after the battle is over, Pan will divide the rewards between them all for their brave behavior and loyalty to the company. Other military men on the sidelines criticize Pan, saying they know his accolades, pat on the shoulder. With his resources, you could do something normal. Some more time passes. The local captain declares that one of the monsters was caged on Pan's orders and brought here. Pan immediately notices the peculiarity that the monster's evolution paths are described very detailed and well. Pan thinks it's because his spiritual power is growing. Pan orders all the dead monsters to be sold for organs, and the living ones to stay alive for now, because people buy monsters based on their appearance more often than not. Pan immediately notices that one of the monsters has grown back the horns it lost in the battle rather quickly, its powerful regeneration of that body part. Pan orders that the turtles and their organs be carefully monitored to ensure that everything is in order and successful. Pan asks about the rewards to the fighters. The captain informs them that they have been given awards, pay raises, and new monster fighting departments have been created. Pan also asks about the main traitors to the company in this incident. They were fired, their money written off, and the monsters returned back to the company. Pan says he doesn't feel sorry for any of them. They've been living off the band all this time and doing nothing, and they betrayed him at a time like this. Trailing off, Pan asks the captain to inform the families of the fallen military that they will now be under the care of the Southern Skies Vital Group. Peng then calls Crane Yang and orders him to fly to the village where it all began to analyze the actions. Dazi also goes with them. Flying to the site of the destroyed village, Pan does not see strong changes from the beginning of the disaster. This causes him to be incomprehensible. However, following this, Peng notices some strange movement in one of the ruined houses and asks Datsu to go and see what's there. Datsu does so. He busies himself with inspecting the ruins of the building, and Peng also arrives on the scene. But all Datsu finds is an ordinary shrimp. But to Dazi's regret and misunderstanding, the shrimp he found became in a moment as if dead, stopped moving and giving signs of life. Pan, with the help of the system, sees that it's a fish that just knows how to play dead, and along with the monsters, begins to walk off in the other direction. When Pan and all his monsters go some distance away, it's as if this shrimp comes to life, rises up and starts running in different directions without stopping. Peng, Yang, and Dazi began to watch this from around the corner. Yang left a scent on the shrimp to track its directional trajectory in case. Following this dialogue, after a minute, Yang informs that the shrimp has gone to the water. Peng immediately orders to go after her. Pan's monsters go to the same place, and two of some monsters at the bottom discuss the fact that they don't yet realize what kind of trap they've fallen into. Ian abruptly reports. The scent he had marked the shrimp with just suddenly, abruptly disappeared already. Pan says it's no big deal. Whoever found that mark of yours on his body is at least a ranking commander and maybe a lord. He must be around somewhere. Pan notices that the surface of the water seems too quiet to him already. He orders Ian to fly higher. It's very dangerous now. Pan turns out to be right. Following his words, a huge fish flies out of the water, which is clearly aggressive towards Pan. Datsu reacts instantly. He covers the crane Yang, who is carrying Peng, and confronts the fish. Datsu launches lightning bolt after lightning bolt. However, this fish has a shield and the attacks are almost ineffective. Peng analyzes the situation like this. However, Datsu has anger over all this. He pierces through the fish's body with his claws and hits those points again. Peng is pleased with Datsu's progress. After a few of these attacks, the monster hides deep in the ocean. Datsu brags about scaring him, and Peng promises him a bucket of kirieshiki for it. But thinking over all this, Pan can't let go of the thoughts that behind all this is someone many times stronger and more powerful than this huge fish. Peng decides to praise Datsu more often now so that he will be more motivated to help harder and more diligently next time. Pan can't get any peace about it all. He starts thinking about it all and afterward asks Ian to fire a volley of fire at that water below. Crane Yang easily complies with Pan's request and burns the water with fire, saying that they should have set his feathers on fire for nothing. Pan begins to notice two huge glowing orbs at the bottom of the water, like the two eyes of a huge monster, and wonders with shock what the creature is. Peng decides that things are bad, and it's better to leave the place urgently before there is any trouble. He, Datsu, and Yang leave the place. Apparently Pan turns out to be right, as certain creatures underwater discuss the fact that their home has been discovered. Meanwhile, the events of the manga show us the office of one of the city's military units. The boss is very bored, but the assistant says it's super. However, their dialogues about peace and all things good are interrupted by a sharp siren in the office that alerts them to something bad usually. The director asks his subordinates why the siren roared. The managers say that they detect sudden movements underwater. He shows an oodles of dots on the screen and talks about how horrible it is because the number of sharp waves started to increase time after time. The boss orders some drones to be sent there to scout the situation and survey such sudden movements. There is a drone flying over this sea, but right below it, in the sea, you can see a bunch of red eyes watching its movements. Trailing off, one of the military says that the first information is in, the area of the event covers 300 square meters. He also says that some large monster is keeping 2 more Lord rank monsters and dozens more smaller monsters under control. Trailing off, the boss says, "Enough," standing still, and orders some missiles to be sent to the spot and report everything to the bosses urgently. As it happens, the military with equipment began to stage a bombardment of the area with rampant activity from rockets and lasers, followed by an incomprehensible monster, of which only an eye can be seen, saying it's time to show the humans their vile place. A large purple fish appears and asks why they would attack humans at all if they are no tastier than fish. Another big fish shows up and talks about how some centipede bit her the other day. It's time to get revenge on her. A big fish with only an eye to be seen from says it's time, they're here, it's time to get into position. Indeed, she is right. A lot of monsters appeared over the sea, apparently monsters of the military. Pan and his monsters see this. Pan is pleased that the military has finally taken over, and there is even a rank lord among the monsters in the sky. Pan also realizes that once all the water monsters get together, there will be one huge wave that will start and cover everyone here. Pan knows that the military has made a huge dam. He hopes that it is the one that will stop the wave that could be in case of anything. One of the generals is talking about urging the military to urgently resolve the issue before the wave appears because the dam may not be able to hold. Pan talks about how he and his monsters will also take part in this big battle and tells the monsters to get ready. This is all interrupted by the sudden appearance of a wave. Peng says it's 7 to 8 times bigger than the last one and way above defense. A military man motions to Pawn and asks him if Pawn is okay. Pawn says he's fine, no need to worry. Their dialogues are interrupted by the appearance of an unidentifiable monster, which out of the water comes straight at them with speed. Duck Huang swells up dramatically and says he will stop the threats and protect the big duck in Gao Peng's face. Trailing off, Peng notices through the system that Huang Duck is starting to use some secret technique she's been hiding. This renders the Justice Fist technique, which with its energy punch pierces through the body of that monster in front of Pan. Duck Huang returns and boasts of his power, but Peng realizes that it's just a regular rank commander monster and nothing more. Their comedic dialogue is interrupted by the appearance of a huge purple and long fish out of the water, which calls attention to itself. This huge fish of Lord rank is heading straight towards Pan. Duck Huang stops it but says help is needed. Huang the duck calls for help from his silly brother, and then Buchang appears and immediately asks not to be called silly brother. Buchang uses his energy-related technique and creates a sword that stabs straight into the fish. However, the fish pushes Buchang away from him. Duck Huang immediately acts and grabs Buchang from the back to keep him from falling. Huang Duck is wildly pissed off by all this, yelling that if she thinks she can beat them, then let her try out Huang's new deadly technique on herself. Duck Huang utilizes an explosive fist technique, launching multiple punches directly at his opponent time after time. However, the fish only screams that Huang the duck has nowhere to run and is now definitely finished right here and now. However, Huang Duck doesn't think so. It uses a technique with barriers and repels the energy attacks of this fish. Pan even makes fun of it all, since the fish is the king of eels and doesn't understand why his attacks don't damage Duck Huang. Buchang and Huang Duck combine their attacks, thus making a strong attack right on the body of this fish. Pan, meanwhile, notices that the sea beneath his feet has begun to gradually calm down, which is very strange in such a situation. Trailing off, Pan notices strange objects, shadows and wave movements in the sea, which gives him a shock. A huge coral appears out of the water, which surprises Pan. Pan immediately the system sees that it is of the rank of king. It is very dangerous. Pan, though, surprised, but not so much, for it was obvious that this whole circus was being run by one master clown. Pan sees his abilities and says they're great for him to manage and support the front from the rear. The people behind and around are also shocked. They will get the feeling that they are howling with a huge island, not a coral island. However, Pan realizes that discord, arguments, and discussions are clearly not the point right now. He walks over and sweetly asks them to stop arguing. One of the military immediately calls everyone over and says it's time to leave this part of the territory. Pan and the monsters decide to leave back as well. Pan sees people in the danger zone and asks what they're doing there, but the military man says they're stupid poachers looking to cash in. The military man starts yelling and saying that they should leave the area immediately because it could get worse soon. The monsters there are very strong. The poachers began to run away as advised by the military man, but not all of them are successful. Some are chased by monsters. One of the monster poachers, apparently a bear, decides to save this guy and tries to hold the monster out of the water with his paw. This bear also picks the guy up, and the military keeps yelling that it's time for everyone to get out of the water now, urgently to safety. However, the monsters from the water also began to chase the bear, for they do not want to miss at least some prey. What happens is exactly that. One of the fish cuts the bear with one attack and does massive damage to it, shocking the guy. However, the bear decides to help the guy before his death, and grabs him with his mouth and throws him on the shore with a sharp movement. However, the bear itself could hardly be helped. The fish began to attack and peck him from all sides, cutting off his body time after time, depriving him of his eye. This guy asks his poacher friends to help his bear, even though he himself is ruined by greed, but he does not want to give the bear to death. Peng asks Huang the duck to help this bear, which they do by jumping in there and taking it away, and Yang the crane set fire to the fish that were attacking. Duck Huang brings this bear to his owner, who is very happy to have his pet alive and in front of him. However, there are many wounds on this bear's body. Peng asks Buchang to get a petal from the daisy that he now has. Buchang does so. With a careful and slow motion, he pulls out one petal from this daisy and hands it to Chunba. Buchang and Chunba began to slowly and gently apply the chamomile petals to the body of this bear, thus healing it. Chamomile's actions help this guy's bear or dog a lot. He starts frantically thanking Pan and his monsters for their help. Pan talks in turn about how he's only helping because he was struck by the monster and this guy's loyalty to the monster. Meanwhile, in the sea, fighting has begun. Crane Yang is launching attack after attack across the sea and trying to eliminate the oodles of fish. The military, meanwhile, reports that they are also fighting, but there is no end in sight to the monsters. Something urgent needs to be done right now. Peng, with a pathetic look, asks them all to stand back, and following after that, with wild speed, Buchang rushes straight ahead, smashing everything around. After Buchan reached the position he wanted, he began to energize his hands and prepare a powerful strike. After throwing a few punches, Buchang grabs his heart and uses the resurrection technique, through which he creates his wards. Meanwhile, the first casualties have fallen among the monsters of the military. The military is crying and holding one of its monsters, who has died. However, in the moment the military is shocked, because his monster comes to his senses and starts to act, the truth is it's all Buchan's technique. Between the monsters began to pass wild fights. One by one, monsters started a battle, turning it all into a whole war. Meanwhile, the military relays information to their superiors that Gao Peng and his monsters have created an undead army that is holding defenses. Some time passes, the coral monster began to retreat, as did his army, and the military could no longer stand because of the exhausted. The military men praise each other and praise each other, but Peng realizes that they'd better praise Bu Chan and his army, which has been fighting the whole time. Meanwhile, Pan notices Huan the duck starts collecting corpses, saying he'll sell them, since Pan said they're all worth 500 credits each. Huan the duck really likes to make money. It even manages to take corpses from other poachers, taking them for itself. Meanwhile, Pan watches the news through his device and sees that already the whole town is discussing the fact that he helped repel a powerful attack. He contacts someone via video link afterward and doesn't understand how the news spread so quickly across the city. This is rendered by Brother Huan, who tells Pan that some ghostly warriors have been sighted by them. Peng is very surprised by this. He asks where it was. Brother Huang informs him that it was in the city of Binchuzhou. Peng realizes then the material for Buchan's improvement might be there. He asks Brother Huang to report everything he learns. The events of the manga go on. Peng is, as usual, in his laboratory in Yuzhou City. He says that the experiment is going well, very even. Pan asks his new pet Chamomile to come over to him, because it's time to get her vaccinated right now. It will help a lot. Pan tells Daisy not to be afraid. It will hurt a little, but she will be stronger afterward, she believes Pan, smiles and hugs him. As it happens, Pan injects a syringe of the substance into Chamomile, but that one even feels good about part of it, more than hurts. The process is distracted by Pan hearing a dragon roar. He thinks it's Grandpa. Has the evolution of the thunder god gone so fast? Pan puts the chamomile in the flask and says that she is very weak after the improvement, and should sit here and rest and keep still to gain strength. Pan turns out to be right. Walking out of the lab outside, he saw Grandpa, his pets, and the thunder monster standing all together. Pan is delighted at Grandpa's arrival, runs to him, and immediately asks how the thunder snail is doing. Grandpa points his hand at the thunder snail, and Pan himself can see everything perfectly well. It's now a legendary class, and her appearance has changed as well. Pan examines the thunder snail, and the system sees that it has a bunch of new abilities, levels, and in general has clearly gotten stronger. Pan's grandfather says he's already tested it, and everything is super. Pan is very happy that the evolution has been very successful. However, looking at Pan, Grandpa thinks about the fact that although the group can protect Pan now, they need to become even stronger and more powerful. Peng asks Grandpa if he knows the home of the Yang crane because Peng wants to go there. Grandpa says it's west of the countryside. Pan reminds Crane Yan of the promise he made to the latter, hence it needs to be fulfilled, and they will do it tomorrow. Crane Ian is very happy about this. He remembers his mom, whom he loved very much, and he is very determined to avenge her. The events of the manga take you to a room where Pan and Crane Yang are sitting at a monitor watching something. An aide from the Southern Sky Group says that they have gathered all the information they need about the inhabitants of those territories, just as Pan requested. Cranejan asks the cameras to stop abruptly and points to the crocodile that killed Cranejan's mother long ago. Crane Yang also says that his crane relatives are also hiding behind these trees, who are also afraid of this crocodile. Peng asks the assistant if he knows what this place is. The assistant says of course he does. It's the Crocodile River, property of the Chen family. Pan asks how it's possible that this wilderness is some family's territory, then causes the deputy to sweat. The deputy says legally no, however, that's what people think, as well as the fact that the city is owned by Southern Sky, but Pan thinks it's nonsense. Following this, the assistant says that there are various monsters registered in this family's name at the moment, even lords among them. The helper also talks about how they have family friends who also have lord-rank monsters and more helpers. Without finishing listening, Peng asks who in their family has a lord-rank crocodile. It's about the one that killed Crane Yang's mother. Next, the aide describes the second oldest member of the family, a certain grandfather who owns it. Trailing off, Pan says it's settled and asks the assistant to send a letter to this man, asking him to show up for the fight with Pan in 3 days. Peng adds, saying that they will have a fight to the death there, which will be very serious and strong. It will be outside the city. However, the aide warns Pan, saying that by doing so, he will throw the war against 4 families at once, which is very dangerous and risky. However, Pan doesn't see this as a big deal, saying that there are few things they have in common with each other so much. Trailing off, Pan adds that if they throw one family out of the chain and Southern Sky takes their place, no one will be worse off. Pan asks to follow all the instructions he's given and says he has to go, as he still has to meet with the mayor of the city tonight. Meanwhile, the events of the manga show us the Chen family's estate this evening. Some girl abruptly and shakily announces that the neighboring families have accepted invitations to a banquet from Southern Heaven. People in the family became worried and said that maybe they should just give up because it wasn't safe. However, the old man himself that Pan challenged says enough talk, he'll come to the duel and just hurt Pan and end it. The old man talks about Pan having a very high opinion of himself, and he'll help him fix that by showing him what's how and where. The old man starts to leave and his helpers are shocked that they may now be at war with the Southern Sky, which is very dangerous. One of the girls in the family asks a family member to go to battle with her uncle, as they are the only ones with a lord-rank monster, and she can help. What this guy's talking about is whether she's afraid that her uncle might lose to Snotty Pan. However, she suggests that the problem is something else, namely that her uncle hasn't known how to lose since childhood, so it could be something terrible. Next, with a very serious face, she says that if the situation changes drastically, he will have to get his uncle out of there by force. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us to the very place where this crocodile, who will have a fight with Pan, lives. In front of the crocodile is the same old man from the family. He is trying to get a response from the crocodile, because now he only gets ignored. The old man tells the dragon that someone wants to challenge him, and says it's the grandson of the owner of the very white dragon he met. This is what the crocodile is already sharply and intensely interested in. He asks the old man if this dragon really wants to challenge him. Trailing off, the old man says that no, it's probably an undead monster, and asks the crocodile to accept the challenge, and merely wound the monster. Meanwhile, Pan walks across the bridge in the company of some girl who tells him that all the shops selling fish and fishing here have been closed. This is due to the appearance of a certain dragon from the water who had immense power, was a fish, and controls everything. Pan talks about how a certain prince has come up with very good conditions to develop his monsters in this lake. Pan's thoughts are interrupted by a hopping duck, Huang, who asks Pan to take a picture with her because she's lonely. The girl promises to take a picture of Duck Huan with Pan very pretty, which undercuts Duck Huan's self-esteem. In addition to Huang the duck, the picture also includes all of Pan's other monsters, who are now here with him together. Some more time passes. Pan arrives at the scene of the battle with this old man. There are more people there setting things up. Meanwhile, Crane John and Crocodile are already converging glances. Crane John is very angry for the incident with his mother and is ready to take revenge. Peng, meanwhile, is busy analyzing the outside area, saying that it is convenient for both Ian and the crocodile, and Ian can fly. The old man approaches Pan and suggests that Pan forget all misunderstandings and end the feud by putting this fight in the back of his mind. Pan smirks at this and talks about how the old man's monster killed Pan's monster's mother, and now all he suggests is to forget about it. Trailing off, Pan talks about how if the old man can forget about it, Pan's monster can't forget such a thing and is going to retaliate. With these words, Peng shocked the old man and his assistants, for they didn't think that the battle would be with this crane. They were thinking of the undead Bu Chan. The old man's aides are shocked, as if this crane is only 1 year old. How can he go into battle with Lord Crocodile? This makes Pan laugh. He smirks and tells Crane Ian that he can no longer hold himself and his powers back. Crane Yang increases, he gets a little bigger, his defense is better, and his body is covered in fire. Peng stands beside him and smirks. The old man's men are shocked at what they see. In front of them is Halo Lord Crane Yang. They are shocked at how many lords Pan has. Crane Ian is not going to wait. He takes off and immediately pounces on his opponent in the form of a crocodile, for he does not want to wait any longer. The crocodile tries to keep out John's crane, who flies in from the air. The crocodile launches air attacks, fending him off. However, Yang is also not so simple. He launches a fire attack at his opponent, hitting his body right in the tail. Peng sees that the crocodile is also strong, and the fight won't be easy, because 1 more second and the crocodile would have already defeated Yan with an attack. It will be difficult. Pan yells to Crane Ian about the crocodile having wind control abilities. Ian should be careful with him and remember that. With sweat on his face and shock, the old man tells the crocodile that Crane Yang has the attribute of fire and can fly. It is also not easy. However, the crocodile didn't finish listening to the old man. He asked him to shut up, and he himself abruptly rose up with his mouth open and attacking. Crane Yang doesn't sit and wait for anything. He attacks time after time, and once again from the air he attacks the crocodile with a fire attack. The crocodile doesn't decide to wait in place and expect something to happen either. He plunges under the water and goes under. And it turned out to be not in vain, because with the help of this water crocodile created a barrier, with the help of which he defended himself from the fire crane John. Peng understands now why the old man chose such a place to fight. It's all obvious. The crocodile has the attribute of water by all appearances. However, this only makes Yan angrier. He yells out that does this crocodile think that ordinary water will save him from Yan's fire? Crane Yang decides that he will just destroy the water around him. He launches a strong attack that sets everything around him on fire. Peng is shocked at what Crane Yang is undertaking. Even if he hasn't defeated the crocodile already, he has clearly injured it severely. As it happens, Pan's system notices the dragon and sees that the monster's condition has a severe burn, and this pleases Pan. The crocodile tries to retreat, but Crane Yang yells that he can't escape either and launches another volley of fire. However, the crocodile had his own plans for all of this. He launches huge energy attacks directly at Crane Yan and injures him with them. Pan asks Crane Jan how he is and if everything is okay with him. He replies that Pan has nothing to worry about. He is super. Crane Yang shouts that this time, with this attack, he will destroy the crocodile all ready for his dead mother. The crocodile realizes that although they have equal rank, however, Crane Yang is a much stronger opponent than the crocodile, so it's worth leaving. However, the crocodile's attention was caught by Gao Peng himself. Then if one were to destroy this crane's trainer, it would affect Crane Yang himself. This is all seen by the old man who owns the crocodile. He yells about the one heading the other way and what he is suddenly going to do. The crocodile attacks Pan by opening its huge maw, and the old man is still yelling that he started doing everything wrong. The same guy from the old man's family who was sent to watch says it's time to intervene, but his monster talks about watching. Here comes Bu Chang, who with a sharp kick of his foot simply breaks the skin of this crocodile into crumbs, knocking it back and preventing it from attacking Peng. However, Buchan's attack was enough to shatter part of the crocodile's body and send it flying to the side. Crane Yang himself flies down from above, shouting to the crocodile and asking it to stop running away from him. Peng is excited about what is happening. He realizes that there is not much left. Now Yang will reach the crocodile and eliminate it. Meanwhile, the very same guy comes to his uncle and wants to say something, but he stops him saying that he may not worry. This guy is very happy that his uncle has gotten smarter and didn't use clever tricks to defeat Pan and Crane Yang. However, all of this guy's thoughts were interrupted by the fact that his uncle started spitting blood, and his eyes became very red. This guy helps his uncle walk and stand on his feet. Pan sees all this and realizes that the blood contract between him and the crocodile doesn't work. Time passes. Pan's aide tells him that the family has accepted defeat, and the swamps have now been taken over by the Southern Sky Group and everything else. Immediately, the aide adds that the other families have organized among themselves to be in alliance with Southern Heaven. Trailing off, Peng asks Yang if he's sure he doesn't want to meet his relatives, the rest of the cranes here. Crane Yang talks about how Peng has helped a lot enough. He wants the rest to run its course in nature as it should. All this is interrupted by the appearance of a turtle in the lake nearby. It flies at Pan. He sees by the systems that it is Lord, but without aggression by all appearances. Pan sees as if it's the Turtle Lord wants Pan to take with him as well and become his master, which confuses Pan. However, in the moment she just opens her mouth and holds out the dragon's saliva jade to Pan with her tongue, Pan takes it. Pan is shocked that this happened, because right after that the turtle quickly swam back into the lake. Pan doesn't understand why this would happen. Pan doesn't understand if the same prince sent this turtle Pan. He doesn't understand at all what's up. Pan asks that this be sent to the city and given to the deputies for review, and Pan has a lot of other things to do. The deputy agrees to help. The events of the manga take us to an unknown location. We are shown a group of people from some squad going there. These people discuss the fact that this region has a high concentration of undead-type monsters. It is worth smearing yourself with a special powder. The girl immediately decides to smear herself, and the guy next to her breaks down and says it's disgusting and useless. However, after a while, he does agree to do it, and so does the girl. She also reminds him to smear his monsters as well. One of the squad members sees the blood grass. He talks about selling it for 100,000 credits in the market. We are rich. However, a guy on the squad tells the girls that it's all dangerous and it pays to be very careful. He talks about the fact that there are tons of different valuable resources around. They're just lying around, nobody's taking them. Why did that happen then? They continue down the path. The man praises the powder and talks about how it did help. The past group had already been attacked twice. However, it's not all smooth sailing. Right below one of the group members, a seemingly dead hand appears from the ground and tries to grab. The pet of the man in the squad immediately triggers and attacks this arm, trying to destroy it immediately before they grab anyone. The girl talks about still having to be careful, as the powder just hides the odor, but not the presence in any way. A squad of some monster spirits with weapons appears in front of the group, and the trees shout that the group should get home faster. The girl in the squad says that they need to find a certain bone. Another girl says that they have an hour to do it, then they need to go to the village. They continue on their way, one of them with pink hair always complaining about how cold it is here. It's impossible to live here. The second girl in the squad says that hardly anyone lives here. All the inhabitants left the village after the disaster. As she follows, she notices that someone was here after all. He had hung corn on a stick near the roof of one of the houses. A strange man and a guy who looks like a human appear in front of the squad. They say that the general wants to see this squad at his place. Trailing off, the girl talks about how she doesn't understand at all which general they're talking about, or what they're after at all. This strange man is talking about a certain General Zhao. One of the girls of the squad with pink hair realizes who he is talking about, the Battle of Changzhou. Immediately afterward, the man talks about hurrying, for it is already something very serious, for it is General Zhao himself. They come to some house with a spiritual guard. The man informs them that they are almost there, and the general will be here soon. The main man in the squad opens the door of the building and sees a throne with a certain general sitting in front of him, with spiritual troops behind him. A girl from the squad with a smile on her face greets the general by his name, which surprises everyone around, and probably herself. This makes this stone-faced general laugh a lot. He starts laughing and talking about how he hasn't heard himself called that in a very long time. Trailing off, he looks at all the squad members and asks them if they've decided to suddenly attack him or if they're up to something. The spirits of the warrior guards began to surround this squad. However, the girl immediately continued, saying that they would not do such a thing. This general talking about them being the strongest squad he's seen in his lifetime is very much a surprise. He says he would be happy to cooperate with them. He is willing to give the materials they came here for in exchange for something of equal value. The squad girl says they're with the wealthy Southern Sky Company and are willing to get something this general needs for a trade. However, he interrupts the girl and says that he would like to hear what they need first, and then name what he needs. The girl talks about them coming for the general's bone and the 1,000-year-old heart of darkness. The general is not badly surprised by this. He talks about being willing to provide a bone of his own, but he hasn't heard anything about the heart of the millennium. However, this girl snaps out of it, attacks, and talks about how, of course, he hasn't heard about the heart that belongs to himself. This girl's mantis begins to launch attack after attack with tremendous force. The man from the squad says that the mantis won't be able to attack for another month. The girl with the pink hair screams that the spirit army is coming. The other girl screams that we can't let them take us in the ring. The squad calls for the help of their pet, a golden deer, who is quite strong and ready for battle with his huge aura. The power of this deer changes combat. It protects squad members and allows you to attack spirit warriors, delaying their advances. The second girl says that the general is still most likely alive and asks the kangaroo to finish him off before he regains his powers again. The kangaroo is up to the task as always and flies at breakneck speed to unleash more attacks of energy and destruction all around. However, no sooner had the kangaroo done so than the general recovered and drew his sword, launching dozens of auras of his sword's energy around. The strike of this sword aims straight at the kangaroo that was about to attack. It is quickly thrown back. It barely holds back this general's attack. The general is very angry. With red hair, he is screaming about how those nasty thieves from the squad dared to attack him like that and kill him. He raises his sword up and shouts loudly for his warriors to head over and kill all those who are here with him. The squad leader notices that he has created a blood cloud with his sword and is building up energy. If they don't run away now, they will just die here. The head of the squad, a man, shouts an urgent need to retreat, runs away himself, and asks his monster to make a black mist veil behind them. On their monstrosities, the squad began to both air and land to leave this general's range to save their lives. However, in a moment of flying, the squad notices that the sky is strange. A bloody cloud begins to scatter right at them. Suddenly, a dragon bai, who is clearly angry and who is very powerful, appears from nowhere, his aura changing everything around him. The general decides that even the dragon bai will not be an obstacle for him. He runs, charging his sword with energy, and prepares to slash the dragon bai. The general fails to land a blow. The roar of the dragon bai knocks him off his seat and lays him on the floor. Pan's grandfather appears and looks at the general. Grandfather turns to the dragon Bayou and asks him to take this general, but be careful, for he is only needed alive. After a while, Grandpa arrives at Pan's place. He throws the general on the floor and talks about how Pan can pick him up for his tasks. Pan is happy about how easy everything around him is for him, but his attention is taken away by the dragon Bai and another dragon in the lake. Pan starts to think about the fact that it's Bai's dragon baby, which is very cute and makes Pan happy because it's very interesting in terms of learning. Trailing off, Pan is approached by his grandfather and told that there was a rift in the city, and with Pan's powers it would be super to go there and find out everything. Pan arrives on the scene. He is informed that the rift was indeed there. He is in this building, and a military man points to a place with a rift. The trailing military man also reveals that there are strange lizard monsters and smoke, and they don't give access to weapons to confront them. Pan talks about how there shouldn't be any Lord rank monsters inside, and asks Duck Huang to go and clear the road of everything. The military man sends a message to send Huang the duck to help, but Peng says it's not worth it, because Huang the duck can handle herself. And so it goes. Moving in the blink of an eye, Huang Duck breaks monster after monster and defeats everyone, clearing the road around him. The military among themselves hear the sounds of lizard monsters suffering. The military rejoices in the successes of the Huang Duck inside. Duck Huang returns, with a smirk on his face and arms crossed. He says that everything is ready and all issues are resolved. We can go. Duck Huang says there were only 4-legged fish inside, namely lizards, and asks if he will be paid 500 credits for them. Trailing off, Peng informs the military and the army that it's okay to go inside. The local monsters have been neutralized by Huang Duck. Pan comes to the rift, scans it, and notices that it is an object. Hence, in theory, Pan can take it to his place just. However, in a moment, the spatial rift began to change, and everything around it plunged into a large earthquake of high scores. Pan sees an octopus come out of the rift. Pan immediately scans and sees the rank of commander it has. This is the first time Pan has seen such a thing. The octopus itself is scared. However, it didn't last long. The duck demolishes this octopus's face with one punch and asks where he got such an ugly yellow jacket. Followed by Pan talking about whether the military tried sending monsters to the other side. The military said they did, but they all just died. Peng turns to Buchan, on whom Dazi is sleeping, and asks the latter to summon the skeleton of the king eel. He can help us greatly now. Buchang does just that. He creates a king eel in the next room at Pan's request to help Pan on this mission. Buchang sends the king eel to the other side through the rift. Buchang reports to Pan that he can't sense any monsters on the other side. Buchang talks about how safe it is here. Peng says that Yang, Huang, and Dazi, along with him, are also going to the rift to find out for themselves. Pan pokes his head through the rift, sees another world. There's a strange red sky, but no fog or dangers he can see yet. Pan sees the walls and says they look like a maze, asks the military to speed up and gather all the information they need about the area. Pan sees the red sky, the wall, and the rest. He wonders what the other world looks like. It's amazing and unusual. The military starts yelling about some strange sound and pointing fingers at someone. They all point to a huge monster that's like a zombie. It's level 49, and an advanced lord rank. Pan notices that this monster has a huge weapon in its hands that is iron. Apparently there is a civilization here as well. Crane Yang wants to launch an attack. He takes off. However, an invisible barrier in the air stops him and his ambition from flying higher. This weird dinosaur monster rank lord starts giggling wildly at what Ian is doing, and in general at Pan and the others. Pan yells for everyone to run back while they have a chance. However, the monster is also not that stupid. He starts running after them. Peng asks Dazi to create an attack and delay him. Dazi does so, creating spheres charged with electricity and aimed at him. However, the monster only defends itself with its arm, knocking Dazi's charged spheres back, which didn't penetrate him and didn't do any damage at all. Huang the duck sees all this and rushes to help his friend Dazi by calling him an insect. But Peng shockingly tries to stop Huang the duck from doing so. Peng tells the surprised Duck Huang that if she enlarges now, she will not be able to pass through the rift. Hence, everyone will then be in trouble. By this point, the monster's axe has headed straight for Dazi, who can barely manage to hold off such an attack. He asks his foolish brother to help out. With his very strong arm, Buchang holds back the attack that was aiming at Dazi. He holds it back and asks Dazi to flee. Following this, Buchang delivers a strong leg kick right into the body of this dinosaur, knocking it down and sending it to the ground to rest. Buchang then jumps up and throws a few more punches from the air that do significant damage to this dinosaur by breaking its head. The monster gets shortness of breath. Peng asks Buchang to tell them that they came with peace from another world. Buchang obeys Peng and delivers the words. However, this doesn't help at all. Pan catches the biggest shock of his life, as 7 more of the same Lord rank monsters appear. However, one of them, who is at the peak of Lord rank, tells his master that they came in peace and have similar goals, which surprises everyone around them. Pan begins to suspect that they may lure them into their lair and offer them as a sacrifice, so it is dangerous to go with them very much. Pan shouts out to them that we the people need time to prepare for such a meeting. Next time they will come again for dialogue. The same weird dinosaur says without anger that this is great, and they will wait for humans to dialogue together. Pan asks if he can take a couple of their little monsters for himself to breed on the ground. They are very interesting monsters. The dinosaur declares that he does not, but in the event that the humans manage to wake up their master, he would be willing to bargain with them for profit. Trailing off, he says they can come back later. The dinosaurs don't look at the humans with anger like the other inhabitants of the thick fog. This surprises Pan. This monster said he hadn't seen humans in 70 years and didn't explain further, only asking them to come back when they could help them. Pan ponders that perhaps there were other monster trainers here before him, and they left a bad memory of themselves in this world. Peng also speculates that if their earth monsters like Buchang were able to make contact with the locals, then there have been humans here before. The events of the manga move forward. We are sent to Pan's lab as usual, where he receives a call from the university, which he is not obviously happy about. Pan is informed that another statue has appeared outside the doors of their school. This surprises Pan to no end. Peng arrives at the place, and indeed sees a statue of Lord Rank and level 41 in front of him. He doesn't understand what kind of nonsense this is. Trailing off, Peng decides that let this statue also go to Spider-Man, who will follow it like the last one, and orders Da Zi to capture it. Right after that, Da Zi does indeed fulfill Peng's request and grabs that statue with his attacks. Pan wraps yellow duct tape around the statue and drags it behind him, saying that they are about to visit a certain person, a very interesting person. The military is shocked to see Pan dragging this statue with only one hand. The military is unaware of Pan's abilities from his monsters. Peng talks about them not paying attention to him because he has a full 1/100th of Buchan's powers and can do that. However, Da Zi and the military man are only a little surprised and don't understand why Peng is trying to show off so much with this as if. Meanwhile, the events of the manga take us to the mountain valley of the city, where a huge Spider-Man is resting as always near the lake. Peng comes to Spider-Man and talks about bringing a new toy for him and an interlocutor for his evening dialogues, asking Datsu to let him in. However, the moment after Da Zi let go of the statue, it blew up and tried to attack Peng with a volley of attacks. With the calm and relaxed look of a spider, Ban declares that his toy shouldn't be like this. Trailing off, he delivers his huge and powerful blow right on the body of this statue and talks about how the toy must be obedient. Peng and Da Zi are a little surprised at the way Ban the spider plays with their toys. He asks them if his toy will break like that. Pan talks about how Spider-Man should just be gentler, and then his new toy definitely won't break. Trailing off, Ban the spider turns to Pan and asks when he will be able to walk and travel with Pan. He really missed him and the others. Pan talks about how Spider-Man shouldn't worry. Pan will try and make sure to find a way to get Spider-Man to be with them again. Following, using Da Zi, Ping leaves the place and promises the Spider-Man that he will soon visit him again, for he loves him. However, when Pan flies away, Ban the spider talks about how he's not stupid and realizes that he's only getting bigger and can never come back. Meanwhile, the living statue asks for help. She just wanted to see her relatives, and she was brought here. However, in the meantime, the events of the manga take us to Africa. We are shown a strange location in a city with a dark aura everywhere. Some man asks another what those strange symbols on the stone are. The other replies that even linguists can't help properly yet. However, this person replies that this doesn't interest him. He wants to know what all these symbols mean. He doesn't need everything else. He pokes at one of the symbols and asks what it means. His assistant says she thinks it's a city. It makes this guy happy. He talks about finally having a city and new uncharted territories. Their company will be able to expand. Trailing off, the man orders some unknown group to prepare for something, apparently a military operation. This girl helper is still looking at the symbols and thinks it looks more like a maze than a city. The events of the manga take us back to our city, where there was the very rift that Pan and his monsters and his military explored. There arrived the head of the squad who were conducting an operation to capture the general far outside the city. He sees the rift for the first time. Peng and Tang Tang also arrived at the place. She says that she will give Peng her pet, however, she herself will not go there now. Meanwhile, all of Pan's pets had also arrived at the rift site, and they were clearly energized and in a good mood for something new. Pan tells them and everyone else that it's time to go there and finally find out what's going on there and resolve things. They are immediately met by the same dinosaur. He talks about how he knew Pan would be back. Pan asks to skip all the monsters he took. This huge dinosaur says there is no problem, and Pan can pass on behind him with his monsters. Peng asked Buchan to use the words of the monster trainers. However, the dinosaur didn't pay attention. He had clearly heard these words before. Pan sees another world's plant around. The system shows that they are safe, so Pan decides to try them. He likes them. After a while, this huge dinosaur with a strong aura announces that they have finally arrived at their destination. This dinosaur points to a block of ice, saying that their master has been sealed and needs help resolving the issue, which surprises Pan. The dinosaur says that their master sealed himself, and to break the seal, you just need the monster trainer to enter the place, and that's it. Pan decides to take this dinosaur's word for it, but asks Huang the duck to go inside with him there. He agrees. Huang duck as well as Peng are shocked from this place, and the cold. However, Huang duck's aura warms them from such cold weather. Pan arrives and sees indeed their lord. However, it turns out that he has been dead for a long time. Pan smells something wrong and strange about it all. After a second, Pan's doubts are dispelled. It's a trap. Yang urgently informs that the street is full of monsters. Pan and Huan decide to go back. Behind him, Pan notices a strange little monster that has woken up from all the fiddling and pulls up nicely. However, the problem is very huge. Peng scores on this monster and tells Duck Huang to run as fast as possible. Along the way, they meet Brother Shu, the head of the squad. Peng asks him what is even going on here. He says they were attacked by those monsters. Following, Pan sees Jan's crane, who is badly hurt. Daisy tries to quickly mend all of Jan's wounds. Pan is very worried. This whole situation annoys Huang the duck, and she decides to go and avenge John the crane and everyone else. Pan feels pretty bad about all of this. He realizes that if even one person dies, it's going to be very difficult from here on out. Following, Pan notices this little lion cub that has woken up. Pan asks him to get out of here, for it is very dangerous here now. As promised, Huan the duck picks up speed and flies into the ice, smashing everything in its path, scaring even the crocodile. However, Huang the duck is also attacked and falls down. Peng is just shocked at the situation they are in, and the lion cub keeps him on his toes. Pan yells at the lion cub, saying that he's very distracting, and if he wants a bloody contract with Pan, he should say so. The lion cub, with a very arrogant face, talks about how Pan is wrong if he thinks he's the first day he's ever lived in this world. However, Pan yells that enough is enough and there is no time to talk and presses his finger on the forehead of this lion cub. Pan gets into this lion cub's consciousness and is surprised at how big it is, but its level is small, as if it's in a weakened state. Tracy's eyes appear in his mind and say that since that's the case, he agrees, according to Pan, should realize that he will have many new enemies. Pan asks about his power and enemies. As it turns out, the lion cub is almost lord level, and his enemies are at least emperor level. It's complicated. Without listening to anything this lion cub says, Pan turns to him and informs him that he is ready for all of this and signs the contract. The lion cub talks about how he'll soon be lord, why Pan would go to all this trouble. But Pan isn't much willing to listen to his stories at the rank of elite. Pan and the lion cub keep arguing. The lion cub says he's older than Grandpa Pan, but Pan takes forever to remind him that he's still an elite rank. Pan immediately says there is no point in talking any further and asks how to escape from here. The lion cub says to run, followed by the lion cub talking about how they're all here in a desert maze, and if there's a chance of surviving the fight, you should, but if not, run. The lion cub talks about how he built all of these mazes himself, and there is a path that is not suitable for monsters of their size. You can escape through it. Pan tells his brother, the squad leader, to head off, and Pan can't leave Juan there alone in the battle and head off to help. Lionpaw talks about how they just signed a contract and he's on his way out, but Pan says he has a king-rank monster and has some of the powers. Peng punches through the wall with his foot and walks outside to his monsters and immediately instructs what techniques are best for Buchan and Dazi to use now. They do so, together using their cool techniques at Pan's behest. They improve their efficiency this way. Followed by Peng asking Chunba to urgently help and treat Buchan and Dazi. Their opponents are the lords. This is not an easy battle for them. Chunba, meanwhile, is trying to help the duck Huang, who has just recovered from her past injuries. She had a very hard time after being hit. Juan the duck is slowly getting back to normal. Attack after attack, she fights this monster lords with blow after blow. Now Juan is dominating the battle. Juan the duck says he's going to show them what battle is all about, and picks up their huge axe and starts swinging it for further attacks. Followed by Duck Huang throwing that axe right at them, and Bu Chang behind covering up fighting the monster lords too. Next, the two dinosaurs take their axes and point them at Huang the duck, deciding to attack together, but Huang the duck is not at all frightened. Followed by Huan Duck, he begins to launch his strongest attacks directly at them, smashing their blows and tossing them aside and screaming at their power. Following this, the crocodiles decide that they should retreat now, because the enemies are still too strong, and there are more of them than last time. Followed by Duck Huang, starting to shout that those were too weak and immediately started to run away. Bu Chong and Duck Huang were ready to fight on. However, Pan stops them, saying that the terrain is not scouted, and there's no point in running up and attacking them now. It's better to retreat now. Right after that, the squad brother says that the lion cub has defeated 8 Lord-rank monsters. This is a wild strength and ability for him. Trailing off, Pan turns to his mouse and asks if she has memorized the path and can guide them back to the rift. Pan shows the mouse some blue stuff and offers it as treasure, which greatly motivates this mouse to find his way. The lion cub is shocked at what's going on. After all, it's just a piece of ice, not a treasure like Pan said. The mouse cub was a bit fooled. The mouse informs him that he has remembered the way and is ready to lead the way. Pan is very happy about this and gathers everyone to go. However, Pan's monsters aren't in the best condition to depart. The lion cub says the purple millipede didn't fare well. Pan tells the lion cub about their world in more detail, disasters and mutations, and he laughs off the fact that everything in their world is so weak and weird. The lion cub speaks of the fact that there are no longer many strong treasures left in their world of thick fog, for the giants have dismantled everything and only can be taken from them. They discuss Pan's world, and the lion cub says that in 4 years there aren't even any valuable resources there yet, and evolution is very weak and there aren't even any lords. This lion cub says to accumulate a lot of valuable resources that will develop themselves in Pan's world, and that's it. Nothing needs to be done. However, Pan immediately questions why these resources suddenly belong to him if the lion cub said the strongest have them, followed by the lion cub with an arrogant face declaring that of course he is and insinuating that he is the strongest. However, Pan simply flicks this lion cub into flight, reminding the one that he's only an elite rank and shows off a lot for his level. Pan shows the lion cub a picture of Ban's huge spider and asks if there are ways to make it smaller. Lionpaw says that the first way is to evolve Buchan's body-altering ability, and the second is by using a monster with the ability of space. Peng looks at Chunba with his space abilities and realizes that the second method clearly doesn't work in this case. However, the lion cub tells of a certain feathered sparrow that has a fruit that allows a non-combat position to change its size. Lionpaw says that even at the peak of his strength, he wouldn't risk going to him in a fight. Pan realizes that the journey will be very hard, but for Ban's sake, it's worth the risk. The squad leader's brother comes running in, saying that he's delivered the information to the company and the deputies will be here soon. Next, the assistant gives Pan a box of food for the lion cub, but he talks about how the food is too horrible for him, he's not going to eat it. Peng asks Chunba to stack all the corpses from here and take them with him, while everyone else walks around the area here for now. Meanwhile, in another part of the labyrinth, some people appear, happy that they were able to get here through the rift. Apparently, these are the same people from Africa. They decide that since they are the first ones here, all the treasure is rightfully theirs, it is of great value. However, at the moment a huge earthquake starts that knocks you off your feet. One of the guards screams that he doesn't understand anything. Looking up, they see one of the dinosaur lords screaming and covering everything with his powerful aura all around. At one point, the dragon screams about how he was able to escape, but the humans are so vindictive they got here too. It makes him wildly angry. These African people begin to confront the dinosaur, using shields of energy from their aura. This helps to separate from its aura and stand on their feet. However, this doesn't confuse the dinosaur at all. He sees a monster bird at one of them and remembers Ian. This infuriates him, and he rushes in with all his might. The events of the manga bring us back to Pan. He asks the lion cub why he wasn't killed earlier. He tells him that he was protected by the ice technique around him. Pan is surprised by this but believes the lion cub, for the dinosaurs took advantage of Pan to scout out this place where the lion cub was. Followed by Pan wondering why the lion cub didn't attack him when he came in. The lion cub replied that Pan was human. This surprised Pan greatly. Pan and everyone else notices a battle behind one of the maze walls. The lion cub praises the food from Pan's helper and offers to look at what's there. Pan and the others climb up and see what's going on. Pan is greatly surprised, for the dinosaurs are fighting some monster trainers. Pan decides they need to help them right away and sends Duck Huang to sort things out and help these poor trainers in battle. Meanwhile, one of the dinosaurs takes one of the trainers to a dead end and swings an axe at that one from a great height. However, no punch is thrown. Heroically, Duck Huang pounces on his dinosaur opponent and delivers a mighty blow to his body. Pan asks the lion cub what kind of people they are. However, the cub says he doesn't know them. They are clearly earthbound. They smell like Pan. The lion cub says that, to be blunt, they are from the same world as Pan, which the lion cub is even more shocked by. Pan says that's impossible. The path to the rift is blocked and guarded by the southern sky. Humans, much less dark-skinned ones, couldn't get here. The lion cub says that there is only one possibility then, and that is that the rift here has only opened up in other places than where Pan came from. In Pan's mind, everything is coming together. He remembers a recent incident from Africa that was talked about on TV. Now everything is coming together. Then Pan realizes that after the disaster, the distance between Africa and his region has become even greater than it was before, hundreds of kilometers. Trace Peng suggests that if such a distance can be traveled with rifts, then these could be steep new trade routes. Peng smilingly and happily turns to this African and asks if he is hurt. The African is surprised that Peng is from such a faraway region. Some time passes in the events of the manga. Pan says goodbye to the African Americans. The lion cub says they're stupid, just fooled them. Pan is excited about this meeting because from them he learned about different places with rifts and abandoned cities from where he can get tons of resources. However, followed by Pan talking about the fact that time is running out and it's time for them to go to the Phoenix Mountain already, Pan is very much in the mood. After 3 days, they come to a certain point near some mountains. The lion cub says he knows the place, but exactly where this fruit grows, he does not know. Trailing off, Pan talks about how there's nothing wrong with it at all, and he should just check with the locals, but the lion cub is shocked at Pan's words. Next, the lion cub asks everyone to pay attention to the poor turtle with the golden panther, which causes misunderstanding all at once. Peng sweetly asks the turtle about where the fruit is, and asks Dazi to translate to her what Peng just said. Juan the duck is pissed off that the turtle is quiet, not answering Pan. Juan the duck beats her up, and the lion cub thinks he's joined some bandits. Peng turns sweetly to the turtle, saying that his duck friend Huan is angry about the silence, and even Peng can't control him. Then the turtle gets scared of them, and tells them in which direction to find the fruit. It is the east side of the 5 mountains. Followed by Pan and the lion cub climbing on this turtle and talking about how grateful they are for its greeting, and asking it to take them to that place. Some time passes. The turtle brings them all to the forest and starts muttering something to them in his language and talking about something. Datsu turns to Peng and speaks of what he says he has brought to the right mountain, but will go no farther, for there are terrible monsters there. Trailing off, Pan decides to make sure of this turtle's words and asks his crane John to fly up there and see if there is anything dangerous. Followed by crane Ian does so, he flies over the mountains and sees some bug strange. From it comes the aura of a minimum lord. Much to the misfortune of John's crane, this strange bug notices him and starts heading his way, clearly not with good intentions. A second after that, the beetle becomes dozens of times bigger and starts attacking Ian's crane, and the latter decides to keep his distance. However, right after that, Peng notices white berries in the forest that Peng talked about. He called them very highly prized. This attracts Yang. Followed by Crane Yang turning to Pan and shouting about finding them, Pan rejoices and interjects to Crane Yang. Crane Ian flies and yells that he found the fruit Pan was talking about and needed. However, the very same bug lord has already appeared behind Ian. Peng yells about how it won't be easy, but for Yang's sake they should all try, then orders Dazi to strike lightning at Huang. As it happens, Dazi fulfills Peng's request and directs his attacks directly at Huang's duck, whereupon it becomes larger in size. Following this bug is heading after Yang, Peng can see that he is very much complexed about his height, even though he is a few meters tall. Following that, dozens of attacks with energy blows from this beetle are directed at Crane Yan, flying straight and powerful. All these blows almost reach Yang's feathers and body. He uses his strong fire defense technique and repels the attack, but loses his feathers. However, Crane Yang fails to fully defend himself against this beetle lord's attack, so Yang starts to fall down and gets a bit burnt. Lionpaw says it's pretty strong and powerful, even with them both being lords, that Bug's attack is very powerful even for his level. Pan asks his monsters to help Crane Yan. Huan asks the others to help, as he sets out to attack the beetle himself and avenge Yan. Huang the duck jumps on the beetle and starts launching attacks. Buchan goes to help Yang the crane, who has managed to do a lot. However, this bug also starts attacking with its energy and techniques and shouting that it will kill a Huang duck in a second. So it turns out, although he didn't kill, but Huang duck fell to the ground. It all confuses Buchan, and Chunba treats Crane Yang rather. The fallen duck Huang yells for no one to go near it. He'll handle it himself and holds out his hand, showing Buchan that there's no need to go. Duck Huan yells about how what doesn't kill him makes him much stronger, and yells that Big Brother Duck in the form of Pawn can take it easy. Duck Huan is screaming for that monster Shorty to show all the power to them. Those words about Shorty really piss him off. This beetle flies around the Huang duck at breakneck speed and screams about how it's still 100 years away from reaching that speed. However, Duck Huan only smirks and asks if that's all it is, because if so, it's okay. It's only going to make him even stronger just now. Peng sees that Huang the duck is just using his threads to heal his wounds and show his body control skills in front of the bug. However, Peng doesn't understand why Duck Huang sees himself as if he's a tough bully. This kind of thing made even Buchan uncomfortable. This bug says things are dragging on, and the bug should pick up the pace to get things finished faster. Immediately after saying those words, the beetle with tremendous speed flew around the Huang duck several times and screamed the technique of its 1,000 blades, slashing the Huang duck and his body. After so many of his attacks, he returns to his seat and observes the slashed body of Huang duck, but in the moment, he is surprised to the sweat on his face. Immediately afterward, the beetle went into a wild shock, for after its attacks, Duck Huang began to swell in size and became 3 times the size of the trees. Huan Duck screams about finally feeling the same feeling again that he once did. It gives him a wild energy to his body. However, the bug is clamoring for a fight. If Juana's duck is clamoring for a fight if she wants to fight so badly, the bug will give her that fight. Immediately afterward, Duck Juan eliminates wildly towards this bug and yells about finally getting caught and grabs it by the body with his hand. Trailing off, Duck Juan starts squashing this bug and yelling about what he's going to do to Duck Juan and the others now. He doesn't have the strength anymore. Peng says that it was a dangerous fight, and if it wasn't for Duck Juan's fighting form, he would have died. Trailing off, Peng asks Chamomile to help Duck Juan. Chamomile Huang covers Duck Huang with his healing aura powers, and thus makes Duck Huang feel very good and heals him at the same time. Following, Pan sees the very same fruit in a mountain somewhere in the system, but there are only 4 of them. It would be a pity if Pan didn't manage to take the whole tree with him at once. Peng decides that taking the whole tree at once would be the smartest idea, so he orders Bu-chan and Dazi to take care of it now. Trailing off, Pan turns to the beetle that Huang the duck defeated and talks about how since that's the case, Pan can take that beetle with him. The events of the manga take you to the spider ban. Pan and the others come there. Pan shows the beetle the size of the spider ban because he always wanted to be big. Peng addresses this bug, saying that the one has great potential and Peng will be able to develop it, and soon enough it will be bigger than Bu-chan. It's not a bad thing to piss Da-Tsu off, because he spent his whole life dreaming of being bigger and taller, and here Peng is helping some bug instead of him. This monster reflects on the fact that he believes in Pan's powers, but if he agrees so quickly, he'll look like a fool of some sort. Da-Zi translates his words. He said he agrees according to him. If Peng fails, he will not follow his orders even under contract. Meanwhile, Pan turns to ban the spider and talks about how if he eats this fruit right here, which Pan pulls, he will change his size easily. Spider-Man turns to Pan and asks if he can protect Pan if he becomes small in size. Pan says not necessarily. Duck Juan tells this beetle that he is a good fighter and they are expected to train, but the beetle says he just gave in to Duck Juan, cheating. From behind Pan, his grandfather appears, saying that Pan has managed to assemble a good team of 10 monsters of all classes. Grandpa's dragon Bai drops axes familiar to Pan with his paws, and Grandpa says they are gifts for Juan, but Pan has seen these axes in another world. Grandfather says he found the axes very handy and gave orders to improve them and pump them, which was successfully done. Duck Juan is happy, but asks for better weapons from the Dragon King. Peng gets angry and talks about how Duck Juan should not watch action movies anymore. Followed by Pan telling Grandpa about all the information on the rifts that he now knows. Grandpa asks if anyone else is aware of this information. Peng talks about only those African Americans in the know. Peng has already managed to get them to decide on some sort of partnership between the companies. Peng talks about how he should rush to a certain city and get a certain heart of darkness there, for Bu-chan's improvement is the only thing missing. However, Pan talks about the fact that while going through this, they might run into a group of golden hands, their old acquaintances. Grandpa tells Pan that he is an adult and can go when he decides it is appropriate. Grandpa only asks him to be careful. Some time passes. The events of the manga show us a plane on which huge rocks are moving, most likely a band spider. Following on these rocks, we see a mouse saying that he sees treasure ahead, with Gao Peng lying next to him. Pan lies on top of Spider-Man with an umbrella and a map and says there is a pond ahead. Spider-Man should move on and on. The lion cub asks Pan to stop and wait for him. He saw the ice water. It immediately interested him. He says it can help. Immediately after saying that, the lion cub jumps there, and Pan sees the system that he immediately reaches the 41st level and the rank of Lord, and he himself is pleased. This really wildly freaks Pan out. He's shocked that this lion cub had enough ordinary water to evolve into an entire lord. However, Pan asks why he won't fully recover then, but he says that he has reached the maximum of this water. Now other powers are needed. However, this is where Pan's question comes up. If the lion cub has already reached the lord, why is he still so short? Pan talks about how there are still a few more mountains left and they will be in place. He hopes no one gets in the way, and yes, he has a lot of Lord's monsters with him. Followed with aggression, Pan remembers his longtime friends of the organization Golden Hands, with whom Pan had previously had a feud. Some time passes, the events of the manga speed up, and we see that Pan and his team of monsters have already reached their destination. They are in the desert. Pan sees from the map that there should be a suburb nearby where supplies can be replenished, but neither Pan nor his teams can see it. Cranejan rushes up to see if you're really here for something in this desert and reports seeing some houses nearby. This surprises Pan quite a bit. He finds it hard to believe that people live here. It's very unusual and incomprehensible to him. Pan and the monsters come closer to this settlement and see that there are small and weak monkeys with clothes running everywhere. They are scared of Ban, probably. Pan walks up to one of the buildings and starts knocking, hoping to be opened and told about the settlement or helped with supplies. However, when he knocked on the door, Pan only heard the answer that there was no one here, which confused Pan because such an answer is very stupid and incomprehensible. Pan decides to respond just as stupidly but with a joke, saying that since there's no one here, it's no big deal, and thanks him for the answer. Trailing off, Pan asks his new pet beetle to crush this door with his paws, goes inside and says he knew it because the answers are really stupid. Inside, Pan was waiting for a huge white monkey. It was fat, it felt like he was eating all day long. Monkey turns away from Pan and his monsters and starts looking for something inside her lockers. Pan asks everyone to be on guard, even though she is weak. Trailing off, the monkey pulls out some kind of insect soup from his cupboards and holds it out nicely to Pan, offering to taste and eat it. However, Pan turns away and talks about how this is not the food he ate and why, as soon as they came in, he hid his food. Pan asks him. As soon as Pan turned away and said those words, a moment later, the monkey swung around and was about to attack Pan with his huge paw. But her swing doesn't even come close to matching the speed of Pan's beetle. It instantly flies into the monkey and slices through its skin and body. Pan inspects the house, saying that there is every indication that people have lived here. There is also the smell of freshly cooked meat wafting from here, which is strange. Pan turns his attention to the contents of the soup pot of this monkey and sees so human fingers and traces of blood. Pan understands everything perfectly well, and turning to the monkey asks if he likes what is cooked in this pot. However, the monkey starts yelling wildly at Pan with red eyes, saying that since people eat them, they will eat people. Pan says he realized everything. The man ate this monkey's baby, and the monkey decided to eat his son in return. To Pan, this is creepy. Trailing off, Pan talks about how creepy this is to him, and though the monkey is partly right, Pan is human, and asks his bug to deal with this monkey. Some time passes from that moment. Pan arrives at the mountain. It is night. He looks through binoculars at a group of people standing in some camp.